Nan Feng, an ordinary worker, was unexpectedly chosen by the creation god system to become one of the billions of people on Blue Star who were transported to a primal world filled with ferocious beasts. This world was fraught with danger, devoid of laws and rules, where only by constantly improving one's strength could one survive. Opening his eyes, Nan Feng found himself in a cramped wooden hut. His newly awakened mind was flooded with a vast amount of information about this primitive world, courtesy of the creation god system. It took him a full 10 minutes to barely digest this knowledge. This is just too unbelievable. All the billions of people on Blue Star have actually been transported, Nan Feng thought as he glanced around the less than 5 square meter space, still finding it hard to believe. It wasn't until the tactical watch on his wrist emitted a beeping sound that he snapped back to reality. According to the information in his mind, this was standard starter equipment for all transmigrators. He opened the semi-transparent interface, which was divided into 2 main sections, personal information and a chat channel. At that moment, the chat area was flashing incessantly, clearly the source of the earlier beeping sound. Clicking on the chat channel, he found it filled with numerous other transmigrators like himself, all engaged in heated discussions. Some were excited, some confused, some terrified, and some even thought this was just a virtual game. Nan Feng watched with interest for a while, noticing that most people were talking about trivial matters. Suddenly, a mischievous idea crossed his mind, and a sly smile appeared on his lips. Guys, I just took a dump in my hut. You won't believe this, but the system said I was the first to do so and gave me a newbie gift pack. Nan Feng announced in the chat with feigned excitement. Instantly, the channel exploded with activity. Some were envious, some were asking about the contents of the gift pack, and others started speculating about the rewards for being the first to pee. The chat area quickly descended into silence, as it was clear everyone had gone off to engage in some indescribable activities. Nan Feng closed the chat panel and opened the personal attributes section. What greeted him was a rather ordinary attribute sheet. Except for his agility, which barely exceeded the average, his other stats like strength, stamina, and energy were noticeably below average. The only notable feature was the innate divine weapon option, which was marked as not yet awakened. Just as Nan Feng was puzzling over this, a pleasant electronic voice sounded in his ear. All chosen ones have awakened. The system will commence the innate divine weapon awakening ceremony in 5 minutes. At that time, 5 random weapons will be offered for you to choose from. This will be your greatest asset for survival in the primal world. Please choose wisely. Innate divine weapon awakening? Looks like we're getting weapons, Nan Feng thought, raising an eyebrow as he reopened the chat channel. It was still chaotic inside. Some were asking what the awakening ceremony was, some were discussing starting equipment as if this were a game, and others were breaking down in tears, wanting to go home. Of course, there were also some sensible folks sharing their stats with each other. It turned out that everyone's attributes were related to their physical condition before transmigration. A sprinter, for example, had agility and stamina far above the average person. Reading this, Nan Feng regretted not exercising more regularly. In this brutal world where the strong prey on the weak, good physical fitness would undoubtedly help one survive longer. Nan Feng had no intention of dying young. 5 minutes flew by in an instant, and the long-awaited awakening ceremony was about to begin. Nan Feng wondered to himself what kind of divine weapon he would receive. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and a semi-transparent screen materialized before his eyes. The screen read, "The awakening ceremony for your life-bound divine weapon has officially begun. Please choose from the following 5 randomly generated weapons. Note: once confirmed, the choice cannot be changed, so choose wisely." 5 cards, all face down, hovered in front of Nan Feng. Taking a deep breath, he reached out and began flipping them over one by one. The first card revealed a decaying wooden sword, an F-grade weapon. Nan Feng frowned in disdain and skipped it without hesitation. The second card showed a wooden bow without arrows, also F-grade. This piqued his interest slightly, as a ranged weapon might suit his frail physique better. Unfortunately, its grade was nothing to boast about. The third card revealed a blunt wooden knife. The fourth, a fragile oil paper umbrella. Nan Feng was exasperated. Can these even be considered weapons? Is the creator god system malfunctioning? The equipment distribution is way too random. He had flipped 4 cards in a row, all F-grade trash. Was it bad luck today, making it unsuitable for an awakening? Not knowing how to read fortunes, Nan Feng could only pin his hopes on the last card. I'd trade 10 years of baldness for a supreme divine weapon. Nan Feng silently prayed as he took a deep breath and flipped the final card. To his dismay, the card displayed the words, "Broken Armory, F-grade lifebound divine weapon." Nan Feng was stunned. Damn it, another F-grade piece of junk? Wait, what even is a broken armory? Among the options for Nan Feng's lifebound weapon, there was actually an armory? He had thought this was a world of cold weapons, not expecting the presence of firearms. Nan Feng was a bit taken aback, and all his options were gray trash. Was this because he was unlucky, or was it the same for everyone? At the moment, Nan Feng couldn't verify, as the chat channel was closed during the awakening ceremony. He scrutinized the 5 cards back and forth, and finally decided to choose the unique armory. To stand out, one must be different. Are you sure you want to select the dilapidated armory as your lifebound weapon? Please think carefully. Once selected, it cannot be changed. The system reminded him again. Nan Feng nodded without hesitation. Instantly, the other cards dissolved into starlight and disappeared, while the armory flew into Nan Feng's mind, signaling the completion of the ceremony. Get familiar with your weapon quickly. Future dangers await you. Good luck. The system's voice gradually faded away. Nan Feng felt a sharp pain in his head, which soon cleared up. He eagerly checked the newly appeared lifebound weapons section on his tactical watch. It turned out that the armory was a backpack-type weapon, currently with only 10 slots, and upgrading it required wood and stone. What excited Nan Feng even more was that the armory came with 2 pieces of equipment, a Desert Eagle pistol and a wooden dagger. Although their attributes were average, in a world dominated by cold weapons, a gun undoubtedly provided a survival edge. Nan Feng secretly rejoiced at his stroke of luck. Just then, the chat area became lively again, with everyone showing off their weapons. It turned out the attribute boosts were similar, but Nan Feng's advantage lay in his ability to attack from a distance. As Nan Feng was engrossed in this, the system's broadcast sounded again. Chosen ones, you have completed the awakening ceremony. You may now leave the wooden hut to hunt beasts and gather resources. A friendly reminder, a terrifying beast tide will arrive in 30 days. Please enhance your strength quickly and strive to survive. Remember, this is not a game. Death is permanent. A sense of urgency washed over him. Nan Feng gripped his Desert Eagle tightly and cautiously pushed open the wooden door. Outside was a deep, primeval forest, with no one else in sight. It seemed everyone's starting point was random. After confirming there was no immediate danger, Nan Feng quietly stepped out of the hut. Sunlight filtered through the tree canopy, and the air was fresh and pleasant. It must have been around noon. Nan Feng turned to examine the shabby little wooden hut, which surprisingly had an attribute panel. It had 5,000 health points and 100 defense points. It seemed like a good place to hide from beasts in the future. After familiarizing himself with the hut's mechanisms, Nan Feng set off into the forest to hunt monsters. It wasn't long before a giant rat came into view. It was engrossed in gnawing on tree bark, completely unaware of Nan Feng's presence. Holding his breath, Nan Feng steadily raised his Desert Eagle and took aim. With the gun in hand, Nan Feng's strength had reached 12 points and his attack power was 60, more than enough to take down a rat in one shot. Bang! Infusing 5 points of magic, a magic bullet whizzed out, hitting the rat's hind leg directly. 45. A translucent damage number floated above the rat's head, indicating that the shot had taken out most of its health. Squeak! The injured rat let out a piercing scream, dragging its bloody, severed leg as it charged at Nan Feng with astonishing speed. So fast, Nan Feng was shocked and quickly stepped back, trying to fire another shot. The rat suddenly leaped, its sharp teeth about to sink into Nan Feng's neck. Seeing the small mouse charging at him, Nan Feng quickly fired another shot. The bullet whizzed past the mouse's head, leaving it unscathed. Although Nan Feng had the luck to hit his first shot, his unfamiliarity with firearms meant he couldn't consistently hit a moving target. Forcing himself to calm down, Nan Feng took a deep breath and reamed. When the mouse got within 5 meters, he decisively pulled the trigger. Bang! This shot hit the mouse's head, blowing off half its face. 67. The damage from the critical hit was astonishing. The iron claw mouse let out a piercing scream, collapsed in a heap, and blood gushed from its severed head. 2 seconds later, the resilient little creature breathed its last. Ding! The system notified him that he had killed a level 1 fierce beast, the iron claw mouse, earning 10 experience points and a first kill achievement reward of the skill, Eye of Insight, which allows him to view the attributes of monsters up to 3 levels below him without any cost. So, there are extra rewards for killing monsters? Overjoyed, Nan Feng quickly examined the iron claw mouse's corpse and found a piece of mouse meat and 2 mouse claws. Although the taste might be odd, they could restore some stamina. He pocketed the spoils and used his new skill to inspect the mouse's body. This level 1 creature had 120 health points and 35 attack power. No wonder even a mouse posed a significant threat. It seemed that the monsters in this world were not to be underestimated. Just one level 1 mouse had cost Nan Feng 15 mana points. If there were a few more at once, he might have been dead on the spot. Feeling a sense of crisis, he decided to return to his cabin and hunt nearby monsters until he leveled up to 2. On the way back, he killed another iron claw mouse, becoming much more proficient. Once back at the cabin, he planned to fully restore his mana before heading out again. Bored, Nan Feng opened the chat channel. It was bustling with activity as everyone shared their experiences. Someone had killed a fierce beast, and received the Eye of Insight skill as a first kill reward, which made Nan Feng feel a sense of camaraderie. However, more people were worried about the terrifying monsters, often getting bitten and losing a significant amount of health, sometimes even entering a continuous bleeding state. Through the chat, they discovered that this world was a mix of reality and data. Wounds that weren't promptly bandaged would worsen, and the drops from monsters depended entirely on luck. A guy named Wu Yuansheng was particularly impressive, having shot a reeded rabbit with an arrow, earning him the title of a big shot. Nan Feng added Wu Yuansheng and another player named Huang Yuaming as friends. He then noticed that the regional channel displayed 932,1000 people, meaning 68 had already fallen prey to beasts in less than half an hour. This world was more dangerous than he had imagined. Nan Feng felt fortunate to have a gun, even if his accuracy wasn't high. At least it kept him at a safe distance. In contrast, players who had awakened melee weapons were likely in dire straits. There was no time to waste in leveling up. Otherwise, even having a gun wouldn't help against higher-level monsters. Once his mana was fully restored, Nan Feng stepped out of the cabin to hunt again. However, luck was not on his side this time, as a dozen iron claw mice suddenly appeared, baring their teeth and claws as they charged at him. Damn, these things are pack animals? Nan Feng spat and took off running. In terms of speed, he was no match for these creatures, but after sprinting for over 100 meters, he finally managed to shake them off. The Ironclaw rat was incredibly fast, but Nan Feng wasn't slow either. After all, his initial agility was 12 points, which was above average. However, there was a slightly larger rat in the swarm that was even faster than Nan Feng and quickly caught up to him. What the heck? Did this Ironclaw rat mutate or something? How is it so fast? Nan Feng thought to himself as he sprinted and glanced back, activating his Eye of Insight on the larger rat. Ironclaw rat, level 2. Health, 300,300.
Mana, 3030.
Attack, 64. Defense, 26. Skill, claws. Damn, it's a level 2 rat. Nan Feng felt a wave of dread upon seeing the stats. This rat's attack was 4 points higher than his own. A single hit from it would be excruciating. Just as he was processing this, the Ironclaw rat suddenly accelerated, leaping high and slashing Nan Feng's back with its claws. 44. Nan Feng nearly screamed in pain. With only 80 health points, that one hit took more than half. Another strike like that would definitely be the end of him. Worse yet, the rat's claws had torn off a chunk of his flesh, causing blood to gush out. I'm done for, Nan Feng thought, his face pale. He had no time to stop the bleeding as he ran at full speed, leaving a trail of blood behind him. Fortunately, the small wooden cabin was now within reach, and that last hit had left the level 2 Ironclaw rat behind. Gritting his teeth, Nan Feng pushed himself and dashed into the cabin. He quickly took off his shirt and pressed it against the wound. Surprisingly, this crude method worked, and the bleeding status effect finally disappeared. Phew, safe at last, he sighed in relief. If it had been a tiger or a leopard, he would have been done for today. Glancing at his remaining 13 health points, Nan Feng felt a lingering fear. Luckily, the cabin had a health regeneration buff. As long as he had a breath left, he wouldn't die. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A swarm of Ironclaw rats had surrounded the cabin, but a white barrier prevented them from entering. The system prompted him, asking if he would allow the Ironclaw rats inside. Nan Feng rolled his eyes and decisively refused. Do I look like I have a death wish? He muttered. Carefully, he opened the door a crack and confirmed that the rats couldn't get in, which reassured him somewhat. With no obstacles in their way, the rats became even more aggressive, scratching and biting at the wooden cabin. 0, 0. Weak point attack 1. A series of damage notifications flashed by. Even the cabin's defenses couldn't withstand the frenzied onslaught of these rodents. If this continued, the cabin would eventually be torn apart. Time to fight back, Nan Feng decided, pulling out his Desert Eagle. Since the Ironclaw rats couldn't get in, he aimed to take down the level 2 rat first to eliminate the threat. He scanned the swarm carefully and soon identified his target. The level 2 Ironclaw rat was gnawing on a piece of wood with great enthusiasm. Nan Feng didn't rush to shoot. He took his time to aim. The first shot had to cripple the rat, or it would be a big problem if it escaped. At level 2, this rat could still easily kill him. Focusing intently, he held his breath and aimed. The Ironclaw rat noticed Nan Feng's actions but didn't seem to care, instead baring its teeth and hissing. It clearly didn't recognize the danger of a gun. Now, Nan Feng pulled the trigger, and the magic bullet whistled through the air, hitting the rat's left eye. Weak point attack 45. Bleeding 7, 8, 5. The bullet didn't pierce the rat's tough hide but still managed to knock off 45 health points. Fortunately, the bleeding effect was astonishing, with the health dropping rapidly every second. It seemed to have hit a vital spot. That's it? I was hoping to take it down in one shot, but this attack power is too low. Nan Feng felt a bit disappointed. He thought this shot would inflict 70 or 80 points of damage. Squeak. The Ironclaw rat writhed in pain, scurrying around the cabin erratically. Nan Feng was startled. Was this creature trying to escape? Luckily, it was merely trying to distract itself from the pain and had no intention of fleeing. When the Ironclaw rat staggered back in front of the gun muzzle, Nan Feng immediately fired a second shot. Whiz. 31. This time, it hit the back. The third shot. 31. Finally, it struck the leg, drastically reducing the Ironclaw rat's speed, making it easy prey. Nice. 3 shots, all hits. I'm pretty impressive. Nan Feng praised himself and continued to pull the trigger furiously. Even if the Ironclaw rat had 300 health points, it wouldn't last long under such intense fire. Ding. The system notified him of killing a level 2 beast, the Ironclaw rat, earning 22 experience points. Nan Feng let out a long breath, finally eliminating this threat. Only 22 experience points for a level 2? That's stingy. He pouted and turned his attention to the remaining dozen or so level 1 Ironclaw rats. These low-intelligence rodents didn't flee. Instead, they kept gnawing at the small cabin. Nan Feng quickly checked the cabin's health, 49775000. Damn it. You dare to tear down my house? Not putting me in your eyes. Nan Feng fumed, raising his desert eagle and aiming at the oblivious creatures. Want some experience points? I'll grant your wish. Ding. You have slain a level 1 Ironclaw rat, earning 10 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 1 Ironclaw rat, earning 10 experience points. Ding. You have slain a level 1 Ironclaw rat, earning 10 experience points. Facing these level 1 novice monsters, Nan Feng can take them down with just 23 shots. Once, he even triggered a critical hit, killing one with a single headshot. The only thing affecting his efficiency now was the 5 mana points consumed with each attack. Fortunately, the cabin had a mana recovery buff, which helped alleviate this issue. After spending about 10 minutes, Nan Feng finally leveled up to 2. A series of system notifications popped up. Strength, agility, stamina, and energy all increased by 5 points, plus 5 free attribute points to allocate. This was a significant leap. Now, Nan Feng's attack and defense stats had risen considerably, and level 1 Ironclaw rats were no longer a threat. The increase in energy also raised his mana cap to 130, allowing him to fire a few more shots before needing to replenish. He decided to hold off on allocating the free points and focus on wiping out the remaining rats first. As his mana recovered, Nan Feng aimed his gun and fired. After hours of practice, his marksmanship had become quite accurate. Ding. You have slain a level 1 Ironclaw rat, earning 5 experience points. Huh. The experience points for killing level 1 monsters were halved after leveling up? Nan Feng checked his personal stats and found that he now needed 400 experience points to level up. Damn, that means I need to kill 80 level 1 rats. However, killing level 2 monsters only required about 18 kills. Remembering that the level 2 Ironclaw rat had given him 22 experience points, Nan Feng had an idea. After about 10 minutes of hard work, the swarm of Ironclaw rats was finally wiped out. Nan Feng's level reached 2 with 42 progress, which he was quite satisfied with. He tallied his loot: 15 pieces of meat, 8 claws, and 122 experience points. It seemed not every rat dropped a claw. As the battle ended, Nan Feng felt relieved that he had narrowly escaped death by the rat's teeth. He retreated to the cabin to wait for his stats to recover and check the chat channel. The number of players in the area had decreased by dozens, with many complaining about the strength of the monsters. Some were calling for help, while others shared tips, like luring monsters outside the cabin to slowly wear them down. Nan Feng smiled silently, having discovered this tactic long ago. One message caught his attention. A player named Chiu Feihong had his spawn point blocked by a tree. Frustrated, he chopped it down and unexpectedly obtained 8 pieces of wood, successfully upgrading his personal weapon. Although the attribute boost was limited, it was a critical 5 points in the early game. Nan Feng felt a surge of excitement. His armory upgrade only required 3 pieces of wood and 5 stones. Wood was easy to find, but stones would need to be collected outside. With this in mind, Nan Feng left the cabin, searched the vicinity to ensure safety, and then pulled out a wooden dagger to start chopping trees. Using wood to chop wood, how ironic, Nan Feng thought to himself. Surprisingly, this seemingly absurd action was a shortcut to upgrading. He swung the dagger with anticipation, eager to gather the materials quickly and transform his armory. Lumberjacks are the elite. They cut trees with both skill and soul. Nan Feng, wielding a wooden dagger, relentlessly chopped at a tree as thick as a thigh. Initially, he worried that such a slender dagger might take him an hour or two to fell the tree, but to his surprise, the wooden blade was astonishingly sharp, making the job much more efficient. He speculated that the dagger must be recognized by the system as a weapon, enhanced with divine power. Of course, His own attack power of 85 points also contributed significantly. If he allocated the remaining 5 attribute points to strength, his attack could surpass 100. Nan Feng pondered but didn't rush to allocate the points, thinking they might be more useful later. Half an hour later, the tree crashed down, raising a cloud of dust. Nan Feng placed his hand on the trunk, and the wood automatically decomposed into his backpack. Ding! You have obtained wood X4. It could go directly into storage? How convenient. Nan Feng was overjoyed, as he had been worried about how to transport such a large tree. However, the quantity was a bit low. It was just enough to upgrade the armory, so he needed to chop down a few more trees. Next, Nan Feng began to search for stones. Soon, he found a rock the size of a head, and, with a touch, it went into his backpack. Ding! You have obtained stone X1. He just needed to find 4 more similar-sized stones to upgrade his primary weapon. Feeling confident and in high spirits, he continued his search. The sudden sound of a snake's hiss made Nan Feng tense up. He slowly turned around to see a colorful snake poised to attack at any moment. Using his inside eye skill, he quickly scanned the snake's attributes. 5-colored snake, level 1, HP 80-80, MP 30-30, attack 55, defense 5, skill, hypnosis. Just a level 1 snake. At most, it would bite him a few times. Nan Feng breathed a sigh of relief and aimed his desert eagle slowly. Swish! The 5-colored snake leaped with lightning speed and bit Nan Feng's calf. His worn jeans were no match for its sharp fangs. 14. Despite his 39 points of defense, the bite still made him scream in pain. You wretched creature! You're asking for it. He kicked the snake away and fired wildly. Unfortunately, the snake, only as thick as 2 fingers, weaved through the grass with agility, dodging all 3 shots. The snake quickly slithered back, biting his other leg as well. 14. Nan Feng's HP dropped to 102 points. Don't panic, this creature only has 5 points of defense. 1 hit would kill it. He tried to steady himself, but his vision grew increasingly blurred, creating overlapping images. This was the effect of the snake's hypnosis skill. Now, Nan Feng saw 3 snake shadows instead of 1, making aiming impossible. Meanwhile, the real snake landed 2 more bites, reducing his HP below 80 points. At this rate, he could be killed by a mere level 1 monster. In a critical moment, Nan Feng acted quickly, grabbing the snake as it recoiled. He swiftly put away his gun and pulled out the wooden dagger, stabbing at the snake's vital spot. 68. Despite the hypnosis effect, the strike hit the tail, but it still dealt significant damage. The colorful snake writhed in agony, but Nan Feng didn't give it a chance. With his left hand gripping it tightly, he raised his dagger high with his right hand and plunged it down once more, delivering a fatal blow. 80. The blade cleaved the snake in 2, killing it instantly. Ding! You have slain a level 1 common beast, the colorful snake, and gained 5 experience points. Ding! You have obtained colorful snake meat 1. Ding! You have obtained hallucinogenic fong 1. Colorful snake meat tastes like chicken, crispy. Hallucinogenic fong, coated with venom, can produce extraordinary effects when applied to weapons, but do not lick it. After a quick glance at the loot, Nan Feng stumbled back towards the wooden hut. His vision was filled with double images, making it too dangerous to stay outside any longer. If a mere level 1 beast could injure me like this, I must be more cautious in the future, he warned himself, resolving to never underestimate even the weakest opponents. Just as the wooden hut came into view, Nan Feng's eyes suddenly focused. Through his blurred vision, he vaguely saw something reflective behind the hut. There shouldn't be anything reflective around here. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again, only to see a large bald head hiding behind his hut. Could someone have invaded his territory? Behind Nan Feng's small wooden cabin, there was surprisingly someone hiding. This was the first time he had encountered another person since traveling to this primitive world, but Nan Feng felt neither excitement nor joy. In this lawless and uncivilized land, the dark side of human nature often reveals itself more easily. Moreover, Nan Feng was in a terrible state. He had been poisoned with a hallucinogen, causing his vision to blur with double images, making it impossible to distinguish reality from illusion. He stopped in his tracks, keeping a safe distance from the cabin. In such an uncertain situation, caution was always the best approach. Could it be that girl named Yuran from the channel? But with that bald head, it couldn't possibly be a bald girl, right? Nan Feng's mind raced with these thoughts as he remained on high alert. Huang Peng, hiding behind the cabin, realized he had been spotted when Nan Feng stopped. He boldly stepped out and said, "Hey buddy, not bad. You killed that snake with just 2 strikes." Nan Feng looked down at his weapon and muttered, "This is clearly a dagger, not a knife." Huang Peng paused for a moment and then awkwardly laughed. Same difference. At this point, the effects of the hallucinogen started to wane, and the double images in Nan Feng's vision began to fade. This was undoubtedly a good sign. Seeing Nan Feng remain silent, Huang Peng continued talking to himself. Brother, that snake was my target first. I chased it all the way here, and you got to it before me. So, how are you going to compensate me? Compensate you? Nan Feng sneered. How about I catch another snake and give it to you? He didn't believe a word Huang Peng said. If Huang Peng had really been chasing the snake, he would have seen Nan Feng using a gun and wouldn't have dared to show himself so blatantly. That would be suicidal. Sensing the hostility in Nan Feng's tone, Huang Peng's expression darkened. Come on, buddy, show some respect. You got bitten by a snake and still dare to act tough with me? Believe it or not, I can kill you with one swing of my axe. As he spoke, he brandished his wooden axe and stepped forward. Nan Feng quickly hid his hand behind his back and swiftly switched his wooden dagger for a desert eagle. What do you want? I suggest you stay back. I'm not someone you can easily mess with. If his vision were clearer, Nan Feng would have already shot him. Now, he could only wait for Huang Peng to get closer and let his guard down for a decisive strike. Seeing this, Huang Peng couldn't help but laugh. Relax, I'm a reasonable person. I won't resort to violence. How about this? You give me all the spoils from the snake, and we'll call it even. Nan Feng rubbed his eyes and nodded nonchalantly. Sure, no problem. Huang Peng, seeing how agreeable Nan Feng was, immediately made another demand. By the way, you robbed me of my prey, costing me 10 experience points. I was just that short of leveling up to level 2. How about you follow me and act as bait to attract monsters while I handle the kills? Don't worry, once I level up, I'll protect you. Or better yet, be my servant. During the day, you'll attract beasts, and at night, you'll wash my feet and massage my back. Nan Feng rolled his eyes at Huang Peng's audacity. Rubbing his eyes again, he noticed the double images had further diminished. At such close range, a single shot would be enough. With this in mind, Nan Feng interrupted Huang Peng's incessant chatter. Listen, buddy, take my advice and leave. What did you say? Huang Peng couldn't believe his ears. I said, leave. I'm too strong for you to handle, Nan Feng repeated. You think I can't handle you? Huang Peng sneered, his face darkening. Just look at you, a scrawny dog. I could crush you with one hand. You think this is a game? You think you can respawn after dying? Let me tell you, half an hour ago, I killed a fool who didn't know his place and chopped him into pieces to attract monsters. In this world, when you're dead, you're really dead. Nan Feng furrowed his brow. Have you killed someone before? Huang Peng let out a maniacal laugh, raised his wooden axe, and stepped forward menacingly. Not only that, but I was a murderer. I was supposed to be executed today, but luckily I got transported to this lawless paradise and got a new lease on life. Nan Feng suddenly understood. No wonder this guy dared to wander alone in a forest full of wild beasts. He was a seasoned and ruthless criminal. As Huang Peng drew closer, Nan Feng could feel the murderous aura emanating from him. There was no time to waste. He made a quick decision and fired a shot.
Bang!
A critical hit, 91 damage. Huang Peng hadn't even seen what Nan Feng was holding before half of his face was blown apart. Ah! He screamed, stumbling backward. Nan Feng was also taken aback. I was aiming for his leg. How did I hit his head? Moreover, despite losing 91 points of health, Huang Peng was still standing. Such high stamina. Over 100 health points at level 1? This guy's tough. Seeing Nan Feng hesitate, Huang Peng gritted his teeth and swung his axe. Killing was as routine for him as eating. What was Nan Feng to him? If you're so determined, don't blame me for being ruthless, Nan Feng sighed, pulling the trigger again. Boom! The bullet struck Huang Peng in the abdomen, sending blood and flesh flying. His eyes widened as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Huang Peng would never have imagined that he would escape execution in the real world only to die in this virtual one. With a clattering sound, a bunch of items dropped around Huang Peng's corpse, with 2 wooden plaques standing out. Ding! You have obtained demolition permit Huang Peng 1. Ding! You have obtained demolition permit Chan Ping 1. Nan Feng glanced at the system prompt. Every chosen one drops this item upon death. Possessing it allows you to demolish the opponent's camp buildings and recover materials. Chen Ping must be the poor soul this guy killed half an hour ago, Nan Feng muttered to himself. I'll find Huang Peng's shack tomorrow and demolish it. I wonder how much wood and stone I can salvage. Besides the demolition permits, Huang Peng's body also dropped a lot of other supplies. Nan Feng carefully counted them and found he had made quite a haul. No wonder he was a seasoned veteran. His belongings were far more abundant than Nan Feng's. Ding! You have obtained 3 pieces of reedied rabbit meat. Ding! You have obtained 5 pieces of iron-clawed rat meat. Ding! You have obtained 4 units of wood. Ding! You have obtained 1 piece of cuckoo bird meat. Ding! You have obtained 2 units of stone. With a series of crisp notification sounds, all the materials dropped by Huang Peng's body were collected into Nan Feng's backpack. Besides the food, there were only some basic materials like wood and stone. No equipment dropped. Nan Feng pondered for a moment and found this to be expected. After all, they had only been in this world for half a day and hadn't killed many beasts. It was unlikely they would get any equipment drops. As for his life weapon, he was certain it couldn't be obtained from other players. After inventorying his spoils, Nan Feng glanced at Huang Peng's body lying in a pool of blood. The hallucination effect had finally worn off, and his vision was clear again. Dying right at my doorstep? How unlucky, Nan Feng muttered, suppressing a hint of fear. He dragged Huang Peng's corpse and threw it into the distant forest. The heavy scent of blood would undoubtedly attract wild beasts, and he didn't want his home to become a monster gathering spot. It was getting late. Nan Feng looked up at the setting sun in the west and realized he had been in this primitive world for 4 or 5 hours. The first night was approaching, and who knew what dangers awaited him? This thought brought a sudden sense of urgency. He needed to quickly find 2 more stones to upgrade his life weapon to mid-earth grade before nightfall. He already had enough wood but was short 2 units of stone, which shouldn't be hard to find. Soon, Nan Feng found 2 large stones and swiftly added them to his backpack. With his goal achieved, he hurried back to his small wooden cabin. By the time he emerged, night had already fallen. Wow, what a nerve-wracking half-day, he sighed with relief as he returned to the cabin. Eagerly, he opened his tactical watch to upgrade his life weapon. The upgrade interface showed that he had all the required materials, 3 units of wood and 5 units of stone. He even had 5 extra units of wood, 4 of which were from killing Huang Peng. Without hesitation, Nan Feng clicked confirm. A flash of golden light, and the attributes of his arsenal subtly changed. Life weapon, dilapidated arsenal, grade, mid-earth grade. Attributes, 5 backpack slots. Upgrade materials, 10 units of wood, 20 units of stone. Unlocked equipment, desert eagle, wooden dagger. Is that it? Nan Feng almost cursed. An upgrade that only added 5 backpack slots? No attribute boosts or additional unlocked equipment. It was quite stingy. He quickly checked the changes in the weapon stats. Fortunately, the Desert Eagle's power and stamina had both increased, and its mana consumption per attack decreased from 5 points to 4. The wooden dagger also saw a slight improvement, with its damage range increasing from 7090 to 80,100. Though the changes seemed minor, it only cost 8 units of wood and 5 units of stone, making it a worthwhile upgrade. Equipping the Desert Eagle, Nan Feng's strength reached 20 points, bringing his attack power to just over 100. If he equipped the wooden dagger, his strength would increase by 2 more points, but close combat was too risky. He'd rather forego those 10 extra points of damage. After all his efforts, Nan Feng's stomach finally growled in protest. Hungry, aren't you? Serves you right for not eating, he muttered to himself. With so much wild game in his backpack, it was time to treat himself to a fresh meal. But the cabin was pitch dark, without even a spark of fire, and eating raw food was out of the question. Nan Feng furrowed his brows, an idea forming in his mind. He first took out a piece of wood, then picked up his Desert Eagle and fired a shot. The bullet pierced through the wood, sending sparks flying. It worked. Nan Feng was thrilled and quickly gathered some wood chips to ignite. In no time, a small campfire flickered to life in the dark cabin, driving away the cold. Opening his backpack, a variety of wild game greeted him. Rabbit, snake, rat, bird. Nan Feng hesitated for just a second before decisively choosing the rabbit meat. Rabbits are so cute, of course. I'll eat them first, he said, placing the meat over the fire to roast. While the meat was cooking, Nan Feng opened the chat channel, intending to chat with other survivors. Seeing the number in the top left corner of the channel, he gasped. 691 out of 1,000. In less than half a day, 309 unlucky souls in this area had perished. Nan Feng sighed and began browsing through the chat logs. It was mostly people complaining about hunger and cold, feeling helpless, with no valuable information. Just as he was about to close the panel, a system notification rang in his ears. Ding! A player has upgraded their cabin to a level. The trading system will open in 5 minutes. The chat exploded instantly. Whoa! Who's the rich guy who upgraded their cabin to a level in just half a day? Even if you could jump straight to a level, that speed is insane. It takes 100 wood and 60 stone to upgrade, and chopping down one tree takes over half an hour, yielding only 36 pieces of wood. How did this guy get so many materials? Reading the heated discussions, Nan Feng silently nodded in agreement. He remembered the 2 demolition permits in his backpack. If his guess was right, demolishing others' houses should yield a lot of wood and stone. That player who upgraded so quickly must have killed quite a few others, right? Peering through the cracks in the wooden walls, Nan Feng shivered at the cold moonlight outside. He had naively thought that the greatest threat in this world was the roaming beasts. Now it seemed the real danger came from his fellow humans. In the fight for survival, anyone could turn into a murderer. Clenching his fists, Nan Feng vowed to stay vigilant and protect himself. In this brutal battlefield created by the Genesis system, it wasn't just a struggle between humans and beasts, but a deadly contest of human nature. Nan Feng had to stay alert at all times. A moment's carelessness could lead to his death at someone else's hands. In a world without order, the darkness within people's hearts will only grow. Compared to fierce beasts, intelligent humans often pose a greater threat. Nan Feng made a silent vow to never trust anyone again, as you never know when someone might stab you in the back. Shaking his head, he pushed these dark thoughts aside. The rabbit meat in front of him was sizzling with oil over the fire, giving off an irresistible aroma. Smelling it, he couldn't help but swallow, but then he realized a serious problem: there was no fresh water. Nan Feng hadn't drunk any water for half a day, and his lips were starting to crack. During the intense hunt for the beast, he hadn't noticed his thirst, but now that he could finally catch his breath, his throat felt like it was on fire. There were no rivers or ponds nearby. Where could he find a water source? Nan Feng furrowed his brows. Just then, the system's notification sounded. Ding! The trading system is now open. Chosen ones, you can now freely exchange goods without any middlemen taking a cut. Hearing this, Nan Feng's spirits lifted, and he eagerly opened the trading page. In just a moment, many had already listed their items. Wood for food? Dream on. What the heck is agave? Trade for water? 5 stones for some game meat. This one seemed reasonable. Nan Feng quickly browsed through but decided not to make any hasty decisions and headed to the chat area to gather more information. The channel was filled with cries of desperation. Big shots, have mercy, give me some food. I'm starving. Just 2 pieces of wood for food? Get real, you can chop wood anywhere, but food is hard-earned. Ladies, seeking a sponsor, I'll make sure you never go hungry. Where are the goddesses? I'm on my way. I'm willing to trade 10 pieces of wood for some food. Anyone interested? Nan Feng's mind raced. Right now, 10 pieces of wood was no small amount. Upgrading his armory to grade F high quality only required 10 wood and 20 stones. With this capital, he could gather more stones tomorrow and upgrade his divine weapon. As for food, besides the piece of rabbit meat in his hand, he had 2 more pieces of rabbit meat, 22 pieces of rat meat, 1 piece of bird meat, and 1 piece of snake meat in his backpack. The abundance of rat meat was thanks to him clearing out a rat nest. But in the face of delicious rabbit meat, who would care for the tough and dry rat meat? It would be better to trade it for some useful materials. Nan Feng had a bright idea and quickly checked the trading area, soon locking onto the buyer willing to trade 10 wood for food. Without hesitation, he placed a piece of rat meat and clicked confirm. The trade wasn't final yet. It still needed the buyer's approval. Within seconds, a friend request came through. It was from the Woodrich buyer Lu Daqiang. He gladly accepted, and Lu Daqiang immediately messaged, "Buddy, this piece of meat is too small. It won't fill me up. Can you add another portion?" Nan Feng remained unmoved. On the first night, food is worth more than wood. If you don't want it, plenty of others will. The implication was clear. Take it or leave it. Lu Daqiang reluctantly replied, "True. Who has hunted several beasts in half a day? If we don't eat, we'll starve. How about this? They'll offer 15 pieces of wood for 2 portions of rat meat. Deal?" Nan Feng asked suspiciously, "Where did you get so much wood?" "I have plenty of trees around. I spent the whole afternoon chopping," Lu Daqiang boasted. Nan Feng understood the situation and suggested, "How about this? I'll give you an extra portion of rat meat, but from now on, you must prioritize trading your wood with me. Of course, I'll buy it at a fair price. What do you think?" Lu Daqiang quickly agreed, "Deal. I may not be good at many things, but I'm the best at chopping wood. I'll make sure you have 30 bundles ready." "Great, it's settled then," Nan Feng replied, satisfied as he placed 3 pieces of rat meat and clicked confirm. The transaction was successfully completed, and his wood reserves instantly soared to 19 units. With Lu Daqiang as a loyal wood supplier, he could save time on chopping wood tomorrow and focus on hunting beasts instead. Nan Feng thought to himself that being at level 2, combined with his Desert Eagle, should make dealing with level 1 or 2 beasts manageable. Not only could he level up, but he could also gather more food. However, caution was still necessary. After completing the trade, Nan Feng checked the trading zone again, hoping to exchange for some fresh water. Humans can survive 7 days without food, but only 3 days without water, highlighting its critical importance for survival. Unfortunately, no one was selling water at the moment. Compared to food, fresh water seemed even harder to find. The chatroom was filled with people desperately seeking water in exchange for various goods, but there were few responses. "Water, oh water, my lifeline, where can I find you?" Nan Feng was at a loss. Suddenly, he remembered someone mentioning a stream near their wooden hut. That's right, it was Huang Yuanming. With this in mind, Nan Feng immediately opened his friend panel and sent a message to Huang Yuanming, "Hey brother, do you have a stream near your place?" He quickly received a reply, "Yes, but I'm struggling to find a container to hold the water. These days, fresh water is more precious than gold." No wonder Huang Yuanming hadn't been seen in the trading zone. He lacked a container for the water. Huang Yuanming then sent another message, "By the way, what's your main weapon? Nan Feng was puzzled. Why do you ask? Huang Yuanming explained. I just thought, why not carve a cup out of wood? But my bug-infested stick is useless for that. I should have chosen a better tool back then. Feeling regretful, Huang Yuanming added, if only I had a proper tool. Seeing this message, Nan Feng's eyes lit up. Buddy, I happen to have a dagger that's perfect for making a wooden cup. What are we waiting for? Let's get to it. Huang Yuanming was so excited he could hardly contain himself. True friends share both good times and bad, always there to help in times of need. Nan Feng was thrilled and thought to himself that once the trading system was up, he must stock up on water. By then, fresh water would undoubtedly become a highly sought-after commodity. Huang Yuanming said excitedly, Brother, we're family now. No need for formalities. Tonight, we'll split the money we make from selling the fresh water 50-50. 50-50? Nan Feng was taken aback. He had only expected to get a small commission. After all, Huang Yuanming could easily find someone else to make the containers, while Nan Feng had a hard time finding another water source. Sensing Nan Feng's hesitation, Huang Yuanming quickly explained, my little stream winds down the mountain, and there might be other players who know about it. We need to sell as much as we can before they do, while the price is still high. Quick profits, my friend. That's the way to get rich. Huang Yuanming's words enlightened Nan Feng. All right, no more talking. I'll get to work right away. Nan Feng, full of determination, immediately took out some wood and prepared to get busy. Swish, swish, swish. With a few swift movements, he cut the wood into 5 pieces and carved a hole in one of them. Thanks to his high attack power, the process went smoother than expected. In no time, the first wooden cup was finished. It could hold about 200 milliliters of water and looked pretty decent. Nan Feng nodded in satisfaction and sent the cup to Huang Yuanming as a test. All set, my friend. You keep making the cups, and I'll start selling the water. Huang Yuanming, overjoyed, immediately began advertising in the public chat. Fresh water on special, 200 milliliters per portion, trade for any 4 food items or 20 materials. Limited time offer. Damn, finally someone's selling water. But the price is a bit steep. Could you give us a discount, brother? We just got here. Where are we supposed to get so many supplies? Save me a portion. I'll trade with you right away. Despite the high price, many people flocked to trade. Soon, the first portion of water was sold, and Huang Yuanming quickly shared the profits with Nan Feng. 4 pieces of rabbit meat. As agreed, you get half. Huang Yuanming was honest, not cutting any corners. Nan Feng praised him and made another wooden cup for him. And so, one made cups while the other sold water, and business was booming. They sold over 20 portions. Nan Feng used only a fifth of the wood and traded for valuable game and materials. This trade was indeed highly profitable. While working, Nan Feng also feasted on roasted rabbit meat, devouring it heartily. So far, Huang Yuanming seemed trustworthy, a rare and good friend. Of course, Nan Feng remained cautious, giving him only 1 cup at a time, just in case. Nan Feng kept making wooden cups, and Huang Yuanming kept selling the fresh water. Everything went smoothly until the buyers started dwindling after selling over 20 portions. Huang Yuanming messaged, Brother, the price is too high. People can't afford it anymore. The market for fresh water is only going to get worse. Let's lower the price and sell off what we have quickly. Nan Feng agreed. Good idea. Let's do it. But if we drop the price suddenly, we might offend the wealthy buyers. Huang Yuanming suggested. How about you play the bad guy? We still split the profits 50-50. What do you think? Making money is always good. I'm in, Nan Feng replied cheerfully. Huang Yuanming soon brought a cup of stream water. Using his skill, Nan Feng inspected it and saw the description. Not very clean stream water. As they say, a little dirt won't hurt. It's not spring water, but it can fill your stomach. Be careful of an upset stomach when drinking. Gulp. Nan Feng swallowed hard. He was parched, especially after eating some grilled meat, making his mouth feel dry. Just as he was about to buy a cup of water, a thunderous roar of a beast echoed from outside, shaking the ground like a clap of thunder. What on earth was happening? Nan Feng cautiously cracked open the door and saw a horde of fierce beasts charging through the forest, heading straight towards him. Ding ding ding. His friend channel started buzzing frantically. Huang Yuanming's panicked voice came through. Bro, quick, make me a few more cups. The beasts outside have gone berserk. It's terrifying. I need to hide back in the cabin. Huang Yuanming was nearly incoherent with fear. Nan Feng understood immediately and handed him 8 cups he had just made. Huang Yuanming quickly returned them, each filled with murky stream water. Oh my god, if I hadn't run fast enough, I'd be a goner. Huang Yuanming said, still shaken. What on earth is going on? Have the beasts gone mad? Anyway, I'm not going anywhere for now. Can you handle the rest of the water? Set any price you want. I just need half of the profits. I trust you won't cheat me. I need to get back and start cooking. Got it. Leave it to me, Nan Feng assured him. watching Huang Yuanming leave. He then observed the situation outside. Fortunately, the beasts did not attack the cabin, which brought him some relief. It seemed the nights in this primitive world were far from peaceful. Nan Feng pondered as he looked at the cups of water in his hand. Aside from the initial cup Huang Yuanming gave him, he now had 9 cups of stream water. After some hesitation, Nan Feng drank 1 cup. Huang Yuanming had sold 21 portions earlier, which translated to 20 portions of wild game and 110 portions of various materials, a windfall for the night. 1 cup of water was something he could afford. His main concern was that the water might be contaminated and cause diarrhea. With beasts rampaging outside, having an upset stomach would be disastrous. Fortunately, the stream water was unexpectedly clean and caused no discomfort. Feeling refreshed and fully awake, Nan Feng opened the chat channel, planning to sell off his stock as soon as possible. By morning, other players might discover the water source, and fresh water would likely depreciate. The channel was abuzz with chatter. I was hoping to chop down a couple of trees for a cup of water, but I almost lost my life. Those beasts outside are insane. It's terrifying. Is there a kind sister out there who can spare some food? I'm starving and feeling faint. Seizing the opportunity, Nan Feng announced loudly, fresh water on sale, only 8 portions left. Highest bidder wins, speak up now. Though it was an auction, he had a good sense of the value and wouldn't price out potential buyers. Nan Feng knew the worth of these 8 portions extended far beyond their immediate use. By building a reputation, his water business would thrive. In this world of survival of the fittest, connections were the most valuable asset. Nan Feng was determined to make sure every survivor in the area remembered his generosity. That way, he'd never lack loyal followers willing to work for him. Nan Feng shouted on the public chat, selling fresh water, only 8 portions left, highest bidder wins. Place your bids now. As soon as he finished speaking, the chat exploded with activity. Whoa, another big shot selling water, someone exclaimed. Boss Nan Feng, how about 4 pieces of wood for a cup? Another offered. I'll give 5 stones for one. Is 6 pieces of wood enough? I'll throw in 2 more. Nan Feng didn't rush to respond. He waited patiently for the best offer. After about 5 minutes, he noted down the highest bids and added those users as friends. Among them was a girl named Yuran, who had left a slight impression on him. Once Yuran accepted his friend request, Nan Feng eagerly initiated the trade, putting up a cup of murky stream water. According to the previous bids, this girl was willing to trade 8 pieces of wood and 6 stones for it. However, instead of confirming the trade, Yuran sent a private message. Can I trade a medicinal herb for this cup of water? A medicinal herb? Nan Feng was puzzled. What does it do? Yuran didn't say much but shared the herb's details. It was called Power Herb, and consuming it would increase the user's strength by 2 points. Note, each person could only consume a maximum of 2 herbs. More wouldn't be beneficial. Seeing that it could boost his strength by 2 points, Nan Feng was instantly intrigued. This herb's usefulness far surpassed that of wood or stones, which were abundant. Rare herbs like this were hard to come by. Curiosity piqued, Nan Feng asked, are you sure you want to trade this herb for water? It's worth at least 10 times more than those materials. Wood and stones are more useful to me right now, Yuran explained. Once I gather enough, I can upgrade my primary weapon to F rank, which will boost its attributes by 5 points. I need this more. Nan Feng finally understood. Indeed, wood and stones were essential for upgrading equipment and boosting strength. Anyone with these materials had an advantage. Nan Feng had accumulated quite a bit and was well stocked. But the power herb's benefits were undeniable. So, are you choosing the herb or the materials? Yuran asked again. Nan Feng replied decisively, I'll take the herb. He completed the trade without hesitation, exchanging the items. Holding the herb that looked like a common weed, Nan Feng took a deep breath and swallowed it in one gulp. Ding! The system notified, successfully consumed power herb, strength 2. The name might be unassuming, but the effect was genuine. Nan Feng smacked his lips, satisfied with the extra 2 points of strength. Next, he tallied all the resources he acquired from trading the 9 cups of fresh water, dividing them evenly with Huang Yuanming. The cup he drank and the one sold to Yuran were both counted at the price of 20 portions of materials. Nan Feng was fair and wouldn't shortchange Huang Yuanming. Their collaboration had been smooth, so there was no need to create tension. After handling everything, Nan Feng finally took a breather and counted the knight's haul. His backpack was packed to the brim, a sight to behold. There was 8 rabbit meat, 21 mouse meat, 12 mouse claws, 13 bird meat, 3 snake meat, 77 pieces of wood, 85 stones, and 1 snake fang. Just the wood and stones alone were enough to upgrade the armory by 1 level. Or perhaps he should wait until he accumulated 100 pieces of wood to upgrade his cabin. That required a hefty 100 wood and 60 stones. After some consideration, Nan Feng decided to upgrade his primary weapon first. The cost was minimal, just 10 wood and 20 stones, easily manageable. With this upgrade, my beast hunting skills will improve significantly. Getting food will no longer be a problem, and I'll gather more materials as a result. My chances of survival will increase, won't they? Thinking this, Nan Feng made up his mind to upgrade the armory. His primary weapon, the ramshackle armory, was currently rated as an F-grade top-tier item. It offered 5 backpack slots. The upgrade required 50 pieces of wood, 100 stones, and 10 iron pieces. Unlocking new equipment like the Desert Eagle and a wooden dagger was also part of the deal. Besides the additional backpack space, there wasn't anything particularly noteworthy. The next level required iron? Where on earth was he supposed to find that? Nan Feng shook his head, not wanting to think about it too much. He eagerly checked the weapon stats. Desert Eagle, grade top tier. Strength 12. Stamina 8. Consumes 4 mana points to deal 100 attack damage. Wooden dagger, grade top tier. Strength 14. Agility 3. Vitality 3. Deals 90110 attack damage. Slightly increases bleeding effect. Seeing these impressive bonuses, Nan Feng couldn't help but smile. Just equipping the Desert Eagle boosted his strength and stamina by 20 points, almost as much as he gained from leveling up. Adding the dagger's attributes made the improvement even more satisfying. Once fully equipped, Nan Feng's stats were as follows. Name, Nan Feng. Level, 247,400 XP. Health, 130,130. Stamina, 10.
Mana, 190.190.
Energy, 10. Attack, 140. Strength, 28. Agility, 17. Defense, 48. Vitality, 13. Energy, 19. Primary weapon, ramshackle armory. Skills, none. Equipment, Desert Eagle, tattered shirt, tattered jeans, worn sneakers, novice tactical watch. Backpack, 830. Nan Feng now exuded an aura of cool confidence. With 28 points in strength and 140 in attack, he was no longer afraid of facing level 2 beasts. Tomorrow, he planned to venture further and kill as many monsters as possible to level up. He needed to upgrade his small cabin to a grade as soon as possible. The only question was whether he had enough materials. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He eyed the tasteless wild game in his backpack. Weren't these perfect for trading materials? He almost forgot. At the very least, he could exchange them for a few wooden cups and keep making a profit. A sly smile crept across Nan Feng's face, his eyes gleaming with shrewdness and calculation. In this harsh world where life was a gamble, staying one step ahead was the only way to reach the top of the food chain. Nan Feng was determined to become the king of this primal jungle. Anyone who dared to stand in his way would be shown no mercy. Nan Feng's backpack was stocked with a large amount of food, especially ironclaw rat meat and cuckoo bird meat. With the delicious red-eye rabbit meat on hand, he wouldn't be considering these bland wild meats for now. Trading them for resources seemed like a wise move. After a brief calculation, Nan Feng listed all these foods on the trading channel. 21 portions of rat meat and 13 portions of bird meat, each priced at just 8 units of materials, which wasn't too high. It's worth noting that a considerable portion of these materials were accumulated by selling creek water. Given that everyone was short on supplies, Nan Feng didn't want to price gouge. In the chat area, someone quickly noticed Nan Feng's newly listed items. On the very first day of trading, when supplies were already scarce, he posted 34 portions all at once, practically flooding the channel. Damn, where did Nan Feng get so much food? Some of us are starving while others are feasting. Can't he spare us just a bit? It's wartime, and he's making us trade materials for food. Isn't that war profiteering? That's disgusting. Boss, can you cut us some slack? Where are we supposed to get these materials? Despite the various comments in the channel, Nan Feng remained unmoved. Lowering the price further was out of the question. Compared to fighting wild beasts, chopping trees and mining were far safer options. As for giving away food for free, that was out of the question too. In this dangerous wilderness, being overly generous could get you killed faster. At that moment, Lu Daqiang stepped in to mediate. Come on, just 8 units of materials for a meal is already a good deal. If you think it's not worth it, why don't you go hunting yourselves? Huang Yuanming chimed in, exactly, I think Brother Nan Feng is practically doing charity here. Otherwise, how could the food be this cheap? Tian Jiping grumbled. But who among us has that many materials? Isn't this just meant to annoy us? Bao Jian immediately retorted. None of your business. If you can't afford it, stop whining. Wu Yuanqing also agreed. For those who aren't good at fighting, this is at least a source of food. Only 8 units of materials, it's really not expensive. Nan Feng smiled knowingly. To others, he must seem like a big shot, able to produce so much food on the first day. Befriending them wouldn't hurt at all. Of course, Huang Yuanming knew the truth, but he didn't expose it. After all, they had just had a pleasant cooperation, and there was no need to ruin it. Under the verbal sparring of a few friends, the tone in the channel gradually shifted. Makes sense. It's better than fighting wild beasts. Exactly. I've never even killed a chicken. How am I supposed to hunt fierce beasts? Better stick to gathering stones and chopping wood. That's it then. Tomorrow morning, he'll go chop wood and try to trade for a portion of food before lunch. Damn, only 34 portions, not nearly enough. I better get to bed early so I can work first thing tomorrow. In an instant, the chat area quieted down significantly. Nan Feng closed the interface and stared thoughtfully at the campfire before him. This bundle of wood should last through the night. Confident that he wouldn't freeze, he stretched and lay down on the hard ground, falling into a deep sleep. At dawn the next day, Nan Feng woke up groggily. Sleeping without a bed was quite uncomfortable. After stretching his limbs and tidying up a bit, he cautiously pushed open the wooden door. The rising sun cast a golden veil over the forest, enveloping it in a serene calm, interrupted only by occasional chirps of insects and birds. The ferocious beasts that had rampaged through the night seemed to have vanished without a trace. It appeared safe now. Nan Feng surveyed his surroundings but found no signs of wild animals. However, a faint scent of blood made him frown. Following the smell, he saw that the remains of Huang Peng from the previous day had been reduced to a dark red stain, with no other traces left. Cleaned up so thoroughly? Impressive. Nan Feng couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement before shaking his head and gazing into the distance. Today's goal was to reach at least level 3, secure the cabin, and if he could find an iron ore, that would be even better. Oh, and he needed to find a water source nearby. Relying on materials to trade for water was simply too extravagant. Being in a primeval forest teeming with beasts, there must be a water source nearby. With this in mind, Nan Feng decided to search for water first, hunt some monsters along the way, and gather stones. After walking for about 5 minutes, Nan Feng spotted his first prey, a jungle pheasant. He quickly used his skill to scan the bird's attributes. Jungle pheasant level, 1 health, 120 mana, 15 attack, 35 defense, 20. Nan Feng raised his gun and fired a shot. Bang! The bird fell instantly, its pitiful cry cut short. 132 damage points, instant kill. Using a dragon-slaying knife to kill a chicken, Nan Feng thought, feeling quite pleased with himself. The system prompt chimed in. Ding! Killed a level 1 ferocious beast, jungle pheasant. Gained 5 experience points. Ding! Obtained jungle pheasant meat 1. Chicken meat? Should taste good. Might as well try it for lunch. Satisfied, Nan Feng pocketed his spoils. Many players hadn't even defeated their first monster, but he could already effortlessly kill a level 1 beast. This was far more efficient than chopping trees. As he continued on, Nan Feng was soon drawn to a buzzing sound. Not far away, a fist-sized bee was busy collecting nectar from a wildflower. Sharp arrow bee level, 2 health, 380 mana, 60 attack, 95 defense, 25 skill, sharp arrow shot. A level 2. Nan Feng thought, feeling lucky. Before the bee could detect him, he steadily raised his desert eagle, aimed precisely, and pulled the trigger. Boom! The bullet whizzed out, hitting the bee's abdomen. 115. With a stationary target, Nan Feng's accuracy was decent enough to land a hit. At this rate, 4 shots would be enough to take it down. Unexpectedly, the wounded bee went berserk, making it hard for Nan Feng to lock onto it again. With a swift motion, its stinger shot out, piercing Nan Feng's abdomen deeply. 47. This was the sharp arrow bee's skill, sharp arrow shot, and its lethality was not to be underestimated. Fortunately, Nan Feng reacted swiftly, enduring the pain and firing multiple shots. But the bee, driven by instinct, flew erratically, and the bullets missed by a hair's breadth. Just when Nan Feng was at his wit's end, the bee suddenly changed direction, charging straight at his face. Instinctively, Nan Feng raised his hand to block and simultaneously pulled the trigger. Bang! A critical hit, 446. The bullet pierced the bee's vital spot, creating a burst of blood mist in midair. The massive body plummeted, landing at Nan Feng's feet, twitching uncontrollably. Ding! Killed a level 2 ferocious beast, sharp arrow bee, gained 20 experience points. Ding! Obtained sharp arrow bee honey 1, sharp arrow bee stinger 1. Damn, did it just die like that? Nan Feng was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected a level 2 monster to be so fragile. He quickly checked the item descriptions. Sharp arrow honey, honey with healing properties. Restores 100 health points when used. Sharp arrow sting, a sharp sting containing trace amounts of toxin, can be used to craft weapons. This was an unexpected bonus. The honey could be used as medicine and the sting to make weapons. This trip was worth it. Nan Feng was thrilled, and even the pain in his abdomen seemed insignificant. He hoped to encounter more such easy targets. Leveling up would be a breeze. Defeating this level 2 beast earned Nan Feng 20 experience points. Adding the 5 points from earlier, he now had 72 experience points. just 28 points short of reaching level 3. From the skills panel, he saw that the sharp arrow bee had an attack power of 95 points. If it got too close, he would be in trouble. Fortunately, he had his desert eagle, which kept him safe. This thought gave Nan Feng a newfound confidence in his marksmanship. He walked through the dense forest with his head held high, feeling no fear. Whenever he encountered a beast, he would first shoot it in the head to stun it, then finish it off. This smooth routine allowed him to hunt over 10 level 1 monsters and 2 level 2 monsters by noon. Ding! Experience points full. You have leveled up to level 3. Please allocate your free attribute points in the personal panel. The pleasant notification sound brought a smile to Nan Feng's face. He eagerly opened the panel and dumped all 25 free attribute points into strength. Name, Nan Feng. Level, 30800. Health, 170,170. Stamina, 15. Mana, 250,250. Energy, 15. Attack, 245. Strength, 53. Agility, 22. Defense, 63. Stamina, 18. Energy, 24. Skills, none. Soul weapon, tattered armory. Equipment, desert eagle, worn shirt, worn jeans, worn sneakers, novice tactical watch. Backpack, 2,730. In just one morning, Nan Feng's combat power had skyrocketed. With 53 points in strength and 245 points in attack, he could easily crush level 2 monsters. Equipped like this, he felt like a small-time tycoon. He chuckled to himself, filled with ambition. Next, he planned to find a water source and see if there were any iron mines nearby. If he could upgrade his armory, he might even unlock a couple of new pieces of equipment. With enough effort, Nan Feng believed he could carve out a place for himself in this wild land. Struck by the stinger of a razor bee, Nan Feng immediately lost 47 health points. He grunted in pain and quickly took cover behind a large tree. With only 130 health points, 3 hits would be the end of him. The buzz of wings grew louder as the queen bee prepared to circle the trunk and continue its assault. But Nan Feng wasn't a pushover. He began to move around the tree, occasionally peeking out to fire a shot. The bee, not the brightest creature, was easily tricked and soon turned into a pincushion. Ding! You have slain a level 2 razor bee and gained 20 experience points. That was close. As the queen bee fell, Nan Feng let out a sigh of relief. With its terrifying 95 attack power, it had nearly ended his life. Maybe it wasn't that strong. Perhaps I just have too little health, Nan Feng mused. As a chosen one, his innate stats were quite poor. Even at level 2, he only had 130 health points, which was lower than most people at level 1. Should I allocate my 5 free attribute points to stamina? Each point increases health by 10. Nan Feng was torn between boosting his health and not wanting to give up his strength bonus. Just as he was caught in this dilemma, he heard another buzz from afar. Oh no, more razor bees. Holding his breath, Nan Feng stealthily approached the source of the sound. About 20 meters away, a gigantic beehive was perched on a towering tree. Countless razor bees buzzed around the nest, creating a terrifying sight. You've got to be kidding me. Nan Feng gulped, realizing the swarm hadn't noticed him yet, and quickly bolted away. This hive is way too close. Just an arrow's shot away from my cabin. Nan Feng's heart raced with fear that one day he might wake up to find his front door surrounded by bees. With his current strength, dealing with a single razor bee was barely manageable, but facing hundreds would be impossible. So much experience right in front of me, but I can't take them on. Nan Feng sighed and cautiously headed in another direction to explore. He swore he'd come back for the hive one day. Charging ahead and humming a tune, he encountered a few level 1 mobs and a couple of tricky level 2 ones along the way. However, with his desert eagle, they all fell easily. This weapon significantly boosted his leveling efficiency. Ding! As a player in this region has reached level 3, the leaderboard system is now activated. Level 3 already? Nan Feng was surprised and quickly checked the leaderboard. Leaderboard, first place. Xiao Luo, level 3 second place. Wu Yuanxing, level 2 third place. Su Zuran, level 2 fourth place. Shen Pan, level 2 fifth place. Yuran, level 2 23rd place. Nan Feng, level 2. Nan Feng thought he was leveling up quickly, but his ranking was much lower than expected. Especially surprising was Xiao Luo, who had never even appeared in the chat. True experts must really keep a low profile. What also caught his attention was a girl named Yuran who had made it into the top 10, proving she was no ordinary player. In the chat channel, a bunch of newbies were lamenting. I just took a nap, and someone's already level 3? Are you kidding me? Comparing yourself to others is just frustrating. I've only killed 1 mob, and I'm still far from level 2. Can Xiao Luo take me under his wing? Oh my god, 55 players at level 2 already? You guys level up way too fast. Stop talking, I'm going out to hunt too. Brother, you'll be back in 10 minutes. Ignoring the chatter, Nan Feng quickly closed the chat panel. Right now, he had no choice but to focus on leveling up. Ding. Your listed iron claw rat meat has been sold, earning you 8 stones. Ding. Your listed cuckoo bird meat has been sold, earning you 8 pieces of wood. Just as Nan Feng was about to set off, he heard a series of system notifications. The food he had put up for sale last night had been sold, and he had received a significant amount of materials in return. He glanced at the notifications and suddenly frowned. The buyer of all this food was none other than Xiao Luo, who was ranked first on the leaderboard. How strange, he thought. Xiao Luo was already at level 3 and shouldn't be short on food. Why would he buy so much? Unable to figure it out, Nan Feng decided not to dwell on it and continued his journey to level up. Nan Feng deliberately chose to travel through low-lying valleys, as these places were more likely to have hidden water sources. From morning until now, he hadn't had a drop of water. If he couldn't find fresh water soon, he'd have to buy it from Huang Yuanming. Just then, he heard a few croaks. Where there are frogs, there's water. Excited, Nan Feng followed the sound and indeed found a stagnant pool about the size of a basketball court. The water was rainwater that had collected over time. Could it be drinkable? Nan Feng was disappointed. Drinking stagnant water is harmful. Fortunately, in this world, there was a way to judge water quality using the eye of insight. Nan Feng walked to the edge of the pool and eagerly activated the skill. Polluted water pool. Rainwater accumulated over time, mixed with various animal excretions. Consume with caution. It seemed the eye of insight confirmed his suspicions. The water was undrinkable, and his excitement was for nothing. However, his approach to finding water wasn't wrong. If there was a first time, there would surely be a second. Just as Nan Feng was about to leave, he heard more croaking from the pool. Looking closely, he saw a toad with eyes bigger than ping-pong balls staring straight at him, causing him to shiver. Eye of insight. Nan Feng quickly scanned the frog's attributes. Poison marsh toad. Level 2 elite. Health 500,500. Mana 160,160. Attack 135. Defense 80. Skills: Poison Dart, Toxic Mist. Seeing the terrifying attributes of the toad, Nan Feng's face changed dramatically. This was clearly a ferocious elite monster, far more dangerous than ordinary wild beasts. Its attack and defense stats were off the charts, and its 2 skills were full of unknown threats. Confronted with this menacing creature, Nan Feng didn't dare act rashly. In this perilous, primal jungle, any moment of carelessness could lead to irreversible tragedy. He gripped his desert eagle tightly, ready to respond to any deadly attack from the level 2 elite monster. In this life-and-death situation, he couldn't afford to sit idly by. The attributes of this poison swamp toad are terrifyingly high. It has a whopping 500 health points and an additional 135 attack points, more than enough to kill Nan Feng in an instant. Although he hasn't encountered a level 3 monster yet, this level 2 elite monster's power is likely not inferior to that of an ordinary level 3 monster. Nan Feng cautiously retreated, his eyes fixed on the toad, fearing it might suddenly attack. With only 140 health points, he couldn't withstand a single hit from it. After taking a few steps back, he leaned against a large tree. This towering tree, about 5 or 6 meters tall and too thick for one person to encircle, stood by the pond. An idea struck Nan Feng. If he could climb the tree and attack from above, he might be able to take down this elite monster. Maybe it would even drop some equipment. Thinking this, Nan Feng quickly checked his attributes. After countless hunts, he had only 90 mana points left. Each shot from his Desert Eagle consumed 4 points, which meant he had enough ammo for 22 shots, plenty to kill this level 2 elite monster. Desperate times call for desperate measures, Nan Feng thought, gritting his teeth. Taking advantage of the toad's inattention, he nimbly climbed up the tree. As a true country boy, Nan Feng was adept at climbing and quickly reached a branch. He peeked towards the pond. The poisoned swamp toad was still motionless, occasionally letting out a few low croaks. Nan Feng raised his Desert Eagle, carefully aimed, and pulled the trigger. Boom! 60. The first shot hit the target, causing 60 points of damage. Damn, I missed the head. Nan Feng was frustrated. He had aimed for a headshot, but nervousness made his hand shake, and the bullet only hit the toad's body. However, the significant damage from this shot greatly encouraged him. At this rate, 9 bullets would be enough to finish the fight, and he had more than enough mana. Taking a deep breath, Nan Feng steadied himself and aimed again. But the shot had angered the toad. It let out a pained cry and submerged itself, causing ripples on the water's surface. Soon, the water calmed, and Nan Feng couldn't see any trace of the target. Damn, it can hide? He thought, realizing he was in a tough spot. He was exposed, while the toad was hidden. Stay calm, don't move unless the enemy does, he reminded himself, staying vigilant for any unusual movement in the pond. Before long, he noticed a small bubble rising to the surface. Gotcha! It's coming up for air.
Bang!
Nan Feng fired at the bubble. 60. A streak of red floated up from the water. A direct hit. The toad, enraged by another hit, leapt out of the pond with a furious croak. In its simple mind, it figured that if it was getting hit underwater, it might as well face its attacker head-on. Seeing his target emerge, Nan Feng was overjoyed and quickly fired 3 shots in succession. 60. Miss. Critical hit 90. 2 out of 3 shots hit, and 1 was a critical hit. Calculating quickly, Nan Feng realized the toad had only 230 health points left. Victory was within reach. Suddenly, the toad sprang up, reaching a height of 2 meters. Its body was covered in numerous warts, making Nan Feng feel nauseous. The toad opened its mouth and spat out a stream of dark green slimino. It was a poisonous dart. Nan Feng, prepared for this, grabbed a nearby branch and swung out of the way, narrowly avoiding the poisonous attack. Unfortunately, he was still a step too slow. The poison needle pierced his calf. Poisoned, losing 5 health points every 3 seconds, the venom seeped into his bloodstream, and Nan Feng's calf visibly began to fester and turn black. Even worse, he was still in a poisoned state, losing health every few seconds. Desperate, Nan Feng clutched his leg, trying to slow the spread of the toxin. He saw the toad gathering strength for a second attack. In a panic, Nan Feng scrambled up a tree. He didn't stop until he reached the top, gasping for breath. Through the gaps in the leaves, he saw the poisonous toad leaping around below, unable to reach his height. For now, he was safe. Nan Feng didn't rest. He quickly tore off a piece of his tattered shirt and tightly bound the wound. As expected, the rate of his health loss slowed significantly, now dropping by 3 points every 10 seconds. But the dire reality was that Nan Feng only had 35 health points left. If he didn't find an antidote, he would be dead in 2 minutes. Faced with this grim fact, Nan Feng surprisingly calmed down. His mind raced, and he made a quick decision who would take down the toad first. If he was going to die, he would take the toad with him. Gripping his desert eagle, Nan Feng fired wildly from his vantage point. The large toad, several meters away, was an easy target. Critical hit, 90. 60. Miss. Miss. 60. 60. In just 10 seconds, Nan Feng fired 6 shots, hitting 4 times. With a final croak, the poisonous toad collapsed beside the swamp. Ding. You have killed a level 2 elite beast, poison swamp toad, gaining 40 experience points. Hearing the system notification, Nan Feng felt a wave of relief. He had finally dealt with it. At that moment, a gray light emerged from the toad's corpse, forming a treasure chest on the muddy ground. A loot drop. Nan Feng was overjoyed, but his eyes kept darting to his health bar. Only 29 points left, barely enough for 100 seconds. He desperately hoped the chest contained an antidote. Time was life, and Nan Feng couldn't afford to waste any. He leaped down from the tree. Every second now was critical. Reaching that mysterious chest was his only chance for survival. Nan Feng didn't hesitate. Dragging his poisoned body, he stumbled towards the chest. What rare treasure lay inside? Could it save Nan Feng from the brink of death? The suspense was suffocating. His life hung in the balance. Whoosh! Nan Feng hurriedly jumped down from the tree and landed steadily on the ground. A mottled gray treasure chest stood quietly before him. What secret treasures could be inside? Unable to contain his curiosity, Nan Feng quickly lifted the lid. Ding! You have opened an F-grade gray treasure chest and obtained a blueprint for a high-quality water purification device. What the heck? A water purification device? Nan Feng was dumbfounded. A few minutes ago, he might have been overjoyed, but now he had less than 30 health points left and was suffering from a poison debuff. He wouldn't last more than a minute. What good is a blueprint when you're about to die? Out of the corner of his eye, Nan Feng spotted the corpse of a poisoned frog and had a sudden flash of inspiration. Maybe this toad's body could hold an antidote. Thinking of this, he eagerly reached out to search it. Ding! You have obtained a poison gland from the swamp frog. Ding! You have obtained swamp frog meat. A poison gland? Nan Feng quickly used his inside eye to check its properties. The poison gland of the swamp frog is the organ where the frog stores its venom. It is extremely toxic. Note: direct consumption might have unexpected effects. Eat it directly? Nan Feng hesitated. This thing was clearly highly toxic. Swallowing it might mean instant death. But with his health rapidly declining, his face pale, nose bleeding, and head spinning, he was running out of options. Even if he didn't eat it, he wouldn't last much longer. Resolving to take the risk, he thought, either I die quickly or I get a second chance at life. Who cares if it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it keeps me alive? Gulp. Nan Feng swallowed the poison gland in one go, the bitter taste making him wince. But the good news was that his poison state was actually cured. Ding! You have consumed the poison gland of the swamp frog. Poison resistance 5, poisoning effect removed. Holy crap, it actually worked. Nan Feng was so excited he almost jumped up. With only 11 health points left, if not for the poison gland, he would have already met his end. Leaning against the tree trunk, he let out a long sigh of relief. Thinking back to how close he had been to death, he shuddered with fear. That had been reckless. Charging at a level 2 elite monster so rashly was a near-suicidal move. This world is too dangerous. He needed to be more cautious from now on. Nan Feng reminded himself. Over the past 2 days, he had lost count of how many times he had told himself to be careful. Kukuka. The sound of a rooster crowing startled Nan Feng. He froze. With only 11 health points left, even a level 1 creature could take him down. Without a second thought, he scrambled back up the tree to survey his surroundings. He saw a jungle pheasant hopping towards the waterhole and drinking its fill. Nan Feng pulled out his desert eagle, aiming at the unsuspecting bird. However, after a moment of hesitation, he put the gun away. His remaining magic power was low, and he wasn't sure if it would last until he got back to his cabin. And his health was even more precarious. A scratch from any wild animal could be fatal. Damn it. Even though the poison is cured and the wounds have scabbed over, why can't I regenerate health automatically? Nan Feng fumed. This setup is so unreasonable. Frustrated, he opened the chat channel to see if anyone had tips for escaping his predicament. Unbelievable. It's not even noon yet, and all 30 portions of food Nan Feng posted have been snatched up. I chopped wood all morning for nothing. I already traded for some ironclaw mouse meat, and it's delicious. Huh? Right when I log in, someone's already talking about me. Nan Feng raised an eyebrow in amusement. All the food sold out? He had set up an automated trading system to handle transactions as soon as materials were available, saving him the hassle of manual confirmations. Checking his inventory, he found a substantial amount of wood and stone, 231 wood and 171 stone to be exact. This is more than enough for the cabin upgrade, he thought, but he couldn't risk going back just yet. Having resources but losing his life would be pointless. With a wry smile, he sighed and continued browsing the trade logs. Suddenly, Nan Feng noticed that Xiao Luo, the top-ranked player, had bought 12 items from him. No wonder the food was in such high demand. Why is he buying so much? And where is he getting all these materials? Nan Feng was puzzled. He decided to check other listed items to see if there was anything useful. Among the usual food and fresh water, a few special items caught his eye. Strength herb. Increases constitution by 2. Requires 5 units of fresh water. Seller. You ran her again? He mused. I just traded for a power herb from her last night, and now she's selling strength herb. She must have a lot of herbs near her spawn point. Nan Feng thought enviously. Flame fruit. Increases fire resistance by 5. Requires 40 units of any material. Who needs this useless fruit early on? Wouldn't 40 materials be better spent elsewhere? What can 5 fire resistance do? Drink lava? Nan Feng scoffed and continued scrolling. Juicy bird meat. Restores 5 HP per minute for 10 minutes. Requires 50 units of any material. Wow, this heals. Nan Feng almost laughed out loud in excitement. For him, this was a lifeline. Restoring 5 HP per minute for 10 minutes, that's a total of 50 HP. With this, and being cautious, I should be able to make it back to the cabin safely, he calculated. What are 50 materials compared to saving my life? Without hesitation, he confirmed the trade. Xiao Luo is the seller, and he just bought a bunch of food from me, including goo bird meat. Could this be the same meat I sold him? Nan Feng wondered. Why is Xiao Luo buying so much food only to sell it at a higher price? Is he speculating, or does he have another plan? Questions swirled in Nan Feng's mind, but he couldn't afford to dwell on them now. Eagerly, he devoured the bird meat, hoping it would quickly work its magic and rejuvenate him. Nan Feng knew his top priority was to return to the cabin safely. Everything else could wait. He needed to survive to uncover the mysteries of this world, to witness his rise and glory. The path ahead was long, filled with both opportunities and challenges, but Nan Feng's legend was just beginning. At this point, Nan Feng finally understood why Xiao Luo had bought so much food. He must have stumbled upon some kind of artifact that could transform ordinary ingredients into high-end, health-restoring items. Nan Feng's food only traded for 8 units of materials, while Xiao Luo's finished products fetched 50 units each. That's a net gain of 42 units. It takes a bit of ruthlessness to get rich, Nan Feng thought to himself. As he swallowed the delicious bird meat, his health bar slowly began to rise, temporarily pulling him out of danger. He breathed a sigh of relief, planning to hang out in the chat for a bit, and then head back to the wooden cabin in 10 minutes. The chat room was still bustling with activity. Many players didn't dare to go outside and preferred to chat indoors. Lingqi, is there anyone kind-hearted enough to come save me? Baojian, can we block people in this channel? That girl above is whining like a ghost. So annoying. Ma Yong, keep whining, it's entertaining, Huang Yuanming, can you guys quiet down? Freshwater has dropped to 4 units of materials per cup. Tian Jiping, you sold so much water last night. You must have made a fortune. Why not let us have a share too? Nan Feng raised an eyebrow and glanced at the trading area. Sure enough, besides Huang Yuanming, several others were selling water too. It seemed like many had found water sources, and prices were only going to drop further. But Nan Feng didn't mind. He had made a killing last night. If the price of water dropped, so be it. Didn't I just get a blueprint for a water purifier? The cheaper the water, the better for me, he thought happily. Just then, a message caught Nan Feng's attention. Wu Yuansheng. Anyone spawned on the plains? I just saw someone in the distance, not sure if it's a native or a player. Baojian. Are there even natives in this place? Isn't it supposed to be a primitive world? Qiu Feihong. Maybe there are primitive people, like the ones who go ooga booga. Su Ming. Wu Yuansheng. I'm on the plains. Wu Yuansheng. Were you just taking a leak on a big rock? Su Ming. No way. You saw that? Wu Yuansheng. Don't move, bro. I'll come over after I buy some oranges. Huang Yuanming. Buying oranges, really? Nan Feng. Are you two planning a meetup? Stay safe. Lingqi. Can you guys come save me after you meet up? I'm starving. The impending meetup between two players instantly heated up the chat room. It indicated that the players were not far from each other. In this unfamiliar world, meeting a fellow player was undoubtedly great news. However, Nan Feng had no such intentions. He had encountered other players last evening and ended up killing one. Some people are more vicious than beasts, especially in a world with no rules. After silently lurking in the chat for a while, Nan Feng glanced at his status bar. Seeing his health had risen to 61 points, he got up and prepared to move. He took off the shirt wrapped around his leg, put it back on properly, and nimbly jumped down from the tree. The mountain chickens that had been busy drinking water earlier were long gone, and Nan Feng couldn't be bothered to look for them. He quickened his pace toward the wooden cabin. Along the way, he encountered 3 level 1 monsters, which he swiftly took down with 2 shots each. By the time he returned to the cabin, he had 39 health points and 18 mana points left. If it weren't for that roasted meat, he would have died out there. He felt a wave of relief. Finally back in the safety of his cabin, Nan Feng allowed himself to relax completely. After resting for a couple of minutes, he began upgrading the wooden cabin. The required 100 wood and 60 stone were no challenge for him. Upgrade. The dilapidated wooden cabin has been upgraded to level E. Its health points are now 20,000, and its defense is 300. Special attributes include 15 health and 15 mana regeneration per minute. Upgrade materials required: 300 units of wood, 200 stones, and 20 iron blocks. The attributes skyrocketed instantly. Health surged from 5,000 to 20,000, defense increased from 100 to 300, and both health and mana regeneration rates improved significantly. Unfortunately, upgrading the cabin did not provide any personal boost for Nan Feng. However, with 20,000 health and 300 defense, it was enough to withstand numerous beast attacks. Nan Feng nodded in satisfaction. The cabin's area expanded to 20 square meters, now featuring a simple bed and a makeshift campfire stand. He had a place to sleep and a stove for roasting meat. How delightful. Oh, and didn't he have a blueprint for a water purifier? Nan Feng pulled out the design and studied it carefully. The blueprint for an excellent water purifier required the following materials: 10 units of wood, 20 pieces of gravel, 200 units of fine sand, and 5 pieces of charcoal. He had wood, and gravel could be interpreted as stones. But where would he find fine sand and charcoal? Nan Feng pondered for a moment. He glanced at last night's campfire remains and picked up a piece of charred residue. Ding! Acquired 1 piece of charcoal. Charcoal was sorted. For gravel, Nan Feng took 2 stones and struck them together, quickly producing a pile of fragments. Okay, only fine sand was left. Seeing that his health had almost fully recovered, Nan Feng stepped out of the cabin and wandered around, gathering 2 handfuls of sand. With all materials in place, he was ready to make the water purifier. Excitedly, he opened the blueprint and selected the crafting option. A flash of light later, the water purifier appeared in the cabin with a puff. The excellent water purifier could automatically clean slightly polluted water. Eager to try it out, Nan Feng immediately traded 4 units of materials for a cup of water and poured it into the purifier. Before long, a cup of crystal clear fresh water appeared in the collection tray. Nan Feng picked up the cup and scanned it with his inside eye. Clean fresh water. This is exceptionally pure fresh water. In a world filled with dangers, finding such a high-quality water source is extremely rare. Consumption restores 5 mana per minute for 10 minutes. Wow, it's basically a mana potion. Nan Feng was overjoyed. As long as the water wasn't heavily polluted, he could continuously produce high-quality fresh water and never worry about thirst again. Even better, this water had a sustained mana regeneration effect, which was a tremendous boon for a player like him engaged in long-term combat. The purified water from the filtration device can actually restore mana. This is a real treasure. Nan Feng discovered through his monitoring that in the early stages, most ranged weapons consume mana, such as bows, crossbows, slingshots, and even his desert eagle. Even throwing a javelin costs 5 mana points. This makes sense, given the high risk of melee weapons. Without some restrictions, ranged weapons would be too overpowered. Nan Feng muttered to himself, but then again, this isn't a game. So why worry about balance? He shook his head and decided to produce more purified water to sell. As for the price, he would set it the same as Xiao Luo's health-restoring food. 50 units of materials for one portion. One for health, one for mana. Very reasonable. Of course, Nan Feng's customer base would be smaller. For now, only players whose primary weapons are ranged would buy his mana-stirring water. Nan Feng bought 10 cups of water in the trading area, spending 40 units of materials, and poured them all into the purifier. Earlier, 200 milliliters took 10 minutes to purify, so in an hour, it could produce 1,000 milliliters. He calculated and took out several empty wooden cups for an experiment. Soon, he found that it took at least 100 milliliters of purified water to restore mana. Any less would just be regular drinking water. So, 100 milliliters of purified water could be exchanged for 50 units of materials? Wow, the 2,000 milliliters he just bought could be sold for 1,000 materials? That's a huge profit. He excitedly patted his belly. Unfortunately, the market for mana-stirring water wasn't great. It was almost lunchtime, and after wandering outside all morning, Nan Feng's stomach was growling. He decided to eat something first and hunt monsters to level up in the afternoon. He lit a fire and started roasting some rabbit meat. The aroma was mouth-watering, but the smoke made his eyes water. Fortunately, the upgraded little wooden cabin now had a window to let the smoke out. The purifier was still working diligently. Nan Feng took a couple of sips of the purified water and found it much better than before. Plus, it could restore mana. Just then, his tactical watch beeped. It was Lu Daqiang messaging him. Daqiang, boss Nan Feng. I chopped another 30 units of wood this morning. Do you want to buy them? Nan Feng, sure. As we agreed yesterday, I'll buy your materials at a slightly higher price than the market rate. Nan Feng, how about 5 units of food for your 30 units of wood? Deal? Daqiang, deal, deal, deal. Boss, you're so generous. Normally, 30 units of wood wouldn't even fetch 4 units of food, so Nan Feng was being quite generous. But wood was in high demand in the early stages, and the more, the better. Upgrading his little cabin to the next level would require 300 units of wood. Nan Feng took out 2 units of rat meat and 3 units of snake meat and traded with Lu Daqiang. As for the rabbit and chicken meat, he planned to keep those for himself. Daqiang, thanks boss. Hope you make a fortune. Nan Feng, no problem. Happy to do business with you. This kid is impressive, gathering 30 units of wood in one morning. He might become a material tycoon someday. Better maintain a good relationship with him, Nan Feng thought to himself. The aroma of the food grew stronger, making Nan Feng's mouth water. He started gobbling down the chewy rabbit meat. Tonight, he would try the mountain chicken. Eating and sipping several big gulps of mana-stirring water, he was in high spirits. Using 50 units of materials worth of water as a beverage, this is the simple joy of being wealthy. After lunch, Nan Feng took a short nap. Once the purifier had processed all the dirty water, he got up and prepared to head out. He first put up 10 bottles of mana recovery potions in the trading area, and then started promoting them in the chat channel. Nan Feng, don't miss out on these freshly made mana recovery potions, essential for leveling up and defeating monsters. Limited stock, only 10 bottles available. Once they're gone, they're gone. 50 materials for one bottle, you won't regret it, and you'll get to enjoy the benefits of these potions. Baojian, damn it, who can even afford these? I don't have that many materials even if I sell everything I own. Wu Yuansheng, these potions are really good. Can you make them a bit cheaper? Lu Daqiang, Wu Yuansheng, how did your meetup with that guy go? Qiu Feihong, what's the use of these mana recovery potions? I've never even needed them. You ran? To the person above, you just don't understand the struggles of us ranged players. Ma Yong, what's so special about ranged? We melee fighters have it worse. Do you know how terrifying it is when monsters get close? The chat continued to buzz with conversation, but few were interested in buying the mana recovery potions. This was expected. Magic could be slowly restored indoors, but once materials were used up, they were gone for good. Nan Feng pondered for a moment, realizing the price might indeed be too high. Oh well, it's great if they sell, but if not, I'll just use them myself, he thought nonchalantly. After all, Desert Eagle consumed a lot of mana too. After packing up, Nan Feng extinguished the campfire and stepped out of the wooden door. With his cabin fully upgraded and a reliable water source secured, his goals for today were clear. Reach level 3 and find some iron ore. Upgrading the cabin required iron blocks, and he wondered if there were any nearby. Finding iron first could lead to a fortune, but he chuckled at himself, knowing leveling up was the priority. Earlier in the morning, he had discovered a nest of arrow bees to the south of his cabin. Now, Nan Feng had his sights set on these creatures. Taking down such a large nest might just be enough to reach level 4. Though risky, it was worth a shot, he decided. Learning from past mistakes, this time he planned to be thorough. Acting recklessly would likely lead to failure. He needed to scout the area, understand the terrain, and develop a detailed battle strategy to ensure a triumphant return. Visions of grand plans and strategies filled Nan Feng's mind, and he was eager to get started. With careful planning and methodical execution, even the toughest tasks could be accomplished with ease. He was determined to win this fight. A regular arrow B has an attack power of 95, dealing 47 damage per hit, not counting critical hits. Nan Feng only has 130 health left, which means he can only take 3 hits before he's done for. Damn, why is my health so low? This is pathetic, he thought to himself, feeling frustrated. Along the way, Nan Feng racked his brain for a strategy. He has an attack power of 140, and each shot can take 115 health from an arrow B. But with the B's 380 health, it would take 4 shots to bring one down. Why does a lousy bee have more health than me? This is ridiculous. Nan Feng fumed. From the looks of it, taking on a single bee Hedon was nearly impossible for Nan Feng. Fortunately, no matter how strong the arrow bee is, it's still just a level 2 monster with much lower intelligence than a human. As long as the bees don't spot him, he should be fine. An idea struck Nan Feng. He remembered the smoke from the barbecue earlier that had stung his eyes. Of course, I can use a smoke bomb to cover the entire hive, then I can ambush them from outside. The hive was close to his cabin, so if things went south, he could always retreat to safety. Without wasting time, Nan Feng cautiously approached the hive, gauging the wind direction, and started a bonfire upwind. As the fire grew, thick smoke drifted towards the hive. To be extra cautious, Nan Feng kept a considerable distance from the hive. As the smoke began to dissipate, he realized he needed to get closer. Under the cover of smoke, he slowly moved the fire closer. The nearby arrow bees were already buzzing uncomfortably, clearly displeased with the irritating smell. Come to think of it, why not just burn the hive outright? Nan Feng pondered this for a moment, but decided against it. Burning the hive would only destroy the nest, but the arrow bees could fly. They weren't dumb enough to die with the hive. Besides, he wasn't sure if killing them with fire would even grant him experience points. It might all be for nothing. Moving a few meters closer, Nan Feng felt he was close enough. Any nearer, and he might be spotted. He retreated behind a large tree, waiting for the breeze to carry the smoke into the hive. Before long, the entire hive was shrouded in smoke. Nan Feng could vaguely see a dozen or so arrow bees flying around in confusion, seemingly unsure of what was happening. Now's the time. He raised his desert eagle, aiming in the direction of the hive. He was about 30 meters away from the hive, and with his average marksmanship, hitting a bee the size of a fist would be challenging. Fortunately, there were at least 70 to 80 bees around the hive, so he just fired in that general direction, hoping to hit a few. Bang, bang, bang. After 3 quick shots, he ducked back behind the tree. After a few seconds without any reaction from the bees, he silently praised himself. Not bad. I'm pretty slick with this. He fired another 3 rounds, and this time he saw a red number float up from the hive, 115. Although he only hit 1 bee, he had no idea which one it was, let alone if he could hit the same one again. At this rate, even if he used up all his magic, he wouldn't be able to take down more than a few bees. It was too inefficient. After much hesitation, Nan Feng gritted his teeth and allocated his remaining 5 free attribute points to strength. Who needs health? He was all about the damage output. With the points added, Nan Feng's strength reached 33, and his attack power soared to 165. Each shot now dealt a whopping 140 damage. Though the increase seemed small, it made a world of difference in Nan Feng's current predicament. Before the upgrade, Nan Feng needed 4 shots to take down a single arrow bee. Now, it only takes 3. This is a significant improvement, making his efforts much more efficient. Why wouldn't he be pleased with that? It's like playing the lottery. With dozens of bees buzzing around in the smoke, he needs to hit the jackpot 3 times to win. Nan Feng pulled out a mana potion from his bag, gulped it down, and slowly replenished his mana, preparing for a prolonged battle. He had a 1,000 milliliters mana potion in his backpack, equivalent to 500 mana points, which translates to 125 bullets. Nan Feng began to take precise shots, aiming to hit the swarm of bees with every bullet and trying to avoid missing. To prevent any mishaps, he maintained his mana above 50 points. Luckily, these bees weren't too smart, allowing Nan Feng to exploit a glitch and farm them. Bang, bang, bang. Bullet after bullet was fired. Finally, after an uncertain number of shots, he heard the notification sound he had been waiting for. Ding. You have killed a level 2 common beast, arrow bee, and gained 20 experience points. Awesome. This trick really works. Excited, Nan Feng clenched his fist and continued pulling the trigger. Ding. You have killed a level 2 common beast, arrow bee, and gained 20 experience points. Ding. You have killed a level 2 common beast, arrow bee, and gained 20 experience points. Ding. You have killed a level 2 common beast, arrow bee, and gained 20 experience points. After taking down 11 arrow bees in one go, Nan Feng faced a new problem: was running out of mana. Wait a minute, I hit over 80 times. How come I've only killed 11 bees and I'm out of mana? Nan Feng stared at the red numbers occasionally popping up in the distance, roughly estimating his hit count. Damn it, could it be that most of the bees are just heavily injured but not dead? The thick smoke made it impossible for him to see the situation near the hive clearly. He glanced at his status panel in frustration. Level 2. Experience, 387,400. Health, 130,130. Mana, 48,190. Just one more bee, and he would level up to 3, with 48 mana points left. Should he risk 2 more shots? Initially, Nan Feng planned to save some mana for emergencies. But now, with only 13 experience points needed to level up, the temptation was too great. At this point, retreating to replenish mana would be cowardly. A real man should fight to the end, using every last drop. Gritting his teeth, Nan Feng raised his desert eagle, psyching himself up. He calculated that he needed 3 more shots, keeping the remaining mana just in case of an unexpected threat. Bang! The first shot, 140. It hit, but the bee didn't die. Without hesitation, Nan Feng fired another shot. Critical hit, 280. Another hit. The bee was still buzzing energetically. The distant swarm seemed agitated, flying erratically. Nan Feng couldn't afford to pay attention to that. Trusting his instincts, he aimed at the hive and fired once more. Critical hit, 280. Ding! You have killed a level 2 boss beast, arrow bee, and gained 80 experience points. Nan Feng was stunned. His eyes filled with shock. A boss beast? What the heck is going on? His mind went blank, completely unprepared for this unexpected turn of events. Ding! You have slain the level 2 boss beast, the arrow bee queen, and earned 80 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully leveled up to level 3. A series of system notifications exploded like thunder in Nan Feng's ears, leaving him dumbstruck. A boss-level monster was hiding in that beehive, and I managed to kill it? Nan Feng quickly gathered his thoughts and analyzed the situation. The arrow bee queen is probably one of those special monsters that can only lay eggs and has little combat ability. Usually, it's heavily guarded by a swarm of bees, making it nearly impossible for an average person to get close. Given my current level, taking down the entire hive by myself seems unrealistic. Suddenly, it dawned on Nan Feng. Of course, I exploited a glitch. By taking advantage of the bee's low intelligence and using smoke, I activated a grinding mode and managed to wear down the queen. My luck is off the charts. Did I step on some good luck charm today? Nan Feng nearly burst out laughing. But when he looked closely at the beehive, his smile froze. The arrow bees, now leaderless, swirled around the hive for a moment before scattering. A dozen of them headed straight for Nan Feng's hiding spot. Oh no, I'm in trouble. Nan Feng's face turned pale. In a blink, the arrow bees were within 10 meters, completely exposing his position. Buzz. The bees angrily flapped their wings, creating a sharp buzzing noise. Those that had flown elsewhere quickly returned, surrounding Nan Feng on all sides. Without hesitation, Nan Feng bolted. With so many arrow bees, just one poison sting from each would be enough to take him down. Once again, he found himself fleeing in panic from a horde of beasts, desperately dashing into a small wooden cabin. Phew, that was close. Back in the safety of the cabin, Nan Feng hurriedly pulled out the bee stings from his back and glanced at his health: only 62 points left. 2 more hits and he'd be done for. Luckily, the beehive was close to the cabin, and I leveled up, increasing my agility significantly, he thought with relief. Buzz. Buzz. Outside the small cabin, dozens of arrow bees circled the house, occasionally firing a few poison stings. It was eerily similar to the ironclaw rats from yesterday. Nan Feng chuckled bitterly. Too bad I'm dizzy and can't even stand straight. Otherwise, I could farm some more experience. The arrow bees' poison stings had a disorienting effect, causing Nan Feng to see double and making it hard to aim at the bees flying around. Rather than wasting mana, he decided to take a break. The upgraded cabin restored 15 health and mana points per minute, and within 10 minutes, Nan Feng was fully healed. The disorienting debuff had also worn off, so he picked up his desert eagle and boldly pushed open the wooden door. Most of the arrow bees had dispersed by now, and Nan Feng couldn't help but lament, what a waste of experience. Shaking his head, he swiftly killed the remaining dozen bees. Since reaching level 3, Nan Feng's shots dealt 182 damage, but against the arrow bees with 380 health, it still took 3 hits to kill one. The arrow bee queen I killed was a boss-level monster, so it should drop some loot, Nan Feng thought, deciding to search the corpse. Having dealt with the threat outside the cabin, he immediately ran toward the beehive. From a distance, he could see a gray treasure chest gleaming beside the large corpse of the arrow bee queen. The worker bees guarding the queen were either dead or scattered, and the few remaining bees posed no threat to Nan Feng. In a few swift moves, Nan Feng dispatched the remaining enemies and eagerly opened the treasure chest. Ding! You have obtained a worn beast hide shirt 1. Upon seeing the system notification, Nan Feng couldn't help but smile. He had just acquired new equipment. Eager to check its attributes, he inspected the tattered beast hide shirt. Grade F, low tier. Type shirt. Attribute stamina 2 crafted from reedied rabbit hide, a specialty of the primitive world. As he glanced over the scant details, Nan Feng's face turned green with disappointment. This? They call this equipment? Even a dog wouldn't wear it? He grumbled. But he reluctantly put on the hide shirt, finding it surprisingly well-fitting. 2 points of stamina. Might as well take it, he consoled himself. It's still better than this ragged shirt I'm wearing, which only adds 20 health. After gathering his spoils, Nan Feng checked the corpse of the sharp arrow bee queen and found 5 portions of honey. Ding! You have obtained honey X5. Drinking it with water can boost energy by 2 points, but only effective on first use, the item description read. Without hesitation, Nan Feng kept 1 portion for himself and tossed the rest into the trading zone. It would be great if I could trade them with you ran for some mighty grass, he thought happily. With everything in order, Nan Feng decided to continue hunting fierce beasts to level up. It was still early before nightfall, so he planned to explore the area around the small cabin and kill some monsters for experience. I've already achieved 3 of my 4 goals for today. Leveling up 3 times, upgrading the cabin, and finding a water source. The only thing left is locating an iron mine, which is proving elusive. But no rush, iron mines aren't as common as wood and stone. Others probably aren't much better off than me, Nan Feng thought nonchalantly. He spent the entire afternoon scouting the 500-meter radius around his cabin, clearing out numerous wild beasts and boosting his experience to level 3, with 352,800 points. This effort placed him 9th on the leaderboard. That wave of sharp arrow bees really gave me a lot of experience, Nan Feng thought with satisfaction. No one has reached level 4 yet, so I'm not far behind the top players. Of course, I probably can't catch up to them. They're likely more diligent than me. As dusk approached, it was time to head home. Huh? What's that? Just as he was about to turn back, Nan Feng's sharp eyes noticed a small wooden structure nestled between 2 large trees. It looks exactly like my cabin. Are there other players in this forest? He wondered, surprised. With his territory suddenly intruded upon, Nan Feng raised his gun warily and cautiously approached the wooden hut. Who could be hiding here? Friend or foe? Countless thoughts raced through his mind. In this brutal world where the strong prey on the weak, a single moment of carelessness could lead to irreversible disaster. Nan Feng knew this all too well and couldn't afford to be careless. Holding his breath, he moved stealthily like a jungle predator, silently closing in on the mysterious wooden hut. The path ahead was uncertain, filled with both opportunities and dangers. Nan Feng's legendary adventure had only just begun. What other secrets did this wild land hold? He was eager to find out. Nan Feng was currently no more than 500 meters away from his small cabin. This indicated that the actual distance between the chosen ones wasn't far. In a few more days, when everyone leveled up enough, encounters would be inevitable. To Nan Feng, the scheming and plotting among people were 100 times more dangerous than hunting fierce beasts. This cabin probably belonged to that Huang Pong, he speculated. Last night, a bald murderer named Huang Pong had tried to kill Nan Feng but ended up being taken down instead. That guy was only level 1 and dared to traverse over 500 meters in this forest without being eaten by wild beasts. Either he was incredibly lucky or had some real skills. Muttering to himself, Nan Feng cautiously approached the cabin. Peering through the gap in the door, he saw that it was empty. No one was around. This must really be Huang Peng's hideout. Nan Feng took out Huang Peng's demolition certificate from his backpack and stuck it on the cabin, but nothing happened. That's not right. Am I using this thing wrong? He scratched his head, suddenly struck by an idea. He pulled out another demolition certificate, this one belonging to Chen Ping, the unlucky chosen one killed by Huang Peng. Nan Feng slapped Chen Ping's demolition certificate onto the cabin, and immediately a system prompt sounded. Ding! Do you want to demolish this building? Without hesitation, he confirmed. The cabin instantly collapsed into a neat pile of wood and stones, exactly the materials the chosen ones urgently needed. Yes. Nan Feng cheered, quickly gathering the valuable resources. Ding! You have obtained 50 units of wood. Ding! You have obtained 30 units of stone. A total of 80 materials. Not too much, not too little, just right for an upgrade cabin. Nan Feng looked at the sky with satisfaction and set off on his way back. Today's harvest was plentiful. It was time to sort out his spoils, sell what he could, and visit the trading area to buy some gear to further enhance his strength. During his outdoor adventures, Nan Feng remained highly vigilant, always on guard against sudden beast attacks. Once back in his small cabin, he could finally relax. He quickly set up a campfire and started roasting a piece of mountain chicken meat. The meat sizzled on the fire, releasing a mouth-watering aroma. Unable to stay idle, he opened the chat channel to catch up with some online friends. In the channel, a chosen one named Shunpan was spamming messages. In a critical moment, I unleashed my potential and landed an Ultraman light punch right on the nose of the bloodthirsty wolf. Its nose is very fragile, so even though the wolf was level 5, my punch made it retreat and howl in pain. How could I miss such a great opportunity? I immediately followed with a flying kick, a deadly slide, and a chain of killer moves. Damn, a level 5 bloodthirsty wolf? Nan Feng was secretly impressed. This Shun Pan was something else, managing to take down such a strong beast? Shin Pan continued to boast. I fought the bloodthirsty wolf for 300 rounds, and just when I was about to win, it howled. It called for a whole pack of wolf buddies. I had no choice but to retreat for now. The channel fell silent for a moment before someone spoke up. Bao Jian sneered. Retreat? I think you mean you ran away with your tail between your legs. Wu Yuanxing chimed in. Yeah, I thought you really killed a level 5 beast. I was holding my breath, afraid to interrupt your ultimate moves. Yuran innocently said, being able to spar with a level 5 beast for 300 rounds. Shindasha is amazing. Tian Jiping scoffed. Ha, who believes this nonsense? All that talk about glorious fist and flying kick is clearly made up. Shinpan defended himself. Don't get caught up in the details. The point is, I really encountered a bloodthirsty wolf today, and almost took it down. So, am I awesome or what? Nan Feng took a moment to check the leaderboard and found Shunpan ranked 3rd. This guy was no slouch. He might have actually run into a level 5 beast. Whether he defeated it or got defeated is another story. Nan Feng chuckled and replied, You're impressive, boss. As soon as Nan Feng spoke up, he was bombarded with mentions. Wow, Nan Feng, you're finally here. Bro, we heard you took down a level 2 Lord Beast. Did it drop any rare items? How strong are Lord Beasts really? And what's the reputation you earned used for? Boss, can you lower the price of your magic potions a bit? How do they know I killed the Lord Beast? Nan Feng wondered for a moment before realizing, oh right, the system broadcasted it to the entire region. I was so focused on leveling up that I didn't notice the chat. I missed a prime opportunity to show off. He scratched his head in frustration. Then, Nan Feng started answering everyone's questions one by one. Huang Yuanming, I got a Dragon Slayer sword from it 999 damage per hit, super satisfying. Wu Yuanxing, Lord Beasts are really tough. I suggest you avoid them and leave them to me. As for reputation, I haven't figured out its use yet. I'll look into it. Yuran, let's chat privately. To everyone, I've just stocked up on more food, affordable and fair. I also have a rare honey, which gives 2 energy, only 1 available. First come, first served. As soon as the message went out, Nan Feng's private messages exploded. Nan Feng, are you still buying wood? I chopped a bunch this afternoon, Lu Daqiang eagerly asked. Yes, I'll take as much as you have. Nan Feng replied promptly. Huang Yuanming pleaded, buddy, save a jar of honey for me. Will you? You must have more than 1. Nan Feng laughed. You caught me. How about a discount? Huang Yuanming tried to negotiate. I'm a bit tight on funds right now. Nan Feng was firm. I'll see what others offer and give you a 2 discount. Wu Yuanxing cut to the chase. Brother, will you sell the honey for 50 materials? Deal. Nan Feng agreed happily. It was the highest offer so far. Why not accept it? Today was the 2nd day since they had crossed over. The chosen ones had accumulated a fair amount of materials, but most were saving them to upgrade their gear or cabins, or to trade for food. Few could afford to buy honey. After all, energy was essential, but not as critical as strength. Just as Nan Feng was feeling pleased with himself, he received another message from Yuran. Big brother, will you trade your honey for my power grass? This girl actually had power grass? That thing gives 2 strength, which is worth more than honey. Nan Feng was overjoyed. He quickly replied, Dear sister, even if others offer 100 materials, I still want to save it for you. Yuran playfully responded, hee hee, men and their sweet lies. Didn't Wu Yuanxing flaunt in the channel that he got your only jar of honey for just 50 materials? Nan Feng awkwardly touched his nose and chuckled. Don't sweat the small stuff. Come on, let's make the trade. Although Yuran was a girl, she was clearly quite experienced, leaving Nan Feng speechless. He secretly felt relieved, grateful that his foresight had led him to stockpile some valuable items, allowing him to build these rare friendships. With the deal settled, Nan Feng finally had a moment of peace. He plopped down next to the campfire, closing his eyes and savoring the aroma of roasting meat. After a day of adventuring, this brief respite was truly precious. Nan Feng knew that his struggle on this wild continent had just begun. The path ahead was fraught with challenges, but he was confident that he could forge his own destiny, one step at a time. Nan Feng didn't hesitate for a second. He popped the strength herb straight into his mouth and swallowed it. Thud. Successfully consumed the strength herb, strength increased by 2. Unfortunately, Nan Feng had developed a resistance to the herb, so eating more wouldn't boost his attributes. He thought to himself, if only this stuff didn't have a resistance limit, I could eat it every day and turn into a super immortal. Nan Feng indulged in a bit of unrealistic fantasy. Yo Ron, dear brother, can't you lower the price of your magic potion a bit? 50 units of materials is just too expensive. Nan Feng glanced at the trading channel and saw that out of the 10 units of clean water he put up for sale in the afternoon, only 5 had been sold. Xinpan had bought one, Wu Yuanqing had bought one, and Yoran had bought 3. Wow, this girl sure spends lavishly. In just one afternoon, she bought 3 of those expensive magic potions, equivalent to 150 units of materials. She's practically a little rich lady. Yoran, seeing that Nan Feng hadn't replied, sent a few more messages. She said, at this stage, most chosen ones don't consume much magic power. Your magic potion is hard to sell, she added. Instead of letting it gather dust, why not sell it to me for a lower price as a package deal? Nan Feng, called brother by Yoran, suggested, how about 5 magic potions for 2 of your strength herbs? Yoran seemed a bit surprised, wondering how Nan Feng knew she had strength herbs. After a moment of silence, she replied, deal. Nan Feng swiftly took down the 5 units of clean water and completed the trade with Yoran. He now had 2 strength herbs in hand. The strength herb increases a chosen one's stamina by 2 when consumed. It's important to note that each chosen one has a limit of 2 herbs. Consuming more has no effect. After the trade, Yoran curiously asked, how did you know I had strength herbs? Nan Feng chuckled. I installed surveillance in your little hut. Yoran responded, really? Want me to do a striptease for you? Nan Feng laughed. No need for that, but maybe you can perform for me in person when we meet.
Yoran muttert, groß.
Chatting with her certainly lightened Nan Feng's mood. He happily ended the conversation with Yoran and went on to reply to other chosen ones' messages. 5 minutes later, Nan Feng sold 2 units of honey, trading them for a flame fruit and 40 units of materials. The queen arrow bee had dropped a total of 5 units of honey. Nan Feng sold 4 and kept 1 for himself. The food items Nan Feng listed in the trading channel were mostly sold out as well. Nan Feng glanced at his inventory, 396 units of wood, 414 units of stone, 3 enchanted fangs, 1 unit of honey, 2 strength herbs, 1 flame fruit, and various beast meats. With a total of 810 units of wood and stone, Nan Feng could now be considered wealthy. Upgrading the small hut required 300 units of wood, 200 units of stone, and 20 units of iron. Upgrading his divine weapon required 50 units of wood, 100 units of stone, and 10 units of iron. Although the wood and stone were sufficient for now, he hadn't figured out how to obtain iron yet. He decided to think about it tomorrow. Nan Feng closed the attribute panel. The roasted meat before him was already emitting a mouth-watering aroma, with oil dripping tantalizingly. He didn't hold back and dug in. Enjoying the meat, he also drank the last unit of honey mixed with water, increasing his energy by 2 points. After finishing the roasted meat, he took out the flame fruit he had just traded for and savored it contentedly. After dinner, the fruits were refreshing and delicious. Although the flame fruit can increase fire resistance by 5, it wasn't immediately useful for Nan Feng. Nevertheless, it might come in handy later. After enjoying a perfect meal, Nan Feng chatted with friends in the chat channel and then purchased 1,000 milliliters of clear water through the trading system. He purified it using an excellent water purifier and started planning for the next day. The 3rd day was approaching, and there were 613 people left in the current area, with 387 having unfortunately perished. Today's death toll was relatively lower, indicating that everyone was being more cautious. Nan Feng took out his wooden dagger and lightly scratched the ground. In the rankings, the top 10 chosen ones required special attention, especially a girl named Yuran. Yuran's high demand for magic potions suggested she was likely planning to leave her cabin and hunt fierce beasts in more distant places, where there would be abundant herb resources. The fact that Yuran could trade so many attribute-enhancing herbs indicated that she had developed some resistance to them herself. Strength herbs increase strength, and stamina herbs increase stamina. Nan Feng wondered if there were herbs that could boost agility. He planned to ask her about it tomorrow. Aside from Yuran, the top-ranked Xiao Luo also deserved close attention. This expert could make healing food, which was a lifesaver. Establishing contact with him might lead to mutually beneficial trades. Additionally, Wu Yuan had met with some friends today, but Nan Feng wasn't too concerned about the specifics. And then there was Xinpan. Could he really fight against level 5 beasts? He seemed incredibly powerful. Nan Feng's primary task for tomorrow was to find iron blocks. Staying in one place wasn't an option. After organizing his thoughts, he set his plan for the next day. Outside, the roars of fierce beasts echoed continuously. It had started again. Nan Feng looked out the window, where shadows flitted through the dark forest, and the terrifying aura of the beasts made it hard for him to breathe. Nights in this primitive world were truly terrifying. Nan Feng closed the window and, accompanied by the howls of the beasts, fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, after having breakfast, Nan Feng set out once again. Before leaving, he listed 5 portions of the purified water on the trading system and carried 5 portions himself. Having already explored the area around the cabin yesterday, he planned to venture further today, armed with magic potions and full of confidence. First, he headed to the location of the beehive he found yesterday, wondering if the fierce beasts would respawn. Nan Feng eagerly arrived at the hunting spot from the previous day, but it was empty. Even the corpses of the arrow bees were gone. It seemed the wild creatures wouldn't respawn, which was a bit disappointing. Shaking his head, Nan Feng continued his exploration in the same direction. Along the way, he hunted and killed 5 or 6 level 1 and level 2 beasts, gradually reaching the depths of the forest. Suddenly, he felt the urge to relieve himself. With no one around, Nan Feng found a relatively safe, open spot to take care of his needs. However, he sensed that something was off about the atmosphere here. The towering trees around seemed to touch the sky, each one so thick that it would take 2 people to wrap their arms around it. The dense, lush foliage intertwined above, blocking out the sunlight and creating the sensation of being deep within an ancient forest. However, this wasn't the most alarming thing. What truly worried Nan Feng were the countless beast carcasses scattered around. Clearly, this area was the territory of a powerful beast. Nan Feng quickly made a wise decision. With a quick motion, he hitched up his pants and prepared to flee. Just as he was about to escape, hidden tree vines on the ground twisted and contracted like living creatures, trying to ensnare him. Tree spirit? Nan Feng's heart skipped a beat. He swiftly executed an agile leap, skillfully dodging several attacking vines. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Magical bullets shot out from Nan Feng's hands, firing wildly in all directions. About 40 to 50 meters away, a faint red light suddenly appeared, hitting its target. Inside eye. A hint of delight flashed in Nan Feng's eyes as he tentatively activated his inside eye, unexpectedly discovering a jungle tree spirit. Nan Feng stepped into the jungle, only to be confronted by a mysterious forest spirit. Its level and abilities were shrouded in mystery, leaving him both surprised and perplexed. This enigmatic opponent made him feel at a loss. Luckily, Nan Feng reacted swiftly, dodging the spirit's attack just in time, or he would have become part of the forest. Despite his quick reflexes, he was struck hard by one of the spirit's vines, losing 185 health points. The blow left him in excruciating pain. Clutching his wounded cheek, Nan Feng fled for his life, his heart racing with fear. Fortunately, the length of the spirit's vines was limited, and he soon managed to escape its pursuit. The vines thrashed wildly behind him, creating a whistling sound, and Nan Feng knew he had narrowly escaped. He turned back to curse at the spirit, defiantly raising his middle finger. The spirit seemed to sense his provocation, its leaves trembling, and its massive trunk slowly emerged from the ground. Nan Feng was taken aback. He had never seen a tree that could move on its own. Not daring to linger, he hurriedly fled the scene. Back at his cabin, Nan Feng quickly shut the windows and observed for a while to ensure the spirit hadn't followed him. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. The forest spirit was less than 2 kilometers from his cabin, making him feel that danger lurked everywhere. He began to wonder if other chosen ones were facing similar threats. Unable to advance eastward, Nan Feng decided to head south. That area had previously been inhabited by venomous swamp frogs, and he hoped for some gains there. After a brief rest, Nan Feng opened the chat channel. At that moment, it was empty except for a woman named Ling Qi, who was continuously calling for help, her voice filled with hunger and helplessness. Nan Feng admired her persistence and felt a pang of sympathy. After resting a bit more, he noticed that the wounds on his face had completely healed, leaving no trace. He realized he needed to speed up his leveling because he had already dropped to 12th place on the leaderboard. This sense of urgency drove him to quicken his pace. Changing direction, Nan Feng headed south and soon arrived at the swamp frog's habitat. After clearing out the surrounding beasts, his experience points had reached 455,800. However, the beasts in this area were too low level, offering limited experience points. Nan Feng decided to venture further. After walking for a while, he heard a system notification. The announcement revealed that Xiao Luo had become the first chosen one in the area to reach level 4 and had gained prestige. The system also unlocked the map function. Nan Feng opened the panel and discovered a new map interface. Most areas were still unknown, with only the regions he had explored marked. In the chat channel, Chou Feihong noticed that Xiao Luo had already reached level 4 and exclaimed, "That's an incredible leveling speed." Bao Jian also expressed his determination, "I need to work harder to level up too." Wu Yuanxing curiously asked, "What's the purpose of reputation?" Everyone was discussing the sudden announcement, creating a lively atmosphere. However, Xiao Luo didn't make an appearance, and nobody pressed further, each going about their own business. Listening to the conversations, Nan Feng made a silent resolution to become the first player to reach level 5. He continued on his journey, constantly searching for prey, and eventually encountered a fearsome beast he had never seen before, a heavy armored beetle. This level 3 creature had 430 health points, 150 mana points, 110 attack power, and 120 defense power, excelling in bite and super defense skills. Despite its small size, the beetle's back was covered in hard, mysterious patterned armor, and its large pincers were extremely sharp, capable of severing fingers with a single bite. Observing the beast, Nan Feng marveled. This little guy's defense is really high. Compared to the level 2 elite monsters he had faced before, the heavy armored beetle had higher defense but lower attack power and health than the toxic swamp toad. For Nan Feng, this beast posed no significant threat. Without hesitation, he launched an attack. His first shot only dealt 40 damage. Surprised, Nan Feng thought, why is the damage so low? He realized that defeating the beetle would require 11 consecutive attacks, which was highly inefficient. The beetle, after being hit, immediately lunged at Nan Feng, spreading its wings. Like most beetles, it could fly. Nan Feng, unfazed, quickly fired another shot, but both missed. This didn't surprise him. He knew his marksmanship was only reliable against stationary targets, and hitting moving ones was a matter of luck. The beetle clamped down on Nan Feng's arm with its pincers, causing a mere 29 damage, barely a scratch for Nan Feng. With a defense stat of 81, Nan Feng was well protected. His stamina and energy had improved, and the rewards from defeating the arrow bee had significantly boosted his defense. He holstered his desert eagle, pinned the beetle against a tree trunk, and drew his wooden dagger, stabbing the beetle's weak point with force. Each stab inflicted 150 damage, and Nan Feng thought with relief, just as I thought. The beetle's back armor had high defense and a super defense effect that halved incoming damage, but its unprotected body was a weak spot. Nan Feng swiftly and accurately struck the beetle's weak point repeatedly, ultimately defeating it. Ding! Nan Feng successfully defeated a powerful level 3 armored beetle, earning 30 precious experience points. After this intense battle, Nan Feng was left with 29 points of health and 12 points of mana. Despite the high cost, the valuable experience points were truly exhilarating. Nan Feng still needs to hunt down 3 more level 2 beasts to gain another 30 experience points. According to the rules, the experience gained from defeating lower-level beasts equals the beast's level multiplied by 10, divided by the level difference. Nan Feng examined his remaining 208 health points and resolutely decided to level up to 4 in this perilous area. The further he ventured from the small cabin, the more dangerous it became. Strengthening himself first was the wisest choice. True to his word, Nan Feng acted without hesitation. Using his left arm as bait, he lured the armored beetle to bite him, then seized the opportunity to stab it with his wooden dagger. My dear left hand, you've truly suffered today, Nan Feng mused, gazing at his wounded arm. When facing the level 3 armored beetle, despite its relatively small size, Nan Feng easily pinned it against a tree, rendering it immobile. To eliminate it, Nan Feng sacrificed 29 health points and endured the pain of being pinched by its pincers. Although he only needed to kill 9 more armored beetles to level up, his health was dangerously low. He decided to go online and buy some snacks to replenish his energy. After defeating another armored beetle, Nan Feng opened the trading system and saw some delicious grilled meat. It required 50 units of materials to purchase and would restore 5 health points per minute for 10 minutes, totaling 50 health points. Nan Feng thought this was a ripoff and chose not to buy it immediately. Instead, he added Xiaoluo as a friend, preparing to haggle. His childhood experiences of going to the market with his mother had given him some haggling skills, even though he rarely used them. Nowadays, young people seldom haggle. Xiaoluo quickly accepted his friend request, and before Nan Feng could say anything, Xiaoluo sent a message first. Nan Feng thought Xiaoluo seemed aloof and decided to use some tactics to get closer to him. After a brief moment of thought, Nan Feng sent a message. Xiaoluo replied, "What's up?" This startled Nan Feng. He didn't expect Xiaoluo to be so unfazed by his tactics, clearly a master negotiator. Nan Feng abandoned his plan and directly brought up the topic of buying grilled meat. Xiaoluo flatly refused to lower the price and stated his terms. Nan Feng calculated and realized that he hadn't managed to reduce the price at all. Although his mana potions didn't sell as well as Xiaoluo's grilled meat, the trade was still somewhat acceptable. However, as the son of a haggling expert, not getting even a slight discount was frustrating for him. He complained to Xiaoluo, "I tried to haggle, but I didn't even get a single cent off. It's embarrassing." After a moment of silence, Xiaoluo offered a 10 discount. Nan Feng immediately agreed to the deal, trading 95 units of materials and 3 portions of clean water for 5 portions of delicious grilled meat. He figured the remaining 5 units of materials wouldn't last long anyway. Consuming 5 portions of grilled meat would restore 250 health points, enough for him to level up to level 4. Nan Feng ate one portion to restore some health and continued his hunt for armored beetles. This area had almost no level 1 or level 2 beasts, but level 3 armored beetles were everywhere, making it an ideal place for leveling up. Unfortunately, his desert eagle was ineffective against the armored beetle's shell, so he had to use a wooden dagger, significantly reducing his efficiency. In the territory of the armored beetles, Nan Feng was relentlessly hunting these powerful insects, feeling anxious and fearing the appearance of the Beetle King. However, his worries seemed unnecessary. Within half an hour, Nan Feng had successfully defeated 7 armored beetles without a sign of the Beetle King. Realizing he was just 2 beetles away from leveling up, Nan Feng decided to replenish his health before continuing the battle. He chose a safe corner and quietly waited for his health to recover. At the moment, he had only 153 health points left, still in a dangerous state. Nan Feng did not let the thrill of battle cloud his judgment. He acted cautiously, waiting for his health to restore. He glanced at the leaderboard and noticed he had climbed back into the top 10, ranking 8th. The top 5 players had already reached level 4, but the 4th and 6th place names were unfamiliar to him. Nan Feng tried to recall but could not remember them. After all, he had not been in the game for long, so it was normal not to know every player. The speed at which these 2 players leveled up surprised him. Perhaps they had discovered a nest of high-level monsters. Although Nan Feng had previously found an arrow bee nest, gaining significant experience from hunting them, he remained calm. In the armored beetle territory, his leveling speed was also quite impressive, accumulating 210 experience points in half an hour, albeit with some difficulty. Soon, Nan Feng's health had recovered to 203 points. He resolved to kill 2 more armored beetles to reach level 4, and then move to another location to continue leveling up. Nan Feng made a decision. He preferred ranged attacks to avoid close combat with ferocious beasts, maintaining a safe distance. Pressing forward, he continued searching for traces of armored beetles. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly, as if a giant beast was running through the forest. Nan Feng quickly climbed a large tree, hiding among the leaves and nervously scanning his surroundings. He swiftly purchased 2 servings of delicious roasted meat, preparing to restore his health to its best state in case of an impending crisis. Although he felt quite full, the importance of health made him grit his teeth and swallow the meat in large bites. The tremors grew more intense, even causing the tree he was on to shake. Suddenly, a basketball-sized armored beetle flew in and landed on the tree where Nan Feng was hiding. He quickly activated his inside eye skill, closely monitoring the beetle's every move. Nan Feng's eyes were fixed on the ironclad beetle in front of him. It was a level 4 elite beast with only 260 health points left and a mere 190 mana points. However, its attack power was as high as 190, and its defense reached 180, making it a formidable opponent. A sense of frustration welled up in Nan Feng's heart. Even 10 of him might not be able to defeat such a foe. Suddenly, Nan Feng noticed that the ironclad beetle's health was rapidly decreasing, now down to just 260 points. He became instantly alert, suspecting that other fierce beasts might be battling nearby. Nan Feng surmised that the ironclad beetle was in a fierce fight with another beast, and the cracks on its shell confirmed this. A series of thunderous sounds soon validated his speculation. A gigantic wild boar, over 3 meters long, appeared in Nan Feng's sight. It was covered in blood and wounds, looking extremely ferocious. These injuries were undoubtedly caused by the ironclad beetle's massive pincers. The giant boar spotted the ironclad beetle, its eyes gleaming with ferocity, and charged at it without hesitation, moving at an astonishing speed. Nan Feng's heart tightened as he watched the boar's aggressive charge. Their conflict was about to erupt. The gigantic wild boar crashed into the trees madly, creating deafening roars. Nan Feng couldn't help but worry for the ironclad beetle, hoping it could withstand the boar's fierce onslaught. Nan Feng quietly hid among the branches, observing the scene before him. A giant wild boar was violently ramming into the tree trunk, causing the entire tree to shake. Nan Feng clung tightly to the branch, struggling to maintain his balance and avoid falling from the swaying tree. He was inwardly relieved that he hadn't been hit by such force. The consequences would have been unimaginable. His eyes were fixed intently on the giant wild boar below, and a sense of urgency welled up within him. He immediately activated his special skill Eye of Insight. This fierce creature, known as the Bloodfang boar, was a formidable level 5 beast with 365,900 health points, 60,180 mana points, 210 attack power, and 160 defense power. It possessed skills such as boar charge and savage bite. Nan Feng couldn't help but marvel that despite these attributes, the Bloodfang boar was still inferior to a level 4 ironclad beetle. The ironclad beetle, being an elite beast, had the strength to challenge creatures of a higher level. Remembering the encounter with the level 2 elite beast, the poisonous bog toad, by the pond yesterday, a shiver ran down Nan Feng's spine. He quickly refocused his attention on the battle below. The Bloodfang boar, dizzy and unsteady from its recent charge, struggled to keep its footing. Meanwhile, the ironclad beetle seized the opportunity and clamped down fiercely on the boar's neck. Nan Feng heard the bloodfang boar's agonized scream, a sound so piercing it was reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered, sending chills down his spine. Blood spattered everywhere, and dust swirled as the ironclad beetle tore at the boar's neck, causing blood to gush out like a fountain. The bloodfang boar was quickly losing blood, and its situation was becoming dire. Nan Feng couldn't help but be impressed by the ironclad beetle's ability to turn the tables in such a powerful manner. Taking out his desert eagle, Nan Feng thoughtfully watched the battle below. The ironclad beetle still had over 200 health points remaining, and with its high attack and defense, Nan Feng knew he was no match for it. Although seizing the boar's head might earn him some experience points, he understood that such a risk was too great unless the bloodfang boar dropped some valuable equipment. Nan Feng crouched on a sturdy branch, closely watching the fierce battle below. The fight between these two beasts was reaching its climax. The bloodfang boar, unable to withstand the ironclad beetle's grip, could only roll helplessly on the ground. However, at that moment, the tide of the battle suddenly shifted. The bloodfang boar frantically rubbed against the ground, managing to dislodge the ironclad beetle. The beetle's large pincers still held a chunk of flesh, torn from the boar's neck. The bloodfang boar quickly counterattacked, opening its fangs and biting down hard on the beetle. The sound of tearing was crisp and clear as the ironclad beetle's tough shell was shattered. Nan Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. Was this a comeback? The beetle, already low on health, was now critically endangered by this attack. Suddenly, a gray chest appeared beside the ironclad beetle's corpse. A glimmer of joy flashed in Nan Feng's eyes as he raised his desert eagle. He had chosen to stay low-key against the ironclad beetle, but against the bloodfang boar, he was determined to deliver a powerful strike. The beetle's superb defense made it hard for Nan Feng to land a blow, but against the bloodfang boar, he dared to take on the challenge. Nan Feng stood before the iron-armored beetle and the bloodfang boar, his heart pounding with a mix of tension and excitement. The beetle's hard shell made it a tough opponent. Even attacking it with a wooden dagger seemed futile. The bloodfang boar, although ferocious, was already severely injured and barely clinging to life, giving Nan Feng a slight sense of relief. Nan Feng decided to take down the bloodfang boar first. The massive boar dashed under the trees, and Nan Feng took steady aim, firing 3 shots in quick succession. 13, 14, 14. Each shot hit its mark. Despite the low damage, Nan Feng remained calm and prepared for further attacks. Suddenly, the boar, feeling the sting of the attacks, erupted in fury and charged once more. Crash! It collided with the tree trunk again, its wounds reopening, blood gushing out. Nan Feng's heart leaped. He recognized a perfect opportunity and continued his assault without hesitation. 14, 21, 21. Trusting his instincts, Nan Feng aimed at the boar's weak points, each shot causing it immense pain. The bloodfang boar struggled desperately, trying to break the tree trunk or attack Nan Feng, but it was on the brink of collapse. One last shot.
Bang!
The boar let out a final roar of rage before collapsing to the ground. Nan Feng breathed a sigh of relief, having successfully defeated the bloodfang boar and earning experience points and attribute boosts. He quickly climbed down from the tree to inspect his loot. 5 pieces of boar meat, 1 pair of tattered beast hide leggings, and a broken iron shell. This battle had yielded a significant haul. Nan Feng put on the tattered beast hide leggings, giving him a rugged, wild look. The new gear pleased him, as it also boosted his stamina. Next, Nan Feng turned his attention to the treasure chest left by the iron-armored beetle. Standing before it, he eagerly prepared to lift the lid, his excitement mounting as he anticipated the secrets the chest might hold. "Open it!" Nan Feng exclaimed excitedly. He couldn't wait to see what treasures were hidden inside the mysterious gray chest. As he opened it, he found an ordinary-looking disassembler. Nan Feng felt a bit disappointed at first, but then he thought that this disassembler might have unexpected uses. Curiosity welled up inside him, and he began to look forward to what this device could do. Perhaps this seemingly mediocre disassembler would bring him surprising joy and excitement. The subpar disassembler could only break items down into a small amount of resources, making it highly inefficient. Nan Feng stared intently at the shattered iron shell left by the iron beetle, a bold idea forming in his mind. Could this disassembler break down the shell into iron blocks? Nan Feng took out the disassembler and placed the fragments inside. The machine began to vibrate, emitting a creaking sound. Startled, Nan Feng tightly gripped his desert eagle and hid behind a tree. The loud noise could attract nearby beasts, and encountering another iron beetle or a blood-toothed boar would spell trouble. Fortunately, the disassembler soon completed its task without any issues. "Is it done?" Nan Feng approached and found the box beneath the machine filled with thumb-sized iron pieces. These were what had been extracted from the shell. With enough of these small pieces, they could substitute for iron blocks. Overjoyed, Nan Feng realized his divine weapon had a chance to be upgraded. However, after collecting all the small iron pieces, he found they only amounted to 3 iron blocks. Sigh, upgrading the divine weapon requires 10 iron blocks. Still a long way to go, he thought. Should he hunt iron beetles? Iron beetles were elite beasts with high attributes and strong resistance to Nan Feng's attacks, making them an undesirable target. In contrast, level 5 bloodtooth boars were easier to handle, and at least Nan Feng could break through their defenses. Wait, there was something else that contained iron. Suddenly, a bright idea struck Nan Feng as he recalled an item that might also yield iron blocks. Full of anticipation, he put away the disassembler and hummed a tune as he headed towards his cabin. At the foot of a mountain on the forest's edge was a natural cave, surrounded by burrow spiders, each the size of a piglet. Near the cave, 2 chosen ones were patiently luring and killing these spiders. They were Sui Han, ranked 4th, and Su Zurin, ranked 5th. Sui Han, with a cold expression and eyes that could see through others, possessed a graceful and alluring figure. Men who had seen her often marveled at her beauty. At that moment, she swung her staff, sending a burrow spider flying. The spider traced an arc through the air and landed in front of Su Zurin, who expressionlessly swung his blade, killing it. Ihan, it's almost noon, Su Zurin said, glancing at the cave. Sui Han, slightly panting with her chest heaving noticeably, replied, our condition isn't great. Let's go back and eat something to replenish our strength. Su Zurin looked towards the cave and said calmly, there must be a lot of iron ore in this cave. It might be the only iron ore point in this area. He wasn't guessing blindly. They had already found several iron blocks nearby. This cave has been taken over by level 4 cave spiders. There are at least 200 of them inside, based on initial estimates. Sui Han shook his head slightly. It would take several days to clear them out completely. The cave spiders are very powerful. It takes the Su siblings 3 to 5 minutes to defeat just one spider together. If they were surrounded by 3 spiders at once, they would have no choice but to flee. If surrounded by more than 5, they would surely die. After a moment of contemplation, Su Zurin made a decision. Once we get back, let's contact the top 20 chosen ones on the leaderboard and have them help us tackle this cave. Sui Han looked at his brother in surprise. Iron is a very crucial resource. Are you really going to hand it over to them? We can't monopolize this iron mine, Su Zurin replied, undeterred by the potential gains. By giving up a portion of the profits, we can achieve greater returns. Plus, there's something very important. On the first day we arrived here, the Genesis system told us that in 30 days, the first beast wave would come. We only have 27 days left now. The term, beast wave, sent shivers down their spines. Clearly, it wasn't something a few people could withstand alone. If the chosen ones in our area aren't strong enough overall, we might all be wiped out. The quicker these strong individuals get iron to upgrade their divine weapons, the faster they'll be able to kill more powerful beasts and increase their strength. Only when the overall strength of our region is high can we hope to survive the beast wave. Su Zurin said a lot in one breath.
Su Jihan, somewhat understanding, nodded.
All right, I'll follow your lead. He knew his brother had a strong sense of the bigger picture, so he didn't argue further. Let's go. I'll take you back first, then I'll return, Su Zurin said.
Okay, Su Jihan replied.
The two turned and left. In the chat channel, Shinpan, what? You found a cave that might have an iron mine? Tian Jiping, if there's iron, why aren't you mining it yourselves? You must be up to something. Huang Yuanming, charge. Let's go mining tomorrow. Nan Feng had just returned to his cabin and hadn't even sat down when he saw the shocking news in the chat channel. The low-quality disassembler in his hand suddenly seemed much less appealing. In the chat channel, Su Zurin, that cave is occupied by hundreds of cave spiders. It's not easy to kill them all.
Bao Jiang, cave spider.
What level are they? Chiu Feihong, this cave sounds great. We can kill monsters and level up while mining. Isn't that wonderful? Sui Han, cave spiders are level 4 beasts with an attack power of 150. Their attacks also have a poisoning effect, so they're hard to deal with. Su Zurin, any of the top 20 on the leaderboard interested in teaming up? Su Zurin, clearing out these cave spiders will allow everyone to upgrade their divine weapons, making beast hunting much more efficient. Wu Yuansheng, sounds tempting. Nan Feng, trusting others too easily will get you killed. I suspect he's trying to lure us in and then rob us. Yuran gazed at the top 20 players in the chat channel, feeling a surge of determination. She felt that the ranking system seemed to underestimate women, which made her quite displeased. Nan Feng noticed his sister's feminist remarks in the chat and couldn't help but remember this interesting scene. Ningwu also joined the discussion, pointing out that the attractive people ranked below 20 deserved attention as well and shouldn't be overlooked. This unfairness made him angry. It was almost noon, and most of the chosen ones had returned to their cabins to rest. With Su Zurin's bombshell announcement, The chat channel became lively. Nan Feng was deeply engaged in the conversation when he received a friend request from Su Zurin. He accepted it without hesitation. Su Zurin immediately sent a private message, asking if Nan Feng would be willing to explore a cave where he had found clues about an iron mine, and sent the coordinates. Nan Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the discovery. Although Su Zurin couldn't be 100% certain, he had found several iron fragments around the cave. Looking at the properties of the iron fragments, Nan Feng felt a sense of relief. With the iron mine, he might have more opportunities. After thinking for a moment, Nan Feng replied, "Where's the cave? If it's too far from me, forget it." Su Zurin described the general location of the cave, giving Nan Feng a rough idea. When Nan Feng checked the map, he found that the coordinates of his cabin and the iron mine were not too far apart. He decided to go investigate. After finishing his conversation with Su Zurin, Nan Feng took out a disassembler and placed it in a corner of his cabin. He brought out a pile of iron rat claws, which were very hard and contained trace amounts of iron. Nan Feng had 40 iron rat claws, which he hadn't known what to do with before. Now he decided to put them into the disassembler to see how many small iron fragments he could get. This attempt might bring him some unexpected gains. Licking his lips, Nan Feng activated the disassembler with anticipation. In Nan Feng's small wooden cabin, the shabby disassembler trembled slightly, emitting a creaking sound as it swiftly broke down 40 iron claw rat paws into iron sand. Although this iron sand could be made into small iron blocks, the sheer quantity needed left Nan Feng feeling a bit helpless. Doing the math, he realized that to synthesize 10 iron blocks, he would need 3,460 iron claw rat paws, a number that made him feel quite at a loss. Frowning, Nan Feng thought to himself that this task was far more complicated than he had anticipated. To achieve the goal of upgrading his divine weapon, Nan Feng needed to kill 1,730 iron claw rats, a number that gave him a headache. Suddenly, he realized that other chosen ones might have iron claw rat paws in their backpacks, and they might not be interested in these materials. Quickly, Nan Feng opened the trading channel and discovered that many people were willing to trade various resources for iron claw rat paws. Seeing those cheap and overlooked iron claw rat paws, Nan Feng's lips curled into a smile, and he eagerly began a buying spree, acquiring a large number of iron claw rat paws. By trading small amounts of wood, stone, and food for a large quantity of iron claw rat paws, Nan Feng felt like he had scored a great deal. However, despite purchasing 306 iron claw rat paws, he realized that the quantity was still far from sufficient. His activity in the chat channel caught the attention of other chosen ones, who began discussing the purpose of the iron claw rat paws. Nan Feng quickly posted a message, expressing his willingness to trade any materials for iron claw rat paws, moving so swiftly that it surprised everyone. Huang Yuanming, Su Ming, Ning Wu, and others joyfully expressed their willingness to sell their iron claw rat paws, while Bao Jian secretly praised Nan Feng's actions. Curious about the purpose of the iron claw rat paws, Huang Yuanming asked Nan Feng, who cryptically replied that he planned to forge a dragon-slaying sword. Others expressed their desire to know the use of the iron claw rat paws, but Nan Feng responded with a question mark, showing a bit of disdain. In this exchange, Nan Feng demonstrated his cleverness and determination, earning even more respect from the other chosen ones. Tian Jiping, am I wrong? The iron claw rat's claws must have an important function. It's just that no one has realized it yet. As the first person to understand this, instead of sharing the information, you bought up all the iron claw rat claws yourself. That's a bit selfish, don't you think? I believe you should share the claws function and return the ones you bought to everyone else. Nan Feng couldn't help but laugh to himself, wondering if there was something off about Tian Jiping. Watching him, Nan Feng found his behavior quite unusual. Nan Feng thought Tian Jiping's actions were selfish. While everyone else remained silent, he kept talking non-stop. Nan Feng said to Tian Jiping, "If you're not selfish, can you give me everything in your backpack?" Ignoring Nan Feng, Tian Jiping turned to advise the other chosen ones, "Everyone, don't trade with him. The iron claw rat claws definitely have an important use. We just don't understand it yet. Even if you sell them, the price should be 10 times higher." Lu Daqiang agreed, "You're right. So, can I buy your iron claw rat claws at 10 times the price?" Bao Jian added, 10 times? Tian Jiping, if you sell at that price, I'll go out and hunt as many as you need. Nan Feng chimed in, 10 times? I'll sell you all the ones I bought before. Huang Yuanming also joined in, 10 times? I'll wipe out all the iron claw rats today. Seeing himself becoming the butt of everyone's jokes, Tian Jiping had no choice but to leave in frustration. Nan Feng shook his head in disappointment, thinking Tian Jiping seemed a bit weak. As a former canyon pianist and Zon hunter, Nan Feng felt a bit regretful that his opponent had given up before he could give his all. Nan Feng told the other chosen ones, while iron claw rat claws are useful, their usage conditions are very strict, and you might not be able to use them. Keeping them in your backpack is a waste. Why not trade them with me for some materials? It's more practical. The others thought about it, and found it reasonable. After all, survival was the most important thing. Even if the iron claw rat claws became useful later, it wouldn't be a problem since level 1 and level 2 iron claw rats were everywhere. In this dangerous world, immediate benefits were what mattered. As for the future, they could worry about it if they lived that long. Qiu Feihong said, I need to level up to 3 anyway, so I'll go hunt some iron claw rats. Bao Jian agreed, iron claw rats are weak. They're easy to kill. I've been hunting them for days. Ma Yong said excitedly, with rat meat and claws, I'm in. Many of the lower-level chosen ones set their sights on the iron claw rats, preparing to hunt them down. Nan Feng nodded in satisfaction, closed the chat channel, and posted a trade offer on the trading channel. 200 units of materials for iron claw rat claws at a rate of 10 claws per unit of any material. After completing these tasks, Nan Feng began preparing dinner, as it was just about mealtime. Southwind grilled a piece of wild boar for lunch, savoring the juicy flavors. However, he began to realize a problem. Eating only roasted meat every day wasn't good for his health. He needed to find a way to incorporate some fruits and vegetables to get enough vitamins A through G. Despite his body being somewhat digitized, he still pondered whether he was a virtual entity or a real living being. This question left Southwind feeling a bit perplexed. He shook his head, deciding not to dwell on it, reasoning that as long as his health bar was full, there shouldn't be any major issues. After lunch, Southwind fetched some water for purification. This time, he had acquired a large number of ironclaw rat paws, causing a shortage of wood and stone. Realizing the need to sell more mana potions, he decided to lower their price to 30 units of material per potion, hoping to sell more through smaller profits. Currently, the chosen ones weren't consuming much mana, so a slight price reduction could lead to higher profits. After completing these tasks, Southwind checked his inventory and found he had 1,084 ironclaw rat paws. During lunchtime alone, he had collected 700 more. He marveled at the power of the masses. In his area, 591 chosen ones remained. If each chosen one killed just 3 ironclaw rats, Southwind could gather 10 iron blocks. By this calculation, progress was quite rapid. Wiping his mouth, Southwind left his cabin and prepared to explore the northwest in the afternoon, hoping to find the iron mine mentioned by Suzerain. He knew iron blocks would be in high demand in the future and realized he couldn't always rely on dismantling ironclaw rat paws. Additionally, he hoped to meet more chosen ones, perhaps even some charming ladies or like-minded teammates. In this dangerous world, having an extra ally meant a higher chance of survival, provided the ally didn't betray him. Heading west, Southwind took down 7 or 8 ironclaw rats, collecting some paws. Soon, he reached Chun Ping's cabin, only to find it had been dismantled the day before. He began to wonder if Huang Ping's cabin was also in this direction. Continuing onward, Southwind noticed that the surrounding beasts were mostly low-level, primarily level 1 or 2, with few level 3 beasts. This direction was relatively safe, but not ideal for leveling up. Now at level 4, hunting level 2 beasts only gave him 7 experience points, which was too little. He checked the map and found his coordinates were 321,528. At his current pace, he estimated it would take a little over an hour to reach the iron mine. To return to his cabin before dark, Southwind quickened his steps. At the border between the plain and the forest, Suzerain pointed to a distant cave, naming it Iron Mine Mountain, and asked for other chosen ones' opinions. 2 chosen ones were indifferent. Wu Yuanqing shrugged, showing no interest, while Su Ming, holding a large shield half his height, cautiously asked if the iron mine really existed. In front of Suzerain lay a large wooden shield, its surface marred with obvious wormholes and uneven textures. Suzerain's expression remained indifferent. Although there are iron mines, to get a share, you must first prove your strength. Behind Su Ming, Wu Yuanqing raised his longbow and shot an arrow into the distance. Whoosh! 115. The arrow struck a solitary cavern spider, dealing 115 points of damage. The spider's 8 eyes fixated on Wu Yuanqing, and it swiftly charged at him. Wu Yuanqing remained calm, knocked another arrow, and fired. 115. The second magical arrow pierced the spider's forehead, but it didn't slow down and continued to advance rapidly. Ah! Su Ming let out a low shout. As the spider approached, he thrust the shield forward with force. Shield bash. 65. The spider stood frozen, stunned. Whoosh! Wu Yuanqing calmly released a third arrow, effortlessly finishing off the cavern spider. Suzerain looked at Su Ming with a hint of pride. So, what do you think of our teamwork?
Suzerain nodded slightly.
But the mana consumption must be high, right? Su Ming's smile faltered for a moment. Suzerain had guessed correctly. Su Ming could only perform Shield Bash 5 times, and each of Wu Yuanqing's arrows consumed 5 mana points. Frequent shooting would quickly deplete their mana, making sustained combat difficult. Su Ming waved dismissively, ignoring the reality. Don't rub it in, Suzerain.
Suzerain acknowledged V1's skill.
Alright, let's wait here. Others should be arriving soon. He found a shady spot to rest and remarked, "You got here pretty fast. Our cabin is on the plains, not far from here, so we came early to check things out." Wu Yuanqing and Su Ming also sat down, maintaining some distance. "So, what's your main weapon? How strong are you? Any special skills?" "I use a short sword, no special skills," Su Zurin replied, showing his somewhat decayed wooden sword. "As for strength, without any supplies, my sister and I can take down 7 to 10 cavern spiders in one go. By that, I mean the number we can hunt consecutively, not all at once." Wu Yuanqing pondered silently. Su Ming could perform 5 shield bashes at most. Together, they could easily defeat 5 cavern spiders, but after that, they would start losing health. In one round, they could only take down about 10 spiders. Comparing their efficiency, Wu Yuanqing and Su Zurin were roughly on par. Su Ming, however, was more intrigued by the mention of a sister. "You have a sister? Ah, right, you mean Sui Han, don't you?" Su Ming looked around but didn't see any other chosen ones. "Where is she? Why isn't she here?" Su Zurin glanced at the chat log. "She'll be here soon." Sure enough, less than 2 minutes later, Sui Han approached with her long legs, walking gracefully. As she came into view, both Wu Yuanqing and Su Ming couldn't take their eyes off her. The two exchanged glances, both filled with awe, a sense of indescribable shock surging through them. Sui Han coldly scanned the two prominent figures before turning to Su Zurin and asking, "Brother, is this all? Where are the others?" Su Zurin replied calmly, "They should be on their way. Once about 10 more people arrive, we can begin." For the top 20 contenders on the leaderboard, the allure of the iron mine was simply irresistible. Su Zurin was convinced that hardly anyone would miss this prime opportunity to acquire iron ore. Sure enough, over the next hour, more chosen ones gradually arrived. These individuals were all top 20 contenders, and only such elite players received the coordinates from Su Zurin. Nan Feng was the 9th to arrive. "Hey everyone, good to see you. Handsome guys and beautiful ladies." Nan Feng greeted everyone with a bright smile, while discreetly sizing up each person present. "Oh, the one with the bow is Wu Yuanqing. The one with the shield is Su Ming. How come some people don't have weapons? Wow, there's even a young lady here." Nan Feng's gaze landed on Sui Han, and he gasped in astonishment, exclaiming involuntarily, "Wow, she's stunning." Sui Han's cheeks turned slightly red as she cast a cold glare at Nan Feng, clearly expressing her displeasure. The other chosen ones couldn't help but give Nan Feng a thumbs up, admiring his courage and boldness. Feeling a bit awkward, Nan Feng rubbed his nose and averted his gaze to avoid further embarrassment. Noticing the tense atmosphere, Wu Yuanqing quickly changed the subject and suggested they get to work. Huang Yuanming, a handsome young man holding a staff, agreed, saying, "Yeah, my cabin is quite far from here. Let's get started so I can head back early." Huang Yuanming had worked with Nan Feng a few times before, making them somewhat familiar with each other. Wu Yuanqing continued, "All right, let's split into groups. Today we'll take out 30 to 50 cave spiders, and come back tomorrow to finish the job." A chubby guy with a machete, named Wooly, sat on the ground with a big smile, strategizing. Ranked 9th, Wooly's signature weapon was his machete. Nan Feng gave Wooly a quick once-over, feeling a bit wary and deciding to keep his distance. Su Zurin disagreed with Wooly's strategy, arguing that there weren't many cave spiders at the entrance. He suggested that melee fighters should take the front lines, rotating to absorb damage, while ranged attackers should stay in the back, pushing deeper into the cave. Su Ming immediately voiced his dissatisfaction. "I'm the only tank here, and you want me to take all the hits?" Huang Yuanming also disagreed. "The cave spiders have pretty high attack power. If we get swarmed, even the strongest of us won't be able to hold them off." "I don't support this plan." Nan Feng shook his head as well, choosing not to reveal his true strength and instead wielding a wooden dagger. Although a dagger is a close combat weapon, Su Zurin's strategy would require Nan Feng to risk taking the front lines, which was too dangerous for him, so he firmly opposed it. Predicting opposition, Su Zurin calmly replied, "The most important thing right now is to get into the cave and check it out. If there's no iron ore, we'll all go our separate ways and not waste any more time." Yun Fei, a slightly frail young man, voiced his dissatisfaction. "Are you tricking us into doing your work?" Ranked 17th, Yun Fei had a somber expression and a slim build, seemingly without a signature weapon. Learning from past experiences, Nan Feng avoided direct eye contact and observed Yun Fei from the corner of his eye. Su Zurin firmly responded, "I said from the beginning that I couldn't guarantee there's iron ore here. How can you say I'm tricking you?" Yun Fei stared coldly at Su Zurin, heightening the tension. Nan Feng took a few steps back, silently praying that no conflict would arise and hoping everyone could communicate rationally. Huang Yuanming stepped forward and resolved the conflict between Su Zurin and Yun Fei. He believed that their gathering was fated and that it wasn't worth quarreling over trivial matters. After hearing this, Su Zurin and Yun Fei each took a step back and stopped arguing. Huang Yuanming suggested that they first confirm if there was an iron mine and then discuss how to seize it. Xiaopengdan stood up, expressing his willingness to handle close combat on the front lines, and asked for others' opinions. Wooly patted his stomach confidently, stating that he was good at close combat and willing to take on the responsibility at the front. Wu Yuanqing mentioned that he was skilled with a bow and had no particular requirements for formation. Seeing that others had already voiced their opinions, Su Ming reluctantly nodded, indicating his willingness to follow the arrangement. Huang Yuanming and Nan Feng exchanged a glance, facing some difficulties. Huang Yuanming asked for Nan Feng's opinion, who said he used daggers and might have trouble fighting the cave spiders. Other melee fighters could use the length of their weapons to fend off the spiders, but Nan Feng's daggers were too short to be effective. After a moment of consideration, Su Zuren proposed a tactical plan. Melee fighters would form a fan-shaped formation with support from ranged fighters in the rear. Although Nan Feng had some reservations about the plan, he thought it was worth a try. Finally, everyone agreed on this tactical arrangement. With the formation established, the melee fighters, including Su Zuren, Huang Yuanming, Su Ming, Nan Feng, and Wu Li, took the front line to protect the ranged fighters in the back. The rear consisted of Wu Yuanqing, Sui Han, Yun Fei, and Wu Chun. Nan Feng hadn't noticed Yun Fei's weapon before because he kept his slingshot in his pocket. Wu Chunin remained silent, quietly listening to the others' conversations. As they began to slowly advance toward the cave, a cave spider spotted them when they were still 50 meters away and quickly attacked. Wu Yuanqing ordered the attack, and Yun Fei and Wu Chunin immediately responded. Their attacks hit the spider, with Yun Fei even managing to strike its eye. Nan Feng was surprised by Yun Fei's accuracy, realizing that his slingshot skills were impressive, something Nan Feng himself couldn't achieve. He was somewhat disappointed to find that their attacks hadn't immediately defeated the spider. Su Zuren quickly stepped forward and finished off the cave spider. Wu Yuanqing felt a bit disappointed with the experience reward from the battle, which was only 10 points. Su Ming's lips curled into a slight smirk as he disdainfully remarked, "Forget it. We didn't even lift a finger, didn't gain any experience at all." Nan Feng felt a twinge of alarm and shouted, "Damn! All the experience got snatched by those ranged attackers. We really lost out this time." However, he quickly regained his composure and continued leading the team forward. Su Zuren directed everyone onward, as the path ahead was teeming with cave spiders, rich in experience. The usually silent Sui Han coldly reminded, "If your health gets too low, fall back. I can heal you." "Oh, so you can talk, Mississippi? I thought you were a silent bride," Nan Feng remarked, surprised by Sui Han's voice, which he found rather pleasant. "You're the quiet one," Sui Han retorted, glaring at Nan Feng and deciding not to heal him for the moment. Suddenly, except for Su Zuren, the other chosen ones realized something and looked at Sui Han in astonishment. "Are you a healer?" Everyone turned to stare at Sui Han, their faces filled with surprise. "You're a healer?" The question left them in shock. "No wonder you're so tall." Sui Han gave them a dismissive glance and calmly explained, "I just learned a healing skill, that's all." Nan Feng was even more astonished and asked, "What? You have a skill? Why don't I have one?" Wu Yuanqing explained, "It might be because some unique innate weapons come with skills. For example, Su Ming's wooden shield has a shield bash skill." Sui Han nodded and said coldly, "My rapid healing is also an innate weapon skill." Nan Feng felt it was unfair and loudly protested, "Why don't I have any skills? There must be something fishy." Wu Chunin finally spoke up, asking, "Rapid healing? What does that skill do?" Sui Han hesitated slightly before replying, "It restores 5 health points per second for 10 seconds, with a 30-second cooldown." Nan Feng immediately gave a thumbs up and exclaimed, "This skill is awesome. Even Xiao Luo's barbecued meat pales in comparison." He felt the skill was like a delicious barbecue, but with a faster recovery rate. Using rapid healing once was like saving 50 units of materials, making it a divine skill. Nan Feng expressed his admiration, "That's incredible." Su Zuren interrupted their chatter and said sternly, "All right, let's not waste time. Let's keep moving." With a healer in the team, everyone felt safer, and their progress was much faster. They were now 20 meters from the cave entrance. The number of cave spiders was increasing, but Nan Feng and the other 8 members were fearless, easily taking down the approaching spiders. Nan Feng took the opportunity to practice his melee skills, but a cave spider bit him twice in a row, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. 69. 69. With 2 bites, Nan Feng's health was halved. Huang Yuanming and Wu Li quickly shielded Nan Feng and dealt with the spider. Wu Li shook his hefty frame and looked at Nan Feng in surprise. "Brother, your combat skills are a bit weak. Was it a misstep? Where was your maneuvering? Your counterattack? Why did you just stand there and let the cave spider bite you?" Nan Feng made up an excuse. "I usually bully little rabbits and rarely fight such fierce monsters." Suddenly, Nan Feng heard Sui Han's cool voice in his ear. He saw a faint green light emanating from his calf, and the wound from the cave spider's bite was rapidly healing, with his health steadily recovering. Feeling a warm sensation, Nan Feng turned to Suihan and gratefully said, "Thank you, Mississippi." Suihan's icy face showed a professional fake smile. "Pay me back with 2 mana potions later." Nan Feng muttered, "Swindler." He thought it was too easy to earn 2 mana potions for a single heal. The group continued forward, with the others deliberately keeping Nan Feng behind them to prevent him from being attacked by cave spiders again. Nan Feng noticed this and couldn't help but think there were still good people in the world. However, in reality, they just wanted to hog more experience points. After half an hour of effort, they finally cleared the cave entrance of cave spiders. Poor Nan Feng only gained 40 experience points. Everyone was in good health, so they decided to venture deeper into the cave. Su Zuran took the lead, with Su Ming following closely behind, shielding the front with his large shield. Su Zuran and Wu Yang were right behind him, followed by Nan Feng and Huang Yuanming. The 4 ranged fighters brought up the rear. Huang Yuanming looked around and was surprised to see that the number of cave spiders had significantly decreased. He curiously asked, "Nan Feng, why are there so few spiders here all of a sudden?" Nan Feng shrugged and replied, "Maybe they felt the heat and went outside for some fresh air." He continued to scrutinize the cave. Although it was deep, it wasn't very wide, and any cave spiders they encountered were quickly dealt with. On the surface, it seemed safe, but Nan Feng had his doubts. Based on his previous experiences, such places often harbored elite or boss-level beasts. In such a confined space, they wouldn't be able to fully utilize their skills, potentially facing the risk of being wiped out. The cave was fraught with danger. Noticing Nan Feng's serious expression, Huang Yuanming couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong, brother? And why are you dressed in animal skins like a wild man?" Nan Feng smirked and answered, "This is a limited edition wild man outfit, with a 99 attribute boost. It's the only one in the entire region. Get it?" Huang Yuanming flipped him off jokingly. "Wanna bet I'll punch you?" As they chatted, the group continued to move forward, covering about 20 meters. The light from the cave entrance could no longer reach them, and they were plunged into darkness. At the front of the group, Su Zuran raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. "It's too dangerous to proceed in the dark. Let's light a fire." "I'll do it." The usually silent Wu Qinggan took out a fire starter from his backpack and quickly lit a torch. Soon, the 5 melee fighters were holding torches, illuminating the path ahead. The cave was eerily quiet, with only the occasional sound of dripping water breaking the silence. They continued forward for another dozen meters before encountering a fork in the path. Su Ming turned to the group and asked, "Which way? Left or right?" Wu Yuanqing shrugged, "Doesn't matter. You guys decide." Huang Yuanming suggested, "Left for men, right for women. Let's go left." Suihan snorted, "So where do I go?" Su Zuran crouched down to examine the surrounding tracks, trying to find some clues. Nan Feng also inspected the area and noticed a glint on the ground. He discreetly stepped on the reflective object while keeping an eye on the others. Fortunately, no one seemed to notice his actions. After finishing his inspection, Su Zuran suggested, "Let's go left. There are fewer spider tracks on that side, so it should be safer." Nan Feng coughed awkwardly, "Sorry, you guys go ahead. I need to use the bathroom. I'll catch up." The group looked at him speechlessly, but didn't say much and proceeded to the left. As the last in line, Sui Han passed by Nan Feng with a disdainful glance. Once the group had moved on, Nan Feng quickly bent down to pick up the piece of iron from the ground and put it in his backpack. The system notification chimed. "Iron block acquired. 1. Nan Feng's face remained expressionless, but inside, he was overjoyed. Getting an iron block this easily? Nice. Nan Feng's heart raced with excitement. It seemed the cave indeed hid rich iron ore deposits. He hurried forward, convinced that more treasures awaited him ahead. Suddenly, a faint sound came from the right, startling him. He quickly turned around and saw 8 basketball-sized eyes staring at him, sending chills down his spine. Nervously swallowing, Nan Feng immediately activated his Eye of Insight skill. It was a cave spider king, a level 6 beast of lord rank, with a health of 2,800 and mana of 540. It possessed terrifying skills such as venom spray, web spinning, and spawning offspring. A surge of adrenaline fueled Nan Feng's determination as he prepared to take on the formidable creature. Nan Feng found himself staring into the basketball-sized eyes of the level 6 Lord Beast, the Cavern Spider King. The beast's 2,800 health points made his heart race, and he felt a shiver run down his spine. A wave of inexplicable fear washed over him, rendering him momentarily paralyzed. The Spider King met Nan Feng's gaze for a moment before letting out a piercing scream that sent chills down his spine. Hadn't expected such a fearsome creature to emit such a terrifying sound. Nan Feng quickly retreated, gripping his Desert Eagle tightly, ready to respond. He fired 3 precise shots, hitting the Spider King, but to his surprise, the enormous beast withstood his attack, showcasing its formidable defense. Realizing his efforts were futile, Nan Feng knew he had to retreat. He shouted to his companions in the left passage and turned to flee towards the cave entrance. As his teammates turned to his call, the 8 enormous eyes of the Spider King also fixed on them. Wu Yuan felt a wave of confusion. What kind of monster was this? Could it be the boss? Huang Yuanming felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the Spider King had an attack power of 420. Su Ming exclaimed in shock, 420 attack power? That could kill me in one hit. He glanced worriedly at the others. Su Yihan's face was etched with terror as she hid behind Su Zurin. Among the group, only Su Zurin remained calm. He realized that the Spider King's massive size prevented it from entering the left passage. Decisively, he chose the left route. Sure enough, the Spider King did not attack but instead slowly retreated. The Lord Beast had chosen to withdraw. Huang Yuanming, in disbelief, said, "It's leaving? It's not coming to kill us?" Su Zurin frowned, suddenly realizing something, and urgently shouted, "Hurry! Let's get out while we can." Yun Fei, puzzled, said, "Running out now is suicide." The Spider King could still be nearby. Su Zurin didn't hesitate, grabbing Su Yihan's hand and sprinting towards the exit, urging the others to follow before it was too late. The rest hesitated, still gripped by the fear the Spider King had instilled in them. With 420 attack power, even the sturdiest among them, like Su Ming, couldn't withstand a hit. Led by Su Zurin, Su Yihan reached the crossroads but was blocked by spiders emerging from the right passage, forcing them to retreat. Su Zurin's face showed rare signs of panic, and Su Yihan was pale with fear. Taking a deep breath, Su Zurin decided to fall back. Faced with the spider threat, they had no choice but to retreat temporarily. The others followed them back into the left passage, their hearts filled with dread at the sight of the swarming spiders. Su Ming was furious, ready to spill everything out. Hadn't this guy already died? Pudgy Wu Li's innocent smile vanished, and the situation was dire. What should we do now? Su Zurin and his sister rushed back, stumbling and scrambling without stopping. Perhaps they still had a glimmer of hope. Without hesitation, everyone followed the siblings deeper into the cave. Behind them, an army of spiders was in hot pursuit. After what felt like an eternity of running, Su Zurin suddenly stopped, lit a torch, and illuminated the stone wall beside them. There was an entrance, narrow enough for only 2 people to guard. Su Zurin bravely entered the cave to investigate and found nothing but thick spider webs, with no signs of any dangerous beasts. The cave was safe. He immediately devised a strategy. 45 ranged fighters would go inside, while the melee fighters would guard the entrance. Su Ming, you'll pair with Huang Yuanming. Wu Li and I will team up. We'll take turns handling the damage. Sister, make sure to heal everyone. Don't hold back on resources. Buy roasted meat and mana potions from the trade channel. If we hold the line, we have a chance. If not, we all perish together. Everyone followed Su Zurin's plan without question. Time was running out, and the spider army was approaching fast. No one doubted the feasibility of Su Zurin's strategy, at least it sounded reasonable, and it might just save them. Click. Click. The sound of the spider army advancing grew nearer. Enemies are coming. Get ready for battle. Su Ming gritted his teeth, half kneeling at the front, holding a large shield firmly at the entrance. The others held their breath, prepared for the fight. The first spider crawled in, and Huang Yuanming quickly stepped forward, knocking it away with a single strike. Su Zurin, slightly taken aback, immediately used his inside eye. Spider hatchling, level 2, HP 150280, MP 110110, attack 90, defense 65. Seeing these stats, Su Zurin breathed a sigh of relief. These weren't cave spiders, but level 2 spider hatchlings. There was still hope. This was good news, but there was also bad news. The good news was that the spider hatchlings were weak and could be easily defeated. The bad news was that there were many of them, and their small size made it harder to guard the entrance. Su Zurin turned to the 4 ranged fighters behind him. Wu Yuansheng and Wu Chunin, focus on attacking the spiders outside to relieve the pressure on the front line. Yun Fei, handle any spiders that get inside and make sure they don't attack you. The 3 nodded in unison and began their counterattack according to the plan. Pudgy Wu Li swung his short sword, slicing a nearby spider hatchling in half. Su Ming, if you can't hold on, let me know. I'll take over for a while. Su Ming, crouched behind his large shield, grinned. Don't worry, these little guys don't hit hard. Plus, with a healer, I can hold out for at least 10 minutes. Saying this, Su Ming pulled a delicious piece of roasted meat from his backpack and started eating. Su Zurin watched the situation closely. Thanks to their coordinated efforts, the group successfully held the cave. As time passed and their supplies dwindled, their chances of survival diminished. The spider hatchlings kept emerging, and Su Zurin realized that eradicating them all was nearly impossible. He desperately needed to find a breakthrough. Su Zurin's mind raced, trying to seize any glimmer of hope. Just then, A private message came through. Nan Feng, are the guys still there? Need help? Nan Feng had already exited the cave and found a safe spot to observe the entrance. However, he noticed that the Spider King hadn't followed and Su Zurin and the others hadn't appeared either, which made him suspicious. He sent a message to check on their safety. Su Zurin quickly replied, brother, we're surrounded by spiders and urgently need mana potions. Nan Feng was a bit surprised, thinking about the ferocious attack power of the Spider King. How could they possibly withstand it? The only explanation might be that the Spider King hadn't attacked directly but had summoned its minions. Realizing this, Nan Feng initiated a trade and gave Su Zurin the last 10 units of clean water he had, without asking for anything in return. It was all he had left. Su Zurin asked, is there any more? We can't hold on much longer. Nan Feng replied, no, if I need to purify more water, I have to return to the cabin, which will take over an hour. The water purification device was left in the cabin and not carried with him. If he went back to purify water, this group of people might not survive. Su Zurin was silent for a moment, and finally responded with 2 simple words, thanks, man. He tried to encourage them to hold on, but ended up deleting the message. Nan Feng, too, wrote many heartfelt words but deleted them all, unable to find the right thing to say. These teammates, whom he had just met, might soon perish in the cave, which filled him with sorrow. This cruel world was truly heartbreaking. That charming girl, he hadn't even had a chance to talk to her, and she might be gone soon. However, Nan Feng was powerless. He didn't have the strength to save them and might even get trapped himself. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he opened his backpack. Iron Claw Rat Claws 2481. The materials Nan Feng had listed in the trade channel had all been converted into Iron Claw Rat Claws. Disassemble. Nan Feng had a poor quality disassembly device in his backpack, which was now coming in handy. Including the 40 claws he had previously disassembled, he now had the equivalent of 5 iron ingots. After disassembling, the broken iron shells turned into a pile of small iron chunks, roughly equivalent to 3 iron ingots, plus the 1 iron ingot he had found in the cave. He was just 1 iron ingot short of upgrading his divine weapon. He decided to take a gamble. Nan Feng immediately messaged Su Zurin, brother, please give me 1 iron ingot. Su Zurin, who had previously found some iron ingots, wasn't surprised by Nan Feng's request and initiated the trade without hesitation. Ding! You have received Iron Ingot 1. The electronic synthesis voice rang in Nan Feng's ear, and he finally had all 10 iron ingots. Nan Feng didn't hesitate to upgrade his beloved weapon. This weapon, named the Ragged Arsenal, is currently at the peak of grade, but it holds unparalleled value in Nan Feng's heart. The weapon's inventory attribute is outstanding, boasting 20 slots enough to store various precious items. To upgrade the weapon to a higher grade, Nan Feng needs to gather a substantial amount of materials, 200 pieces of wood, 300 pieces of stone, 100 pieces of iron, and 1 piece of copper. These materials are not easy to obtain, but Nan Feng is determined and resolute in his mission to make the weapon even stronger. As the weapon's grade improves, Nan Feng will not only unlock more equipment, such as the Desert Eagle and wooden daggers, but also gain new skills like the piercing bullet. This news has Nan Feng overjoyed, as he finally feels his growth and progress on the battlefield, with excitement written all over his face. Ding! As Nan Feng's lifebound weapon continued to grow, he unlocked a brand new skill-piercing shot. This skill consumes 20 mana points and fires a magic bullet with a piercing effect, dealing 150 of his attack power to multiple targets. However, the bullet's damage decreases with distance and the number of targets hit. The skill has a cooldown of 10 seconds and can only be used when a firearm is equipped. Nan Feng was ecstatic. He had finally learned a new skill. This unexpected surprise felt like a wonderful gift from a dream. The newly acquired piercing shot, although modestly a crowd control ability, significantly boosted Nan Feng's efficiency in hunting fierce beasts. Excited, he rubbed his hands together and looked at his weapons. His Desert Eagle and wooden dagger had also grown stronger with the upgrade of his lifebound weapon. The Desert Eagle was now at the peak of grade, with attributes of 20 strength and 16 stamina, consuming 3 mana points per attack and dealing 120 attack power and damage. This weapon came from an old armory and, despite its worn-out appearance, had become more powerful with each upgrade. The wooden dagger, also at the peak of grade, had attributes of 24 strength, 6 agility, and 6 vitality, dealing 110,130 attack power and damage per attack and slightly enhancing the bleeding effect. Although the changes in these 2 pieces of equipment were not drastic, their basic attributes had improved. Notably, the Desert Eagle's normal attack damage had increased to 120, meaning Nan Feng's attacks now dealt 1.2 times their previous damage, with each attack consuming only 3 mana points. This was a significant improvement. Nan Feng took a deep breath and checked his attributes with satisfaction. His strength had reached 48 points, and his attack power was an impressive 240 points. Except for his slightly lacking health, his other attributes were quite outstanding. With 10 free attribute points, Nan Feng decided to allocate all of them to strength, directly boosting his output. His strength soared to 58 points, and his attack power reached 290 points. The 10 free attribute points were quickly used up, and Nan Feng's attack power instantly surged to 290 points. Awesome! I've gone from small skirmishes to dominating the battlefield. Previously, when Nan Feng used the Eye of Insight to check the attributes of the Cave Spider King, he found that this giant spider had 210 points of defense, making it insurmountable for him. But now, Nan Feng's attack power was enough to break through its defense. He decided to take the risk. Retracting his disassembler, Nan Feng cautiously approached the cave. Upon reaching the entrance, he peered inside but did not spot the Cave Spider King. Instead, he saw a group of small spiders leisurely crawling out. Nan Feng carefully observed the young spiders, sensing their attributes. These little creatures were level 3, with 280 health points and 65 defense points. He quickly did some mental calculations. 290 times 1.2 minus 65 equals 283. Nan Feng realized he could take down one of these spiderlings with a single shot. At that moment, the tiny creatures almost seemed endearing to him. For Nan Feng, this wasn't just about gaining experience, but also about having fun. Without hesitation, he raised his weapon, took aim, and fired.
Bang!
311. Ding! You have successfully defeated a level 3 ordinary spiderling, gaining 15 experience points. Nan Feng was slightly surprised why was the damage so high. It seemed to exceed his initial estimate. He thought back and realized that when facing monsters of a lower level than himself, the damage indeed increased. Perhaps by about 10? Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on the details and fully immersed himself in hunting the spiderlings. With 300 points of mana left, he could eliminate 100 spiderlings, equating to 1,500 experience points. Nan Feng even had a hunch that he might reach level 5 today. Go for it.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Nan Feng wielded his weapon, and one spiderling after another fell. Occasionally, he missed a shot, but it didn't matter much. Ding! You have successfully defeated a level 3 ordinary spiderling, gaining 15 experience points. Ding! You have successfully defeated a level 3 ordinary spiderling, gaining 15 experience points. Ding! You have successfully defeated a level 3 ordinary spiderling, gaining 15 experience points. As Nan Feng fought and advanced, he soon arrived near the previous fork in the road. He cautiously scouted the right passage but didn't see any sign of the Spider Queen, feeling a sense of relief. If the Spider Queen were still there, he might have had to retreat temporarily. He opened his communication panel and sent a message to his teammate. Suzerain, hey man, how's it going? Can you hold on? After a moment, Suzerain replied, barely holding on for another half hour. There are too many spiders, we can't wipe them all out, and our mana isn't regenerating quickly enough. It takes 10 minutes to recover 50 mana points, but in intense combat, those 50 points can be drained in 30 seconds. It's just not enough. Wu Yuansheng and the others have already started close combat. Nan Feng glanced at the left passage and saw a dense cluster of spiderlings. It was the perfect opportunity to test his new skill. He lay on the ground, positioning his Desert Eagle about 5 centimeters above the ground. He pulled the trigger. Boom! 20 mana points rapidly flowed into the Desert Eagle, and an 8-centimeter long, spiral-shaped mana bullet shot out. Piercing shot. The bullet whizzed along the ground, piercing through 17 spiderlings before stopping. Impressive. The power of the piercing shot far exceeded Nan Feng's expectations. Especially when facing such densely packed beasts, piercing shot was a brilliant move. It just consumed a bit more mana. Checking his status bar, he had 127 mana points left, enough for 6 more shots. Besides mana, he also noticed that his experience points had reached 109,21800. He needed 708 more experience points to level up, which meant he needed to defeat 48 more spiderlings. For Nan Feng, who excels at using piercing bullets, taking out 48 spiderlings is no big deal. She readied herself and fired another piercing bullet. However, luck was not on her side this time. Only 9 spiderlings fell, and the bullet got stuck in the wall, vanishing without a trace. She still needed to eliminate 39 more. Though anxious, Nan Feng remained confident and determined to complete the task. Nan Feng faced 39 spiderlings. He only needed to kill 1 more to level up to 5. This task was no walk in the park, but Nan Feng was undaunted. Resolutely, he decided to take action, striking down the first spiderling and provoking the other's fury. A swarm of spiderlings rushed at him with fierce momentum. Instead of fleeing, Nan Feng patiently waited for his piercing shot to cool down, then decisively took his chance, instantly killing 13 spiderlings. He felt a chill run down his spine as he quickly brushed off the spiders climbing on him and retreated hastily. Realizing the situation was dire and his health was already halved, he knew continuing like this would make him a spider snack. More spiderlings joined the chase, forming a dense, relentless horde. Nan Feng understood he couldn't stay put and decided to bolt out of the cave. He immediately contacted his teammate, Suzerain, informing him that he had drawn away some of the spiderlings, leaving the rest for them to handle. Nan Feng knew this was a life-or-death decision, and his teammates had to make their own choices. Suzerain, without hesitation, ordered everyone to prepare for a breakout. Wu Yuanqing was taken aback, wondering how they could possibly break through the mass of spiders. Huang Yuanming decided to take a risky gamble, choosing to dash out in search of a way out. Peng Dun, brave and strong, led the charge, breaking through with the help of his comrades. Su Yihan followed closely, gripping his staff tightly, pushing forward with his teammates. The other members, despite the immense pressure, fearlessly rushed out as well. The spiderlings launched a fierce attack from all directions, but the team was not to be outdone. They used their skills and strength to quickly eliminate most of the spiderlings. However, as the battle dragged on, their health dwindled, stamina wore thin, and negative effects began to take their toll. Su Ming felt despair, seeing no way to break through. Yun Fei put down his slingshot, bracing for the next wave. Wu Yuanqing also felt dejected, but chose to keep fighting. Su Yihan felt a cold indifference towards their plight, yet he continued to press on resolutely. In the end, only Su Zurin and Wu Chainan remained steadfast in their resistance. Determined not to give up, they sought a breakthrough. Suddenly, Su Zurin spotted a glimmer of hope. He rallied the team, believing they still had a chance to turn the tide. When everyone heard Su Zurin's words, their eyes instantly turned forward. In the dim firelight, they noticed that the number of spider hatchlings ahead had drastically decreased, unable to stop the team's advance. Huang Yuanming, extremely excited, exclaimed, "Oh my god! Is this the proverbial light at the end of the tunnel?" Su Yihan glanced at him in confusion and softly corrected, "Did you mean light at the end of the tunnel?" Huang Yuanming quickly nodded, enthusiastically agreeing, "Yes, yes, that's exactly what I meant." With the appearance of hope, everyone seemed energized and charged out of the spider encirclement in one go. The path ahead was clear and unobstructed. Su Zurin turned around and quietly moved to the back of the team. Wu Yuanqing gave him a thumbs up and approvingly said, "Brother, you're something else. Consider us friends now." A large group of spider hatchlings was still chasing them, posing a significant threat to the four ranged players. However, with Su Zurin's defense at 82 points, these spider hatchlings could only inflict minimal damage on him. As long as he wasn't surrounded, it wouldn't be fatal. Moreover, there were no spider hatchlings blocking their way forward, and the ones behind would have a hard time catching up. Soon, they arrived at a fork in the road, where they were shocked to find numerous spider hatchling corpses scattered around. At least 100 spider hatchlings had died here. Who could have been so ruthless? No wonder the spider numbers were so low here. They had been slaughtered. Could there be other players around? Suddenly, everyone remembered a missing teammate Nan Feng. The intense battle had almost made them forget about him. Seeing the ground littered with spider corpses, they all had the same thought. Bro, were these spiders Nan Feng's doing? Su Yihan's face showed disbelief. Very likely, Su Zurin nodded. Nan Feng messaged me earlier saying he lured away a large batch of spider hatchlings, which is why I decided to lead the charge out. He paused, somewhat surprised, and added, "I didn't expect him to take down so many. Was he hiding his strength all along?" At that moment, they had already emerged from the cave. The warm sunlight bathed them, making them feel as if they had been reborn. "Wow, that was a close call," Su Ming said, lowering his shield and gasping for air. With a defense of over 90 points, the spider hatchling's attacks were mere scratches to him, making him the most resilient to damage. His body was covered in spider bites. Su Yihan glanced worriedly at the cave behind them. "We should stay away from that cave. There's still a spider king in there." Everyone hurriedly distanced themselves from the cave. "So, what's our next move?" Wu Yuanqing asked, taking out a piece of roast meat and devouring it. "I found a lot of iron, but it's buried in the mountain wall. We need to dig it out." Chubby, treating his wounds, calmly said, "We can't dig it out without first dealing with the Spider King." Su Zurin nodded slightly. "We need to wait until everyone reaches level 6 before we can consider taking down that boss-level beast." "Should we disband then?" Yun Fei shrugged. "Let's come back to tackle this dungeon once we're all level 6. How about that?" "Sounds good." "Agreed. All right then, let's split up and each seek our own opportunities." With that, they parted ways, ready to embark on their own journeys. Su Yihan stood there on her tiptoes, gazing into the distance. Suddenly, she noticed a familiar figure. Was that Nan Feng? She furrowed her brows, deep in thought. Following Su Yihan's gaze, everyone saw Nan Feng running towards them with open arms. The moment Nan Feng spotted Su Yihan, she beamed with joy and shouted, "Dear sister, come help me." Behind Nan Feng, hundreds of adorable baby spiders followed closely. Nan Feng tightly gripped his wooden dagger, running and shouting. The baby spiders were hot on his heels, and he couldn't shake them off. His wounds healed rapidly as Su Yihan chanted a low incantation, using up her dwindling magic to provide Nan Feng with much-needed healing. Su Zurin's kite technique was effective. The terrain here was vast and open, unlike the narrow cave, allowing the group to fight while retreating and gradually eliminating the baby spiders. With the help of Su Zurin and the others, Nan Feng finally caught his breath. He had led the baby spiders in a wide circle, but they kept on his tail, impossible to shake off. He didn't dare venture into the forest, fearing he might encounter other fierce beasts and get surrounded. With no other choice, Nan Feng kept circling in the open area, and luckily spotted Su Zurin and the others emerging from the cave, quickly seeking their help. "You're my savior, healer." Nan Feng nodded gratefully at Su Yihan. His health had dropped dangerously below 50, but Su Yihan's healing restored his combat strength, enabling him to even fight back against a few baby spiders and gain some experience. Hearing the term healer, Su Yihan blushed and scolded. "Could you be more refined? Call me a priest." "All right, healer," Nan Feng chuckled, then turned and charged at a baby spider. Just 21 more spiders and he'd reach level 5. He couldn't let anyone else snatch the experience. Nan Feng swiftly approached a baby spider, his wooden dagger plunging down forcefully. 371. One-hit kill. The wooden dagger had a strength bonus of 24 points, 4 points stronger than the Desert Eagle, making its attack power superior. The baby spiders couldn't withstand the Desert Eagle, let alone the wooden dagger. The others watched in amazement. Despite the baby spider's average stats in terms of defense and health among level 3 monsters, even the strongest attacker, Wu Yuansheng, needed to hit a weak spot to one-shot a baby spider. Nan Feng's attack power was astonishing. Nan Feng paid no attention to the others' expressions. He was fully focused on eliminating the spiders and leveling up to 5, not caring about what anyone else thought. After over 10 minutes of battle, the group finally succeeded in wiping out the baby spiders with minimal losses. Just missed level 5, those guys stole my experience. Nan Feng thought to himself, a bit frustrated. After the battle, everyone gathered around. Pang Dun, standing next to Nan Feng, patted his shoulder. "Brother, we really owe you one today." Huang Yuanming also stepped forward. "That's right, without you, we might not have made it out alive." The others also expressed their gratitude to Nan Feng. They all knew that it was Nan Feng who had led away the majority of the baby spiders, allowing them to escape the cave. Nan Feng waved his hand and said, "You're too kind. There's no need to stand on ceremony among friends. How could I accept any reward from you?" The group exchanged glances, seemingly not having considered this before. Nan Feng licked his lips and continued, "Why feel guilty about this? One should never forget the kindness of saving a life. Of course, if you really want to show your gratitude, just give me 100 units of materials as a token." He emphasized the life-saving favor twice, clearly calculating his words. Watching Nan Feng as if he were performing a solo comedy act, Su Yihan couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Su Zurin calmly said, "Exchanging 100 units of materials for a life seems fair to me." "That's right, brother Nan Feng is an honest man. He would never take advantage of anyone," Huang Yuanming chimed in, having collaborated with Nan Feng several times before. "Come on, brother. Let's make the trade." Huang Yuanming handed over 100 units of materials to Nan Feng in front of everyone. Nan Feng reluctantly accepted them. Privately, Nan Feng messaged Huang Yuanming, thanking him. "Good brother. I'll return everything later." Huang Yuanming replied with a cheeky message, "Hee hee, happy to cooperate." They exchanged a sly smile. Soon, the others also handed Nan Feng 100 units of materials each. These individuals were all top 20 rankers, and 100 units of materials were nothing to them. Nan Feng's price was indeed very reasonable, considering he had risked his life to save them. In no time, Nan Feng had collected 800 units of materials, the fruits of his afternoon's labor. Satisfied, he looked at the sky. The sun was about to set, and he still had over an hour's walk ahead of him. "I should get going," he said. Staying longer might attract unnecessary trouble, although the likelihood was low given the recent life-and-death situation they had all faced together. "I should go too," Huang Yuanming said, looking at Nan Feng. "I'm heading east. What about you?" Nan Feng replied, "I'm heading southeast. I can walk with you for a bit." Su Ming, carrying a large shield, said, "Let's all leave for now. We can come back to explore this cave later." Yunfei nodded, "All right, let's meet up next time." Everyone left without dragging things out, each heading home. As they parted ways, Nan Feng smiled at Su Yihan and said, "See you next time, great healer." "Get lost," she retorted with disdain. "Haha, see you." Nan Feng waved and set off with Huang Yuanming. On the way, Huang Yuanming grinned mischievously. "Brother, what do you think of Su Yihan?" Recalling her captivating presence, Nan Feng commented, "Her medical skills are excellent." Huang Yuanming laughed, "That's quite an honest assessment." Nan Feng clarified, "I meant her rapid healing abilities, truly top-notch." Huang Yuanming nodded in agreement. They walked east until they reached a stream. Huang Yuanming followed the stream home, while Nan Feng had another half-hour's walk south. Looking at the clear water, Nan Feng's eyes sparkled with an idea. Brother Huang, how about bringing me 2 buckets of water tonight? Huang Yuanming, surprised, asked, how did you know I've been crafting wooden buckets lately? Nan Feng laughed, just a wild guess. Nan Feng found Huang Yuanming's surprise amusing. Last night, Nan Feng was diligently fixing the wooden barrels, and now, they were starting to take shape. He eagerly thought that he could deliver 2 barrels to you tonight. Huang Yuanming playfully guessed that these might be for making mana potions, and reminded him not to forget to save some for him. Nan Feng nodded and smiled. Of course. They chatted for a bit before going their separate ways. Upon entering the forest, Nan Feng became particularly cautious. The forest was filled with ferocious beasts, most of which were exceptionally cunning and hard to guard against. At this moment, Nan Feng's mana was below 20 points, and his health was just over 100, leaving him in a less than ideal state. Fortunately, Nan Feng did not encounter any high-level beasts along the way tonight. The few level 1 or 2 beasts he ran into were easily defeated. A notification sounded. Congratulations, you have successfully defeated a level 2 giant squirrel and gained 7 experience points. Another notification followed. You have successfully reached level 5. Then came another prompt. The chosen one of this area, Nan Feng, has become the first player to reach level 5, earning 1 reputation point. Nan Feng was slightly taken aback, thinking, is there a new feature unlocked? The cross-regional chat channel is now open. Nan Feng excitedly opened the panel, curious about this new feature. Ding. Successfully entered the cross-regional chat channel. Ding. Only chosen ones at level 5 and above can speak in the cross-regional chat channel, with a minimum interval of 30 seconds between messages. Ding. The area where Nan Feng is located has just reached its 527th level 5 chosen one, and is officially designated as the Primal World 527 Zone. Primal World 527 Zone? Nan Feng was surprised by the voice of the creation god system. There had already been 526 chosen ones who reached level 5 before him? That's incredibly fast. Shaking his head, Nan Feng turned his attention back to the cross-regional chat channel. In Zone 132, a user named Sakura Kajiro mocked, another newbie, and it took him 3 days to reach level 5? That's pathetic. From Zone 288, Emilia chimed in, this should be the last newbie for today, right? In Zone 17, Xiaoang ran Nan Feng. Hey brother, are you from Longwood too? Nan Feng glanced at Xiaoangren's profile picture. Judging by his appearance, he seemed to be from Longwa as well. This cross-regional chat channel must have a built-in translation function, as Nan Feng noticed that many messages from chosen ones in other countries were displayed in Longwa characters. Zone 527, Nan Feng Xiaoang ran, yes, I am from Longwa. What's up with this cross-regional chat channel? Why are there so many quirky people? Suddenly, Sakura Kajiro from Zone 132 interrupted. Who are you calling friends? You Longwa people are all trash, and you're the trashiest of them all. Samurai from the Great Sakura Empire never associate with trash. Before Xiaoang Ran could respond, a user named Sakura Kojiro had already spoken up. Nan Feng felt confused and unjustly attacked. He hadn't done anything wrong. Licking his lips, Nan Feng began typing furiously. Zone 527, Nan Feng Sakura Kojiro. Pathetic loser. Are you so deprived of maternal love that you need to spout nonsense? Sorry, I can't fill that void. But I can give you fatherly love because I'm your daddy. He sent the message after cutting it down by 2,000 words. With the 30-second interval between messages, Nan Feng couldn't express himself continuously, and the other party couldn't grasp his full intent, which frustrated him. But thankfully, his short message was sharp and deadly. As a swordsmanship prodigy from the Sakura family, Sakura Kojiro had never been so insulted and immediately turned pale with anger. Zone 132, Sakura Kojiro threatened, Nan Feng, you're dead. Zone 527, Nan Feng smirked. You think you can come through the internet to hit me? Zone 132, Sakura Kojiro coldly replied, just you wait. Nan Feng was taken aback, feeling a sense of unease. Could this guy really find him through the internet to seek revenge? He looked around cautiously, relieved to find no one nearby. Realizing it was getting late, he knew continuing this argument was pointless. The sun was setting, and he still had a ways to go to reach his cabin. Spending the night outside would be suicide. Closing the panel, Nan Feng quickly ran back to his cabin. Nan Feng had no idea what kind of impact his argument with Sakura Kojiro in the cross-regional chat channel would have on the entire 527 region. Before nightfall, Nan Feng hurried back to his cabin. Finally, he could take a moment to rest. In this small cabin, Nan Feng felt completely at ease. Despite the dangers of exploring the mine this afternoon, he had gained a lot. Nan Feng had directly leveled up from 4 to 5, becoming the top-ranked player. He also received 1 point of reputation, though he's still unsure of its purpose. Additionally, his personal divine weapon had upgraded again, reaching the peak of F grade, a significant improvement. After a brief rest, Nan Feng lit a campfire and started roasting some meat. While cooking, he took out his desert eagle and began practicing his aim on a tree about 40 meters away from the cabin. After firing over 200 rounds, Nan Feng felt that his marksmanship had improved. He decided to practice for half an hour every night to increase his accuracy. With a small goal set, Nan Feng put away his desert eagle and closed the cabin door. Based on his experience from the past few days, a large number of ferocious beasts would start roaming in about half an hour, and he didn't want to provoke these terrifying creatures. The aroma of the roasted meat filled the cabin. However, after eating roasted meat for 3 consecutive days, Nan Feng was starting to get sick of it. The mere sight of it made him feel a bit nauseous. In this primitive world, various types of meat were easy to come by, but fruits and vegetables were hard to find. Despite his aversion, Nan Feng still needed to eat, as going without food for too long would result in a weakness debuff, reducing all his attributes by 5 to 50, which could have severe consequences. This was something Nan Feng had learned from the chat channel, even though he had never experienced hunger himself. Nan Feng began to eat the roasted meat, while opening his panel to go online. As soon as he opened the panel, he saw a flood of private messages, and the chat channel was buzzing with activity. Chat channel. Baojian. Nan Feng, why are you still lurking? Come out and say something. Nan Feng. Huang Yuanming, don't worry, he probably just got back to his cabin and hasn't seen the messages yet. Tian Jiping, Humph, I think he's just scared and hiding. Why should the entire region suffer for something he did? Wu Li, alright, there's no point in arguing now. Let's figure out what to do. Nan Feng was a bit confused and didn't understand what had happened. He opened the private messages from his friends and gradually pieced together the events. It turned out that after his argument with Sakura Kojiro in the cross-regional chat channel, Sakura Kojiro was furious and had announced a cross-regional challenge against the 527 region. This so-called cross-regional challenge was actually a type of item. Cross-regional challenge token. Designate a region and engage in a fair 1v1 duel with the highest rank chosen one from that region. If victorious, all resources in the winner's region will increase by 10. If defeated, all resources in the loser's region will decrease by 10. Sakura Kojiro suddenly announced an interregional challenge, instantly heightening the tension and excitement across the entire area. People eagerly discussed the news in chat channels, creating a lively atmosphere. When Nan Feng heard about it, he couldn't help but gasp. He felt a sense of relief that he hadn't offended Sakura Kojiro in the past. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. The audacity of this guy to challenge him across regions was truly impressive. Nan Feng understood the significance of this challenge. After all, the victor would not only gain glory but also seize 10 of the opponent's resources. This was a high-stakes battle with substantial rewards, and Nan Feng resolved to give it his all, leaving no room for error. So, Nan Feng began to prepare for the confrontation. He took deep breaths, adjusted his mindset, and readied himself for the intense challenge ahead. No matter how formidable the opponent, Nan Feng would fight with all his might to defend his territory and honor. This time, he vowed to deliver the most spectacular performance ever. Nan Feng was stunned when he realized that Sha Bai had managed to hit him through the internet. He couldn't believe such a thing was possible in the primitive world. This just makes the keyboard warriors even more unbearable. Outrageous. Just then, a new message popped up on Nan Feng's screen. Su Zurin invited you to join the Handsome Guys group. Do you accept? What is this new feature? Nan Feng was a bit puzzled, but decided to click accept. Ding. Nan Feng successfully joined the group chat. Scanning the members, he saw they were all his adventure buddies from the afternoon. Huang Yuanming called out, Bro, you finally made it. I thought you got knocked out halfway. Nan Feng scoffed, You're the one who got knocked out halfway. Huang Yuanming retorted, You didn't even reply to my private messages. Nan Feng sighed, I just got home. I haven't even had a chance to sit down. He glanced at the messages in the group, feeling a bit confused. Su Zurin, noticing Nan Feng seriously munching on his grilled meat, explained, Sakura Kojiro wants to challenge you. Did you know that? Nan Feng nodded. I had an idea, but how did you guys know about our conflict? Cross-region chat channels require level 5 or higher to speak, but we can still read the conversations, Su Zurin explained. Nan Feng suddenly understood. I see. Su Zurin continued, I heard from Chingamo in District 68 that each region has a cross-region challenge token. You must defeat a level 5 or higher Lorder beast to obtain it. Sakura Kojiro just got a challenge token and has been looking for an opponent, and you happen to become his target. Nan Feng sighed, Seems like I'm really out of luck. Su Zurin added, Actually, it wasn't your words that caught his attention. According to other regions' chosen ones, Sakura Kojiro challenges the last person in each region because that represents the weakest strength and the highest chance of winning, making it easier to gather resources. Nan Feng realized he had to reach level 5 before nightfall, which was a tight schedule. If he waited until tomorrow to level up, Sakura Kojiro might move on to challenge District 526. Su Ming revealed, I gathered some info from the cross-region chat channel, 1. Sakura Kojiro's region, 132, entered cross-region a day before us. 2. Sakura Kojiro is already level 6, wields a katana, and seems to have powerful attack skills, though specifics are unknown. 3. This morning, Sakura Kojiro single-handedly defeated a level 5 Lord-Ear beast. Nan Feng frowned. Sakura Kojiro's strength was indeed worrying, being able to defeat a level 5 Lord-Tier beast alone. Although Nan Feng had never faced a level 5 Lord-Tier beast, he once encountered a level 6 Lord-Tier beast, the Abyss Spider King. That creature had an attack power of 420 and a health of 2,800, making it an opponent Nan Feng couldn't handle at his current level. While a level 5 Lord-Tier beast wasn't as formidable as the Abyss Spider King, it was still a force to be reckoned with. Comparatively, Nan Feng seemed to be in a dire situation. Nan Feng took a deep breath and opened his phone, discovering a message. It indicated that Sakura Kojiro would challenge him tomorrow morning. This meant Nan Feng had no time left to further enhance his abilities. He would have to face Sakura Kojiro with his current skills. At that moment, Suzuran asked Nan Feng if he felt confident. While chatting casually with Sui Han, Nan Feng pondered his plan for the upcoming challenge. He knew his only advantage tomorrow would be the Desert Eagle in his hand. The Desert Eagle's long attack range would be key to his victory. Nan Feng felt confident but was also aware of the difficulty of the challenge. In the handsome guys group, Nan Feng assured everyone he would give it his all. His friends in the group cheered him on, offering words of encouragement. They understood that this challenge wasn't due to any mistake on Nan Feng's part, but rather the constraints of the game rules. Nan Feng closed the group chat and switched to the general chat channel. It was chaotic, with supporters and critics voicing their opinions. He chose to ignore the negative comments and focused on his preparations. He received grilled meat from his friend Xiao Luo and a special gift, a giant strength herb, from Yuran. Nan Feng accepted these gifts, feeling particularly moved by Yuran's thoughtful present. He decided to allocate all his attribute points to strength, aiming to unleash powerful attacks in the battle. After consuming the giant strength herb, he felt his strength surge, boosting his confidence even further. Nan Feng was ready to face tomorrow's challenge and defeat Sakura Kojiro. A surge of confidence welled up in Nan Feng's heart, as the incredible attack power made him feel immensely strong. Howls and roars echoed outside the cabin, just like the previous nights, sending chills down his spine. Nan Feng walked cautiously to the window and observed carefully. Shadows darted outside, moving so quickly that it was almost impossible to identify them. He dared not linger, fearing to provoke the wrath of the beasts outside. Though the cabin was sturdy, it had its own limitations. Nan Feng knew that the beasts outside might have the power to destroy his shelter. He closed the window and poured the 2 large barrels of water that Huang Yuanming had delivered into the purification device, letting the water slowly cleanse. As night deepened, Nan Feng fell asleep to the sound of the beast's roars. Tomorrow, he would face yet another tough battle. The early morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a gentle glow on Nan Feng as he woke up abruptly, like a carp flipping in the water. He glanced at his tactical watch. It was 6:10 a.m. Was Inghua Kojiro still lost in his dreams? Nan Feng hadn't received any challenge notifications, giving him a brief moment of respite. After a quick breakfast, he pushed open the door of his small cabin, revealing a lush forest bathed in sunlight filtering through the leaves. The fierce beasts that roamed the night had vanished without a trace. Standing at the cabin door, Nan Feng began practicing his shooting skills. He wanted to use this precious time to improve his accuracy. Swish, swish, swish. Nan Feng focused on targeting the iron-clawed mice around him. These small targets were perfect for honing his marksmanship, and he could also gather their claws as materials, boosting his level in the process. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Why not? To be ready for any challenge, Nan Feng maintained over 80 of his mana, careful not to waste it. After more than 2 hours of training, just as he started feeling impatient, the system notification sounded. Ding! The Chosen One from Primitive World Area 132, Inghua Kojiro, has issued a cross-regional challenge to you. Please prepare. Simultaneously, the regional announcement displayed that Primitive World Area 132 had challenged Primitive World Area 527, and the duel would commence in 10 minutes. Both Chosen Ones were advised to get ready. Nan Feng opened his personal panel, seeing the countdown and detailed rules for the cross-regional challenge. According to the rules, after the countdown ended, both participants would be randomly teleported to an uninhabited area of the primitive world for a duel within a 100-meter radius. They would receive an unyielding will buff, and the first to have their health reduced to 1 point would lose. Nan Feng raised an eyebrow, realizing that the challenge wouldn't be fatal, only causing a 10 resource loss for the loser's area. This eased his mind considerably. With 9 minutes left before the challenge, Nan Feng returned to his cabin to recover his mana, then joined the cross-regional chat channel. Inghua Kojiro from Area 132 started taunting. Is that Nan Feng too scared? Not a peep from him since last night. Winterpath Yuta from Area 132 mocked. He's probably scared stiff, hiding somewhere and trembling. Maho Daiki from Area 132 angrily declared, insulting the samurai of our great Sakura Empire. This is his fate. The resources of Area 527 will be ours. Nan Feng entered the cross-regional chat channel, seeing the chosen ones from Area 132 smugly mocking him. Their levels were all above 5, making them significantly stronger than those from Area 527. Su Zurin from Area 527 sneered, 3 losers. Xiao Luo from Area 527 chimed in, exactly. Nan Feng was stunned. Have they both reached level 5 too? Checking the level leaderboard, Nan Feng was surprised to find that Su Zurin and Xiao Luo had indeed reached level 5. Early this morning, the two couldn't wait to start leveling up their game. At the moment, they are engaged in a trash-talking battle with players from Zone 132 in the cross-zone chat. However, it's clear they aren't strong enough, and their attacks are barely making a dent. Mayu Dahue from Zone 132 sneered, Nan Feng from Zone 527, hiding in your shell and sending these 2 losers to fight for you? Weren't you all high and mighty yesterday? Yuta Tudu from Zone 132 chimed in, people from Long Kingdom are all cowards, not even close to the level of our great Sakura Empire's warriors. Not to be outdone, Sakura Kojiro added, fighting such cowards is an insult to my warrior spirit. At this point, Chung Amo from Zone 68 interjected, who are you talking about? Spouting off like that? If you keep it up, I'll use my cross-zone challenge token on Zone 132. Xiaowang Ran from Zone 17 expressed regret, we've already used up our challenge tokens, otherwise I'd be taking on Zone 132 too. Yi Piaoling said, we still have challenge tokens. I'm going to challenge Zone 132 as well. Lin Tianchi from Zone 381 sneered, these Sakura Nation people are so full of themselves. Just look at how many Long Kingdom battle zones are here. Chung Imo added, let's seize the opportunity and act together to show Zone 132 what we're made of. Yuta Tudu's words had ignited the anger of many players from Long Kingdom, who began to appear one after another, expressing their fury. Zone 132 had managed to anger all the Long Kingdom players. Players from other countries chose to stay on the sidelines, not joining the argument. This was a conflict between Long Kingdom and Sakura Nation, and other countries were actually hoping to see the two nations clash even more fiercely. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Zone 132 quickly apologized. Sakura Kojiro said, sorry, my remarks were aimed at Nan Feng, not all Long Kingdom players. However, by then, Sakura Kojiro had already offended all the Long Kingdom players. Nan Feng smirked and said, my comments aren't just aimed at you, but at the entire Sakura Nation. You're all trash. Sakura Kojiro, gritting his teeth, responded, Nan Feng, just wait. You'll regret saying that in 5 minutes. Nan Feng sarcastically replied, cross-zone challenges aren't fatal. Can't you understand that with your low level of education? Is everyone in Sakura Nation illiterate? Nan Feng was adept at using broad insults and was ruthless towards Sakura Nation. Sakura Kojiro was so furious he couldn't speak. He gritted his teeth and said, wait for the challenge to start. I'll make you beg for mercy. Nan Feng taunted. A son wants to beat his father? How absurd. Are all Sakura people this disrespectful? Sigh. I blame myself for not educating you well when you were young, too busy playing games. Sakura Kojiro was on the verge of exploding with rage. The players from Zone 132 began to argue among themselves, while other Long Kingdom players looked down on Nan Feng, thinking he was a coward trying to avoid the challenge. Nan Feng didn't back down, nor did he bring any disgrace to Longhua. In District 39, Inghua Ijin sneered, foolish people of Longhua, your arrogance won't last much longer. Nan Feng replied to Inghua Zio Siro, make sure to teach him a good lesson later. In District 132, Inghua Zio Siro suddenly exclaimed, oh no, Onasan, the people from District 39 are here. Nan Feng was a bit surprised. Why were these two brothers named Inghua Ijian and not Inghua Desailang? Nan Feng realized that Inghua Ijian's strength was not to be underestimated, as a higher district ranking indicated greater power. Perhaps Inghua Ijian had already reached level 7, or even level 8. Nan Feng hadn't expected that Sakura Nation had so many experts, but he firmly believed that Longhua was equally strong, especially with Xiaowang Ran from District 17, who was surely more powerful than Inghua Ijian. As the battle was about to begin, Nan Feng started stretching and preparing for the challenge. At this moment, Inghua Zio Siro mentioned Nan Feng in the cross-district chat channel and proposed a bet. They agreed that the loser would have to call the winner Dad 3 times in the chat channel. Nan Feng accepted the bet with a cold smile, thinking Inghua Zio Siro was too confident. The countdown began, and both silently prepared themselves. In a small cabin, Nan Feng took a bite of fragrant roasted meat and a sip of cool water, getting ready for the battle. When the countdown ended, Nan Feng and Inghua Zio Siro were simultaneously transported to a deserted area in the primitive world. Nan Feng looked at Inghua Zio Siro 50 meters away and grinned, confident that this distance was enough to ensure Inghua Zio Siro's defeat. The setting for this cross-region challenge is a lush valley. Despite the abundant vegetation, Tall trees are rare, allowing the breeze to flow freely. Not far off, a figure in a worn-out shirt and jeans, named Sakura Kojiro, is slowly approaching Nan Feng. With a sharp look in his eyes, Sakura Kojiro declares that today, Nan Feng will pay for his arrogant words. Nan Feng raises a wooden dagger, staring intently at Sakura Kojiro, claiming he will teach him a lesson. Sakura Kojiro sneers. Seeing Nan Feng with a dagger, Sakura Kojiro's wary expression begins to fade. Before the challenge began, Sakura Kojiro felt a bit uneasy. If Nan Feng's weapon had been for long-range attacks, the situation might not have been so optimistic. Long-range attacks hold a significant advantage in early combat, bridging the gap between differing skill levels. Although Sakura Kojiro believes he can quickly close the distance and secure victory, there's always a slight risk. Now seeing that Nan Feng is also a close combat fighter, wielding the shortest range weapon, a dagger, Sakura Kojiro's confidence solidifies. Gripping his wooden katana, Sakura Kojiro walks elegantly toward Nan Feng. He mockingly suggests that Nan Feng should kneel and call him Daddy now, so that he wouldn't have to do it over the public channel later. Imagine the embarrassment of calling him Daddy in front of everyone. Here, with no one around, no one would know if he did. Nan Feng silently calculates the distance between them, his face showing confusion. Sakura Kojiro, feigning seriousness, insists, "Call me Daddy." Nan Feng cheerfully responds, "All right, good son." Sakura Kojiro's face darkens, glaring at Nan Feng, threatening to see how long he can keep up the bravado. Then, Sakura Kojiro quickens his pace, charging at Nan Feng. 40 meters, 35 meters, 30 meters. Nan Feng hides his hands behind his back, swiftly dropping the wooden dagger and pulling out a Desert Eagle pistol. Sakura Kojiro perceives Nan Feng's calm demeanor, with hands behind his back, as that of a master. He scoffs disdainfully, accusing Nan Feng of putting on airs. He believes Nan Feng is all weaknesses, nothing like a top-tier fighter. In this, Sakura Kojiro is qualified to comment. The Sakura family has a long tradition of swordsmanship, producing many master swordsmen. In the land of Sakura, there is no significant distinction between a katana and a sword, thus techniques for both fall under swordsmanship. As the family prodigy, Sakura Kojiro has loved the katana since childhood, mastering swordsmanship second only to his brother, Sakura Ichikan. After being transported to a primal world, Sakura Kojiro received a katana as his destined weapon. Having trained in swordsmanship for many years, Sakura Kojiro comprehended a powerful Iajutsu technique on his first day in the new world. Thanks to his unique skills, Sakura Kojiro's power quickly increased, and no matter what enemy he faced, he could easily defeat them, leaving other competitors in Zone 132 far behind. Just yesterday, Sakura Kojiro even single-handedly defeated a powerful level 5 boss beast. Such achievements filled him with confidence, and he began to grow a bit complacent. Nan Feng keenly noticed the shift in Sakura Kojiro's attitude and felt a bit puzzled. However, for Nan Feng, this situation could only work to his advantage. The more his opponent underestimated him, the greater his chances of victory. The distance between them was only 20 meters. At this range, Nan Feng's accuracy could reach over 90. Everything was under control. Penetrating bullet. Nan Feng swiftly raised his Desert Eagle, not aiming with his eyes but relying on his instincts, and fired at Sakura Kojiro. After days of intense battles, Nan Feng had gradually mastered the essence of marksmanship. The moment the bullet left the barrel, Nan Feng had a premonition that this shot would hit its mark. The penetrating bullet, formed by 20 points of magic power, whizzed towards Sakura Kojiro. As the bullet left the gun, Sakura Kojiro was momentarily stunned. This was supposed to be close combat. How could there be a gun? Everyone used melee weapons, yet here was someone with a Desert Eagle, completely out of place. Despite his shock, Sakura Kojiro's response was quick. He swiftly raised his katana for a horizontal slash. However, when the penetrating bullet collided with the wooden katana, it made a crisp impact sound. Nan Feng's bullet was blocked by Sakura Kojiro's sword. "Ha, just a petty trick," Sakura Kojiro sneered, proud of his swordsmanship, but his smugness lasted less than a second, as the bullet pierced through the katana and lodged into Sakura Kojiro's left shoulder. 158 HP.
Impossible.
This was unbelievable. Sakura Kojiro stared at his wound in disbelief. In this world of dimensions, was there still any sense of scientific logic? Are you kidding me? Nan Feng's face remained calm, but his mind was in turmoil. His attack power was as high as 385 points, plus the 150 damage bonus of the penetrating bullet. Yet it only caused 158 points of damage? This was too unreasonable. Even more incredible was that Sakura Kojiro managed to slice a bullet with his sword. Was this a movie? Nan Feng even suspected his opponent of cheating. Seeing Nan Feng's expression, Sakura Kojiro sneered and said, "You don't know, do you? Low-level attacks get significantly reduced by high-level defenses, that's just..." Before he could finish, Sakura Kojiro had already charged at Nan Feng with his sword, reaching his maximum speed instantly.
Instant slash.
Few knew that Sakura Kojiro had also mastered a dash skill instant slash. This was his trump card, ensuring he wouldn't be at a disadvantage even against long-range opponents. This was the source of his confidence. With a sinister smile, Sakura Kojiro quickly closed the distance to just 10 meters. At this close range, his sword was faster than his opponent's gun. Nan Feng remained calm, as he had already anticipated the possibility of close combat the night before. However, Sakura Kojiro seemed unaffected by Nan Feng's close proximity. Instead of a bow, slingshot, or darts, Nan Feng wielded a guna weapon that didn't need distance to accelerate, making it both fast and effective. In fact, close range not only didn't hinder Nan Feng but even improved his accuracy. At a distance of 10 meters, the gun was already quick, but within 10 meters, it was both precise and swift. Nan Feng steadily retreated while firing 3 consecutive shots. As his level increased, Nan Feng became more agile, with enhanced attack and movement speed. This 10-meter distance was enough for Nan Feng to launch 4 to 5 attacks. Miss. 158. 158. 2 bullets hit their mark, one in the abdomen, and one in the calf with decent effect. But what puzzled Nan Feng was why the damage from his regular attacks was the same as his penetrating shots. How was this damage calculated? Meanwhile, deep down, Sakura Kojiro was cursing, wondering why Nan Feng's attack power was so high. Why? After 3 rounds of attacks, Sakura Kojiro had less than 50 HP left, and was still bleeding, losing 5 to 8 HP per second. Yet, he did not give up, as he was now less than 2 meters away from Nan Feng. Draw slash. Ikuzo. Sakura Kojiro gripped his katana with both hands, and delivered a horizontal slash. Just one strike. Sakura Kojiro believed that if he put all his strength into this one strike, it would be enough to kill Nan Feng instantly. The slash was so fast that Nan Feng couldn't dodge it. However, he was prepared and rushed towards Sakura Kojiro before he raised his sword. Special move: close contact. At such close range, the 90-centimeter katana was rendered ineffective. Sakura Kojiro's strike missed. Trying to get close to me? Now you're close enough. In Sakura Kojiro's shocked gaze, Nan Feng had already drawn a wooden dagger and plunged it into Sakura Kojiro's heart. Congratulations! Nan Feng emerged victorious in a fierce showdown against Sakura Kojiro, becoming the champion of this cross-regional challenge. The system's notification echoed throughout the entire primitive world Zone 527, announcing a 10 resource increase for Nan Feng's region. The challenge ended so swiftly that Nan Feng defeated Sakura Kojiro in under 10 seconds, leaving the latter utterly defenseless. Enraged, Sakura Kojiro's health was locked at just 1 point, his eyes filled with anger and helplessness. With a smile, Nan Feng taunted, "Remember to call me daddy, little guy." Sakura Kojiro wanted to retort but held his tongue, and in an instant, both returned to their respective zones. Back in his small cabin, Nan Feng felt as though time had stood still since he left. He let out a deep breath, finally relaxing his tense nerves. Though the challenge was over, Nan Feng knew better than anyone the dangers he had faced. Sakura Kojiro's final strike had sent chills down his spine. Nan Feng knew that if he had been hit, he would have failed instantly. Fortunately, he had anticipated close-range attacks and prepared the night before, allowing him to dodge the lethal blows swiftly. Reflecting on the entire battle, Nan Feng assessed his weaknesses before opening the panel and entering the chat channel. It was the perfect moment for some bragging. Other chosen ones had also received the system announcement of Nan Feng's victory and were eagerly discussing it in the chat. Lu Daqiang commented, "Nan Feng, you're incredible." Huang Yuaming marveled. "It felt like a dream. It took less than a minute, right? And you won." Suzerain, impressed, said, "Sakura Kojiro's attack power is 410 points, plus his skills and level advantage. He could have easily one-shot you." He curiously asked, "Nan Feng, how did you win?" Nan Feng teased, "Could it be because a patch of herbs suddenly grew next to my cabin? Is this the 10 resource increase effect?" Wu Yuanqing also noticed changes. The number of fierce beasts around seems to have increased. Lu Daqiang pointed out, "There are more trees too. The ones I cut down yesterday have grown back." Nan Feng had wondered what the 10 resource increase meant. It now seemed that the entire region's resources had increased, including but not limited to trees, minerals, and fierce beasts, enhancing overall strength. However, for individuals, the benefits weren't as significant. There were no attribute point rewards, making it less rewarding than hunting a lore-level beast. As more people tagged him in the chat channel, Nan Feng joined the discussion. Confidently, he announced, "A thunderous sound in the sky, and the handsome hero appears." Applause. Tian Jiping teased, "A bit childish, huh?" Yuan Yuan explained, "Maybe childish for elementary students, but just right for college students." Everyone clapped in agreement. Huang Yuanming joined in the praise, "Nan Feng, big brother. I'll be your little brother from now on." Bao Jian directly pleaded, "Big brother, take me under your wing." In no time, all the chosen ones became Nan Feng's fans, eagerly praising him. Nan Feng felt gratified and didn't forget to sneak in a little advertisement. Nan Feng stood in front of the cabin, excitedly announcing the good news of their victory to his family. To celebrate this moment, he had prepared 50 cups of crystal-clear fresh water. This time, it wasn't the usual 98 or 88 units, but a low price of just 28. With a smile in his eyes, Nan Feng enticingly promoted the offer. For just 28 units of materials, you get not only quality but also affordability, making it accessible for every household to enjoy this refreshing water. It not only quenches your thirst but also soothes your soul, making it an essential for any home or journey. Nan Feng's heartfelt sales pitch sparked a buying frenzy among his family. Yuran was so moved that she decided to drink a cup right away. Wu Yuanqing quickly called out, asking his sister upstairs to save him a portion. Sui Han also joined in, and everyone was swept up by Nan Feng's enthusiasm. Nan Feng knew that for long-range chosen ones, the consumption of mana had always been a problem. Previously, a bottle of mana restoration potion cost as much as 50 units of materials, deterring many. But now, the price drop to 28 units attracted more attention. After all, it was already the 4th day, and everyone had saved up some resources. With the exploration around the cabin nearing its end, everyone was preparing to venture further. Having some mana restoration potions would provide them with extra security. The 50 cups of clean water sold out quickly, and many privately messaged Nan Feng to ask if there was more stock. Nan Feng beamed with joy as this business venture turned out to be highly profitable. The strategy of lowering the price had indeed worked. Although he had to share some of the earnings with Huang Yuanming, Nan Feng was very satisfied. During the break from purifying water, Nan Feng opened the cross-regional chat channel. He had something important to do: keep his life-bound weapon a secret. Sakura Kojiro already knew that Nan Feng's life-bound weapon was a handgun, but no one else had seen it firsthand, giving Nan Feng enough room to play tricks. While he didn't expect to fool everyone, as long as most people didn't believe Sakura Kojiro, Nan Feng would be content. In the cross-regional chat channel, Sakura Iken from District 39 was boasting confidently, provoking the chosen ones from Longhua. Longhua Xiao Ongran retorted, "Do you think the warriors of Longhua will surrender so easily?" The chosen ones from Longhua and Sakura country argued fiercely, with sharp words exchanged. Nan Feng has always been a significant presence on this channel. Like other trolls, he feels uneasy if he doesn't criticize something for a day. This time, he saw a perfect opportunity and couldn't resist joining the group chat. In the chat for Area 527, Nan Feng began his performance. "Everyone, please help me. My foolish son is missing. Help me find him." Sakura Sword's emoji response from Area 39 left Nan Feng a bit puzzled, but he wasn't about to give up this chance to show off. In Zone 527, Nan Feng was anxiously searching for his son, his voice echoing through the channel. "Can anyone help me find my foolish son?" Suddenly, the entire channel was captivated by his call. Chung Imo from Zone 68 asked with concern, "Brother Nan Feng, did you win?" Lin Tianchi from Zone 381 also expressed his surprise. "Is it over already? It's only been a few minutes." Xiao Ongran from Zone 17 teased, "Looks like Sakura Kojiro is going to be disappointed?" Nan Feng confidently replied, "Of course I won. It was a piece of cake. How could my son possibly beat me?" "Right." He then inquired, "Has anyone seen my son? Why hasn't he come out to call me dad yet?" Nan Feng's words caused a stir across the chat channel. Emilia from Zone 288 exclaimed in astonishment, "Oh my god, is this for real? Zone 527 actually defeated Zone 132? Mike from Zone 8 mocked, "Sakura Nation is such a joke. They lost even with a level advantage." Andre from Zone 3 praised, "Did you challenge someone of a higher level? Impressive." Sakura Ichikan from Zone 39 said in disbelief, "Absolutely impossible. This kid must be lying." Lin Tianchi questioned, "Where are the people from Zone 132? Why isn't anyone speaking up? Could they be beaten into silence?" Xiaoangran teased, "Looks like Sakura Kojiro isn't that strong after all. Can't even beat someone a level lower. What's the point?" The chosen ones from Sakura Nation looked grim. They couldn't believe that their highly anticipated Sakura Kojiro lost to a level 5 chosen from Dragon Nation. It was a bitter pill to swallow, leaving them feeling utterly disgusted. Yi Piaoling explained, "The damage is calculated by subtracting the defender's level from the attacker's level. The damage equals the attack power minus the defense power, divided by the level difference. For each level difference, the damage is halved." He asked Nan Feng, "Even if the damage is halved, you still won. Is Sakura Kojiro really that weak?" Nan Feng suddenly realized that the level difference affected the damage. A 1-level difference halves the damage, a 2-level difference reduces the damage to 1/3, and a 9-level difference reduces it to 1/nth. Fortunately, Nan Feng had maxed out his strength attribute, giving him high attack power, and Sakura Kojiro had low resistance. So even with half damage, Nan Feng could still deal 150 damage. After Nan Feng explained, Everyone in the channel understood that his victory was not a fluke. When Su Zuren mentioned that his primary weapon was a dagger, Nan Feng secretly gave a thumbs up. This misunderstanding gave him more room to maneuver. He replied with a smile, "Yeah, I didn't lose any health at all." Nan Feng secretly rejoiced, knowing that his strength and strategy had been fully utilized. Zone 3 Andre. Challenging higher levels without taking any damage and using melee weapons? That's too demanding. I don't think I'm up to that level. Zone 288 Amelia. I've heard that people from Longhua are all skilled in martial arts. Is that true? Can you really challenge higher levels without taking any damage? Nan Feng, you must be very impressive. Zone 8 Mike. Skills? In the face of absolute power, skills are insignificant. Zone 78 Kim Hyun-wook. Maybe it's not that Nan Feng is too strong, but that Sakura Kojiro is too weak. Although no one wants to admit that a chosen one from another country is strong, everyone is willing to acknowledge that they are weak. Kim Hyun-wook's words were immediately agreed upon by most of the chosen ones. Zone 8 Mike, you're right. Sakura Kojiro is indeed incompetent. Zone 502 Shivani, haha, Sakura Kojiro can't even defeat someone from Zone 527, so he definitely can't beat me. Zone 132 Sakura Kojiro, how dare you? I can take you down with one strike. Finally, Sakura Kojiro, who had been silent for a long time, couldn't hold back any longer. Nan Feng instantly perked up. He had been waiting for this moment, thinking Sakura Kojiro didn't dare to show up. Zone 527 Nan Feng, where have you been, kid? Dad's been looking for you for a long time. Zone 39 Sakura Ichikan, Nan Feng, watch your words. Zone 527 Nan Feng, I'm talking to my son. What's it to you? Oh wait, you're his brother. So that means you're my son too. Zone 132 Sakura Kojiro, you scoundrel. How dare you insult my brother? You're asking for it. Zone 527 Nan Feng, Sakura Kojiro, kid, didn't you just agree to call me dad? Why haven't you called me yet? Where's your samurai spirit? Zone 39 Sakura Ichikan, Kojiro, did you really lose? The chat channel fell silent, with everyone waiting for Sakura Kojiro to respond. After a long pause, Sakura Kojiro finally spoke. Zone 132 Sakura Kojiro, yes, sister. Nan Feng's true weapon is a handgun with a long range. I couldn't even get close to him before my health was nearly depleted. Zone 39 Sakura Ichikan, what? A handgun? Zone 68 Chingamo, what the heck? A true weapon that awakens as a handgun? I'm so jealous. Zone 8 Mike, that's impossible. Zone 288 Amelia, oh my god, could it be true? Nan Feng took a deep breath, pondering how to overcome this obstacle while ensuring most chosen ones didn't believe Sakura Kojiro's words. After careful consideration, Nan Feng edited and sent out a message. Zone 527 Nan Feng, wow, my true weapon is a handgun? If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have known. Thanks, eldest son. Zone 132 Sakura Kojiro, stop pretending. Without a handgun, how could you have defeated me? Zone 527 Su Zuren, Sakura Kojiro, I think you're just embarrassed after losing and came up with this excuse. Zone 68 Chingamo, that's a lame excuse. Even my grandma wouldn't buy it. Zone 381 Lin Tianchi, everyone's true weapon is a cold weapon. How could a handgun, a hot weapon, be awakened? Think before you make up stories. Nan Feng saw that the chosen ones from Longhua were all supporting him. After a couple of seconds of thought, he understood the reason behind it. If Nan Feng's primary weapon was a pistol, it would definitely be one of his trump cards. As compatriots, how could they easily expose their ace? They retorted to Sakura Kojiro without hesitation. Even if Nan Feng's main weapon wasn't a pistol, they would still argue without reservation. Such a flimsy excuse couldn't deceive everyone. They wouldn't disregard others like that. They weren't fools. Sakura Kojiro from District 132, Humph. Our warriors of the great Sakura Empire never lie. Nan Feng's primary weapon is indeed a pistol. I swear on my katana. The katana is vital to the Sakura warriors, so if Sakura Kojiro dares to swear on it, he is likely telling the truth. 70% of the chosen ones from other countries believed him. Nan Feng from District 527, ah yes, my main weapon is a pistol. So what? When will you acknowledge me as your father? Faced with Nan Feng's silence, the other chosen ones began to feel puzzled. Why did he admit his trump card so easily? It didn't make sense. Sakura Kojiro from District 132, haha, you finally admit it? Without the gun, you can't defeat me. Nan Feng from District 527, ah yes, I indeed have a gun. So what? When will you acknowledge me as your father? The warriors of the great Sakura Empire would never shy away from a challenge. Chung Imo from District 68, haha, I don't believe a single word from that little Sakura devil. Anyone who does is a fool. The chosen ones from other countries nodded in agreement. Sakura Kojiro was indeed not very trustworthy. His words couldn't be fully believed. Sakura Kojiro from District 132, Baka, You Dragon Nation people deceive and defeat me, and you still want me to submit? Dream on. Nan Feng from District 527. How did I deceive you? Didn't I stab you to death with a dagger? Where's the deception? Sakura Kojiro from District 132. Himph. If my health wasn't so low, how could you have killed me with one stab? This statement made Sakura Kojiro feel uneasy. Nan Feng chuckled. This little guy fell into my trap. Nan Feng chuckled disdainfully, thinking to himself that the little guy had fallen for it. Sakura Swordsman Kojiro from District 39. Nan Feng pondered what exactly is his weapon? Why is it sometimes a dagger and other times a pistol? Lin Tianchi from District 381 murmured to himself, this isn't good. I've been exposed. Chung Imo from District 68 found it amusing. Huh. Everyone says the Sakura people are habitual liars, and someone actually believes them? Mike from District 8 sneered. Losing is losing. Making excuses is just pathetic and laughable. Jean Hyenwook from District 78 felt deeply disappointed. So, Sakura Kojiro's strength is really that weak. Sakura Kojiro anxiously wanted to explain, but the cross-district chat channel was restricted. The chosen ones from Longhua were intentionally setting the narrative, everyone taking turns emphasizing Kojiro's failure, making him extremely embarrassed. To save face, Kojiro had to make up excuses to cover the truth. However, some skeptical chosen ones began to question Nan Feng's equipment. Nan Feng couldn't dispel everyone's doubts, but as long as most didn't believe Kojiro, that was enough. Sakura Kojiro from District 132 hurriedly defended himself. No, Nan Feng has two divine weapons. One is a dagger, and the other is a pistol. Everyone, be careful. Andre from District 3 found it increasingly absurd. Emilia from District 288 remarked, so many districts, so many chosen ones, and I've never heard of anyone awakening two divine weapons. Nan Feng from District 527 sneered, that's right, I do have two divine weapons. So what? When are you going to call me father? Chung Imo from District 68 scoffed, don't get your hopes up. What's credible about what the Sakura people say? Everyone, let's disperse and focus on leveling up and fighting monsters. Lin Tianchi from District 381 suggested a retreat. Sakura Kojiro from District 132 was furious. You Longhua scum, do you only know how to deceive? I'm telling the truth. If I had another chance, I'd definitely defeat you Longhua cowards. Seeing no one believed him, Kojiro fumed and ranted angrily in the channel. But his words were repetitive and ineffective, like a fishwife's scolding. Nan Feng disdainfully ignored him. But not everyone was as composed as Nan Feng. Some chosen ones from Longhua couldn't stand the situation. Chung Imo from District 68 told Kojiro, shut up and get ready to face the consequences. An announcement was made. District 68 has issued a cross-district challenge to District 132. The challenge will commence in 10 minutes. All participating chosen ones, please prepare. This scene was exhilarating. Chung Imo was indeed decisive and merciless in challenging Kojiro. Sakura Kojiro from District 132 roared angrily, you Longhua people think I'm easy to bully? District 68 or not, I can challenge and defeat you. Chung Imo coldly replied, bring it on. Let's see what you've got. Nan Feng from District 527 reminded Chung Imo, Kojiro has two skills, draw slash and instant slash. Instant slash is a dash skill, so be careful. His defense ranges between 130 and 160, and his health is between 450 and 600. His main weapon is a katana, about 90 centimeters long. Nan Feng provided a detailed briefing on Kojiro's stats. It was impossible to determine the color of the underwear worn by Nan Feng Lian Inghua Kojiro, which left Nan Feng feeling regretful. Upon learning this information, Chung Imo from Zone 68 excitedly expressed his gratitude, believing it would boost his winning chances by at least 30. Meanwhile, Inghua Kojiro from Zone 132 angrily shouted, Baka! Baka! You people from Long Country are so shameless. In response, Yi Piaoling from Zone 113 decided to seize the opportunity to defeat Inghua Kojiro and plunder some resources. Nan Feng from Zone 527 unhesitatingly declared, that's right, let's attack together and deplete Zone 132's resources to negative numbers. Ichikan from the Sakura Country also joined in, shouting, Long Country, don't think that no one in Sakura Country can stop you. Xiao Ongran from Zone 17 then provocatively said, you're so tough, come on, hit me. The elites of both countries began to argue endlessly, while members from other countries could only listen in silence. As 10 minutes quickly passed, the showdown between Zone 68 and Zone 132 officially began. Nan Feng checked the time. It was still before 9 o'clock, leaving plenty of time. He decided to wait until the fight was over before going out to hunt and level up. Watching the chaos was just too entertaining for him to resist. In less than 30 seconds, Chung Imo was the first to speak in the cross-zone channel, defeated with one strike. How weak. Hearing this, Nan Feng praised him. Your skills are extraordinary. From Chung Mo's words, Nan Feng deduced that his level was at least 7. Chung Mo wouldn't have issued the challenge unless he was confident of victory. Although the intelligence Nan Feng had provided played a role, it was not the decisive factor. Inghua Kajiro from Zone 132 gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it. Long Country has plundered 20 of our resources. I will remember this grudge." He vowed to make those in the border zones of Long Country pay the price. Yi Piaoling confidently announced, "Don't worry, I still have a challenge token." An announcement was made. Primal World Zone 113 has issued a cross-zone challenge to Primal World Zone 132, which will begin in 10 minutes. Chosen ones from both sides, please prepare. Nan Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud. Inghua Kajiro was still ranting without realizing how many battle zones Long Country had. Within Zone 132, nearly 100 chosen ones from Sakura Country were all fuming with anger. Why is Kojiro always invincible? How can we develop after losing 20 of our resources? Now, it takes 7 or 8 minutes just to find a level 3 ferocious beast. The chat channel in Zone 132 was filled with complaints against Inghua Kajiro. To-do Yuta tried to calm everyone down. Long Country is too much. It's not all Kojiro's fault. Mayu Dahue then encouraged everyone, don't be afraid. As long as Kojiro wins, we can regain 10 of our resources. To-do Yuta agreed, adding, this is just a temporary setback. Ultimate victory belongs to our great Sakura Empire. With their persuasion, the chosen ones in Zone 132 calmed down a bit, awaiting victory. Seeing this, Inghua Kojiro also breathed a sigh of relief. Being berated by hundreds of people had put enormous pressure on him. He sneered, these foolish people. One day I will make them bow to me. Inghua Kojiro decided to remember the most arrogant ones and planned to teach them a lesson when the opportunity arose. After 10 minutes, Sakura Kojiro once again found himself facing the silver-white teleportation array. This time, he was transported to a desolate island surrounded by endless ocean. Opposite him stood a petite girl named Yi Piaoling. Her vacant eyes and delicate features made her resemble a porcelain doll. An evil desire surged within Sakura Kojiro. His breath grew heavy. Such a beautiful girl stirred dark thoughts in him, making him want to dominate her. Suddenly, Yi Piaoling let out an eerie laugh. Her mouth stretched wide, and tears mixed with blood streamed down her face. In an instant, she transformed from a doll-like girl into a ghastly figure straight out of a horror movie. Terrified, Sakura Kojiro staggered backward, horrified by her transformation. Yet, his body moved on its own, raising his katana towards his own abdomen, nearly committing seppuku. At the critical moment, Sakura Kojiro regained control of his body, hurriedly pulling out the blade and clutching his wound. But his health was already severely depleted. He looked at Yi Piaoling in terror as she smiled, a sinister smile that sent chills down his spine. Don't be afraid, it's just a control skill. Yi Piaoling's voice echoed in Sakura Kojiro's ears, like a demonic whisper, making his head spin. When he came to his senses, he found his katana pointed at his own neck. No. Sakura Kojiro barely had time to speak before Yi Piaoling seized his hand, driving the blade into his throat, ending everything. In Region 132 of the Primal World, 3 consecutive failed cross-region challenges led to a 10-point reduction in all attributes for every chosen one in the area. As Nan Feng awaited the results, he was taken aback by the sudden system announcement. The relentless penalty for 3 successive defeats meant a 10-point drop in all attributes for the entire region's chosen ones, which seemed excessively harsh. As the news spread, discussions began to buzz among the chosen ones in the region. Chung Mo from Region 68 laughed heartily. Looks like Yi Piaoling won. What arrogance does Sakura Nation have left? Lin Tianqi from Region 381 couldn't help but think, a 10-point reduction in all attributes is like losing 2 levels. Does this mean I can bully them now? Xiao Longran from Region 17 suggested, I recommend leveling up to 6 before challenging Sakura Kojiro. That way, you'll have a better chance of winning. Nan Feng from Region 527 sneered, with Sakura Kojiro's strength drastically reduced, let's hurry and plunder the resources of Region 132. Nan Feng's proposal immediately excited many chosen ones across various regions. Many regions held cross-region challenge tokens, but most had been hesitant to use them. Besides considering the overall strength of other nations, they were unsure whom to challenge. What if they encountered a formidable opponent like Nan Feng? Losing would not only mean defeat, but also the loss of 10 of their resources, which was unbearable. However, the situation had now changed. With Sakura Kojiro's attributes reduced by 10 points, he effectively lost 40 attribute points. This weakening was significant, considering each level up only adds 5 attribute points. Even with the 5 bonus points from level up rewards, the total is just 25 points. This reduction meant Sakura Kojiro effectively dropped by a level and a half. Against a level 5 opponent, he might still put up a fight, but against a level 6 opponent, he was destined to lose. Level 6 chosen ones were not uncommon. Most of the top 200 regions had level 6 powerhouses, and many even had level 7 experts. Without Nan Feng's intervention, many would seize the opportunity to kick someone when they're down, as winning the challenge would grant a 10 resource reward. Nan Feng foresaw that within the next day or two, a large number of people would challenge Region 132 to claim those rich rewards. Sakura Kojiro from Region 132 pleaded, "Everyone, please stop challenging our region. I know I was wrong. Please give me a chance to survive." To do Yuta from Region 132 lamented, "We can't even defeat the beasts of the same level now. In just a few minutes, dozens of compatriots have lost their lives to the beasts." Nan Feng sneered, showing no mercy towards the chosen ones of Sakura Nation. If Nan Feng had failed today, it would be his war zone suffering. Wasting no time, he decided to go out and level up. Nan Feng closed the panel and stepped out of his small wooden hut. The situation in Region 132 served as a warning to him. He urgently needed to improve his strength to prepare for possible cross-region challenges. The consequences of losing 3 more matches would be unbearable. He set today's goal, to reach level 6. Striding towards the northwest, he headed back to the spider-infested mine he discovered yesterday, aiming to defeat the Spider Queen and conquer the mine. Nan Feng thought for a moment, then gently opened the chat panel, joined the handsome guys group, and sent a message. He asked, "Is anyone interested in teaming up to level up together?" Huang Yuanming immediately replied, "Wow, is the big boss going to help me level up? Where are we heading?" Nan Feng responded, "We went to the mines yesterday. There are a lot of spiders there, and the experience points are great." Su Zuran joined the conversation, saying that he and his sister were already waiting in the mines. Wu Yuanxing also chimed in, remarking, "Being close to the source has its perks. Su Ming and I will join the fun too." However, Wu Li mentioned that he couldn't come because the number of fierce beasts near his home had increased, and he needed to clear them out first. Seeing the tracks of iron-clawed rats and reed rabbits around, Nan Feng thought, the more fierce beasts, the more experience points, and the team's leveling efficiency will be higher. This is good news indeed. Nan Feng proposed, "Let's see if we can take down the Cavern Spider King today." He added, "Yesterday, I noticed the Cavern Spider King is too big and seems to get stuck in the right passageway." Su Zuran immediately thought of a strategy. "We can lure the Cavern Spider King to the entrance, and then I can shoot it with arrows." After some discussion in the group, everyone agreed to give it a try. Even if they couldn't defeat the Cavern Spider King, taking out some smaller spiders would still be worthwhile. Overall, it wouldn't be a loss. After the chat ended, Nan Feng glanced at the leaderboard. The top spot was held by Xiao Luo, who was at level 5, followed closely by Su Zuran and Su Yihan. Nan Feng thought to himself with a bit of exasperation that these guys must have started leveling up at 6 a.m. The top spot changes so quickly. Fortunately, when Sakura Koziru challenged, Nan Feng was still in the lead. If the challenge had come a bit later, he would have had to face both Xiao Luo and Sakura Koziru. Nan Feng wasn't sure about Xiao Luo's strength, but he felt that Xiao Luo's chances against Sakura Koziru were slim. It was quite a close call. Nan Feng closed the panel, equipped his wooden dagger, put away his desert eagle, and quickly headed towards the mines. The wooden dagger added 6 points to agility, making Nan Feng faster. Along the way, he cleared out some fierce beasts and smoothly arrived outside the mines. Su Zuran saw Nan Feng approaching and nodded slightly. "You're here." Nan Feng nodded back and then turned to Su Yihan with a smile. "Good morning, healer." Su Yihan's face turned slightly red, and she glared at Nan Feng with some annoyance. "Don't talk to me, go away." Nan Feng laughed heartily and quickly ran towards Su Ming and Wu Yuanxing to start hunting spiders and leveling up. Su Yihan rolled her eyes, thinking that Nan Feng was getting overly excited about killing some spiders. He was such a straightforward guy. However, Nan Feng's decision to hunt the cavern spiders was exactly what she wanted. The level 4 cavern spiders provided 20 experience points, a significant increase from the 10 points given by level 3 spiderlings. So hunting cavern spiders was the smartest choice. After more than 2 hours of effort, the group finally cleared the cavern spiders outside the mines, reaping substantial rewards. Nan Feng had been engaged in close combat training with a dagger for the past 2 hours, honing his fighting skills. Su Zuran pointed towards the cave, looking at the group with a questioning gaze, asking if they should go in and take a look. One of the team members responded without hesitation, "Of course, let's go in. The boys have cleared it out, so we should definitely check it out, boss." With confidence and in good physical condition, Nan Feng resolutely walked towards the cave, followed closely by the other team members. It wasn't until they neared a fork in the path that Nan Feng slowed his pace, cautiously examining the right passage. The dark corridor obscured any view of what lay within. Without hesitation, Nan Feng tossed a torch into the passage. Suddenly, 8 basketball-sized eyes opened, staring directly at Nan Feng. It was the Cave Spider King. In the right passage, the Cave Spider King opened its 8 gleaming eyes, staring intently at Nan Feng. Why was this guy more anxious than usual? Nan Feng took 2 steps back in fear, while the others were even more alarmed, quickly turning to flee. Nan Feng hurriedly grabbed them and reassured, "Don't be afraid, guys. It can't get through here. Only then did everyone notice that the cave spider king's massive body was completely blocking the passage, unable to move. It was stuck. Wu Yuanqing's face lit up with joy as he said, "It's trapped here? Then we have a chance to defeat it." Su Ziren frowned, observing for a moment before saying, "It may not be able to leave, but it can retreat deeper into the cave." Wu Yuanqing dismissed the concern, saying, "We can deplete its health while it's stuck. If it retreats, we'll find a way to lure it out again, right?" Su Ming nodded in agreement. Old Wu is right. Nan Feng checked the cave spider king's attributes again and quickly stepped back. "It might spray venom. We should keep our distance." The group retreated to the cave entrance. Through the torch Nan Feng threw, they saw the cave spider king standing there motionless. Sui Han asked in confusion, "What's it doing?" Nan Feng, recalling yesterday's events, speculated, "It was the same yesterday. After we cleared the outside spiders, the cave spider king would crawl out from the depths to lay a large number of eggs. These eggs hatch into cave spiders that guard the cave." Everyone suddenly understood. Su Ziren remembered. "So this is a spawn point?" Nan Feng added, "As long as the cave spider king remains, there will be an endless supply of spiders for us to fight." The group unanimously decided that they needed to eliminate the cave spider king to obtain rare materials. After laying its eggs, the cave spider king retreated back into the depths, and a swarm of spiderlings attacked them. This scenario felt familiar, but today no one was trapped in the left passage. Experience points increased again. Compared to cave spiders, the spiderlings were easier to defeat. Although they gave fewer experience points, they still helped with leveling up. The group quickly switched to farming mode. Nan Feng thought to himself, "If only I could use the desert eagle, I could take out a dozen with one shot." Unfortunately, as his trump card for self-defense, Nan Feng didn't want too many people to know about it. Half an hour later, after eliminating hundreds of spiderlings, everyone was feeling a bit fatigued. Sui Han was slightly out of breath, her chest rising and falling, feeling completely drained of mana and unable to heal her teammates. Suddenly, Nan Feng noticed how quickly this healer was using up her mana. The purified water from Nan Feng's water purifier could restore mana, so everyone habitually called it mana potion. Sui Han tidied her hair and calmly said, "Isn't it true? Without me healing you, you'd probably have to retreat for supplies by now." Her point was valid. Thanks to Sui Han, Nan Feng hadn't even taken a bite of roasted meat during the 2-hour battle, saving a lot of gold coins. Nan Feng suggested, "Let's head back to rest and come back in the afternoon?" "Sounds good. We've already hunted plenty of beasts this morning. It's time for a break." Everyone agreed without hesitation, disbanding quickly. Only the spiderlings were left crawling around the cave entrance, searching for traces of enemies. It took Nan Feng over 40 minutes to get back to the cabin, much faster than yesterday, thanks to his upgraded agility. After a brief rest, Nan Feng started a fire to roast some meat. Eating the same thing every day was getting tiresome, so he opened the trading channel to look for different food. He noticed a chosen one named Wang Jiyang selling an apple for 30 materials. "Wow, 30 materials for an apple, that's extravagant." Nan Feng muttered as he checked his inventory, finding he had 1,768 units of wood and stone combined. He decisively bought the apple. "I'll treat myself to some fruit for lunch today," he thought. Beep beep, a private message popped up from a girl named Yuran. Yuran said, "Hey big brother, why didn't you put up any mana potions for sale today?" Nan Feng replied, "Hey little sister, I don't even have enough for myself." Yuran sounded anxious. "What am I going to do without mana potions? How will I survive, boo-hoo?" Nan Feng thought for a moment, then joked, "If you give me a kiss, I'll sell you 10 bottles." Yuran immediately replied, "Muaja 3. Nan Feng chuckled awkwardly and said, "All right, let's trade." He had meant to tease Yuran, but she was so straightforward and unashamed. It appeared that Yuran was a genuine, albeit a bit cheeky, person who often called others big brother. Her level of boldness was a bit much for Nan Feng, who was a bit innocent. Sui Han, the healer, was easier to understand and more genuine, and therefore more endearing. Thinking about this, Nan Feng finished roasting his meat. He took out the apple he had just bought from his backpack and enjoyed the combination of roasted meat and apple. Beep beep, another private message from Yuran interrupted his meal. Nan Feng was curious why this girl kept messaging him. Could she have feelings for him? He opened the message. "I found a level 5 lower tier beast. What do you think?" Yuran said. Nan Feng was startled. "Whoa, a level 5 lower tier beast. Defeating it would grant attribute points." Although a level 6 lower tier beast like the Spider King was beyond Nan Feng's capabilities, he felt confident about a level 5. Wiping the oil from his mouth, he quickly replied, "Hey little sister, give me the coordinates. I'll head there right away." Lord-level beasts are extremely rare in this area. Nan Feng hasn't encountered any for 4 consecutive days. The only one he defeated was a level 2 Lord-level beast, a Razor Bee Queen. Every time he successfully defeats a Lord-level beast, he earns extra attribute points, which makes his heart itch with anticipation. So, when Yuran mentioned a lore-level beast, Nan Feng was instantly excited. Yuran, the coordinates are 410,483. I'll wait for you here, Nan Feng said, looking at the coordinates in surprise, realizing it was very close to his cabin, just under a 20-minute walk away. Hastily finishing the last few bites of his roasted meat, he prepared 20 bottles of mana potions and headed out eagerly. Looks like I should head southeast, Nan Feng muttered to himself as he embarked on his journey, filled with excitement. However, as he walked, he started feeling uneasy. This direction seemed familiar. Wasn't this the place where he discovered the forest treant yesterday? The memory of the forest treant lingered in his mind, an enigmatic beast that had left a lasting impression. No, the Eye of Insight can check the attributes of beasts up to level 3, and that treant was at least level 6. The lore-level beast Yuran found was level 5, so it couldn't be the treant. Realizing this, Nan Feng breathed a sigh of relief and continued forward. When he passed the forest treant's area, he cautiously took a wide detour to avoid an attack. Those vines, stretching 50 to 60 meters, could easily entangle him if he wasn't careful. After bypassing the danger zone, the scenery opened up. The dense trees began to thin out, replaced by rolling hills. Following the coordinates, Nan Feng noticed more low-level beasts appearing around him. Besides the common ironclaw rats and reed rabbits, there were some plant-type beasts he had never seen before. One, in particular, a pea shooter that fired seeds, left him speechless. Were these pea shooters waiting to fight zombies? For a level 5 Nan Feng, these beasts posed no threat. After dealing with them, Nan Feng arrived at a valley. On a rock beside the valley, Yuran, dressed in a robe, smiled brightly at him. You got here fast, she said, her eyes sparkling like she was glowing. Nan Feng looked at Yuran and noticed her slender figure and stunning beauty, like a charming little fairy. Why are you staring at me like that? Yuran said, slightly annoyed. It's instinct to look once. Looking twice makes you a lecher, Nan Feng said seriously. I didn't blink even once, so it's purely instinct. Yuran chuckled, covering her mouth. All right, let's get down to business. Yes, business. Nan Feng carefully scanned the surroundings to ensure it was safe before slowly approaching Yuran. Better safe than sorry. What if Yuran was a bad person and wanted to harm him? Losing a belt would definitely affect his quality of life, so he had to stay vigilant. This is close enough, Nan Feng said as he cautiously approached, maintaining a certain distance since there wasn't enough trust built between them yet. He felt a bit disappointed that no one believed Nan Feng, which made him very sad. Nan Feng, a kind-hearted brother, always stood by his friends without hesitation. However, Yuran ignored the distrust towards Nan Feng and began to seriously discuss the plan. In this secluded valley, a pack of about 40 ferocious bloodthirsty wolves resided, each classified as a level 5 beast. Even more worrying was the fact that among them was a fearsome leader, a lord-level beast. Nan Feng was greatly shocked upon hearing this, thinking that he couldn't handle such a scale. If it were just one lord-level beast, Nan Feng might have tried to deal with it, but with over 40 level 5 bloodthirsty wolves, he knew he was no match. Yuran, however, gestured for him not to dismiss the idea so quickly and continued to explain. In the valley, there was also a rare plant called illusion grass, which, when consumed, could increase one's energy by 10 points. Since this plant was about to mature, the bloodthirsty wolf leader had been guarding it steadfastly. This presented an opportunity. They could first eliminate the wolf pack and then deal with the leader. Nan Feng nodded in understanding. If the leader didn't join the fight, he felt somewhat confident about handling the remaining wolves unless they resorted to desperate measures and attacked together. After briefly explaining the situation, Yuran turned to Nan Feng and proposed a reward distribution plan. The reward for killing the leader would go to Nan Feng, while the illusion grass would belong to Yuran. How did that sound? Nan Feng pondered for a moment and found it reasonable. Previously, after defeating a level 2 lord, the sharp arrow B, Nan Feng had gained 1 point of reputation and 4 points of stamina. The bloodthirsty wolf leader before him was a level 5 beast, so the rewards would undoubtedly be more substantial, possibly even including a strength increase. For Nan Feng, the reward for killing the leader was definitely more enticing than a mere energy boost. Upon learning that Nan Feng accepted the conditions, Yuran smiled slightly and led him forward. She knew of a concealed spot. They arrived at a sudden rock wall and, after much effort, climbed up together. From their vantage point, they could see the location of the bloodthirsty wolves. Yuran smiled and said that the cliff below was a sheer 90-degree drop, making it impossible for the wolves to climb. Nan Feng looked and found it to be true. This small hill was easy to defend and hard to attack, leaving the wolves helpless at the base. Nan Feng remarked that it felt like playing a tower defense game, with him and Yuran as the two guardians of the tower. Yuran then took out a wooden wand entwined with vines, which looked quite mysterious. She said she could cast fireballs to lure the wolves over. Nan Feng felt a twinge of envy, having always dreamed of becoming a mage. As Yuran spoke, She glanced at the wooden dagger in Nan Feng's hand and asked, "Are you ready? Aren't you going to bring out your gun?" Nan Feng was momentarily stunned, then chuckled, "Haha, you actually believed Sakura Kojiro's joke?" Yuran smiled mischievously at Nan Feng, a glint of cunning in her eyes, and continued, "So, all the experience from these wolves is mine, right?" As she spoke, a fireball formed at the tip of her wand, tracing a beautiful arc in the air before landing on a dozing, bloodthirsty wolf. "Nice shot." The wounded wolf howled in pain, standing up to retaliate. Soon, over 40 bloodthirsty wolves noticed Nan Feng and Yuran, roaring as they charged towards them. As the pack surged forward, the bloodthirsty wolf leader let out a long howl, causing half of the wolves to stop and return to its side, protecting the Suntimature illusion grass. Nan Feng raised an eyebrow, feeling a sense of doubt. Was the leader worried that they might lure the enemy deeper into their territory? Yuran nodded slightly, acknowledging that their opponent wasn't lacking in intelligence and needed to be handled cautiously. Yuran waved his wand, and another fireball shot towards a bloodthirsty wolf, hitting its mark. Nan Feng felt a twinge of excitement. This was almost like easy farming. A level 5 bloodthirsty wolf could yield 50 experience points, far more than the cave spiders. Should I take out my desert eagle and eliminate Yuran to hog all the experience? An evil thought flashed through Nan Feng's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Such despicable behavior was something he would never resort to. As he hesitated, Nan Feng suddenly received a private message. He casually opened it and was instantly shocked. "What's wrong?" Yuran was startled by Nan Feng's expression. With a grave look, Nan Feng continued to read the message carefully. It was from Su Zurin, and though brief, it conveyed a significant amount of information. Su Zurin informed them that Sakura Sword was preparing to challenge their power in Area 527. The Sakura Sword from District 39 is preparing to challenge District 527. Nan Feng looked at the message sent by Su Zurin and combined it with the discussions in the chat channel to understand the situation. Since this morning, after the 3 consecutive defeats of District 132 of the Sakura Nation by the 3 war zones of the Dragon Nation, District 132 has been completely devastated. Throughout the morning, numerous war zones have challenged Sakura Kojiro, including those from the Monkey Nation, the Kangaroo Nation, the Cold Nation, and the Owl Nation. These war zones saw Sakura Kojiro's weakened state and aimed to capitalize on it to plunder resources. Sakura Kojiro initially managed to win one match against the Cold Nation's war zone and boasted in the cross-regional chat channel for a while. However, Jean Hyenwook from District 78 couldn't stand the provocation. "How dare a small fry like Sakura Kojiro challenge us from the Cold Nation? Let's fight." Jean Hyenwook issued a cross-regional challenge and thoroughly defeated Sakura Kojiro. Following that, strong contenders from the Eagle Nation and the Kangaroo Nation each defeated District 132 in one match. This resulted in District 132 losing a total of 6 matches, causing all chosen ones from that district to suffer a 20-point reduction in all attributes. Sakura Kojiro's strength plummeted, making him utterly incapable of any further challenges. Consequently, District 132 became a prime target for those with cross-regional challenge orders who sought to bully the district for more resources. By noon, it was said that District 132's trees were nearly stripped bare, and ferocious beasts were scarce. Clearly, the chosen ones from District 132 were doomed to fail in surviving the beast tide coming in 26 days. Hearing this news, Sakura Sword was furious. His younger brother, whom he had grown up with, was being bullied to such an extent. How could he face their father? Sakura Sword immediately decided to challenge District 527, believing Nan Feng to be the mastermind behind all the trouble. He issued a challenge to District 527 in the cross-regional chat channel, vowing to defeat Nan Feng and avenge his brother. Nan Feng wasn't too concerned at first. Even if he lost to Sakura Sword, he would only have to return 10 of the resources gained from the previous win. Overall, it wouldn't be a significant loss. However, Sakura Sword clearly didn't intend to let Nan Feng off easily. He rallied several war zones in the cross-regional chat channel, planning for District 527 to lose 3 consecutive matches. This news made the chosen ones from District 527, who were monitoring the chat, anxious. They quickly reported back to their district. A 10-point reduction in all attributes was a severe penalty that no one could afford. In the chat channel, Bao Jian said worriedly, "What should we do? Sakura Sword has rallied 7 war zones to challenge District 527, one after another. How can we deal with this?" Huang Yuanming angrily replied, "The Sakura Nation is bullying us, and now the 3 nations and the Beautiful Nation are joining in. Let's have a big fight." Ma Yong hesitated and asked, "Fight? But how?" Sakura Sword said he could reach level 8 before dark, and then come to challenge our district. "He's as steady as a rock." Tian Jiping lamented, "The highest level in our district is only level 5. How can we possibly win? It's all Nan Feng's fault for provoking the Sakura Nation. Now all the chosen ones in our district have to suffer the consequences." Baiji suggested that Nan Feng apologize to Sakura Nation, thinking they might spare them. However, Nan Feng scoffed at the idea, believing that an apology would only invite mockery from Sakura Nation. He would never do something so foolish. Just then, Suzerain sent him a private message, asking him to join the small group chat. Nan Feng didn't rush to join but first looked around. They were on a high cliff where the bloodthirsty wolves couldn't reach them, only able to howl angrily below. It was relatively safe for the moment. Yuran also seemed to have received the message and said gravely, Sakura Sword is about to level up to 8. Challenging an 8 when we're at 5 will reduce our damage to 25 of its original value. What should we do? Nan Feng felt equally at a loss. Even with a desert eagle in hand, he couldn't see a way to turn the tide. Yuran put away her wand, sat cross-legged, and suggested they discuss their options, temporarily setting aside the bloodthirsty wolves issue. In the group chat? You're in the group too? Nan Feng casually sat next to Yuran, catching a faint, pleasant scent from her, perhaps from some cosmetic. Oblivious to Nan Feng's thoughts, Yuran nodded and said, Suzerain just added me. Nan Feng opened the panel to check the members of the handsome guys group, and was surprised to find the top 20 ranked chosen ones in there. Yuran Suzerain, suggesting a name change to Handsome Guys and Beautiful Girls Social Group. Shin Pan was astonished. What's going on? You can create a group? Can someone teach me how? I want to start a dating group. Suzerain halted these trivial discussions and refocused everyone on the main issue. Is Nan Feng here? Once Nan Feng joined, the other chosen ones stopped chatting and began to seriously address the topic. Suzerain briefly explained the situation and then passed the question to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo, you're the highest level. Can you defeat Sakura Sword? Xiao Luo was a leveling maniac, never ceasing his hunt for fearsome beasts and always topping the ranks. If it weren't for the abundance of spiders in the mines, Nan Feng's level would have been far behind Xiao Luo's. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Luo said he wasn't confident. Suzerain then asked Nan Feng, who shook his head and after some thought said, I'm at level 7, so I can fight, but against level 8, I can't. The level suppression is too great. This response was expected and not surprising. Suzerain predicted that Sakura Sword would level up to 8 before nightfall and would definitely challenge their warzone today. You two have the highest levels. Can you reach level 6 before nightfall? Xiao Luo said he could. Nan Feng checked his own level, 5, with 12683200 experience points. There were over 40 level 5 bloodthirsty wolves here, and if he eliminated them all, he could also reach level 6. With this in mind, Nan Feng said he could as well. Suzerain decided, level up as quickly as you can. The challenge will be fought by the highest level player in the area, which will undoubtedly be one of you two. Wu Yuanxing raised a concern, even at level 6, it's not enough. The gap between level 6 and level 8 is still huge. Huang Yuanming then offered, I have an item beast hide hood that can increase your stamina by 2 points. You can borrow it and return it after the battle. In the game, Wang Jiang is always an extremely cautious teammate. He constantly worries that if he lends out his gear, he might face the risk of losing it. Even when his teammates ask for his support, he always declines with a smile and a gentle shake of his head. Wang Jiang has a kind heart, but he also has a sense of self-preservation. He would rather bear all the risks himself than put himself in a disadvantageous position. To him, gear is not just a tool. It's a weapon that protects him in the game. Therefore, no matter how urgently his teammates need his help, he firmly protects his gear from being taken away. Nan Feng frowned at the avatar of Wang Jiang on the screen, feeling a bit worried. What if Wang took the equipment and never returned it? She pondered silently. Wang Jiang was ranked 17th on the leaderboard, a recent addition. Nan Feng wasn't familiar with Wang, only remembering that she had bought an apple from her at noon. Surprisingly, Wang Jiang was a woman. Based on the name, Nan Feng had always assumed Wang was a man. You should all stay united at a time like this, Yuran said calmly. This challenge is crucial. If we can't defeat Sakura One Sword, then the Asen Zone, the Beautiful Country Zone, and others will continue to challenge us until we're completely defeated. Sakura One Sword had already allied with the Asen Zone, the Beautiful Country Zone, and several others, aiming to eliminate the resistance in Zone 527. Other zones did not want to see the Dragon Nation grow too strong and responded to Sakura One Sword's call. However, they had one condition. Let Sakura One Sword challenge first to test Nan Feng's strength. After all, Nan Feng had previously challenged Sakura Kajiro, and without some real power and cards up her sleeve, who would believe it? Therefore, the battle between Nan Feng and Sakura One Sword was extremely important. If Zone 527 won, other zones would certainly hesitate to challenge us again. They're not foolish. Why risk going against the tough Zone 527 when it's easier to bully Zone 132? If we can't defeat Sakura One Sword and they see through our cards, Zone 527 will be in trouble, potentially ending up as dismal as Zone 132. In the Handsome Guys group, Suzerain said, Huang Yuanming is right. If we pool our equipment together, it might increase our chances. Of course, if you don't want to, that's fine. It's not mandatory. He continued, I have a beast bone ring, which adds 2 to stamina. I'll contribute it. Wu Li chimed in. We're all in this together. Losing benefits no one. So why hold back? I have a beast bone ring too, and I'll contribute it. Su Ming added. I have a belt. Having only been in this world for 4 days, coupled with the extremely low drop rate of equipment, everyone's contribution still fell short of matching Sakura One's sword. The group fell silent, each contemplating a strategy. Nan Feng furrowed her brows, deep in thought. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She turned to Su Zurin and said, Yesterday, you found an iron mine on the left side of the cave, right? Su Zurin nodded. Yes, but we need to mine it, are you suggesting? A determined glint appeared in Nan Feng's eyes. If I can upgrade my life-bound weapon to a grade, I'm confident I can defeat Sakura One's sword. Everyone perked up, seeing a glimmer of hope. Suihan asked, Nan Feng, what grade is your life-bound weapon now? Nan Feng replied, it's at grade peak, almost ready to advance to a grade. Su Zurin inquired, what materials are needed? Besides iron, do you need anything else? Nan Feng glanced at her life-bound weapon and answered, I need 200 units of wood, 300 units of stone, 100 units of iron, and 1 unit of copper. I have the wood and stone, just missing the iron and copper. Huang Yuanming was troubled. Finding iron was easy, but what about copper? Wu Yuanqing pondered for a moment and quickly asked, does anyone know where we can find copper? Su Zurin sought help from players in other Dragon Kingdom war zones through the cross-regional chat channel. They informed him that their zone had only a level 4 lord guarding the iron mine, whereas their zone was guarded by a level 6 Spider King. Su Ming questioned, so, what does that mean? Su Zurin took a deep breath and explained, it means the difficulty of our iron mine is too high, causing many people's divine weapons to be stuck at level, which prevents them from increasing their combat power and levels, leaving them far behind others. Nan Feng seemed to grasp something. Are you saying there might be copper in the mine as well?
Su Zeran nodded in confirmation.
Exactly, there's a chance that copper and iron could coexist, he added. And haven't you noticed something odd? Why is the right passage guarded by the Spider King, but the left passage is quiet? With a furrowed brow, Su Zurin continued, I suspect the left passage leads to the iron mine, which should have been guarded by a level 4 lord but was devoured by the Spider King. He then speculated, the right passage might lead to the copper mine. Su Zurin kept sharing his theories. Some, like Yuran and Xiao Luo, who had never been to the mine, were confused, but those familiar with the mine found his ideas plausible. Wu Yuanqing's eyes lit up. Wow, that could really be true. He asked, so the copper might be there too? Su Ming interjected, but the right side has the Spider King. Can we defeat it? How do we get the copper? Wu Yuanqing suggested, we could recruit more warriors and use ranged attacks to wear it down. Su Zurin shook his head. That would take too long and might not even work. Wu Yuanqing was puzzled. So, what's your plan? Su Zurin decided, our goal today isn't to defeat the Spider King, but just to get a piece of copper. He continued, let's all go to the mine, first dig up some iron, and then see how to get the copper based on the situation. After a moment of thought, everyone agreed to Su Zurin's plan. Su Ming volunteered, I'll head over with Old Wu right away. Huang Yuanming also chimed in, count me in. Nan Feng, however, decided against going. There are too many fierce beasts here. I'll join after I level up to 6. Xiao Luo told Nan Feng, you level up first? I'll go help at the mine. He knew that he couldn't defeat Sakura's sword, and joining the challenge would only add to his frustration. Su Zurin encouraged, let's all take action and help Nan Feng defeat Sakura's sword together. Yuran joined in, go, go, go. The spirit of unity and mutual aid was deeply ingrained in the Dragon Kingdom's education. Even in a perilous world, most people from the Dragon Kingdom would band together and help each other rather than act alone. Of course, there were exceptions, like Wang Jiyang. She scoffed at their efforts. Are you all out of your minds? Wasting the whole afternoon here. Why not level up instead? She mocked, why waste time helping others increase their strength? Nan Feng is probably laughing at you. Nan Feng ignored Wang Jiyang's comments, focusing only on her own selfish gains. However, such self-serving thoughts were not entirely wrong either. In this world, perhaps only someone like her can survive longer. Nan Feng decided to leave the group chat, gently closing the interface. Yuran followed suit, closing her own panel and smiling at Nan Feng as she teased, let me see if you're laughing at us behind our backs. Nan Feng remained calm and replied, I've had professional training. I generally don't laugh out loud. Are you laughing inside then? Yuran stood up, dusted off her hips, and gazed into the distance with her beautiful eyes. These bloodthirsty wolves, do you need my help? She asked. Nan Feng decisively declined her offer with a smile. Just kidding. I'm about to hit level 6. I don't need your help. He put away his wooden dagger and took out his desert eagle. Watching him, Yuran couldn't help but remark, just as I thought. You're not planning to kill us to keep your secret, are you? Nan Feng shook his head. His battle with Sakura Kajiro had already revealed the desert eagle, And even though he had operated in the cross-district channel before, smart people could figure it out. For instance, Su Zuran had long known that Nan Feng's primary weapon was a handgun, which is why he had supported Nan Feng in the cross-district channel. Likewise, Yuran wasn't surprised when she saw Nan Feng take out the Desert Eagle. Nan Feng thought to himself, so what? My primary weapon is about to upgrade and will unlock new gear. The Desert Eagle won't be my trump card for much longer. He smiled as he walked to the edge of the stone wall, looking down at the furious and helpless pack of bloodthirsty wolves below. Step back, sister, he said to Yuran. Let me enjoy this experience alone. Little sister, step back for a moment. Let me handle this journey alone. These fierce bloodthirsty wolves must be dealt with by Nan Feng alone, or he might not level up to 6. Yuran also understood the gravity of the situation, so she quietly stepped aside without competing for experience. Nan Feng found the right angle and fired a piercing shot. Whoosh! 427, 389, 350. The shot penetrated through 3 bloodthirsty wolves, each displaying a different red number. Due to the damage reduction characteristic of the piercing bullet, the more beasts it penetrates, the lower the damage. The level 5 bloodthirsty wolves only have 720 health points, and Nan Feng only needs 2 to 3 shots to kill one. This is the power of full strength allocation. Of course, the downside is that Nan Feng's health is very low, only 400 points, making him easy prey if he makes even a slight mistake. After all, not every time can he find a chance to farm monsters without taking damage like now. Whoosh! 350. Nan Feng fired again, hitting one of the bloodthirsty wolves. This time it was a normal attack because the piercing bullet was still on cooldown and Nan Feng didn't use any skills. But even his normal attack dealt considerable damage, equivalent to 130 of his attack power. Ding! You have defeated a level 5 ordinary bloodthirsty wolf and gained 50 experience points. Ding! You have defeated a level 5 ordinary bloodthirsty wolf and gained 50 experience points. Nan Feng's hunting efficiency was extremely high. To him, the level 5 bloodthirsty wolves were as weak as paper. After killing 7 or 8 in a row, the distant leader of the bloodthirsty wolves could no longer bear it and let out a long howl. The bloodthirsty wolves that had been guarding around the leader all rushed over. In a short time, more than 30 bloodthirsty wolves began to climb on top of each other like a human pyramid. Seeing this, Yuran couldn't help but gasp, her face a bit pale. These bloodthirsty wolves actually knew how to form a pyramid. Their intelligence was indeed not low. Fortunately, she had been cautious and hadn't acted rashly. Yuran was glad she had invited Nan Feng to help. Otherwise, today might have been her last. Nan Feng chuckled. Forming a pyramid? Just what he wanted. With the wolves stacked together, it was the perfect setup for his piercing bullet. Whoosh! Nan Feng fired, immediately taking down 2 bloodthirsty wolves. Your attack power is incredible, Yuran thought in amazement, seeing that Nan Feng only needed 2 to 3 shots to deal with one bloodthirsty wolf. At this rate, these 40 bloodthirsty wolves wouldn't be enough for him. Nan Feng remained silent, fully focused on his attacks. The bloodthirsty wolves climbed desperately, and if more than 3 managed to get up, Nan Feng would be in danger. Yuran didn't seem like someone who could take hits, so Nan Feng didn't expect her to block any attacks. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With one precise shot after another, Nan Feng found his marksmanship improving, occasionally triggering a critical hit. Under his relentless firepower, even the pyramid of bloodthirsty wolves couldn't climb up, making them easier for Nan Feng to take down. After killing more than 20 bloodthirsty wolves, the distant leader could no longer sit still. It growled lowly, glaring fiercely at Nan Feng. This leader of the bloodthirsty wolves was over 3 meters long and, when standing, was taller than Nan Feng, exuding a formidable presence. Nan Feng took a moment to use his inside eye. In this desolate land, the bloodthirsty wolf leader stands proudly, a formidable creature of level 5. It boasts a health of 1850 points and a mana pool of 550 points. Its attack power is a fierce 350 points, and its defense is solid at 190 points. The bloodthirsty wolf leader possesses powerful skills such as bite, pounce, and summon pack, instilling fear in anyone who encounters it. Nan Feng, facing the terrifying attack power of the bloodthirsty wolf leader, felt a chill of fear. His own health was only 400 points, barely enough to withstand a second hit. He regretted not inviting Su Ming for assistance. He missed Su Ming's presence, always charging at the front like an unyielding shield. Nan Feng understood why Wu Yuanqing always chose to hunt with Su Ming. Having him around provided a sense of security. The bloodthirsty wolf leader did not rush to attack, giving Nan Feng a moment of relief. He resolutely continued to clear the surrounding bloodthirsty wolves. These wolves were somewhat smart, but had limited intelligence. Despite being slaughtered by Nan Feng, they tenaciously climbed back up. Perhaps under the leader's command, they dared not flee. Nan Feng kept eliminating the bloodthirsty wolves until the 39th one fell, heralding his level up with the system's notification. Finally, he reached level 6. With all his attributes enhanced, Nan Feng felt a sense of gratification. It was a pity that the number of bloodthirsty wolves was limited. Otherwise, he might have reached level 7 before nightfall. Yuran, you handle the remaining ones, Nan Feng said, passing the scene over to Yuran. Now at level 6, Nan Feng was no longer interested in the experience these beasts offered. He realized this was a prime leveling spot discovered by Yuran and decided to leave some of the gains for her. Yuran pouted in discontent, muttering something dismissive. Nan Feng understood her sentiment, but was still grateful. Taking out mana potions from his backpack, Nan Feng quickly downed 5 bottles, restoring his mana rapidly. The previous battles had drained his mana significantly, and having a full reserve was crucial for facing the impending bloodthirsty wolf leader. Yuran, wielding her magic staff, swiftly cleared the remaining bloodthirsty wolves. In the distance, the bloodthirsty wolf leader let out a low growl, standing guard by a cluster of phantasmal grass, unwavering. Nan Feng looked at the bloodthirsty wolf leader with some frustration. Why was it so fixated on a single plant? Could it be a wolf with a sheep's heart? Although the leader showed no intention of attacking, this allowed the situation to stabilize somewhat. Nan Feng estimated the distance, roughly 80 meters. He turned to Yuran and asked, "Can your fireball hit it?" Yuran shook her head, indicating the distance was too far and it would rely on luck. Nan Feng knew that at an 80-meter distance, accuracy plummeted, and the outcome would depend on both luck and skill. Nan Feng gazed at his mana points, unable to hide his joy. With 310 points, he had enough to continue fighting. He decided to allocate all 5 of his newly earned attribute points to strength. Nan Feng's strength now reached 87 points, and his attack power soared to 435 points, surpassing the 400 mark. Such formidable attack power posed a significant threat to the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Raising his desert eagle, Nan Feng squinted one eye and took aim at the ferocious bloodthirsty wolf leader in the distance. He focused intently, calming his mind, ready to unleash a deadly shot-piercing bullet. Fire! Nan Feng knew that this strike would determine the outcome. The piercing bullet whistled through the air, heading straight for the bloodthirsty wolf leader. With a glint of arrogance in its eyes, the leader slightly tilted its body, skillfully dodging the shot from Nan Feng. Nan Feng's face showed a hint of distress. He realized a serious problem. The Desert Eagle's bullet speed was too slow. According to Earth standards, a typical handgun bullet should reach speeds of over 400 meters per second, while rifles can achieve 600 to 1,000 meters per second, even supersonic speeds. However, in this ancient world, the Desert Eagle in Nan Feng's hand couldn't even break the sound barrier. Previously, when hunting fierce beasts at close range, he hadn't noticed this issue. But now, at a long distance, the bullet's speed deficiency was glaringly obvious. The bloodthirsty wolf leader could easily dodge the bullets after they left the barrel. At this distance, it was almost impossible for Nan Feng to hit the target. Should he risk leaving the shelter to get closer for a shot? Nan Feng quickly dismissed the idea. Leaving the cover would mean they would inevitably face a close-range attack from the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Both Nan Feng and Yuran, being fragile beings, couldn't withstand the leader's ferocious assault. The distance was too great. What could they do? Yuran also realized the problem, her expression showing worry. If they couldn't defeat the bloodthirsty wolf leader before the phantom grass matured, they would be in grave danger. "Don't worry, I have an idea," Nan Feng said, raising his gun once more. But this time, he didn't aim at the bloodthirsty wolf leader. He aimed at the phantom grass. The bullet whizzed through the air, heading straight for the phantom grass. The bloodthirsty wolf leader roared, seemingly condemning Nan Feng's underhanded tactics. However, faced with the enhancing effects of the phantom grass, the leader couldn't just stand by and had to stop Nan Feng from destroying it. 332. The bloodthirsty wolf leader took the bullet with its body. The 332 points of damage made it writhe in pain.
Nice.
Nan Feng clenched his fist as he saw the shot hit its mark and immediately fired another round. 332. The leader howled in agony as another shot hit home. These 2 shots had already taken nearly a third of its life force. This was the terrifying effect of fully allocating points to strength. Watch out, it's coming closer. As they were just beginning to relax, the bloodthirsty wolf leader abandoned its defense of the phantom grass and charged at Nan Feng. It understood that continuing to guard the grass would mean certain death at the hands of these 2 despicable bipeds. Nan Feng tensed up, firing several more shots at the approaching leader. However, the bloodthirsty wolf leader moved with incredible speed, dodging unpredictably, and none of Nan Feng's bullets hit. With only 80 meters between them, the leader quickly closed half the distance. Nan Feng didn't have time to aim and instead relied on his instinct, rapidly firing in a sweeping motion. Even if he missed, he could force the leader to keep dodging, slowing its advance. Meanwhile, Yuran's hair fluttered in the wind as she wielded her staff, casting a wall of fire. Surprisingly, Yuran had mastered two skills. A 3-meter-high wall of fire instantly appeared in front of the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Instead of going around it, the leader leaped over it. However, this created an opportunity for Nan Feng. In midair, the bloodthirsty wolf leader had no foothold, making it an easy target for Nan Feng. Piercing shot. 462. The piercing shot blasted a large hole through the wolf leader's forelimb. With a painful roar, it crashed to the ground, still charging at Nan Feng, but noticeably slower. Only 674 health points remaining. Nan Feng quickly calculated the wolf leader's remaining health and felt a sense of calm. Just 2 more shots would finish it off. To close in on Nan Feng, the wolf leader would have to cross over 30 meters and scale a steep 90 cliff. Nan Feng sighed in relief and prepared for the next move. Yuran raised an eyebrow playfully. Ready? What are you planning? Nan Feng glanced helplessly at the seasoned player, raised his gun, and aimed at the slowing bloodthirsty wolf leader. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events. The wolf leader leapt over 20 meters, lunging directly at him. This was its ultimate move, a powerful pounce that allowed it to cover 20 meters and climb a 10-meter-high rock wall. Its foul breath hit Nan Feng's face as it came within striking distance. The wolf leader raised its massive paw, ready to strike. 384. Nan Feng's health plummeted, his face turning pale. In a desperate move, he shoved his desert eagle into the wolf leader's mouth and fired 3 shots.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Hitting the weak spot. 593. Critical hit. 1800. 0. The 3 shots pierced through the wolf leader's head, with one triggering a critical hit, dealing 1800 damage. Unfortunately, by this point, the wolf leader had very little health left, making the critical hit somewhat redundant. If the first shot had been a critical hit, Nan Feng wouldn't have been in such danger. The bloodthirsty wolf leader glared at Nan Feng with wide, angry eyes before its 3-meter-long body collapsed lifelessly. A narrow victory. Ding. You have successfully defeated the level 5 bloodthirsty wolf leader, earning 200 experience points. Nan Feng became the first player in the area to defeat a level 5 boss, receiving a reward and 1 reputation point. Strength 10. Strength 10. Increasing strength directly boosts attack power, with 10 points of strength equating to an additional 50 attack power. Nan Feng suppressed his inner joy and calmly glanced at Yuran beside him. At this moment, Yuran had lowered her staff, crossing her arms playfully. Nice. This girl knows the rules. Seeing Yuran make no suspicious moves, Nan Feng took out some grilled meat to restore his health. Of course, he kept a firm grip on his desert eagle, remaining alert to Yuran's every move. Quick, loot the corpse and see if the bloodthirsty wolf leader dropped any equipment. Yuran didn't mind Nan Feng's caution and casually stepped back a few paces, showing she had no ill intentions. Nan Feng nodded and gently touched the wolf leader's body. Nan Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead as he eagerly opened the corpse of the bloodthirsty wolf leader. Beneath the body, he discovered a treasure chest. Unlike any he had seen before, this chest glowed with a milky white light, exuding an aura of mystery. Excitement surged through Nan Feng's heart. He knew this time there might be an extraordinary reward. In the past, Nan Feng had encountered treasure chests too, but they were always ordinary gray ones with unimpressive contents. However, this chest, with its milky white glow, made him feel an unusual thrill, as if it promised precious treasures inside. Carefully, he opened the chest, and his eyes lit up. It was filled with valuable wolf pelts and delicious wolf meat, enough to make anyone's mouth water. Nan Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of secret delight. This unexpected bounty was indeed a pleasant surprise. He felt the thrill of the adventure and the joy of the reward, making all his efforts seem worthwhile. Nan Feng couldn't help but reflect that sometimes, luck is a form of strength. He decided to continue his exploration, seeking more surprises and challenges, because each reward filled him with hope and anticipation for the future. This chest, glowing with a milky white light, gave him more courage and motivation, strengthening his resolve to keep moving forward and embrace more adventures and challenges. Nan Feng successfully defeated the bloodthirsty wolf leader and was pleasantly surprised to discover a pristine white treasure chest. This chest was far more advanced than the previous gray ones. Without hesitation, Nan Feng opened it. Ding! A wolf fang necklace appeared before Nan Feng. It was a high-grade, top-tier class necklace with an agility attribute of 6. Although it wasn't a strength-boosting item, the agility attribute could increase attack speed and movement speed, as well as enhance Nan Feng's reaction time. Overall, it was a pretty good find. After equipping the wolf fang necklace, Nan Feng's agility attribute reached 43 points. However, agility was still the lowest among his 4 attributes, even lower than his stamina by 2 points. Increasing agility was indeed quite challenging. Yuran walked over with a smile and asked, "How's the gear?" Nan Feng replied with a grin, "Not bad, it boosts my agility." At that moment, Nan Feng glanced at the time. It was already past 2 p.m., with several hours left before nightfall. But no one knew when Sakura Sword would reach level 8, so Nan Feng had to make the most of his time to improve his strength. He opened his status panel and checked his level, 6, with 268,4500 experience points. He needed 4,000 more experience points to reach level 7. Unless he found a place densely populated with fierce beasts and a safe spot to grind them, it was impossible for him to level up before nightfall. Giving up on the plan to level up further, Nan Feng decided to head to the mine to see if he could upgrade his divine weapon. If possible, he also hoped to defeat the Cavern Spider King. Nan Feng turned to Yuran and said, "Sister, I'm thinking of heading to the mine. Do you want to come?" Yuran bit her lip, thought for a moment, and shook her head. "I'll stay here and wait for this illusion grass to mature." The iron ore in the mine was tempting, but for Yuran, who specialized in fireballs, the 10 points of energy the illusion grass could provide was also very valuable. Ultimately, Yuran decided to stay and guard the illusion grass to prevent other fierce beasts from taking it. Nan Feng nodded. "All right then, I'll be off." After putting on the wolf fang necklace, Nan Feng felt more agile and easily climbed down the steep cliff. Meanwhile, Yuran got stuck halfway down, unable to go up or down, feeling extremely awkward. Nan Feng urged, "Just jump down. It's only 5 or 6 meters, you'll be fine." But Yuran, shaking her head with a face full of fear, said, "I can't." Nan Feng secretly thought, "You weren't this scared when facing the bloodthirsty wolf leader earlier." He suggested, "Jump down, and I'll catch you with my Chinkuan Great Shift." With that, Yuran bit her lip and finally took the leap. Nan Feng easily caught her and spun around, making it look effortless. He thought to himself, "Her waist is so slender, it feels just right." Yuran glared at Nan Feng with her beautiful eyes. "Enough, let go." Nan Feng released her, dusted off his clothes and said, "I'll be off then. This place is in your hands now." On this battlefield, the remains of a pack of vicious wolves lay scattered, overlooked by Nan Feng. He realized there might be a substantial amount of wolf meat here that could be traded for resources. Although Nan Feng had already gathered a good haul for the day, he decided to leave some for others. This was a place he had stumbled upon by chance. "You go ahead. I'll take care of things here," Yuran said, unceremoniously taking over the task of clearing the battlefield. Seeing no other beasts around, Nan Feng made his way directly to the small cabin. As he passed through the forest area where the tree spirits resided, he carefully took a wide detour. Already battered and bruised, he couldn't afford an encounter with the tree spirits. Next time, I'll set this little tree spirit on fire and see if it still dares to be so arrogant. Nan Feng thought to himself. Though unsure if it would work, he was determined to try, just not today. After taking down a few more fierce beasts, Nan Feng successfully returned to the cabin, ready to rest and recover before heading to the mine. During his break, he opened the chat channel to catch up on the latest news. Lu Daqiang praised Nan Feng for defeating a level 5 Lord Beast, admitting he couldn't even handle a level 3 beast. Ma Yong mentioned that Nan Feng had reached level 6 and might have a chance to defeat Sakura Sword. Tian Jiping argued that Sakura Sword was about to reach level 8, making Nan Feng no match. Bao Jian questioned Tian Jiping's impartiality, sparking a heated debate. Qiu Feihong stated that even if the odds were slim, he would support Nan Feng. Wang Jiang suggested that Nan Feng apologized to Sakura Sword to possibly avoid the fight, also revealing that Sakura Sword had a grudge against Xiaowang Ran from District 17. Huang Yuanming questioned Wang Jiang's motives, leading to a fierce exchange of words. Nan Feng had become the center of controversy. Amidst the chaos in the chat channel, Nan Feng chose to log off. He then turned to the Handsome Guys group, where everyone was discussing strategies to defeat the Cave Spider King. It was a highly focused and united team. Nan Feng browsed the cross-regional chat channel again and found it eerily quiet. This wasn't surprising, as the channel was populated by top-tier players at this stage, all busy honing their skills and hunting fierce beasts, leaving little time for idle chatter. As Nan Feng waited for his stamina to recover, he sent a message in the Handsome Guys group. He asked his buddies, "I'm almost there. How's it going on your end?" After a brief wait, Huang Yuanming replied, "Progressing well. We found an iron mine deep in the left tunnel. I'm currently mining iron blocks and will prioritize giving you 100. Nan Feng gratefully responded, "Thanks, brother." Then, out of curiosity, he asked, "Weren't you arguing with someone in the chat channel earlier?" Huang Yuanming laughed and said, "So what? It doesn't affect anything. Back on Blue Star, I could flirt in a dozen groups simultaneously." Nan Feng marveled, "That's impressive." After a short pause, Nan Feng continued, "What about the others?" Huang Yuanming informed him, "They're busy looking for copper blocks. I think they've been blocked by the Cave Spider King, so progress is slow." He added, "I can't chat much longer. I need to speed up mining to avoid falling behind." Nan Feng sighed. Huang Yuanming is something else mining, arguing and answering questions all at once. Just as Nan Feng was about to close the panel, he suddenly heard a system notification. Ding! Inghua Yijian from Section 39 of the Primitive World had issued a cross-regional challenge to him, telling him to prepare. The announcement showed that Section 39 of the Primitive World had challenged Section 527, with the battle set to start in 10 minutes. Participants on both sides were advised to get ready. Nan Feng was taken aback. So soon? Didn't they say before nightfall? Well, technically, it is before nightfall. His face darkened as he realized that everyone had misunderstood Inghua Yijian's before nightfall to mean sometime in the evening. They had all been misled by this cunning guy. All the chosen ones in District 527 received the announcement from the Genesis system. As the news spread, players who had been attacking each other ceased their quarrels and collectively turned their anger toward Sakura Ichikan. They cursed him and denounced his arrogance, with some even threatening to teach him a lesson. Even those who had been advocating for an apology joined in the condemnation, showing no mercy. Nan Feng sighed in his small cabin. He also wanted to win, but facing Sakura Ichikan's level 8 strength, he felt almost hopeless. Unless his divine weapon upgraded again, victory seemed out of reach. At that moment, the handsome guy's group chat remained silent, leaving Nan Feng anxiously waiting in his cabin. He decided to head to the cave Spider King later, hoping to defeat it. Although Sakura Ichikan was already at level 8, Nan Feng believed that with careful strategy, he had a chance to overcome the cave Spider King. After waiting for a moment, Nan Feng began preparing for the upcoming challenge. Despite the vast difference in power, he vowed to give it his all. In the cross-regional chat channel, the chosen ones from Sakura country were relentlessly mocking Nan Feng, constantly posting provocative comments. Nan Feng chose to ignore them to avoid disrupting his mindset. Already at a disadvantage, he couldn't afford to let his mental state be affected. Sakura Ichikan knew this too, and kept eyeing Nan Feng, trying to throw him off balance. Determined to win, Sakura Ichikan would use any means necessary, but he didn't realize Nan Feng had muted the cross-regional chat, rendering his taunts invisible. With only 5 minutes left on the countdown, Yuran sent a message saying that the illusion grass had matured, which could boost his stamina by 10 points. Nan Feng declined. What he needed was not stamina but strength. They had previously agreed that the bloodthirsty wolf leader would be his, while the illusion grass would go to Yuran. Nan Feng needed strength more urgently now. Increased stamina wouldn't change the situation against Sakura Ichikan. Yuran decided to give the illusion grass to Nan Feng, encouraging him to use it. After a moment of hesitation, Nan Feng accepted the illusion grass. Perhaps in a prolonged battle with Sakura Ichikan, the extra stamina would come in handy. Nan Feng swallowed a hallucinogenic herb and suddenly felt dizzy, with double vision appearing before his eyes. He wondered if the herb was poisonous, but soon the dizziness faded, replaced by a sense of clarity and alertness. Perhaps the herb wasn't toxic, but had some special effect. Shaking off his worries about toxicity, Nan Feng had an idea maybe he could use the herb's effects to tackle future challenges. He decided to save this thought for later verification. Yuran reminded him that 20 mana potions could be exchanged for one hallucinogenic herb, hoping Nan Feng would remember. Nan Feng was puzzled, thinking this girl was being pushy again, which was a bit much. However, at least the price was clear, and he wouldn't owe any favors. Knowing that the cost of making mana potions was minimal, Nan Feng realized that trading 20 potions for one herb was a fair deal for him. With 3 minutes left on the countdown, Huang Yuanming sent a message, urgently asking Nan Feng to accept 100 iron blocks. Overjoyed, Nan Feng looked at the 100 iron blocks Huang Yuanming had sent. He exclaimed, "Brother, you dug up 100 blocks so quickly." Huang Yuanming replied with a wry smile, "My hands are almost broken. We didn't keep any for ourselves, they're all for you." He added, "It seems they've found copper blocks as well. Just wait a bit. They'll make sure you're prepared before the battle starts." Nan Feng understood that the outcome of this challenge affected the chosen ones of the entire war zone. Their support in boosting his strength was only natural, as their own interests were at stake. He felt deeply moved. With 1 minute left on the countdown, Su Zuran silently handed a copper block to Nan Feng. Accepting it, Nan Feng immediately upgraded his divine weapon. The attributes of the divine weapon underwent a dramatic transformation. Delighted, Nan Feng looked at the enhanced properties of his weapon, unlocking new gear and weapons. New weapons. New skills. Excited, Nan Feng opened his backpack and saw the ancient 98K sniper rifle with a 50 power boost. Overwhelmed with joy, Nan Feng was thrilled by this sudden surge in power. Before the upgrade, the Desert Eagle only had a 20-point strength boost, placing it at the peak of Frank. However, now that it has been upgraded to lower rank, its attributes have significantly improved. Nan Feng observed the Desert Eagle and the stone dagger in his hands, delighted by the enhancements. The Desert Eagle's strength has increased to 40 points, enabling it to deal 130 damage to enemies. The stone dagger has also been enhanced, now capable of dealing 120 to 150 damage and moderately increasing the bleeding effect. While the attributes of the 98K sniper rifle are also impressive, Its high mana consumption makes it more suitable for taking down bosses, whereas the Desert Eagle is better for clearing out smaller enemies. Additionally, Nan Feng acquired a new skill called Charge Strike. This skill allows him to infuse his firearm with magic, forming a powerful magic bullet. For every additional 5 points of mana spent, the damage increases by 1, with a maximum boost of 100 damage. This skill can be combined with other skills. Nan Feng was highly impressed with this skill, believing it to be perfect for the 98K sniper rifle. Pairing Charged Strike with the Sakura sword would make him nearly invincible. As he prepared for the upcoming challenge, Nan Feng gripped the 98K sniper rifle tightly, a hint of coldness in his eyes. Standing inside the small wooden cabin, he once again saw the familiar silver-white teleportation array. The challenge was about to begin. With a confident smirk, Nan Feng declared fearlessly that not even the Sakura sword could withstand the power of his shot. The silver-white teleportation array shimmered with light as Nan Feng's figure gradually faded, eventually disappearing from the small wooden cabin. When he reappeared, he found himself standing in a vast grassland. The grass nearly reached his knees, a lush expanse of green. Quickly scanning his surroundings, Nan Feng noticed Inghua Yijian right behind him, facing away. This time, they had been teleported back to back, approximately 50 meters apart. As Inghua Yijian began to turn, Nan Feng immediately crouched and hid in the grass. The wild grass enveloped him, providing perfect cover. That summer, Nan Feng had been ambushed countless times in the game by prone players, leaving him with nothing but defeats. He finally understood a harsh truth: never underestimate the power of stealth. The current environment was perfect, allowing Nan Feng to transform into a stealth master. He took out a red dot sight from his backpack and carefully attached it to his 98K sniper rifle. Regrettably, he didn't have an 8x scope, which was a bit disappointing. Squinting one eye, Nan Feng looked through the red dot sight in the direction of Inghua Yijian. The dense wild grass obstructed both their views. Through the sight, all he could see was grass, a stark contrast to the game scenario. Gritting his teeth, Nan Feng supported himself on his elbows and cautiously raised the 98K. This allowed him to barely see Inghua Yijian through the grass. His opponent was cautiously scanning the area, trying to locate Nan Feng, while moving erratically to avoid being targeted. However, in such an environment, it was nearly impossible for Inghua Yijian to spot someone lying 50 meters away in the grass. "Ha, you can't see me, can you?" Nan Feng chuckled softly, ready to unleash his skills. Charging shot, penetrating bullet. He prepared to execute a one-shot kill on Inghua Yijian. A surge of magical energy flowed into Nan Feng's arms, then transferred into the 98K sniper rifle, forming a delicate magic bullet in the chamber. Nan Feng calculated that charging shot consumed 10 points of magic power per second, with every 5 points increasing damage by 1. This meant that each second increased damage by 2. Charging shot could boost damage up to 100, so he only needed to charge for 50 seconds to reach maximum damage. This skill was incredibly mana-intensive. Consuming 500 points of magic power to double the damage seemed excessive. With 500 points, he could fire hundreds of shots. Yet, despite knowing this, Nan Feng decided to fully charge the shot. The reason was simple. Inghua Yijian was the brother of Inghua Xiaozilang. Unless he didn't trust his brother, he wouldn't easily let Nan Feng off the hook. Inghua Yijian had likely confirmed that Nan Feng's weapon was a firearm, hence his frequent evasive maneuvers. Besides levels, Inghua Yijian had other motivations for challenging Nan Feng. Nan Feng felt a growing sense of tension. He knew there was only one shot at victory in this battle. If Sakura Kojiro could master a skill like the instant slash, then his brother, Sakura Ichikan, surely wouldn't be any less formidable. At this moment, Nan Feng had just one slim chance left. Once Sakura Ichikan locked onto his position, Nan Feng would be quickly cornered with no way to escape. Whether the shot would hit its mark, though, didn't worry Nan Feng. Previously, when using the Desert Eagle, he had relied on his naked eye for aiming, which led to occasional misses. But now, with a red dot sight, standing 50 meters away, Nan Feng was confident in achieving an 80 hit rate. As long as luck wasn't against him today, this shot was unlikely to miss. 20 seconds passed quietly as magic continued to infuse the 98K sniper rifle. Nan Feng held his breath, focusing intently, fearing that even the slightest sound might give away his position to Sakura Ichikan. Standing 50 meters away, Sakura Ichikan still couldn't locate Nan Feng and sneered, "Ha, is this the strongest in District 527? Turns out to be a coward hiding in his shell." The breeze carried Sakura Ichikan's taunts to Nan Feng's ears, though not very clearly. Through the real-time translation of the Genesis God system, Nan Feng managed to catch a few words. "Oh, strongest in District 527? You think flattery will make me reveal myself? How naive." Nan Feng smirked disdainfully and continued to gather his strength. Seeing no response from Nan Feng, Sakura Ichikan continued to mutter to himself, "Hiding won't help you. Once I find you, you're dead. I only need one strike to finish you off. And you? You have a gun. Let's see if your gun is faster than my moves. Trying to buy time? Let's see how long you can stall. Sakura Ichikin stopped searching for Nan Feng's position, sat down, and began to polish his stone knife, turning his side to face Nan Feng. This was an upgraded A-level weapon, with the rotten wooden katana replaced by a less sharp stone katana. Sakura Ichikin had exposed a flaw. He believed that one shot wouldn't kill Nan Feng, hence preparing for a follow-up strike. If this challenge had started before Nan Feng's primary weapon was upgraded, he indeed wouldn't have been able to take down Sakura Ichikin with one shot. But now the situation was different. Not only did Nan Feng have a new weapon, but he also had new skills. Sakura Ichikin's action was practically inviting his own demise. Nan Feng hadn't expected Sakura Ichikin to make such a grave mistake at the last moment. 35 seconds, 40 seconds, 45 seconds, 50 seconds passed, and the damage potential had reached its peak. Nan Feng's eyes sharpened as he decisively pulled the trigger. The bullet whistled through the air, skimming the grass straight towards Sakura Ichikin. At the moment Nan Feng fired, Sakura Ichikin had already reacted, slashing horizontally with his blade. Like his brother Sakura Kojiro, Sakura Ichikin could also strike down bullets. Even before his gaze turned towards Nan Feng, his blade was already unsheathed. This swordsmanship was truly astonishing. Of course, this was also due to the fact that Nan Feng's magical bullet wasn't fast enough. If it were a supersonic bullet from Earth, even with 10 katanas, Sakura Ichikin couldn't have struck it down. Clang! The magical bullet collided with the katana, producing a crisp sound. This scene seemed like a replay of the morning's battle with Sakura Kojiro. Nan Feng's bullet sliced through the air, eerily passing through the samurai sword and striking Sakura Ichikin's shoulder, causing a shocking hand throw wound. Though Sakura Ichikin was already aware of Nan Feng's bullet penetration effect, he chose to face it with his sword, not out of disbelief in his brother's words, but to deflect the bullet from its original trajectory. The bullet's initial target was Sakura Ichikin's head, as headshots are often fatal. Although he managed to avoid Nan Feng's deadly shot, he didn't want to lose too much blood. Sakura Ichikin smirked coldly, preparing to unleash a counterattack skill, but suddenly felt weak and struggled to move. An ominous feeling swept over him as he glanced at his health status bar, which showed 33690 HP and a bleeding status. Nan Feng's shot had caused a staggering 657 points of damage. Sakura Ichikin's face turned pale. Such damage was terrifyingly immense. A level 6 versus a level 8, the damage was only a third. Yet it was still so colossal. What would it be like if they were of the same level? Nan Feng was also shocked, finding the level suppression incredibly hard to believe. With the 98K sniper rifle equipped, Nan Feng's attack power reached 635 points. Adding the penetration bullet, charged shot, and weak point attack bonuses, it still only caused 657 points of damage? This was beyond baffling. The strike left both in silence as Sakura Ichikin's health continued to drop due to the bleeding effect. Nan Feng's penetrating bullet had torn through Sakura Ichikin's shoulder from right to left, causing massive damage that was hard to stop. Understanding this, Sakura Ichikin, with only 20 HP left, chose not to stop the bleeding but to launch a counterattack at Nan Feng with his sword. Another bleed, and his HP dropped to just 6. Sakura Ichikin's samurai sword slashed down. Despite the 50 meters between them, Nan Feng felt there was no escape. This sword could hit enemies from a distance, but the user's mana would deplete with increased distance, reducing the damage. This 50-meter gap nearly exhausted Sakura Ichikin's mana, but he still swung a fatal blow. Death loomed. Nan Feng felt enveloped by the sword's strike, unable to escape, resigned to his fate. Another bleed, and his HP dropped by 5. Suddenly, faint red numbers appeared above Sakura Ichikin's head. His sword stopped over Nan Feng's head, unable to land the final blow, as his HP was locked at the last 1 point. The tenacious willpower buff activated, and Sakura Ichikin was defeated. Congratulations to Nan Feng for defeating Sakura Blade and becoming the champion of this cross-regional challenge. The small cabin is filled with the joy of victory, and the intense battle has left Nan Feng's heart racing. The terrifying aura of Sakura Blade's final strike still lingers, and even though Nan Feng knew he wouldn't actually die, he felt a shiver run down his spine. Is this the pressure of a master swordsman? Nan Feng couldn't help but wonder if the sword masters of the Dragon Kingdom were equally formidable. In the chat channel, the chosen ones from Zone 527 were ecstatic, amazed at how decisively Nan Feng had won. The Handsome Guys group was also buzzing with excitement, nearly ready to start a celebration. Huang Yuanming praised Nan Feng excitedly, declaring him as god. Wu Yuanqing expressed his astonishment at Nan Feng's incredible victory, and Su Ming simply exclaimed, "Awesome." Nan Feng humbly remarked that without everyone's help in upgrading his divine weapon, he wouldn't have been able to secure this victory. Su Zuran reflected that it was the result of everyone's efforts. Nan Feng wasn't modes the new that without the 98K sniper rifle and his newly acquired skills, he wouldn't have been able to defeat Sakura Blade. Though the final strike came from a distance, Nan Feng ultimately countered it, showcasing his superior skills. Nan Feng closed the Handsome Guys group chat and switched to the cross-regional chat channel, where Sakura Blade in Zone 39 claimed that Nan Feng's abilities were mediocre and that he had won easily. Players from other zones scoffed at this, with some even mocking Sakura Blade for challenging lower-level players. Nan Feng's prowess had already surpassed Sakura Blade's imagination, and other players didn't realize that Nan Feng had advanced to level 6. Nan Feng's victory ignited a desire in more players to challenge him and compete for resources. Nan Feng felt puzzled by this at first, but eventually understood Sakura Blade's intention. His victory had caused Sakura Blade to lose 2 matches, sparking more regional challenges, which was exactly what Sakura Blade had aimed for. If he loses another match, Sakura Ichiken will face a 10-point reduction in all attributes, a penalty that is too severe for him to bear. He knows he cannot handle such a blow. Therefore, he decides to publicly claim victory in this challenge to avoid drawing attention from other war zones. Additionally, Nan Feng has another consideration. Sakura Country is currently suffering huge losses. Zone 132 is heavily damaged with most of its turf stripped bare, and Zone 39 has lost 2 consecutive matches, teetering on the edge of disaster. In such a situation, Sakura Ichiken must do everything possible to divert attention, ensuring that other countries' war zones counterbalance each other and prevent the conflict from spilling over into his Zone 39. This strategy is indeed cunning. In the Handsome Guys group, Suzerain and the others have also realized Sakura Ichiken's scheme. Suzerain pondered aloud. Is Sakura Ichiken trying to use our Zone 527 to balance the power among different countries? Xiao Luo scoffed. That's just foolish. Wu Yuanqing added. The strongest players in Zone 162 of Beautiful Country and Zone 105 of Ancient Country are only at level 7. Nan Feng can easily defeat Sakura Ichiken, who is at level 8. Why should he fear them? Su Ming, beaming with excitement, said, Brothers, isn't this just free resources for us? Huang Yuanming expressed his surprise. Wow, Sakura Ichiken is actually a foreigner? I didn't expect him to be like this. Yu Ran, brimming with excitement, said, This is great. I just found a lot of herbs growing near the cabin. Does anyone need to buy some? They're for sale at a low price. Wu Li enviously remarked, You're so lucky. Nan Feng couldn't help but feel envious of Yu Ran, thinking that her starting location was a treasure trove, surrounded by herbs, making her practically rich. Suddenly, Suzerain remembered a piece of news he received in the cross-zone channel at noon. Zone 132 has already lost 11 matches, but their resources haven't completely disappeared. Su Ming asked in confusion, What does that mean? Suzerain explained, It means that the increase or decrease in resources isn't a simple addition or subtraction, but multiplication. He continued, When they lost the first challenge, they had 90 of their resources left. After the second loss, it wasn't 80 remaining but 81. Sui Han added, In other words, the second loss wasn't 10 of the total resources, but 10 of the remaining 90, which is 9 of the total resources. Nan Feng, somewhat puzzled, said, The more you explain, the more confusing it gets. Might as well not say anything. Sui Han humorously replied, Lack of comprehension, huh? Nan Feng suddenly realized, So if we've won 2 matches, our resources aren't 120 of the original, but 121 of the initial resources? Suzerain confirmed, That's right. You can think of it as compound interest. Nan Feng secretly rejoiced. If they won another match, it would mean a 12.1 increase in resources, which was simply wonderful. As everyone was discussing the resource issue, the system announcement rang out again. Ding! The chosen one from Zone 162 of the Primal World, Martin, has issued a cross-region challenge to Zone 527 of the Primal World. Please prepare. Upon hearing the announcement, Nan Feng smiled confidently and immediately opened the cross-region chat channel to send a message. In Zone 527, Nan Feng felt a mix of anger and helplessness when faced with Yinghua Yijian's provocation. Not only did his opponent defeat him, but also brought others to gang up on him, making him feel deeply wronged. He felt like he was being treated as an easy target. Yinghua Yijian's behavior surprised him. It was cunning how the opponent lured resources to him. In the cross-zone chat, Yinghua Yijian remained silent, but Yinghua Ziosalang from Zone 132 was the first to launch an attack. Yinghua Ziosalang mocked Nan Feng, predicting that he would ultimately meet the same fate. However, Nan Feng maintained a unique attitude, casually humming a tune while looking at Yinghua Ziosalang's avatar, as if mocking him. But once he understands the truth of the situation, he might not be able to keep such a calm demeanor. After Nan Feng spoke in the cross-district channel, several previously silent chosen ones from Longhua started to emerge. Xiaoang ran from District 17 tagged Nan Feng and said, Bro, don't panic. Fight well. Martin from District 162 is only level 6. You might not necessarily lose. Martin, from District 162, mocked, Even though I'm only level 6, my main weapon is long range, giving me a natural advantage. Even against level 7 or 8 melee fighters, they are no match for me. Chung Mo from District 68 responded disdainfully, You frog in a well. Clearly you've never faced the harsh realities of society. Mike from District 8 provoked, is Martin wrong? I'm also a long-range attacker. If you have the guts, come fight me. Like Martin, Mike was also a chosen one from the beautiful country. As the 8th warrior to join the cross-district channel, Mike was undoubtedly very powerful, at least level 8, possibly even level 9. Therefore, Chung Imo from District 68 was likely not his match. Chung Imo calmly replied, do you still have a challenge token? Then come challenge me. Watch me slice off your head with one strike. Chung Imo knew that the opponent had no challenge tokens left, so he fearlessly confronted Mike. Mike threatened, just wait. Once I get another challenge token, let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant. Suddenly, voices from District 527 appeared in the cross-district channel. Nan Feng felt a bit speechless. In a large group chat, everyone expressing their own opinions easily led to off-topic arguments and mutual attacks. Su Zurin from District 527 pleaded for everyone to stop challenging their district, saying that if they kept losing, their fellow district members would suffer. Wu Yuansheng, also from District 527, echoed, please, we beg you all. Seeing this, Nan Feng realized it was Su Zurin's strategy. The weaker they appeared, the more likely they would attract more challenges. So, Nan Feng immediately played along. Nan Feng tagged Wu Yuansheng and Su Zurin in District 527, coldly saying, you useless bunch, do you think I can't win? Su Zurin from District 527 retorted, you're not even level 6. What makes you think you can win? Martin is not only level 6, but also excels at long-range attacks. Wu Yuanqing added, exactly. Nan Feng, you only have a bit more experience than us. What gives you the right to represent us in challenging others? Nehru Singh from District 105 watched the internal conflict among the Longwa people and felt outraged. Martin from District 162 smugly said, haha, Nan Feng is only level 5? No wonder he easily defeated his opponents. I will definitely win. Lin Tianchi from District 381 smiled wryly and said, why are they fighting among themselves? Other Longwa districts, seeing the internal strife in District 527, could only shake their heads helplessly and continued hunting fierce beasts to level up. Other countries' districts began to mock District 527. In District 39, Sakura Ichikan sat grimly in a small wooden hut, thinking, these cunning Longwa people are too treacherous, but it doesn't matter. The ones suffering are from the third country and the beautiful country, not us from Sakura country, and definitely not District 39. After this wave, District 527 might rise. Nan Feng saw the message from Martin and couldn't help but smirk. He thought Martin was too naive to have believed their lies so easily. With just 3 minutes left before the challenge began, Nan Feng was idling away time in the handsome guys group chat, waiting for the challenge to start. He shared with Su Zurin that they had already taken over the iron mine and were getting a substantial daily output of iron blocks. Nan Feng suggested that they distribute the iron blocks among the group members to enhance their weapons and boost their overall combat strength. Next, Nan Feng proposed a plan for handling the remaining iron blocks. He suggested finding trustworthy people to mine, with some of the iron used internally and the rest sold, and the profit split equally. This way, everyone would benefit as if they were shareholders in a company. Wu Yuanqing and Su Ming agreed, noting that mining was indeed more stable and interesting than hunting fierce beasts. However, Yu Ran raised a question, wondering if she could become a shareholder despite never having been to the mine. Nan Feng, with a smile, reminded Yu Ran and Wang Jiang that they hadn't participated in the takeover of the mine, so they had no shares. Wang Jiang protested, questioning why, but Nan Feng promptly kicked him out of the group chat. Su Zurin remarked that Wang Jiang was too selfish and lacked teamwork spirit, making him unsuitable as a teammate. Huang Yuanming agreed, saying he had wanted to kick Wang Jiang out for a while. Nan Feng informed Su Zurin that Wang Jiang had been cursing him in the chat channel, but Su Zurin just smiled and shrugged it off. After discussing the iron mine, the group began planning how to tackle the copper mine challenge. Su Zurin pointed out that the copper mine was to the right of the cave, but was guarded by the cave Spider King, making it difficult to access. Nan Feng suggested gathering more resources before coming to support them. Huang Yuanming agreed, eager to see Nan Feng's combat skills. Nan Feng glanced at the countdown clock, which showed only 30 seconds left before the challenge began. He asked his brothers to pour him a warm drink, then picked up his 98K rifle, aiming at the large tree outside the cabin, ready for a powerful shot. He was prepared to teleport directly into battle. The countdown began 3, 2, 1. As it ended, a silver-white teleportation array lit up beneath Nan Feng's feet. In the next moment, the scenery around him changed to an open plain. Looking around, Nan Feng spotted Martin about 50 meters to his left. Martin, standing over 1.8 meters tall and holding a longbow, was ready to attack at any moment. When Martin saw Nan Feng, his confident smile quickly turned to fear. Nan Feng didn't give Martin any chance to react and pulled the trigger immediately. The charged shot's damage bonus had reached 82, enough to be lethal. Both Nan Feng and Martin were level 6, so there was no level difference to reduce the damage. This strike left Martin utterly defenseless. Whoosh! A lethal hit, dealing a devastating 509 points of damage. The shot pierced straight through Martin's head, triggering a critical hit. It wasn't that Nan Feng's attack power was insufficient. Martin was simply down to 510 points of health. If not for the unyielding will buff locking his health at one point, Martin would have already fallen to the ground. Nan Feng lifted his 98K rifle once more, waved at the terrified Martin, and gradually faded into the shadows. A single, deadly strike. What kind of legend will it leave behind? Congratulations to Nan Feng for defeating his opponent Martin and becoming the champion of this cross-regional challenge. When the news reached the cabin, the entire group of guys was stunned. Yuan was full of emotions. He was just about to cheer for Nan Feng when Nan Feng won the match. Huang Yuanming exclaimed, "Nan Feng's strength is truly terrifying." Wu Yuanxing was also surprised. That was incredibly fast. Yun Fei joked, "Did the opponent teleport in just to offer his neck to Nan Feng's blade?" Nan Feng smiled slightly and won another victory. Although the system prompt indicated a 10 increase in resources, the actual increase was 12.1, bringing the total resources to 133.1 of the initial amount, showcasing immense strength. Just as everyone was savoring the moment, 2 more system notifications came through. The announcement stated that Region 527 of the original world had won 3 consecutive cross-regional challenges, granting all chosen ones a 10-point increase in all attributes. Additionally, Nan Feng's 3 consecutive victories earned him an extra 10-point increase in all attributes. Nan Feng stared at the screen in astonishment. He hadn't expected 3 consecutive wins to yield such a significant bonus. The consecutive win rewards boosted his attributes by 20 points, equivalent to leveling up 4 times. Sitting in the cabin with a silly grin, Nan Feng felt incredibly joyful. In the chat channel, the chosen ones from Region 527 were all cheering. Lu Daqiang remarked, "Nan Feng is incredibly strong." Bao Jian excitedly said, "Winning 3 times in a row and getting a 10-point attribute increase, it's a dream come true." Ma Yong enthusiastically added, "Now, even beasts of the same level are no match." Qiu Feihong boasted, "I dare to challenge beasts 1 level higher than me." Huang Yuanming sarcastically noted, "Where are the people who doubted Nan Feng now?" Tian Jiping sneered, "Nan Feng cheated to win the match. Do you feel proud of that?"
Bao Jian question, cheat.
"How do you know Nan Feng cheated?" Tian Jiping pointed to the cross-regional chat channel and said, "Martin from Region 162 already mentioned it. Nan Feng was using hacks." Lu Daqiang dismissed it, saying, "Nonsense, this isn't a game. How could he hack?" Wang Jiang pondered, "This world is somewhat similar to a game. Did Nan Feng discover some kind of exploit? Those who maliciously exploit bugs will eventually be purged by the creator system. Don't blindly worship him." Nan Feng smiled calmly and opened the cross-regional chat channel. Seeing Martin's angry messages, he felt even more satisfied. Martin from District 162 was furious, believing that Nan Feng bringing a sniper rifle from Blue Star into this world was outright cheating. Naru Singh from District 105 questioned Martin on his failure, while the system announcement showed that District 527 had won 3 consecutive matches, leaving him perplexed. Amelia from District 288 remarked that Sakura Ichikan must be lying, as they never tell the truth. Lin Tianqi from District 381 felt confused and didn't understand what was going on. Chung Mo from District 68 was shocked, exclaiming that District 527's consecutive victories meant Sakura Ichikan had just lost. Martin angrily accused the people from Sakura Country of hiding the crucial information that Nan Feng had a sniper rifle, thinking they were too deceitful. Naru Singh was stunned upon hearing about the sniper rifle and incredulously asked if it was true. Nan Feng from District 527 claimed he was being framed. Sakura Kajiro questioned Nan Feng's story about the sniper rifle, asserting that his primary weapons were a pistol and a dagger. Mike mocked them for losing without even knowing their opponent's weapons, calling them incompetent. Andre found it intriguing whether Nan Feng could freely switch between his primary weapons. Martin concluded that Nan Feng's main weapons included a dagger, pistol, and sniper rifle, all brought from Blue Star. Salman from District 491 couldn't believe how Nan Feng managed to bring a sniper rifle through, as even his lighter and keys had disappeared when he crossed over. Naru Singh decided to stop challenging Nan Feng and instead target District 132. Sakura Kajiro was furious at Naru Singh's sudden cowardice, but realized that the announcement of District 527's 3 consecutive victories had spread to all districts, making it clear why Naru Singh was avoiding a challenge. They then prepared to go hunt fierce beasts. Nan Feng, having expended a significant amount of mana to attack Martin, had now fully recovered. He stepped out of the cabin and headed towards the mine. Nan Feng received a 20-point all-attribute reward, significantly boosting his 4 basic attributes, with agility reaching 63 points, enabling him to run swiftly. The journey from the cabin to the mine now took only half an hour. Outside the mine, Su Zurin and others were waiting for Nan Feng, ready to confront the cave Spider King. Wooly believed that with Nan Feng's strength combined with their team of over a dozen people, they could handle the cave spider king. Huang Yuanming agreed, stating that he thought Nan Feng alone would be enough. Sui Han pointed out the cave spider king's weaknesses, noting that as long as they maintained the right distance, they could easily kill it. Su Zuran looked towards the southeast and announced that the enemy had arrived. In the distance, Nan Feng, wearing a fur outfit, came running. Wow, there are quite a lot of people at the event today, he exclaimed, waving his arms to greet everyone. Most of the top 20 players on the leaderboard were present. Although Nan Feng hadn't met a few of them before, they had interacted in the game group, so they weren't strangers. This was a grand meetup for online friends. Huang Yuanming walked over cheerfully, naturally putting his arm around Nan Feng's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Brother, why are you still carrying a dagger? Come on, show everyone your sniper rifle." Sniper rifle? That's a mistake by Martin, Nan Feng chuckled, pulling a desert eagle from his backpack. Hey, this is my prized weapon, the desert eagle. Huang Yuanming exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god, you actually have a gun. Did you hack the game? Does this desert eagle need bullets? It's so cool. The design is exquisite. It's practically a legendary artifact. The onlookers crowded around, pointing and murmuring, as if they were seeing such a remarkable weapon for the first time. Nan Feng effortlessly made everyone forget about the sniper rifle. That was his ace in the hole, not something to be revealed lightly. It was crucial to keep that secret. Alright, stop staring. We might accidentally discharge it if we keep handling it, Nan Feng said, putting away the desert eagle and pointing to the mine. Let's go defeat the cave spider king. I know, Su Ming, you take the lead. Su Ming, holding a large shield, looked aggrieved and said, why am I always the one to get hurt first? Outside the mine, a group of 17 or 18 people solemnly advanced towards its depths. The cave spiders had mostly been cleared by Su Zuran and his team, leaving only a few stragglers that were swiftly dealt with. Based on past experience, once the cave spiders were eliminated, the cave spider king would appear and launch an attack. Su Zuran calmly reminded everyone that the cave spider king was not to be underestimated and advised them to stay behind Su Ming. Su Ming muttered, great, I'm the sacrificial lamb now. The cave spider king boasted a formidable attack power of 420, a defense of 210, and a staggering 2,800 health points. In the past, Nan Feng had been intimidated by its terrifying strength. However, after 3 intense battles, Nan Feng's attack power had soared to an impressive 735, making the cave spider king no longer a threat. Suddenly, Nan Feng remembered a crucial point. The cave spider king was a lord-level beast, and killing it would yield extra rewards. So, who would deliver the killing blow? Clearly, everyone was interested in the reward distribution. After a moment of contemplation, Su Zuran said, may the best man win. Whoever gets the kill, gets the reward. Nan Feng agreed, confident that with his highest attack power, no one would contest. Well, that leaves me with no chance, Su Ming said with a pout. With an attack power of only 125, he couldn't even break through the cave spider king's defense, let alone land the final blow. Wu Yuansheng, the team's main shield, couldn't help but speak up for his friend. After some discussion, the group decided that Su Ming would receive an extra one of the loot from the mine. Finally smiling, Su Ming hoisted his shield and charged forward. Follow me, brothers. United, the group stepped into the mine. The right passage was empty. The cave spider king was not there. Move forward. Nan Feng raised his desert eagle and followed Su Ming's lead, advancing slowly. After about 20 meters, support member Sui Han pointed to a small hole in the wall. We found copper here earlier. Nan Feng was surprised. You ventured this deep before? Sui Han nodded. Yes, as long as the outer cave spiders weren't fully cleared, the cave spider king wouldn't appear, so we didn't face much danger. Nan Feng nodded in understanding. This passage was incredibly spacious, growing wider the deeper they went. This isn't good. The more space, the more room the cave spider king has to maneuver, said warrior Depangdun with a slight frown. Su Zuran also noticed the issue. When we encounter the cave spider king, we should retreat to narrower confines to fight it. Nan Feng shook his desert eagle. No need for that. If we all attack together, it won't have anywhere to run. As they moved forward, Nan Feng roughly estimated that he could deal 500,700 damage per hit to the cave spider king, meaning its 2,800 health points wouldn't withstand many attacks. Suddenly, the sound of sliding rocks broke the silence. Everyone tensed, ready for battle. Su Zuran spoke up, Su Ming, Wuli, throw torches ahead and see what we're dealing with. The two swung their arms and hurled the torches with all their might. The torches hit the ground, casting a faint light that revealed the enormous body of the cave spider king. Su Zuran let out a furious shout and launched an attack. Whoosh! As soon as he spoke, Nan Feng swiftly pulled the trigger. Penetrating shot. 892. With one hit, nearly a third of the cave spider king's health was gone. Whoa! Is it really this powerful? Nan Feng was taken aback by his own shot. This gun was no ordinary 98K. The cave Spider King, severely wounded, let out an unbearable screech and began to rampage through the mine. Its speed was incredible. In an instant, it climbed to the top of the mine and aimed its abdomen at the group. The next moment, a swarm of tiny spiders burst out. Skill. Egg-laying. Nan Feng watched in horror, goosebumps rising all over his body. Anyone with arachnophobia would have been paralyzed with fear. Whoosh. Nan Feng fired again, but this time he hit one of the newly hatched spiders instead of the cave Spider King. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The others quickly followed suit and launched their attacks. Wu Yuanqing's arrow struck one of the cave Spider King's legs accurately. Yunfei was even more precise. He used a slingshot to shoot a magic marble straight into the cave Spider King's abdomen. The creature went berserk, writhing in pain. The melee fighters quickly dealt with the small spiders. Su Ziren, Wu Li, and Huang Yuanming charged forward first, eliminating the level 3 spiderlings with ease. The spiderlings' weak attacks posed no threat, and they were swiftly taken out. Seeing its offspring being slaughtered, the cave Spider King furiously charged at the group and spat out a glob of venom. Watch out! Su Ming shouted, rushing forward with his large shield, shoving it into the cave Spider King's mouth. Most of the venom was blocked by Su Ming's shield, and the rest was dodged by the team. Wu Yuanqing was startled. Old Su. Su Ming's face turned green, and if he had been any bigger, he would have looked like the Hulk. Ah, my health is dropping rapidly. Su Ming was terrified, retreating while shouting for help. Quick heal. Sui Han, who was prepared, immediately cast a healing spell on Su Ming. The healing effect was astounding. Su Ming dragged his shield back, and several melee fighters quickly stepped forward to attack. Although their attacks weren't very powerful, each strike dealing only 100,200 damage, the strongest being Xiao Luo with 225 damage, their numbers made a difference. The cave Spider King's health dropped rapidly. Nan Feng raised his Desert Eagle, preparing for the final blow. When the cave Spider King's health fell below 1,000, Nan Feng pulled the trigger. Whoosh. 987. The bullet pierced one of the cave Spider King's eyes and lodged deep into its brain. With a thunderous crash, the cave Spider King's massive body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Nan Feng successfully defeated the level 6 lore-class beast, the Cavern Spider King, earning 24 experience points, along with 1 reputation point and 12 energy points. The system notification sounded, causing Nan Feng to frown slightly. He was a bit disappointed with the energy reward, hoping instead for an increase in strength. However, realizing that energy could boost his mana cap, he decided it wasn't such a big deal, as it would still aid him in battle. Nonetheless, the mere 24 experience points left him somewhat frustrated, indicating that the experience was likely shared among other participants. Otherwise, defeating a level 6 lore-class beast like the Cavern Spider King should have yielded more. Huang Yuanming looked at Nan Feng in disbelief. The Cavern Spider King, with its 2,800 health points, was a formidable foe. How could it be defeated so quickly? Fatty poked the Spider King's corpse with his short dagger, astonished. Wow, it was dealt with so easily. I just poked it once, he exclaimed. Everyone turned to Nan Feng, understanding without words that his high damage output was the key to such a swift victory. My attack power has reached 385 points, which feels pretty strong, Nan Feng said modestly, but it's still a far cry compared to yours. Wu Yuanqing chimed in, Nan Feng, what's your attack power? Nan Feng waved his hand dismissively. It's not that high, just slightly more than yours. He explained, the main reason is that my innate divine weapon has been upgraded to a grade lower tier, providing an extra bonus. Once your divine weapons are upgraded, your attack power will increase as well. The others shared that their innate divine weapons were at the peak of grade, still some way from reaching a grade lower tier. With the Cavern Spider King defeated, everyone could now mine in peace. The cave was now only inhabited by harmless little spiders, posing no threat to the group. They had already claimed the copper and iron mines, and it was time to start extracting resources. No more talking, I'm off to mine. I aim to collect 100 iron blocks before nightfall to upgrade my divine weapon, Huang Yuanming said, now obsessed with mining. He grabbed his pickaxe and headed towards the left passage of the mine. Wait for me, I'm coming too, the others chimed in, following him to the left side tunnel. Iron was more urgently needed than copper, so they chose to mine iron first. Nan Feng stayed behind to clean up the battlefield. He gently touched the Cavern Spider King's corpse and obtained 2 venomous fangs. The system notification congratulated him on acquiring Spider Venom Fang 2. These fangs contained venom that could be applied to weapons, causing a poisoning effect. Nan Feng had previously defeated a beast called the Five-Flower Snake and had received hallucinogenic fangs, similar to the spider fangs but with different effects. After storing the fangs in his backpack, Nan Feng opened the treasure chest emitting a milky white glow beneath the Cavern Spider King's body, hearing the system notification once again. Congratulations! You've obtained a spider necklace, a high-grade level item. Nan Feng looked at his new gear with a mix of resignation and frustration. He had previously defeated the bloodthirsty wolf leader, which also dropped a necklace. Now, he found himself with another one. Comparing the two, the wolf fang necklace increased agility by 6 points, while the spider necklace boosted strength by 6 points. Both attributes were appealing to Nan Feng. He tried wearing both necklaces simultaneously, but only the first one provided a stat boost, leaving him somewhat disappointed. Why can't I wear more than one necklace? He muttered. Ultimately, he decided to keep the spider necklace and sell the wolf fang necklace later. For now, strength was more crucial to him. After all, when he could easily kill beasts of the same level with a single strike, agility seemed less important. After clearing the battlefield, Nan Feng took out his stone dagger, preparing to mine copper in the nearby vein. His sole weapon needed to be upgraded to mid-era level, requiring 20 copper blocks and 200 iron blocks. He planned to spend the afternoon mining to enhance his sole weapon. However, by dusk, he had only managed to gather 11 copper blocks. The time required for upgrading was indeed substantial, he thought. Standing at the entrance of the mine, he saw a group of people gathered. The iron ore deposits in the left tunnel were abundant. One could extract at least 300 to 400 iron blocks in a day. Huang Yuanming, laden with his iron ore, grinned and said, "As for copper, we might need to delve deeper to find more." Nan Feng shook his head, feeling that upgrading was too time-consuming. To elevate his sole weapon from lower to mid-era level, he would need at least another half-day of mining. If he spent that time hunting beasts instead, he estimated he would have already reached level 7. Area 527 was resource-rich, teeming with beasts that one could encounter with just a few steps. Not long ago, such a dense population of beasts would have meant certain death for many chosen ones. But now, thanks to Nan Feng's consecutive victories in 3 challenge matches, all chosen ones in Area 527 had their attributes boosted to 10, equivalent to gaining 2 levels. Dealing with beasts of the same level was no longer a challenge for the chosen ones of Area 527. That afternoon, everyone's leveling efficiency significantly improved. Many chosen ones expressed their gratitude to Nan Feng in the chat channel, but he was solely focused on mining and found no copper at all. Mining was indeed a time sink. Su Zurin agreed with Nan Feng's perspective. We are the top warriors of Area 527. We can't afford to fall behind in levels, or we'll be bullied by other areas. Currently, cross-regional challenges are only between the top levels of each area. But who knows if team challenges or area challenges will emerge in the future. Therefore, leveling up is an urgent task for everyone. We must not only guard against provocations from other areas, but also prepare for the Beast Tide in 26 days. Su Zurin's face grew serious. The Beast Tide meant a swarm of beasts coming like a flood, densely packed. The crowd gathered in silence, their expressions heavy as if contemplating something significant. Su Zurin's voice broke the stillness as he spoke earnestly. No matter how strong an individual is, it's nearly impossible to defeat all the fierce beasts in the horde alone. This battle requires us to unite and work together to fend off the invasion. He emphasized the importance of teamwork, hoping everyone would not only enhance their own abilities, but also help others grow. Yun Fei, with a hint of a sneer, questioned, "Brother, why bother being so compassionate? Why not focus on strengthening yourself instead of helping others? Don't you want to become stronger?" Su Zurin responded firmly, "It's not about being soft-hearted. I just want us to survive." Seeing the tension, Nan Feng quickly intervened. "Regardless, our priority should be to improve our own skills. Helping others might not be effective right now." Su Zurin then suggested a seemingly simple yet significant idea. "We can lower the price of iron blocks, allowing other chosen ones to upgrade their divine weapons as well. This is also a way to help others." It turned out that Su Zurin's intention was straightforward. In this world full of challenges and dangers, only through unity and mutual growth can they hope to survive the Beast Tide. As the discoverer of iron and copper mines, Su Zurin was kind-hearted and willing to share this secret location, perhaps out of a desire to help others improve their skills. After all, Su Zurin understood that if these treasures were kept hidden, everyone's gear upgrades would be significantly impacted. Enhancing gear quality is crucial for leveling up. Without strong weapons and equipment, the efficiency of leveling up would greatly diminish. People had mixed reactions to Su Zurin's generosity. Some saw the potential to earn valuable materials from these mines, while others were indifferent. Nan Feng, however, was the calm and composed type. While the others were still discussing, Nan Feng decided to leave first. As the sky gradually darkened, he reminded everyone to head home early to avoid any dangers at night. Nan Feng put on his wolf fang necklace, held his stone dagger, and his agility instantly soared to 83 points, allowing him to dash away like the wind. The others also looked up at the sky and left to continue their evening plans in the group chat. Soon after, Nan Feng safely arrived at his cabin. Starting a fire, grilling meat, and purifying water were his daily routines. Though somewhat monotonous, Nan Feng was used to it. While grilling meat, Nan Feng walked to the door and practiced his marksmanship with his desert eagle. He trained for an hour every day, aiming to hit targets accurately from 50 meters away. As for moving targets, he decided to take it step by step, focusing on improving his accuracy with stationary targets first. At a distance of 50 meters, his hit rate was quite decent. Any further, and his accuracy would sharply decline. This wasn't due to poor marksmanship, but because the magic bullet's speed wasn't sufficient to cover long distances, causing them to drop in a parabolic trajectory. Additionally, distant targets had a higher chance of evading, so there wasn't much need for extensive practice. As long as he could precisely hit targets within 50 meters, that was enough. After finishing his training, Nan Feng ate dinner with a frown and began summarizing the day's gains. He had leveled up to level 6, upgraded his main weapon to a grade, and successfully defeated 2 Lordier beasts, the level 5 Bloodthirsty Wolf Leader and the level 6 Cavern Spider King. He obtained 2 pieces of equipment, 10 strength points, 12 stamina points, and 2 reputation points. He also achieved 3 consecutive victories in the cross-region challenge, earning a 20-point boost to all attributes, significantly enhancing his strength. Additionally, he unearthed some minerals. Overall, Nan Feng had a fruitful day, though he was slightly disappointed that both pieces of equipment he found were necklaces. Looking at the Wolf Fang necklace around his neck, he decided to keep it as a spare. This necklace provided 6 agility points, which was very useful for daily travels. After delivering 20 bottles of mana potions to Yuran, he sold some mana potions in the trading channel, completing his tasks for the day. Before bed, Nan Feng opened the chat channel to see if there were any new updates. The channel was filled with laughter and chatter. Some boasted about reciting ancient texts at the age of 3, peeing 3 meters at 5, and transforming into super science at 7, leaving Nan Feng amazed at the talent around. Others discussed more serious matters, like the discovery of a large number of fierce beasts in a certain area needing team support, rare herbs found in another place, and even rumors of sightings of Ultraman. A piece of news caught Nan Feng's attention. It was about a middle-aged man named Wang Laosan claiming to have discovered a level 1 Lord-tier beast. This beast had many minions, making it impossible to defeat alone, so he hoped to find 2 teammates to join him in the hunt. Defeating a Lord-tier beast would grant additional attribute rewards, which greatly tempted Nan Feng. Based on his experience, Nan Feng speculated that these extra rewards were tied to the beast level. Previously, he had received 10 strength points from a level 5 Bloodthirsty Wolf Leader, 12 stamina points from a level 6 Crypt Spider King, and 4 vitality points from a level 2 Arrow Bee Queen. Thus, the attribute reward seemed to be the beast level multiplied by 2. For this level 1 Lordier beast, the reward would only be 2 extra attribute points, which was quite insignificant. Moreover, the location was quite far from Nan Feng, requiring over 2 hours for a round trip. For merely 2 attribute points, it simply wasn't worth it. Nan Feng decided it would be better to spend that time leveling up. As for this level 1 Lord-tier beast, he would leave it for others to handle. In the Handsome Guys group chat, everyone was discussing the distribution of mining profits, but Nan Feng didn't participate. He just waited for his share. Even if it was a small amount, it didn't matter to him because he had successfully defeated the Crypt Spider King today, gaining 12 stamina points, which was far more valuable than some copper and iron. After a short rest, Nan Feng closed the chat panel and quietly lay down to sleep. Today had truly exhausted him. The next morning, Nan Feng was awakened by a system announcement. The announcement stated that Catherine Vina, the chosen one from Zone 1 of the Primal World, had reached level 10, triggering a small beast tide event. It was expected to hit all major zones in 5 days, and all chosen ones were advised to prepare. Moreover, the highest level beast in this tide would be level 15. A beast tide? Nan Feng jolted awake and quickly opened the panel to read the message carefully. Primal World Zone 1. The first to reach level 10, Catherine Vina. Small beast tide in 5 days, highest level 15 beast. The announcement contained so much information that Nan Feng felt overwhelmed. Catherine Vina's leveling speed was astonishing. He had just reached level 6 himself. Nan Feng chuckled helplessly and rubbed his sleepy eyes. Through the window of his wooden cabin, he saw the first light of dawn. It was 5:30 a.m. Nan Feng was amazed, thinking, Catherine Vina started leveling this early? No wonder she's the top player in Zone 1. She must be driven by sheer determination. Nan Feng reopened the panel and saw only a few scattered discussions about the topic in the chat channel, as most people were still asleep and an announcement alone couldn't wake them. However, the Handsome Guys group was buzzing with activity. Suzerain remarked, the small beast tide in 5 days will be a huge challenge for our zone. Wu Yuanxing muttered, oh my god, the highest level beast is level 15. I'm only level 5. Facing it is an impossible task. In this mysterious land, Huang Yuanming, Nan Feng, and Yuran face an unprecedented challenge. Their current task involves confronting fierce beasts that are several levels higher than them, leaving them feeling overwhelmed and confused. Huang Yuanming said worriedly, with just 5 days, it's tough enough to level up to 10, let alone face level 15 beasts. His voice carried a hint of helplessness and concern. Nan Feng added, and our small cabins are scattered in different locations, which means we each have to defend on our own, without the ability to cooperate as a team. His tone conveyed a sense of resignation and powerlessness. After a moment of contemplation, Yuran said, although we fight separately, we can still collaborate by abandoning our individual cabins. Her eyes reflected a sense of determination and willingness to sacrifice. Nan Feng suddenly spoke up, hey, if there are any heartbroken girls between 18 and 24, I've got room. What do you think, Yuran? His voice carried a touch of teasing and humor. Yuran hesitated slightly before replying, well, if it really comes to that, they'll consider it. Her expression showed a mix of resolve and thoughtfulness. Huang Yuanming joked, Nan Feng, my good buddy, do you take heartbroken guys too? I'm good at keeping the bed warm. His words were lighthearted and humorous. Nan Feng laughed and retorted, get lost. Though he sounded annoyed, the bond and trust among the team grew stronger. Despite the many challenges ahead, they believed in their unity and cooperation, confident that together, they could overcome any obstacle. The sudden notification created a sense of urgency among all the chosen ones in Region 527. And it wasn't just Region 527. In fact, every region and every chosen one, including those in Region 1, felt the pressure. The impending attack of level 15 fierce beasts was no joke. Suzerain, we need to level up quickly, Nan Feng said. I'll gather people to mine here and prioritize supplying copper and iron blocks. Nan Feng nodded. That's best. We shouldn't waste time mining. The saved time can be used for leveling up. Stretching his body, Nan Feng didn't say much more in the group chat. He needed to head out for some leveling. After buying 2 apples from the auction house to solve his breakfast problem, he stepped out of his small log cabin. Speaking of which, my log cabin needs upgrading too. It requires only a few materials, 300 pieces of wood, 200 stones, and 20 iron blocks. There's plenty of wood and stone, but not enough iron blocks. No worries though, once the mine is up and running, iron blocks will continuously fill Nan Feng's backpack. For now, the priority is leveling up. Without a high enough level, everything else is futile. That jungle tree spirit should be huntable now, right? The first time he encountered the jungle tree spirit, Nan Feng was only level 3 and couldn't even see its attributes, which were all marked with question marks. But now, at level 6, and equipped with a 98k, his attack power reached 765 points. A slow-moving jungle tree spirit is nothing to be afraid of. With that thought, Nan Feng decisively headed southeast, where the jungle tree spirit resided. In less than 20 minutes, he arrived at his destination. Towering trees with dense foliage blocked out the sunlight. For a moment, Nan Feng couldn't distinguish between ordinary trees and the jungle tree spirit. But he had a plan. He continuously used his insight eye skill, which didn't consume any mana and could be used freely. Soon, he found his target about 30 meters to his front right was the jungle tree spirit. The jungle tree spirit was level 7, with 3500-3500 health points, 1200-1200 mana points, 215 attack power, and 680 defense power. Its skills included entangle, lash, and slow movement. Wow, this jungle tree spirit is a real tank. Low attack, high defense, and high health make it the perfect target for Nan Feng. This also reminded him of the first encounter with the jungle tree spirit when he was just level 3 with only 81 defense points. After getting hit by one of its vines, he only lost 185 health points. He hadn't realized the significance then, but looking back, it was incredibly lucky he wasn't killed. If it had been any other level 7 fierce beast, Nan Feng would have been long gone. Nan Feng reflected, indeed, Lady Luck has always been on my side. On the ground, the tree spirit's vines were slowly moving, attempting to encircle him. Nan Feng's current position was right within the jungle tree spirit's attack range. The southern wind moved slowly through the jungle, with a light and graceful demeanor, like a gentle breeze. However, he had long been detected by Nan Feng, who had never let his guard down since he was ambushed not long ago. The enemy's attacks seemed to barely scratch him. With a defense of 207 points, Nan Feng could only be slightly harmed by the jungle tree spirit's 215 attack points, which couldn't unsettle his composure. Unperturbed, Nan Feng decisively drew his desert eagle, ready to aim at the jungle tree spirit not far away. At a distance of over 30 meters, Nan Feng could almost guarantee a perfect shot every time.
Bang!
125. A single shot dealt 125 damage. Calculating quickly, Nan Feng concluded that it would take 28 shots to bring down the jungle tree spirit, even without using charged shots or piercing bullets. 28 shots still not enough attack power. Shaking his head, Nan Feng regretted his insufficient attack strength. If other chosen ones in the area heard Nan Feng's self-criticism, they would probably be infuriated. As the player with the highest attack power, Nan Feng's dissatisfaction with his own strength would be a slap in the face to those with attack points only in the 200s or 300s. But Nan Feng didn't care about others' opinions. He just wanted to eliminate the jungle tree spirit in front of him as quickly as possible.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
A few shots hit their mark, and the jungle tree spirit finally stopped hiding, its vines, tens of meters long, swiftly attacking Nan Feng. With his superior agility, Nan Feng weaved through the vines, dodging and counterattacking continuously. Thwop. 32. A vine struck Nan Feng's thigh, causing 32 damage. This surprised Nan Feng. The damage exceeded 2 digits? The level difference was indeed astonishing. But this damage didn't significantly affect Nan Feng, who now had 650 health points, no longer the fragile being he once was. Nan Feng launched another attack, a piercing bullet dealing 196 damage, then quickly dodged the vines and ran away. The jungle tree spirit's attack range was about 50 meters. As long as he could run out of this range, Nan Feng could defeat his opponent unscathed. Just as Nan Feng was about to escape the attack range, the jungle tree spirit, in a fit of rage, sent 40 to 50 vines directly at him. The sheer number of vines made it impossible for Nan Feng to dodge them all, and one vine entangled his left arm. Bind. 56. 56. 56. A series of damage numbers shocked Nan Feng. This skill was so powerful, causing continuous damage. Without hesitation, Nan Feng switched to his stone dagger and slashed at the vine. Slice. The vine snapped, and Nan Feng swiftly broke free from the encirclement, evading the other vines. This level 7 beast was indeed extraordinary. After freeing his left arm from the vine, Nan Feng aimed again at the distant jungle tree spirit. This time, the jungle tree spirit became a sitting duck, unable to evade Nan Feng's attacks due to its slow movement. Soon, the tree spirit's trunk was riddled with bullet holes, and the vines that had attacked Nan Feng hung limply to the ground. With the final shot, Nan Feng heard the system's notification sound. Nan Feng engaged in a fierce battle with a level 7 ordinary beast, a tree spirit, in the jungle. After a tough fight, he finally managed to defeat it, earning 105 experience points. Although the experience points were substantial, Nan Feng felt the fight was extremely challenging. He took a deep breath and approached the tree spirit's corpse, hoping to find some unexpected rewards. Sure enough, the system notification chimed. Congratulations, you have obtained 20 units of high-quality wood. Nan Feng looked at his inventory with surprise. These premium wood pieces could be used to upgrade his small cabin, enhancing its attributes. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed at the unexpected windfall. This was truly a treasure. Nan Feng's cabin upgrade requires 300 units of wood. If she wants to use superior wood, she needs to hunt down 14 jungle treants. Each treant drops 20 units of superior wood, and by keeping a safe distance, Nan Feng can easily take them down. She decides to continue searching the area for more treants. Each defeated treant grants Nan Feng 105 experience points, which not only aids in leveling up but also provides the necessary materials. Soon, she spots the second treant. Without hesitation, she draws her bow and starts aiming. After 2 hours of effort, Nan Feng successfully defeats 14 treants, needing just one more to upgrade her cabin. Suddenly, 3 massive tree vines strike from different directions, aiming to lash at her. Nan Feng quickly dodges and draws her stone dagger, decisively cutting through the vines in front of her. Using her inside eye, she discovers this is an elite level 8 jungle tree demon with formidable attributes. Faced with such an opponent, Nan Feng realizes her current strength is insufficient, especially against its high defense of 790 points, which makes it almost impossible to inflict damage. She decides to retreat and come back stronger. However, the jungle tree demon has no intention of letting her escape easily. Countless vines converge to form a large net, trapping Nan Feng. Realizing she is in a dire situation, she understands she cannot escape. The ease of hunting treants earlier had made her complacent, not expecting such a powerful tree demon to be lurking nearby. Staying calm, she chooses a direction with weaker defenses and runs desperately. Yet, numerous vines quickly assault her, attempting to entangle her legs. As the vines close in, she narrowly dodges but her speed decreases, allowing the vines to catch up. Nan Feng understands she cannot escape and must find another way. In this critical moment, she checks her status bar and notices she still has some health and mana left, giving her a sliver of hope. She decides to take a risk, slashing through several vines with her dagger before charging at the tree demon. The vine-formed encirclement tightens, and the tree demon prepares to crush her. At this moment, Nan Feng reaches the tree demon, swiftly climbs up its trunk, and takes a stone from her backpack. Nan Feng held a stone and a stone dagger, with the stone in his left hand and the dagger in his right. He relentlessly struck the two items together, creating sparks. The sparks landed on the leaves, slowly igniting them. Faced with this sudden challenge, Nan Feng's anger flared, and his determination to fight burned within him. Trapped by the jungle tree demon, Nan Feng was undaunted. ready to engage in a battle of wits. Nan Feng continuously dodged and circled, trying to find a weakness in the jungle tree demon. The demon's vines, as agile as serpents, relentlessly tried to entangle him. Nan Feng calmly observed every move of his enemy, searching for an opportunity to break through. The vines grew denser, but Nan Feng remained composed and untrapped. His eyes were resolute and fearless as he confronted the peril before him. Suddenly, Nan Feng noticed the branches and leaves of the jungle tree demon trembling, seemingly conveying anger. However, to Nan Feng, this anger was insignificant. He coldly watched as the flames were extinguished, but his mind was already formulating a new plan. Nan Feng reignited the flames, which burned as fiercely as his own fervor. He continued to gather flammable materials, and the fire gradually spread, illuminating the surrounding darkness. By the light of the flames, Nan Feng spotted a thick branch. Without hesitation, he set it alight, spreading the fire further. The flames roared, but Nan Feng remained calm within the inferno. He cleared the dead leaves at his feet, carefully avoiding setting himself on fire. This was a high-stakes gamble, and Nan Feng knew there was no turning back. He had to risk everything. Determined to outmaneuver the jungle tree demon, Nan Feng saw the fire as his final strike. He didn't know if the flames would harm his enemy, but he was willing to stake everything on it. As the fire spread, the jungle tree demon finally couldn't bear it and abandoned its efforts to extinguish the flames. Nan Feng saw his chance to escape and bolted towards freedom without hesitation. During his escape, Nan Feng avoided the protruding branches on the ground, carefully maintaining his balance. Although his left leg was scratched and bleeding from the branches, he pressed on resolutely. The pain cut into him like a knife, but he remained unwavering. Nan Feng knew that only by overcoming the current adversity could he achieve ultimate victory. Nan Feng sprinted ahead until he was well out of sight of the little creature, finally feeling a sense of relief. He silently vowed that there would be retribution for this sneaky ambush. When the opportunity arises, I'll make sure he regrets it deeply. Nan Feng engaged in a fierce battle with the forest treant. On the brink of death, his magic exhausted, he knew he had to retreat to his cabin for supplies and rest. After a brief half-hour respite, he returned to face the treant again. Gazing at the creature 100 meters away, Nan Feng unsheathed his 98K rifle without hesitation. Last time, the close range had put him at a disadvantage, but this time, he was determined to leverage the power of long-range shooting. Standing just outside the treant's attack range, he calmly took aim and fired. 80. 80. A series of light red numbers floated in the air. The slow-moving treant became an easy target, and within 2 minutes, Nan Feng had defeated it. System notification. You have successfully defeated the level 8 elite monster, Forest Treant, gaining 150 experience points. Easy victory. The advantage of range is indeed unparalleled, especially against these low-intelligence creatures. Nan Feng stepped forward to the treant's corpse, where a gray treasure chest lay silently on the ground. Looting the chest, he received system notification. Acquired 30 units of fine wood, 1 sandalwood ring. The sandalwood ring had an attribute of 6 agility, rated as class superior quality. Wearing it, Nan Feng's agility increased to 63, boosting his attack and movement speed slightly. With his wood stock now at 300 units, he had enough to upgrade his cabin, but he decided to hold off for the moment. This area was teeming with forest sprites and trants, perilous for most people. However, armed with a Desert Eagle and a 98K rifle, Nan Feng's range of over 100 meters allowed him to dominate this territory. He planned to return to the cabin for supplies once he reached level 7. Currently, he was at level 6 with 26784500 experience points, just under 2,000 experience points short of leveling up. Given his high efficiency, reaching level 7 before noon was certainly achievable. Continuing his journey, Nan Feng proceeded with increased caution, releasing his Eye of Insight every few steps to scout for potential dangers. By 12:30 p.m., he had defeated another forest sprite and successfully leveled up to 7. System notification. All attributes 5, gained 5 free attribute points. Nan Feng allocated all free attribute points to strength. Reviewing his attribute panel, his stats were impressive. Health 700700, Stamina 10, Mana 900900, Energy 10, Attack Power 815, Strength 5, Defense 240, Stamina Energy 1.5, Strength 163, Agility 68, Stamina 70, Energy 90. His attack power had surpassed the 800 mark. With his 98K rifle's charged penetrating shot, even a level 10 beast would struggle to survive. Nan Feng decided to return to his cabin for supplies and upgrades. After the intense battles of the morning, he needed to rest and recover his stamina. As soon as Nan Feng stepped into the small cabin, he eagerly received the iron blocks sent by Su Zurin as a bonus for today's mining efforts. Grateful, Nan Feng immediately began upgrading the cabin. This excellent small cabin was upgraded to level D, boasting a health value of 100,000 and a defense of 1,000. It also gained a special skill relocation, which was quite impressive. The skill has a cooldown time of 48 hours, allowing the cabin to be moved to any location at will. The materials required for the upgrade included 800 stones, 200 iron blocks, 100 quartz blocks, and 1,000 portions of mud and sand. Nan Feng could hardly believe his eyes. Could a cabin actually have a skill? He rubbed his eyes and rechecked the cabin's attributes to confirm. Indeed, the cabin now had a skill relocation. This meant the cabin could be moved to any location. With the beast tide approaching in 3 days, couldn't everyone band together to fend off the invaders? Nan Feng wasn't overly worried about the impending beast tide, confident in his survival skills. However, not everyone shared his strength. In Zone 527, most people were below level 5. The approaching beast tide posed an imminent life or death crisis for them. But now, there was a glimmer of hope. As long as the small cabins were upgraded to level D, they could be relocated to join forces against the beast tide. Additionally, a level D cabin had a health value of 100,000 and a defense of 1,000. Even hiding inside the cabin would ensure survival for a considerable time. Nan Feng opened the chat panel and sent the cabin's attributes to the handsome guys group. Huang Yuanming exclaimed, "Wow, the cabin actually has a skill now." Nan Feng replied, "Wow, your reaction is just like mine." Su Zurin joined in, "Relocation? That's practically a divine skill." Yuan commented, "Great. I can stop fighting monsters to level up. I'll go chop wood and move in with Nan Feng." Nan Feng laughed, "You know, you can just come over to my place anytime." Wu Yuanqing noted, "Upgrading the cabin to level D isn't too hard. The main issue is the lack of iron blocks." Su Zurin suggested, "I think we should get more people to mine. It's best if we upgrade all the Chosen Ones' cabins to level D before the beast tide hits, so we can unite and defend against it." Su Ming provided a strategic location. Backed by a mountain and flanked by a cliff, we only need to defend 2 directions. Su Zurin immediately responded, "Su Ming, take me to see that place this afternoon?" Su Ming agreed, "No problem." The handsome guys group buzzed with lively discussion, making preparations for the upcoming beast tide. Nan Feng, enjoying his roast chicken, listened quietly without giving his own opinion. Strategic planning wasn't his forte, so he left it to Su Zurin and the others. After eating and drinking his fill, Nan Feng set out on his path to level up again. The beast tide in 3 days would feature a level 15 ferocious beast as the final boss. Barring any unexpected events, only Nan Feng could tackle this challenge. He couldn't afford to slack off now. Every minute counted in speeding up his level up. After the group chat ended, Su Zurin immediately forwarded the cabin's attributes to the general chat channel. In the chat, Bao Jin exclaimed, "Wow, a level D cabin has a skill." Qiu Feihong decisively said, "Enough talk, I'm going to chop wood right now." Lu Daqiang is a lumber merchant known for his high-quality timber at fair prices, always honest with customers of all ages. Ma Yong, however, is skeptical about the usefulness of wood, thinking that iron is more practical. Standing before the crowd, Su Zurin proposed an important suggestion in preparation for the impending beast tide. He suggested that those chosen ones below level 5 should prioritize leveling up to level 5. For those above level 5, he recommended focusing on upgrading their small cabins, as Su Zurin produces a large quantity of iron daily and sells it at low prices to ensure everyone can upgrade their cabins to grade D. Su Zurin specifically reminded the top 50 chosen ones that they are the backbone in resisting the beast tide and must enhance their strength. He hoped that on the day the beast tide arrives, all chosen ones in the 527 war zone would unite to face the threat together. Finally, Su Zurin added that he urgently needs a large number of miners. Those who join will have priority access to iron. Interested individuals should contact him via private message. Nan Feng had no idea what was happening in the chat channel. He was currently on his way to level up. After reaching level 7, the jungle treant only gave 70 experience points. Nan Feng needed to kill a total of 90 treants to level up. He could find a jungle treant every 3 to 5 minutes, which meant it would take him about 4 to 6 hours to reach level 8, not including the time needed to return to the cabin for supplies. It was too slow. Catherine Vina from Zone 1 had already reached level 10 this morning. Although Nan Feng was in Zone 527, he couldn't lag behind her by so much, could he? He made up his mind to go to a higher level area to hunt fierce beasts. Preferably, he could find a pack of them to increase efficiency. With a gun in hand, he felt invincible. Full of enthusiasm, Nan Feng ventured deeper into the jungle. Of course, any fierce beasts that crossed his path would be dealt with swiftly. Soon, Nan Feng encountered his first level 8 beast. Enraged porcupine. Level 8. HP 35003500.
MP 360.360.
Attack 410. Defense 390. Skill Boar Charge. This enraged porcupine was about 2.5 meters long, taller than Nan Feng, and a massive creature indeed. Its back was covered in sharp quills that looked incredibly painful. With an attack power of 410, it wouldn't be able to kill him in one hit. Nan Feng's health was already at 700 points, enough to withstand 2 attacks from the enraged porcupine. Additionally, its large size made it less agile and easy to kite. With this in mind, Nan Feng didn't hesitate and fired his gun. 98k penetration shot. Weak point attack. 630. Nan Feng's shot hit the enraged porcupine's eye, triggering a weak point attack. The beast wasn't just for show. It instantly locked onto Nan Feng's position and charged at full speed. Nan Feng put away the 98k and switched to his Desert Eagle, starting to fire precise shots. 380. 380. Each shot dealt 380 points of damage, which was decent. By the time the enraged porcupine was within 10 meters of Nan Feng, its health was already below 500 points. Roar. The enraged porcupine suddenly let out a furious roar, curling up into a ball, and all the quills on its back shot out. Damn it, aren't porcupine quills supposed to stay on their backs? Nan Feng cursed as he rolled on the ground, dodging most of the attacks. However, one quill still managed to pierce his thigh. 310. It hurt a lot. A cold sweat broke out on Nan Feng's forehead. If he had been hit by a few more quills, he would have been done for. Fortunately, this was the enraged porcupine's last attack. Nan Feng quickly fired 2 more shots, ending its life. This is so unbalanced. How can a single pig almost kill me? Am I really that fragile? After eating 2 pieces of roasted meat, Nan Feng waited for his health to recover. He didn't want to mess with enraged porcupines anymore. One misstep and he could die at the hands of a pig, which would be embarrassing. It was better to find some easier beasts to deal with and level up. Cautiously, Nan Feng continued forward. The surrounding trees became smaller, and the area gradually opened up. He could hear the sound of flowing water. Unknowingly, Nan Feng had reached a small creek. He filled 2 buckets with water and followed the creek upstream. Soon, he arrived at a large waterfall. Standing beneath the waterfall, Nan Feng gazed at the birds soaring in the sky, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Tricolor bird, level 9. Scarlet bird, level 8. Pippy bird, level 10. Numerous fierce birds circled above, too many to count. A shiver ran through Nan Feng's heart. If he could eliminate all these beasts, would he break through to level 10 in one fell swoop? He felt a surge of excitement and wanted to shoot, but hesitated, fearing he might provoke more beasts. Meanwhile, the fierce birds in the sky also noticed Nan Feng. A tricolor bird dived straight down, aiming to peck at his eyes. Nan Feng frowned and thought, I haven't even made a move, and you're already attacking? Can't you give me a break? He raised his pistol, aimed, and fired. One shot hit the tricolor bird's wing, causing it to lose balance and crash into the pool below the waterfall. Thud. You have successfully defeated a level 9 tricolor bird, gaining 108 experience points. Nan Feng was slightly taken aback. Did I really take down a level 9 beast with just 2 shots? According to my memory, a tricolor bird should have over 2,000 health points. It's not as tough as a rampaging porcupine, but it shouldn't be this easy to defeat. Could it be? He glanced at the pool, pondering. Did it drown? Before he could verify, another swarm of fierce birds swooped down towards him. Nan Feng's expression changed. There was nowhere to hide, and he had become a sitting duck. Fortunately, he was prepared. Demolition skill. Activate. At the critical moment, Nan Feng decisively used the skill of his small wooden house demolition. In an instant, the small wooden house teleported beside him, securely shielding him. Thud, thud, thud. The fierce birds outside hadn't expected this move and collided with the wooden house, seeing stars. 0. Weak point attack 1. 0. The grade wooden house boasted a defense of 1,000 points, rendering the birds' attacks useless. Only occasional weak point attacks caused minor damage. Inside the wooden house, Nan Feng nodded in satisfaction. The good news was that he was now safe. The bad news was that the sky was teeming with fierce beasts, making it impossible for him to leave for now. But this didn't bother him. This place was perfect for leveling up. With so many large birds, defeating them all would be enough to reach level 10. So, he began his leveling spree. Nan Feng opened the window and aimed his 98k rifle outside. The shooting started. Gunshots echoed continuously as one fierce bird after another fell from the sky. All afternoon, Nan Feng maintained the same posture, undeterred. Initially, his hit rate on the moving targets in the sky was less than 30. However, as time passed, by dusk, his hit rate had soared to over 80. Such rapid improvement. Moreover, the number of beasts he defeated that afternoon was considerable. Though a single gun was no match for these beasts, he managed to shoot them down into the pool, where they gradually drowned. Nan Feng gazed at the dark shadow in the pond, feeling a surge of curiosity and tension. He put down his 98k and decided to investigate. Silently approaching the pond, he saw a massive creature swimming in the water. Nan Feng felt a sense of relief and pride. His efforts today hadn't been in vain, and now he had the chance to face such a challenge. His heart raced with excitement and thrill as he resolutely decided to confront the monster. Meanwhile, in the group chat, Xiao Luo and others were surprised and envious of Nan Feng's rapid progress, expressing their determination to catch up and not fall behind. Nan Feng, however, quietly stared at the pond, ready to face the upcoming challenge. In this pond, there seems to be a mysterious monster fish lurking. Nan Feng stared at the water's surface, but the dark shadow had already disappeared into the depths, leaving no trace. Despite being in the small wooden cabin, Nan Feng wasn't worried about the dangers lurking underwater. At the moment, it seemed that no fierce creatures could invade his little sanctuary. Throughout the afternoon, thousands of predatory birds and beasts repeatedly attacked the cabin. However, the cabin could restore 60 health points per minute, so it remained at full health, making Nan Feng feel exceptionally safe. As dusk fell, the birds and beasts circling the sky gradually left, returning to their nests. Nan Feng took a quick look around and, taking advantage of the calm, hurried outside to clear the battlefield. Ding. Acquired bird meat 10. Ding. Acquired bird meat 8. Nan Feng collected a pile of bird meat and found a shimmering white treasure chest. It contained the swift feather boots, and frank pinnacle item. The boots had an agility attribute of 10 and a skill called rapid speed. Using it would increase agility by 20 for 15 seconds, with a cooldown time of 5 minutes. Nan Feng's eyes lit up at the boots' attributes. This was a real treasure, complete with a skill. Each point of agility increased attack speed and movement speed by 1. With the boots' attributes and skill, they effectively provided a 30 boost to both attack speed and movement speed. Simply fantastic. Nan Feng took off his old, worn-out sneakers and put on the swift feather boots. Now, he too was among those who possessed magical shoes. As night fell, he lit a campfire, prepared dinner, and chatted with his companions. After 8 o'clock, the howls of fierce beasts echoed outside the cabin. The roars came in waves, incessant. Here they come again. Nan Feng walked to the window and peered outside through a gap. Under the moonlight, he noticed the pond not far away was turbulent, as if a massive creature was thrashing about underwater. The monster fish in the pond? Unfortunately, it was too dark to see clearly. This piqued Nan Feng's curiosity, making him wish he could drain the pond to investigate. However, it was a living body of water and couldn't be drained. Closing the window, Nan Feng lay on the bed and stretched. After upgrading to drank, the cabin not only expanded in size but also added a bed, a large pot, and a chamber pot. The chamber pot wasn't very useful since Nan Feng usually handled his needs outside, which also helped to nourish the surrounding plants, promoting their growth. The bed and pot, however, were quite practical. For instance, tonight, Nan Feng had cooked a pot of bird meat soup. After organizing some water and food supplies, Nan Feng closed the panel and prepared to rest. The intense battles throughout the day had left him exhausted, and he quickly fell into a deep, sweet sleep. In the middle of the night, the cabin began to creak and groan. The violent shaking jolted Nan Feng awake. 10, 10, 10. The cabin's health was rapidly decreasing, losing an average of 10 points per second. Damn it, what's going on? Nan Feng hurriedly got up and looked out the window. It was pitch black. He couldn't see anything. Wait, something was blocking the window. Startled, Nan Feng quickly lit a torch. The sight of the glistening scales outside made him break into a cold sweat. Nan Feng faced an immortal giant serpent, a beast with both attack and defense at the level of a 10th level emperor. This level of challenge was something Nan Feng had never encountered before. His small wooden hut was tightly coiled by the serpent, and the pressure was causing the hut to twist and deform. He was losing 10 points of health every second. Fortunately, the hut could hold out for another 2 to 3 hours. Nan Feng breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that 2 to 3 hours should be enough. At this close range, he didn't even need to worry about missing. He raised his gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger. 0. His shot didn't penetrate the serpent's defense. This was unbelievable. Quickly, he switched to his 98K, aimed, and fired again. 0. Still no damage. Anxiety gripped him. The 98K was his most powerful weapon, and it couldn't even break through. He decided to use a piercing bullet. 16. The piercing bullet finally broke through the defense, but the damage was still concerning. How much health did this serpent have? The inside eye showed nothing but question marks, frustrating Nan Feng. Piercing bullets consumed a lot of resources and had a cooldown period, making it seem impossible to defeat the serpent within 3 hours. Suddenly, Nan Feng noticed the scales outside the window and had an idea. His previous shots had hit the scales, which is why they didn't break through. The piercing bullet worked not because of its high damage, but because it could penetrate the scales and hit the serpent's body directly. He realized he needed to remove a scale first. Nan Feng pulled out a stone dagger and started prying at the scales. Despite being made of stone, The dagger was incredibly sharp. Skillfully avoiding the scales, his attacks finally began to penetrate. The damage was small, but it gave him hope. 3 hours, I will defeat you, he muttered, relentlessly attacking with the stone dagger. Soon, he saw blood flowing from the serpent. 10 minutes later, he successfully pried off the first scale. Ding! You have obtained Immortal Serpent Scale 1. Nan Feng put the scale into his backpack without much thought. The scale was the size of his palm, indicating the massive size of the serpent. Seeing the bloody wounds on the serpent's body, he picked up his desert eagle and aimed at the serpent. 21. This time, the damage was decent, over 20 points. Inside the hut, he could recover 60 mana points per minute, and each shot from the desert eagle consumed 3 mana points. This meant he could shoot 20 times per minute. 400 points of damage per minute, 24,000 points per hour, 72,000 points in 3 hours. That should be enough to defeat it, right? Nan Feng estimated the serpent had around 10,000 health points. 3 hours would be more than enough to defeat it, and he had plenty of mana potions to keep going. With this in mind, he resumed his tedious shooting practice. A series of gunshots rang out as Nan Feng faced the indomitable giant serpent without fear. Each strike pierced the serpent's skin like a needle, causing minor wounds that gradually deepened and spread over time. Half an hour had passed, and Nan Feng's relentless attacks had inflicted significant damage. 24. Exposing weaknesses. 36. Blood spurted. 8. Every one of Nan Feng's hits triggered a critical strike. Yet the cabin's health remained at a robust 80,000, seemingly unaffected. This was undoubtedly a formidable Emperor-class beast. A burning desire for the first kill ignited within Nan Feng, and he imagined the rewards that would come with it. But just then, the giant serpent suddenly released the cabin and swiftly disappeared into the pool. It had escaped. Rage surged through Nan Feng as he watched his prize slip away, left only to dream of savoring the delicious serpent meat tomorrow. The fierce beasts that Nan Feng had encountered before were always tenacious and brave, but this immortal giant snake seemed somewhat timid. In the stillness of the early hours around 4 a.m., Nan Feng peered into the darkness outside. Without the roaring of beasts, he hesitated about whether to step out. The moonlight was pale, and filled with doubt, he decided to seek confirmation. In the chat channel, Nan Feng greeted, "Is anyone there?" He asked if it was safe to leave the cabin. Xiao Luo replied, "It's safe. I've been up leveling for an hour now." Nan Feng exclaimed, "You're really pushing yourself, aren't you?" Deciding to head out and level up, Nan Feng discovered that Shun Pan was already awake. Shin Pan proudly declared, "I'm the champion of pulling an all-nighter tonight." Shaking his head in resignation, Nan Feng closed the chat window, opened the door, and cautiously observed outside. Fortunately, there were no beasts in sight. The immortal giant snake must have been severely injured, and Nan Feng hesitated, wondering whether to challenge it. He didn't want to miss out on such an emperor-level beast, yet he was also concerned about his own vulnerability. Nan Feng walked to the pond, looking at the water stained red, feeling indecisive. He tried to hit the giant snake underwater with his 98K rifle, but the bullets had no effect. Should he dive in? Nan Feng shook his head, unwilling to become the snake's lunch. He decided to give up for now, unable to solve this problem at the moment. He resolved to come back once he reached level 10. The next day, he continued his challenges, aiming to reach level 10. A glance at the leaderboard showed that he still held the top spot. Xiao Luo had already reached level 7 and was also making steady progress. The morning birdsong woke Nan Feng. He picked up his 98K and began another day of challenges. Such a life was monotonous and tedious. Nan Feng watched his experience points climb steadily, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction and joy. If there were no experience decay mechanism, he would have loved to stay here and keep grinding until he reached the maximum level before moving on. He longed to experience the overwhelming power of being at level 1000 while the highest level outside was only 30. With a touch of excitement, Nan Feng indulged in his fantasy for a moment before refocusing on his monster hunting. Around 10 in the afternoon, he suddenly received a trade request from Suzerain. Suzerain offered 200 units of iron and 20 units of copper, urging Nan Feng to prioritize upgrading his primary weapon. Surprised, Nan Feng listened as Suzerain explained, "You're the main damage dealer for the beast tide the day after tomorrow. If you can't defeat the final boss, we'll all perish here." Suzerain continued, "Hurry up and upgrade. Leave the logistics to me." Nan Feng understood and agreed, "Don't worry, just wait and see my performance the day after tomorrow." Feeling grateful for having a teammate like Suzerain, Nan Feng accepted the trade request. The system notification chimed, "Congratulations, you have received iron 200, copper 20. Your primary weapon has successfully upgraded to a grade medium." Nan Feng felt a wave of relief. With ample wood and stone, and just enough iron and copper, his primary weapon had successfully upgraded again. The upgrade unlocked new equipment and attachments, including a Desert Eagle, a stone dagger, a 98K sniper rifle, a red dot sight, a 2x optical scope, and grenades. Overjoyed, Nan Feng eagerly unlocked the new gear and attachments, feeling thrilled. Grenades, a high-damage consumable, could be obtained once per hour with a maximum storage of 3, offering a powerful attack option. The 2x optical scope allowed for effective targeting of distant enemies. Nan Feng examined the new equipment carefully. The grenade's damage potential made his eyes light up. Although limited to 1 per hour, it could serve as a lethal strike. He imagined finding an ant nest and tossing a grenade in, causing his experience points to skyrocket, filling him with excitement. As for the 2x optical scope, Nan Feng knew its value without needing further explanation. He fitted the red dot sight on the Desert Eagle and equipped the 98K with the 2x scope, improving his accuracy. The weapon's base stats also saw a boost, especially the 98K, which now provided an impressive 70-point strength bonus. Nan Feng's attack power had reached 915 points. Determined to push further, he aimed to level up twice more today, striving to break the 1,000-point attack power threshold. Clenching his fist, Nan Feng prepared to continue the battle. Just then, a system announcement suddenly came through. Announcement. After successfully defeating the level 7 Lord Beast, the Golden Leopard, the Chosen One, Xiao Luo, has earned 1 reputation point and 14 strength points. Nan Feng raised an eyebrow in surprise, looking at Xiao Luo. Did he really defeat a level 7 Lord Beast that easily? This guy's strength is truly formidable. Gaining 14 strength points, Nan Feng felt a twinge of envy, as strength was the attribute he most desired to improve. Shaking his head, Nan Feng picked up his 98K rifle, ready to go hunting, when his phone suddenly beeped with a notification. It turned out someone had tagged him in the Handsome Guys group chat. Nan Feng opened the chat and glanced at the message, a smile appearing on his face. It was a message from Xiao Luo. Nan Feng, brother, I just got a cross-region challenge token. Wanna team up to challenge the Sakura Oni? Without hesitation, Nan Feng replied, of course. The cross-region challenge token was an excellent opportunity for Nan Feng. With this token, he could boldly challenge other regions and seize valuable resources. The increase in resources would significantly enhance their own region's strength, especially with a substantial rise in the number of fierce beasts, allowing them to quickly surpass other regions. Xiao Luo looked at the challenge token in his hand with envy, as only the highest-ranking chosen ones were eligible to use it, and he was not. Without hesitation, he handed the token to Nan Feng. Nan Feng accepted it with a heart full of anticipation. At this moment, Su Zuran posed a question. Should they choose to safely challenge a weaker region, or go directly against a formidable opponent like Sakura Aegean? After a moment of contemplation, Nan Feng agreed with Su Zuran's suggestion. After all, securing resources steadily was crucial. However, Yuran seemed to doubt Nan Feng's ability to defeat Sakura Aegean. Nan Feng knew his own capabilities and was confident, but he also understood the importance of team stability and resources. Wu Yuanqing and Su Ming also shared their thoughts, suggesting they could first challenge the weaker Sakura Kojiro or try to take on the Sakura Nation's 632nd region. Huang Yuanming revealed Sakura Kojiro's embarrassing losing streak, casting doubt on his strength. Wu Yuanqing proposed considering the 632nd region, as it had yet to be plundered. Nan Feng listened to everyone's advice, pondering who would be the best target. Xiao Luo suggested bravely challenging Sakura Aegean to curb his arrogance. However, Nan Feng recalled their last encounter, feeling a twinge of fear. The power of Sakura Aegean's strike was unforgettable. Without the perfect terrain last time, Nan Feng might not have one. He assured the team that he had about a 50% chance of victory, but reminded them not to blame him if he failed. Su Yihan recommended abandoning the challenge and opting for steady development instead. The team began to have differing opinions. Some advocated for a cautious approach, while others wanted to challenge Sakura Aegean and relish the thrill of victory. Yet, Sakura Aegean, as a powerhouse of the 39th region, was formidable. Furthermore, 2 days had passed since their last challenge, and Sakura Aegean's strength might have reached its peak. Nan Feng decided to wait until he upgraded to level 10 before making a decision. He estimated he could reach his goal by tonight, so they agreed to make the final decision in the evening. Nan Feng closed the chat panel and continued to focus on improving his strength. His leveling speed exceeded expectations. With a 2x scope equipped, his accuracy improved dramatically, making hitting birds as easy as pie. However, upon reaching level 9, the surrounding birds had become scarce. Nan Feng was in a bit of a dilemma, not expecting this situation. Despite the many fierce beasts around, they couldn't meet his needs. Gazing at the sparse sky, Nan Feng began to contemplate his next steps. Nan Feng is about to embark on a new journey, but finding a place as perfect as this for leveling up won't be easy. He decides to fill his stomach first, thinking it's better to consider leveling up on a full belly. He lights the stove and starts slowly cooking some bird meat. Meanwhile, he opens his panel to check for any new messages. In the Handsome Guys group, the chat is still lively. Shinpan mentions that they must stop Xiao Yinghua's growth in time to avoid future problems. Su Zuran reminds everyone that after the entire region merges, they will face the threat of a massive beast tide, so there's no need to get entangled with others now. Xiao Luo worries that after the region merges, Sakura Sword will unite with other countries' war zones to attack the Dragon Kingdom's war zone. He stresses that this possibility must be eliminated. Xiao Luo believes that if they can win against Region 39 one more time, the enemy will suffer 3 consecutive defeats, leading to a 10-point drop in all attributes, making it difficult for them to withstand the upcoming massive beast tide even if they survive the small one. Wu Yuanqing, however, is full of confidence, believing that the numerous Dragon Kingdom war zones need not fear the small Sakura Sword. Nan Feng feels a bit lost as he reads the chat history. Region merge? What on earth is that? Curiously, he asks what region merge means. Could it be that after spending the entire morning leveling up, he's already behind the times? Yuran, in the cross-region chat channel, mentions hearing that 24 days after the massive beast tide ends, 1,000 war zones will merge into one large zone. Yuran also reveals that Sakura Sword has stated they will retaliate against the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones after the merge. Nan Feng scoffs at this. Sakura Sword is way too arrogant. They've yet to truly clash and Sakura Sword already dares to boast. When the war zones merge, Nan Feng plans to find the perfect spot to defeat them in one fell swoop. Xiao Luo believes that the stronger Sakura Sword becomes, the more danger the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones will face. He insists they must defeat Sakura Sword, causing Region 39 to suffer 3 consecutive defeats. Suzerain suggests initiating a vote to see how many support challenging Sakura Sword. The result is clear. These are young, promising individuals, and who can tolerate Sakura Sword's arrogance. Out of the 19 members in the Handsome Guys group, 14 support challenging Sakura Sword, while the remaining 5 remain neutral. Without hesitation, Nan Feng declares that his words are his bond. What is Sakura Sword to him? Xiao Luo agrees with Nan Feng's decision, stating that cowards are the most boring people, and then issues the challenge. Nan Feng accepts the challenge and prepares himself, telling everyone to wait for his good news. Nan Feng quickly finishes his lunch, takes a grenade from his backpack, and steps out of the small wooden cabin. He throws the grenade, causing an explosion in the pond. 5 seconds later, water splashes everywhere, and the undying giant serpent at the bottom is awakened, glaring angrily at Nan Feng. He takes a few steps back, retreating to the safety of the wooden cabin. The undying giant serpent roars in fury before submerging back into the water. Nan Feng feels a bit disappointed. It turns out this serpent has a bit of intelligence, though not much. Nan Feng pulled the detonation ring, feeling a thrill of excitement surge through him. After a 5-second countdown, the ring exploded, but he emerged unscathed. This experience gave him a sense of exhilaration and confidence. Deciding to open the cross-region chat channel, he found Sakura One Sword and issued a challenge. This is Nan Feng from Zone 527. Sakura One Sword, do you dare to face me in a 1v1 true man battle? Just pure hand-to-hand combat. Nan Feng's words were filled with a longing for battle and fearlessness. In Zone 527, Nan Feng challenged Sakura Ijian to an unknown fight, demanding a pure hand-to-hand combat to prove their manhood. Nan Feng's words sparked responses from many lurkers. Sakura Ijian from Zone 39 retorted, calling Nan Feng a coward. Nan Feng fired back, claiming to be Sakura Ijian's father's brother, and questioned whether Sakura Ijian dared to insult his own father. Sakura Ijian's reply was highly aggressive. Unwilling to continue the verbal sparring, Nan Feng bluntly issued a 1v1 challenge to Sakura Ijian, stating he was ready with a cross-zone challenge token. He threatened that if Sakura Ijian didn't accept, he would challenge Sakura Kojiro instead. Sakura Kojiro remained silent. Sakura Ijian questioned the definition of a real man fight. Nan Feng clarified that he wouldn't use firearms and hoped Sakura Ijian would also refrain from using ranged attacks, opting for close combat instead. Sakura Ijian mocked Nan Feng, thinking he must be insane to challenge him to a melee fight. Other players chimed in, advising Nan Feng to reconsider, as Sakura Ijian's swordsmanship was not to be underestimated. Nan Feng, however, remained undeterred, expressing his love for extreme challenges and his fearlessness towards Sakura Ijian. Eventually, Sakura Ijian accepted the challenge, and both agreed not to use any skills during the fight. Nan Feng claimed to have 2 challenge tokens, attempting to intimidate Sakura Ijian. This surprised other players, who speculated whether the number of challenge tokens varied depending on the level of the monsters that dropped them. Nan Feng chose Zone 39 as the battleground and initiated the cross-zone challenge. As the countdown to the fight began, Nan Feng closed the game interface and focused on simulating the upcoming battle in his cabin. He was confident that if Sakura Ijian adhered to the agreement of close combat, he would surely win. However, if Sakura Ijian used his ranged slash attack first, victory would be uncertain. Despite the slash's formidable power, Nan Feng's health had reached 800 points, enough to withstand one hit. Nan Feng planned to use his 98k and Desert Eagle for long-range combat, which he believed was crucial for his victory. As the challenge countdown neared its end, Nan Feng activated a silver-white formation under his feet. In the next moment, He was transported to an icy surface, the cold environment causing him to shiver involuntarily. Nan Feng surveyed the surroundings, confirming the vast expanse of this icy, mountainous, frigid land. A sense of awe arose within him. 50 meters away, Sakura Ichikan watched Nan Feng intently, ready to counter any potential attack, as if a conflict could erupt at any moment. Nan Feng raised his dagger, letting it sway slightly, revealing a hint of battle intent. Sakura Ichikan sneered and taunted. You plan to engage me in close combat at this distance? Where does your courage come from? Nan Feng smiled and began to walk slowly towards Sakura Ichikan, closing the distance between them. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Nan Feng gradually placed his hands behind his back, causing Sakura Ichikan to smirk with confidence. At such close range, even if Nan Feng drew a gun, Sakura Ichikan was confident he could defeat his opponent. They were already within his attack range. In a flash, Sakura Ichikan transformed into a blur and appeared beside Nan Feng, delivering a swift slash. Nan Feng's abdomen was struck, blood splattering instantly, and his life force plummeted. With eyes wide open in fury, Nan Feng demanded to know why Sakura Ichikan resorted to such dishonorable tactics. Sakura Ichikan mocked, "Isn't 7 or 8 meters close enough? You were already within my attack range." He drew his katana, preparing to end the battle. However, Nan Feng suddenly flashed a sunny smile and announced a change in tactics, hurling a handful of grenades. The deafening explosion centered around Nan Feng, detonating 2 grenades and dealing devastating damage that Sakura Ichikan could not withstand. Severely injured, Sakura Ichikan fell to the ground, barely holding on due to his unyielding spirit. The system notified that Nan Feng had won, becoming the victor of this challenge and increasing the area's resources by 10. A teleportation array beneath Nan Feng's feet glowed, instantly transporting him back to his cabin. Sakura Ichikan was also teleported back, his wounds healing quickly, but the mental scars remained. He panted heavily, the earlier slash making him feel the shadow of death, realizing how close he had come to it. The system announced the failure of the 39th District Challenge, resulting in decreased attributes for all chosen ones. Sakura Ichikan was jolted back to reality, the continuous penalties from his failures leaving him exhausted and demoralized. Sakura's sword felt heavy-hearted after facing 3 consecutive defeats. She was beaten twice by Nan Feng and once by Xiao Ongran from District 17, which is also in the Dragon Country battle zone. Her face showed clear signs of disappointment. The cross-region chat channel suddenly became very lively. Chungamo from District 68 exclaimed, "Wow, you actually won? That's amazing." Mike from District 8 muttered, "Ugh, Sakura's sword is so bad. Is this the sword master from Sakura Country?" Emilia from District 288 excitedly said, "Sakura Country and Dragon Country are fighting. Keep going, the more intense, the better." Martin from District 162 sneered, "Haha, it's like a dogfight, what a mess." Nan Feng from District 527 responded, "Hey you, what are you saying? Do you want to get beaten up?" Martin immediately fell silent. Finding no one to banter with, Nan Feng felt a bit bored and switched to his own battle zone's chat channel. Bao Jian remarked, "Nan Feng, you're too strong." Qiu Feihong excitedly said, "My god, another win. It's a total display of sheer strength." Lu Daqiang cheered, "Our battle zone's resources have increased again, and there are more trees around my little cabin." "Thanks, Nan Feng." Suming said, "There are more fierce beasts too. Leveling up is faster. I really want to be your disciple, Nan Feng." Wu Yuanqing proudly announced, 4 consecutive wins, and our resources have reached 146.4, one of the basic value. We're soaring. Wu Li enthusiastically praised, "Nan Feng, you are my god." Yuran teased, "Hey, do you need a pigeon to save me? I'm about to starve to death." Nan Feng felt a bit helpless. This girl named Ling Qi was still chattering incessantly? How many days had it been already? Technically speaking, if she was still alive, she should have enough survival skills. At the very least, she should be able to take down a couple of reed rabbits, right? Shaking his head, Nan Feng ignored Ling Qi. She was probably just fishing for fun here. After closing the control panel, Nan Feng stepped outside the small cabin and looked at the increasing number of birds in the sky. This was the benefit of resource enhancement. However, the number was still insufficient for him to reach level 10. It seemed like he needed to find another place to level up. Walking out of the cabin, Nan Feng cautiously glanced towards the pond. In the depths of the pond, an immortal serpent was staring at him, its 2 basketball-sized eyes fixed on him. He was being targeted. Nan Feng felt a bit troubled. If he left the cabin now, would the serpent destroy his house? That was a possibility. Without the cabin, Nan Feng definitely wouldn't survive the night. The beasts at night were extremely violent, and he didn't dare to confront them directly. He couldn't leave, otherwise, the serpent might demolish his cabin. He had to wait until his demolition skill improved before considering leaving. Reluctantly, Nan Feng retreated into the cabin and continued his monotonous task of shooting birds. Although there weren't many fierce birds in the sky, Nan Feng still diligently hunted them. These were precious experience points that shouldn't be wasted. By dusk, Nan Feng had cleared out all the fierce beasts in the area. He even shot down a barely feathered chick from a nest on the waterfall with a single shot. His marksmanship was becoming increasingly precise. Checking the panel, his level displayed as 9 with 3654100000 experience points. He still needed over 6,000 experience points to reach level 10. A minor beast wave was expected to arrive the day after tomorrow. Nan Feng should be able to reach level 10 before it hits. Tomorrow morning, the cabin's demolition skill would be available. By putting in extra effort in the afternoon, he was determined to reach level 10 before the beast wave arrived. Nan Feng opened the cabin door, ready to head out and clear the battlefield. With the immortal serpent watching nearby, he didn't dare venture too far. He only cleared the surroundings, gathering a large amount of bird meat. There was a gray chest in the distance, but it was too dangerous to approach recklessly. The chest could trigger danger at any moment, and life only comes once lost, it couldn't be regained. After dinner, Nan Feng started discussing strategies to deal with the beast wave with the group of handsome guys. Suzerain said, "Yesterday and today, I mobilized 100 chosen ones to mine iron ore and distributed the extracted iron blocks, ensuring everyone has the priority to upgrade their cabins to the level." Suzerain continued, "As of now, 163 chosen ones have upgraded their cabins to the level. They have moved to Raven Valley and started building defenses, preparing to fend off the beast wave." Raven Valley was a place previously discovered by Su Ming. It was backed by mountains and had cliffs on the left side, making it easy to defend and hard to attack. Nan Feng said, "If there are no unexpected events, I will also move my cabin there tomorrow morning." Su Ming replied, "Great, with you there, Nan Feng. I feel much safer." Nan Feng felt immense pressure as the beast horde surged toward him. He knew he couldn't fend them off alone. Only united effort could save them. Suzerain, a standout in the war zone, was leading the chosen ones in gathering resources to upgrade their cabins to level D, preparing for relocation to Crow Valley. He estimated that by tomorrow night, 300 chosen ones would arrive in Crow Valley. Nan Feng glanced at the war zone's population display, 531,1000. Worried, he asked, "What about the remaining 200 or so people?" Wu Yuanqing smiled calmly, "Each to their own fate. Iron is limited, and we can't upgrade everyone to level D." Sui Han added, "There are actually plenty of iron deposits in the mines. The shortage is due to the lack of miners." Nan Feng urgently said, "Tell those who haven't upgraded yet to start mining immediately." Suzerain explained, "Some chosen ones have just reached levels 2 or 3 and are afraid to come because the mines are far away, fearing attacks on the way." Nan Feng was shocked. It's been a week, and they're still only at levels 2 or 3? What have they been doing? Wu Li sighed, "Some people are just trying to survive one day at a time, hiding in their cabins and not venturing out." He added, "And some simply lack the combat skills and are too timid to face fierce beasts." Wu Yuanqing nodded in agreement. Everyone has different constitutions. In this brutal world, some people just aren't cut out for survival. Nan Feng fell silent, knowing their words were true. Suzerain encouraged, "Our war zone solidarity is high. Helping each other has enabled over 300 cabins to be upgraded to level D in just 2 days." He added, "Many chosen ones in other war zones are fighting alone. Who knows how many will survive this beast horde?" This minor beast horde was a massive test for all war zones. Nan Feng rallied, "Come on, everyone. Tomorrow is the last day. Let's upgrade and prepare for the beast horde." Xiao Luo teased, "Nan Feng, didn't you say you'd reach level 10 tonight? How much more experience do you need?" Nan Feng smiled, "Ran into some trouble, but I'll definitely hit level 10 by tomorrow." Xiao Luo joked, "If you don't hurry up, I'm going to catch up to you." Nan Feng looked at the leaderboard and found that Xiao Luo had quietly reached level 9. He thought angrily, "This guy caught up with me without a word. That giant snake really set me back, wasting my entire afternoon. One day, I'll cook it and eat it." Annoyed, Nan Feng closed his panel and prepared for bed. In the dead of night, violent shaking woke him up. He jumped out of bed and looked out the window, seeing dark scales. Could the immortal serpent be attacking again? Nan Feng got up to check and found his cabin's health rapidly decreasing 30 points per second. Alarmed, he thought, "Did this snake take steroids? Its damage has skyrocketed since yesterday." He quickly checked his cabin's status and discovered a debuff corrosion. This meant the snake's attacks would ignore some of his defenses. Nan Feng felt a sudden clarity. It dawned on him that the giant serpent's attack power had increased, and the small cabin's health could only hold out for a mere hour. Realizing he had no time to waste, Nan Feng quickly walked to the window, pulled out his stone dagger, and began to peel off the scales. Compared to the previous day, his attack power had significantly improved, and with accumulated experience, he peeled the scales effortlessly. In less than 5 minutes, he had removed an indestructible serpent scale. After taking a refreshing sip of water, Nan Feng picked up his desert eagle and began shooting. He chose the desert eagle because it had a faster attack speed and consumed less magic. Its penetration power was also superior. Moreover, Nan Feng had a special move up his sleeve. I'm going to make a big hole in your abdomen first, then throw 3 grenades inside. Let's see if you can escape this time. Nan Feng and the undying serpent engaged in a fierce battle, as if fighting for their very lives. There were no flashy moves, only a brutal clash of flesh and blood, a contest of attack and defense. The undying serpent coiled tightly around the small wooden cabin, producing creaking sounds that suggested it might collapse at any moment. Nan Feng, undeterred, expended 1,000 points of magic power, launching relentless attacks with a stone dagger, constantly stabbing at his foe. The dagger required no magic, a distinct advantage of melee weapons. Nan Feng managed to carve a massive wound into the undying serpent, revealing torn flesh and glimpses of its innards. However, he refrained from using grenades, fearing the serpent might escape. Instead, he aimed to inflict as much damage as possible before it could flee. The cabin's health plummeted, leaving less than 30,000 points. Yet, Nan Feng remained confident that he could defeat the undying serpent before the cabin was destroyed. As his magic recovered slightly, Nan Feng picked up his 98K rifle, aimed at the exposed organs, and fired. The serpent let out an ear-splitting roar, severely wounded. Its muscles contracted violently, causing more beams of the cabin to crack and splinter. Suddenly, a system notification sounded, 81, 72, 88. The cabin's defense has decreased by 20. Alarmed, Nan Feng realized the situation was becoming dire. With the damage rate accelerating, he had no choice but to use his ultimate move. He retrieved a grenade and hurled it into the serpent's body. The explosion was deafening, with the shockwave causing his hair to flutter wildly. A critical hit, 3,673. The grenade triggered a weak spot, dealing thousands of points in damage. This strike was devastating for the undying serpent. Parts of its innards were blasted to pieces, blood gushing out. The serpent's health continued to decline, and it weakened, its massive body softening and loosening its grip on the cabin. With a pained scream, it sluggishly moved towards the pond. Nan Feng couldn't let it escape. He chased after it, throwing another grenade. Another explosion, and the serpent was nearly torn in two, connected only by a few strands of muscle. It collapsed, convulsing, with various fluids and shattered organs spilling out. Minutes later, the undying serpent ceased all movement. Nan Feng smirked, realizing it wasn't truly dead since the system hadn't confirmed the kill. He knew it might be playing dead, waiting to launch a fatal attack once he left. Staying vigilant, Nan Feng continued to stand by the window, firing his 98K, steadfast in defending his territory. The immortal serpent felt perplexed. How could this tiny two-legged creature see through its perfect disguise and realize it was still alive? It was truly baffling. Seeing its ruse exposed, the immortal serpent abandoned its camouflage and hurriedly slithered towards the pond. If it continued to fake its death, it might actually be defeated by Nan Feng. How could it move so quickly? Nan Feng's sharp eyes and quick reflexes allowed him to throw his last grenade swiftly. Boom! Amidst the continuous explosions, the immortal serpent was blown in half. Yet, it wasn't dead. Despite the frantic writhing of its rear half, its front part desperately crawled towards the pond. But with half its body gone, the immortal serpent's speed was reduced to a crawl. Covering a mere 10 meters took it an agonizingly long time. Nan Feng raised his 98K rifle and aimed at the serpent's wound. With a charged shot, he fired a penetrating bullet, his strongest attack aside from grenades. Whiz! The magical bullet flew from the barrel and hit the target. Weak point hit, 312. The parts of the immortal serpent without scale coverage had very low defense. This shot from Nan Feng completely wiped out the serpent's remaining life points. Ding! You have successfully defeated the level 10 Emperor-class beast, the immortal serpent, and gained 880 experience points. The announcement nearly made Nan Feng ecstatic. What kind of reward was this? It had given him 40 strength points. This was incredible. Overwhelming. Checking his status panel, he found his strength had soared to an astounding 243 points. His attack power reached 1215 points, which was terrifying. Moreover, the immortal serpent had dropped 3 treasure chests. 2 were white chests, and 1 was a green chest. This was a windfall. Nan Feng quickly cleared the battlefield and hurried back to his cabin to open the chests. He started with the white chests. Wiping his hands in excitement, he opened both white chests.
Immortal Armor, Grade Superior.
Attributes: Stamina 30, Strength 20 crafted from the scales of the immortal serpent, upgradable with immortal serpent scales.
Immortal Graves, Grade Superior.
Attributes: Energy 30, Strength 20 crafted from the scales of the immortal serpent, upgradable with immortal serpent scales. It was a set. Nan Feng was overjoyed. These two pieces of equipment were far superior to his current beast hide set. Wearing the immortal set, Nan Feng was clad in black scale armor, looking valiant and exceedingly handsome. His attributes surged, making him even more intimidating. The immortal serpent had been incredibly generous. He would offer incense to it tomorrow morning. Nan Feng admired his new outfit, liking it more with each glance. With the white chests opened, only the green chest remained. The green chest was a level higher than the white ones, so its contents would undoubtedly be more valuable. Nan Feng washed his face, trying to increase his luck through some mysterious ritual. When opening the green chest, he took his time. The green chest slowly opened, revealing a token lying quietly inside, about the size of a palm. Nan Feng reached out, picked it up, and examined it carefully. It was a level 1 village token, which could be used to establish a village in a designated area and appoint him as the village chief. A level 1 village could recruit up to 50 villagers, who would receive an all-attribute enhancement buff, while the chief would enjoy double the benefits. Within the village territory, villagers would receive a 10 damage reduction, and the chief would receive double that reduction. Nan Feng marveled at the power of the token. With it, defending against the upcoming minor beast tide would be a breeze. Eagerly, he shared the attributes of the village token in the group chat. It was already 4 a.m., and most people were still asleep, except for the night owls Xiao Luo and Shen Pan. Xiao Luo exclaimed, "A village token? That's a treasure." Shen Pan, impressed by Nan Feng's achievement, remarked, "Nan Feng defeated an emperor-level beast. That's incredible." Nan Feng humbly replied, "Just lucky." Shen Pan expressed his desire to join the village, and Nan Feng gladly agreed. Xiao Luo suggested recruiting the top 50 players from the leaderboard to join the village as a precaution. After all, joining the village would grant them an all-attribute enhancement buff equivalent to 2 level-ups, which was irresistible. Feeling a bit tired, Nan Feng said, "You guys discussed the village matters. I need to rest for a bit." Just as he closed his eyes, he was interrupted by an immortal serpent and had to get up and fight, draining much of his energy. It wasn't until 7 a.m. that Nan Feng struggled to open his eyes. The group chat was flooded with messages, and he didn't feel like scrolling through them, so he directly asked everyone's thoughts. Suzerain suggested establishing the village in Raven Valley since most players had already migrated there, making it easier to recruit high-level players for defense. Nan Feng expressed that he just wanted to be a laid-back village chief and let everyone else handle the details. He wasn't much of a manager and preferred hunting to level up. Suzerain urged him to establish the village quickly, as he had a hunch that the first person to do so would receive an extra reward. The mention of reward invigorated Nan Feng. He quickly had breakfast and left his cabin. A few birds circled in the sky, and Nan Feng effortlessly shot them down. After more than 2 hours of travel, he finally arrived at Raven Valley. Huang Yuanming spotted him from afar and excitedly approached. "Brother, you're amazing. You actually defeated an emperor-level beast?" Nan Feng waved it off with a smile. "Just luck?" Huang Yuanming admired his battle armor, and Nan Feng proudly said, "It's thanks to the immortal serpent." He looked incredibly dashing. Nan Feng donned a standard suit of armor. Although it wasn't particularly eye-catching, he himself exuded a certain charm. Huang Yuanming approached, carrying a massive shield, and said to Su Ming, "Boss, you're finally here. You make me feel safer than my own little cabin." Su Ming replied with a smile, "Oh, come on. With your big shield, I feel much more secure." Su Ming's large shield had been upgraded from a grade inferior shield to a sturdy ebony one, boasting high defensive capabilities. Every damage-dealing player wished to have a strong tank by their side to absorb the hits. Su Ming patted his solid wooden shield and said, "Don't worry. Tomorrow, I'll be protecting you all the way. No one will be able to harm you." Wu Yuansheng, feeling a bit jealous, questioned Su Ming, "Aren't you supposed to be my exclusive tank? How could you betray me so quickly?" Su Ming laughed and replied, "It's not that I underestimate you, but Nan Feng's damage output is twice yours." Wu Yuansheng gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, don't expect me to help you level up anymore." Su Ming quickly explained, "Brother, I might have spoken rashly just now." As they chatted, they walked into the camp at Crow Valley. Over 300 small cabins were neatly arranged, forming 5 lines of defense. Around the outermost cabins, various traps and barricades were set up. Nan Feng marveled. In just a few days, the defenses have become so well organized? Wu Li nodded in agreement. It's all thanks to Suzerain. He's been directing everyone to build the defenses these past few days and hasn't leveled up at all. Su Ming concurred. These defenses indeed make one feel secure. Nan Feng shook his head helplessly. Su Ming always found a sense of security in everything. At that moment, Suzerain noticed Nan Feng's arrival. "Nan Feng, what are you doing chatting here? Come over and establish the village," Suzerain said. "I just heard that Catherine Vina from Zone 1 killed a level 10 Emperor Beast. She probably got a village token too." Nan Feng was shocked. "Catherine Vina is that powerful? The Undying Serpent is incredibly tough. It almost killed me." Knowing the serpent's formidable strength, Nan Feng was in awe. He wondered, did Catherine Vina use a cabin to kill it? If she defeated it single-handedly, that's terrifying. Shaking his head, Nan Feng decided it wasn't the time to dwell on such thoughts. Establishing the village was the priority. He took out a level 1 village token and used it. The system prompted, please select the village location. A large map appeared before Nan Feng's eyes. The level 1 village covered only 500 square meters, and Nan Feng managed to include Crow Valley within it. The system prompted again, please name your village. Not being good at naming things, Nan Feng simply called it Nan Village, straightforward and direct. Another system prompt followed, village established successfully. You can now start recruiting villagers. A server-wide announcement echoed, chosen 1 Nan Feng has successfully established Nan Village. All attributes 20. The announcement repeated 3 times, ensuring that every player in the primitive world knew about Nan Feng's new village. Just 5 seconds after Nan Feng's success, another server-wide announcement appeared on the screen. Server-wide announcement. In the primal world, Zone 1, the brave Catherine Vina has successfully established her own village, earning 50 prestige points and a green chest as a reward. Upon seeing this news, Nan Feng almost got overtaken but sighed in relief. Although the prestige difference between first and second place is only 50 points, Nan Feng currently doesn't know the actual use of prestige, but having it is better than not. In the cross-region chat channel, discussions were buzzing. Sakura Kajiro from Zone 132 exclaimed, no way. How could Nan Feng build a village faster than Catherine Vina? That's impossible. Edward from Zone 1 chimed in, oh my god. Our village token was obtained by Catherine Vina after slaying a level 10 Emperor Beast. So where did the village token in Zone 527 come from? Chung Mo from Zone 68 suggested, could it be that they also defeated a level 10 Emperor Beast? But Sakura Kijian from Zone 39 firmly denied it. Nonsense. Nan Feng from Zone 527 must be cheating. He brought weapons from Blue Star into this world. Martin from Zone 162 agreed. I can testify. Nan Feng actually has a sniper rifle. Does that seem fair? Sakura Kajiro added. He also has a handgun. Sakura Kijian, even more furious, said, he even has grenades. Emilia from Zone 288 joined the discussion, asking in confusion, is this true? Where did he get so many weapons? Nan Feng from Zone 527 then mysteriously claimed, you might not believe it, but I also have a tank and 2 fighter jets. Wu Yuanqing from the same zone immediately backed him up. I can testify, everything Nan Feng said is true. I am the tank. Huang Yuanming added, and I am the 2 fighter jets. In the cross-regional chat channel, discussions about whether Nan Feng was cheating were heated. Meanwhile, Nan Feng himself began to explore the various functions of the village. A new option appeared on his panel village. This village was Nan Feng's own Nan village, and he was its leader. Currently, the village was at level 1 with a population capacity of 0.50 and 0 contribution points. For every 100 contribution points donated, all attributes would increase by 1, with a maximum increase limit of 10. The village warehouse was now open, but the conditions for upgrading it were still unknown. Nan Feng started to carefully examine the mechanisms of contribution points and the village warehouse. The warehouse allowed all villagers, including the village chief, to donate resources in exchange for contribution points, which could then be used to redeem various items. In essence, the village warehouse functioned as a marketplace exclusive to the villagers of Nan Village. Nan Feng tentatively donated 1 unit of wood, which immediately increased his contribution points to 2. 1 unit of wood equaled 2 contribution points. Nan Feng nodded and continued to donate other materials. Stones were worth 1 contribution point, iron blocks 10 points, and copper blocks 20 points. Food points varied depending on the quantity, and equipment points varied based on quality and attributes. Nan Feng donated his old worn-out beast hide jacket and pants, gaining 60 contribution points in total. Every 100 contribution points increased all attributes by 1, with a maximum increase limit of 10, which undoubtedly encouraged villagers to donate materials. After all, a 10 attribute boost was quite significant. The more donations, the richer the resources, leading to more buyers and a more vibrant market economy. Additionally, Nan Feng would take a 1 contribution point fee for each donation, a perk of being the village chief. Nan Feng reveled in this, imagining an endless stream of contribution points. Excited, he felt as if he had unexpectedly gained another 10 attribute points. With a plan in mind, Nan Feng eagerly started recruiting more villagers. He enthusiastically announced, hey everyone, if you want to join the village, sign up now. Yuran, however, questioned, hey, does everyone mean girls can't join? When will girls get fair treatment? Nan Feng chuckled and replied, how many years have you been practicing that punch? Reluctantly, Nan Feng sent Yuran a village invitation. Overjoyed, Yuran exclaimed, yay, I'm the first villager. Soon after, Nan Feng recruited Su Zuran, Wu Yuanqing, Xiao Luo, and others. As the village population grew, everyone began to tentatively donate materials to the village warehouse. Huang Yuanming excitedly said, donate 50 units of wood to get 100 contribution points and a 1 attribute boost. What a deal. Su Zurin reminded, don't forget the fee. With 50 units of wood, you'll only get 99 contribution points. Wu Yuanxing remarked, so wood is pretty valuable. Where's the lumberjack Lu Daqiang? I need to buy wood. Su Ming pointed out, iron and copper blocks are worth more contribution points. Everyone, let's go mining and try to gather 1,000 points before nightfall. Wooly sighed, the mine is a bit far. Bao Jian exclaimed, there are 2 pieces of equipment in the warehouse? 30 points each? I'll take them both. Chou Feihong cursed, I was just about to redeem them, and you beat me to it. Everyone began donating the unneeded items from their backpacks to the village warehouse. As the village chief, Nan Feng continuously collected fees, quickly amassing over 180 contribution points. It seemed likely that before the night ended, Nan Feng's contribution points would reach 1,000, unlocking the effect of 10 to all attributes. This prospect filled him with satisfaction. The village quickly reached its capacity of 50 villagers, and as for the rest, there was nothing Nan Feng could do since a level 1 village could only accommodate 50 villagers. He glanced at the time. It was just past 10 o'clock, and he decided it was time to level up. Nan Feng, Su Zurin, I'll leave things to you here. I'm going to level up to 10, Nan Feng said, nodding to Su Zurin. Go ahead, if you don't hurry, Xiao Luo will surpass your level, Su Zurin replied. Looking around, Nan Feng asked curiously, where are the most beasts around here? Su Yihan pointed to the mountain behind them. Up there. That's where Xiao Luo went. Nan Feng nodded and turned to head up the mountain. When he reached midway, he stood on a large boulder and looked down. Below him, orderly rows of small wooden houses and well-planned roads came into view. In the distance, many chosen ones were building defenses, erecting wooden fences, chevaux and digging traps in preparation for the beast tide expected tomorrow. This scene brought a smile to Nan Feng's face. After surviving in the wild for so many days, he finally felt a sense of civilized society. Humans truly are social creatures, he mused. In the camp below, Yuran saw Nan Feng on the mountainside and waved happily. However, Nan Feng didn't notice and turned away. Original World, Zone 1. Catherine Vina, with a sword in hand and covered in blood, looked like a valkyrie. Around her lay the dense corpses of fierce beasts, their blood staining the entire ground red. She had single-handedly slaughtered a whole pack of blood wolves, over 100 of them, all fallen by her sword. Standing there, she panted lightly, her chest heaving, clearly exhausted from the battle. Already at level 13, she thought for a moment before opening her panel to send a message to Edward, instructing all chosen ones with class wooden houses to gather and face the beast tide together tomorrow. Edward, got it. What about the other chosen ones? Edward began, but Catherine Vina cut him off. Don't worry about them, she said firmly. Edward nodded. Understood. Original World, Zone 68. Chung Imo walked through the camp, listening to Qin Shanshan report the situation. There are still 183 chosen ones whose wooden houses haven't been upgraded to class and can't be relocated, Qin Shanshan said. Why not? We shouldn't be lacking in iron, right? Chung Imo asked. They don't have enough resources to trade for the iron. Simply put, these 183 chosen ones are too poor, Qin Shanshan explained. After a moment of thought, Chung Imo came up with an idea. Go, offer them a loan. Lend them the iron now, and they can repay it after the beast tide. 9 parts returned for every 13 borrowed. Qin Shanshan asked, puzzled. What if they don't repay? Chung Imo replied firmly, then we'll have to take action. Qin Shanshan nodded in understanding. Every war zone was preparing for the small-scale beast tide expected tomorrow. Compared to other countries' zones, the Dragon Kingdom's zone seemed more united. Perhaps some things are just ingrained in their bones. Original World, Zone 527. While searching for beasts on the mountain, Nan Feng ran into Xiao Luo, who was hunting long-armed monkeys. Nan Feng raised his hand and fired a shot, taking down the long-armed monkey whose health was nearly depleted. Xiao Luo turned his head and saw Nan Feng standing there, a mix of gratitude and resignation welling up inside him. Angrily, he shouted, "You jerk! You stole my kill!" Hearing Xiao Luo's words, Nan Feng laughed even harder and nonchalantly turned and ran off. In that moment, Xiao Luo deeply appreciated the importance of teamwork and genuinely admired Nan Feng's quick thinking and sense of humor. The Raven Valley lies at the foot of a sprawling mountain range known as the Ape Mountains, famed for its high-level long-armed monkeys, some reaching level 8. These intelligent and cunning monkeys are known for their collective behavior, making them a formidable sight. Yet, only the fearless Xiao Luo dares to challenge them to improve his level. In this story, however, there's another chosen one named Nan Feng. Unlike Xiao Luo, Nan Feng opts to venture alone, knowing that sharing the journey would have the experience points, thus reducing efficiency. He sets out on his own, crossing through the long-armed monkey's territory and into the domain of the gibbons. Though the names differ by just one character, gibbons are significantly stronger than long-armed monkeys. Gibbons reach level 9, boasting 3,300 health points, 530 attack power, and 390 defense power. They excel in using skills like the Iron Fist and Monkey Steals the Peach, making Nan Feng's heart race with anxiety. Facing a gibbon, Nan Feng steadies himself, raises his 98K rifle, and with a precise shot, hits the gibbon's skull. From 50 meters away, he hears the bone-cracking sound clearly. The shot inflicts tremendous damage, astonishing Nan Feng. Despite his attack power being only 1515, this hit causes 2,000 points of damage. A remarkable feat. Without hesitation, Nan Feng fires again, killing the gibbon and earning 90 experience points. He needs 6,150 more points to reach level 10, confident that hunting 70 more gibbons will get him there. Nan Feng continues to scour the forest for more beasts. Unlike the more populous long-armed monkeys, gibbons are scarce, requiring more time and effort to locate. By 3:30 p.m., Nan Feng successfully reaches level 10. The system notification rings, adding 5 points to all attributes and awarding him 5 free attribute points. The area announcement declares Nan Feng the first chosen one to reach level 10, earning him 2 reputation points. Although unsure of the reputation's significance, he isn't concerned, trusting that the future will reveal its purpose. Satisfied, he reviews his attribute panel with joy and anticipation, choosing to keep his attributes private. With the task completed, Nan Feng heads back, receiving a distress message from Xiao Luo, who has encountered a level 8 Lord Beast and needs help. Nan Feng immediately agrees to assist, knowing that defeating a Lord Beast brings substantial attribute rewards. He rushes to Xiao Luo's location, spotting a towering long-armed Monkey King in the distance. Nan Feng adjusts his scope for a closer look. Xiao Luo stared at the 2x scope in his hands, filled with confusion and disbelief. How could such advanced equipment exist in this primitive world? It was truly mind-boggling. Beside him, Nan Feng also noticed the long-armed Monkey King and gasped in shock. Who would have thought it had a dozen female monkeys serving it? The Monkey King's lifestyle was indeed enviable. Xiao Luo nodded and remarked, "If it weren't for all these minions around, I'd love to challenge the Monkey King myself." He suggested, "Let's lure away the female monkeys first, take them out, and then go for the Monkey King." Nan Feng agreed and proposed that the reward for killing the Monkey King would go to him, while Xiao Luo could keep all the equipment. Before Xiao Luo could respond, Nan Feng had already sneaked closer and thrown a grenade. Boom! The grenade arced gracefully through the air and exploded. The dozen female monkeys were instantly killed, not even having the chance to scream before they were buried in the dust. Although the Monkey King's health wasn't completely depleted, it was severely injured. Nan Feng raised his 98K, aimed at the Monkey King's head, and fired. A critical hit, dealing 8,000 HP. The already weakened Monkey King was shot through the head and fell to the ground, lifeless. In a blink of an eye, Nan Feng had successfully defeated the level 8 Lord Beast, the long-armed Monkey King, gaining 1 point of reputation and 16 points of agility. Xiao Luo was dumbfounded, his jaw nearly hitting the ground. Nan Feng holstered his gun, turned to Xiao Luo, and asked, "So, what do you think? Care to give a review?" It took Xiao Luo a moment before he could speak. "That was like you were hacking." Nan Feng stayed in the mountains to continue leveling up, while Xiao Luo decided to return to the Raven Valley camp. Nan Feng left all the equipment dropped by the Monkey King for Xiao Luo, including a white treasure chest, which likely contained valuable items. For Nan Feng, the kill reward was enticing enough. He had to leave something for Xiao Luo, who had first discovered the Monkey King. By around 5 p.m., Nan Feng returned to the camp. In just half a day, the defenses around Raven Valley had been reinforced, with traps set up to 200 meters out. Everyone's stamina and endurance had increased several times over, making them incredibly efficient. If they could return to Blue Star from before they crossed over, they could make a fortune just by doing manual labor. Nan Feng found a spot and settled in one of the small wooden cabins brought to the camp. Earlier that day, the cabin had nearly been destroyed by the Undying Serpent, leaving it with just over 10,000 HP. Fortunately, the cabin had a self-healing feature, restoring 60 HP per minute, and it would likely be fully repaired by tomorrow. Next door was the small wooden cabin of Sui Han, the camp's healer. Sui Han walked over, glanced at Nan Feng's cabin, and asked, "Why does your cabin restore 60 HP per minute, while mine only restores 30? Nan Feng pondered for a moment and then laughed. "Maybe it's because I'm more handsome." Sui Han playfully cursed at him, pointing out that Nan Feng's cabin was upgraded with premium wood, thus having better attributes. By 6 p.m., the chosen ones from outside the camp returned and gathered in the central clearing for a grand bonfire party. At 8 p.m., everyone gradually returned to their cabins. Suddenly, a terrifying howl pierced the silence of the night, almost as if announcing its presence on cue. However, tonight was different. The brave villagers gathered together, and instead of feeling their usual fear, they opened their windows and chatted with their neighbors. Nan Feng turned to his brother next door and said, "The moon is beautiful tonight." Sui Han replied, "Yes, it is a good night." Nan Feng joked, "Tell me, do you like lousy?" Sui Han responded calmly, "No, I don't." Nan Feng continued, "Neither do I."
I pra fer Confucius.
Sui Han bluntly stated, "I'm not interested in lousy, Confucius, Mencius, or you." Feeling a bit dejected, Nan Feng closed his window and prepared to lie down. Suddenly, he remembered he had a green treasure chest he had yet to open. It was a reward from the creator's system when the village was established. Realizing he almost forgot something so important, he quickly got up to wash his face. After freshening up and changing into his lucky outfit, Nan Feng opened the green treasure chest. In the small cabin, Nan Feng opened the green treasure chest. Clang. Congratulations, you've obtained a crystal necklace. It's a great item, and although it's not of the highest quality, its attributes are quite decent, providing 40 points of stamina and 40 points of energy. More importantly, it comes with a skill crystal shield that can reduce incoming damage by 50 at a critical moment, although it can only be triggered once. This could be a lifesaver. Nan Feng felt a sense of relief. The necklace would add an extra layer of safety in battles. While the spider necklace was good, the crystal necklace was undoubtedly superior. Without hesitation, Nan Feng placed it in the village warehouse. The appearance of the crystal necklace lifted Nan Feng's spirits, and its powerful skill gave him confidence for future battles. Closing his eyes, Nan Feng lay quietly on the bed as the surroundings gradually fell silent. Most of the chosen ones began to enter a state of rest, preparing for the challenges ahead. Around midnight, a sudden alert sounded. A minor beast horde is approaching and will last for 24 hours. All chosen ones, please prepare. This message immediately woke everyone at the Raven Valley camp. They began to ready themselves for battle. Huang Yuaming and others discussed in the chat channel whether to venture outside and what the situation was like. After some observation, they decided to stay in the camp and prepare for the incoming beasts. Xiao Luo was the first to lead the other chosen ones out of the cabin, each moving to their designated defensive positions as rehearsed. Nan Feng stood on the roof, using binoculars to scan the surroundings, hoping to spot any signs of the approaching horde. Although the binoculars weren't equipped for night vision, he could still make out some distant movements. To better counter the impending beast horde, the nearby beasts had been cleared out, making it harder for external threats to approach easily. Nan Feng jumped down from the roof and headed to the first line of defense, where over 400 chosen ones had already gathered, each guarding their position. He couldn't help but marvel at the long duration of this beast horde, realizing it would require more caution and patience. Suzerain, deep in thought, decided to rotate some of the chosen ones to maintain their combat effectiveness. Nan Feng was instructed to conserve his strength and avoid overusing his magic, just in case. He nodded solemnly, ready to face the upcoming challenge. Suzerain suggested to Nan Feng that the initial beast wave shouldn't be too difficult. He wondered if he should go back and rest to conserve his energy. Nan Feng thought for a moment and said he would first observe the situation. If the beast wave wasn't too fierce, he would go back to rest. Suzerain agreed with this plan. Time quietly passed, and about half an hour later, they finally spotted the ferocious beasts. Bao Jian loudly warned everyone, "The beasts are attacking." Qiu Feihong took a closer look and was surprised to see that it was a horde of level 1 reed rabbits. There were so many of them. A large group of reed rabbits surged towards the Crow Valley camp, and the scene was somewhat comical. It was like a bunch of kindergarten kids rushing at you with candy in their hands. Nan Feng commented that the first few waves of beasts were likely meant to give them some experience, but these beasts couldn't even get past the traps. The defenses of the Crow Valley camp were still very strong, with traps extending 200 meters out. How could these short-legged reed rabbits possibly break through? As expected, as soon as Nan Feng finished speaking, a large group of reed rabbits fell into the first trap. Fortunately, these rabbits were somewhat clever and realized the danger, starting to bypass the traps. However, there were simply too many traps. For the reed rabbits, the 200-meter distance was an insurmountable chasm. Soon, the first wave of the beast attack was over. Nearly 10,000 reed rabbits had all fallen into the traps. Some were impaled by wooden spikes, but most were just trapped. Taking advantage of the lull before the second wave, Suzerain assigned a few teammates to clear the battlefield. This battle would consume a lot of food, so the reed rabbit meat couldn't go to waste. For safety, 3 10-man squads ventured out of the defensive line to harvest the trapped rabbits, collecting a large amount of rabbit meat and clearing a few traps. 5 minutes later, the second wave of beasts attacked. This time, it was level 1 iron-clawed rats. Nan Feng used binoculars to observe and found that this group of iron-clawed rats included some level 2 beasts. Clearly, this wave was stronger than the previous one. Nan Feng decided to go back and rest for a while. At least before the level 5 beasts arrived, he didn't need to worry too much. In the Crow Valley camp, there were over 400 chosen ones, with an average level of 6. Coupled with the strong defenses, Nan Feng believed they could withstand a level 7 attack. But looking ahead, Nan Feng knew he had to be prepared. Level 8 beasts would still be challenging for the chosen ones at this stage, unless they were among the top 50 on the leaderboard. Nan Feng bid farewell to Su Zurin and headed back to the cabin to rest for a while, planning to return later. Su Zurin nodded, his face serious. He mentioned that there was a major concern and hoped the situation wasn't as bad as he feared. Nan Feng, puzzled, asked what the problem was. Su Zurin anxiously explained that the boss of this small beast wave was a level 15 lord-class beast. He feared that the final wave would consist entirely of level 15 beasts. With a level 15 lord leading a group of same-level subordinates, how could they possibly withstand the attack? Even a level 10 beast wave would be too much for them to handle. Su Zurin's words made Nan Feng's expression turn grim, but he remained confident that this challenge wouldn't be too difficult. He speculated that the final wave of enemies might reach level 10 in strength. A boss with level 15 power, along with a group of level 10 minions? As he thought about it, Nan Feng felt that this battle might be even more arduous. The power of this beast tide seemed beyond imagination. Nan Feng felt a surge of anxiety but forced himself to discard these negative thoughts and resolutely return to the cabin to rest. He knew well that the upcoming waves of beast tides would be even more challenging. Soon, the second wave of ironclaw rats swarmed in. However, just like with the reedied rabbits, the traps set up in front of the camp caused heavy casualties among the ironclaw rats. Those few that managed to escape the trap zone were swiftly eliminated by the chosen ones. The second attack ended quickly, and Su Zurin commanded 30 chosen ones to clean up the battlefield. Bao Jian walked over to inspect the trap zone and saw the ironclaw rats frantically digging out the traps. He couldn't help but exclaim, "These little guys are digging, and they're so fast." Qiu Feihong joined in. "They're digging over here too. Damn, this trap is about to collapse." Suddenly, one of the traps crumbled. Su Zurin frowned and angrily said, "These ironclaw rats are destroying our traps. Eliminate them." Dressed in a black robe, Yuran stepped forward and calmly said, "Leave this to me." He then waved his wand, shooting 3 fireballs into the traps. The ironclaw rats screamed in the flames and quickly turned into experience points. Bao Jian had an idea. Use fire to deal with them? He took out a fire starter and some wood from his backpack, igniting them and throwing them into the traps. The effect was immediate. The low-level ironclaw rats couldn't withstand the flames and were quickly reduced to ashes. Yuran muttered, "My fireball spell seems to be lacking." Bao Jian asked in confusion, "Why didn't the ironclaw rat's I burn drop any experience?" Yuran proudly replied, "Looks like my fireball spell is still quite effective." Just as they finished clearing the ironclaw rats, the third wave of beast tide arrived. Level 2 fierce beasts, arrow bees. Not only that, but also the 5-colored snakes. Nan Feng suggested, "Ground and air forces attack together?" The ground traps were useless against the arrow bees. This time, the chosen ones had to step up. Su Zurin ordered, "Everyone, attack freely. Take down the arrow bees first, and protect your health points." The chosen ones obeyed, launching attacks against the incoming arrow bees. On the ground, the 5-colored snakes were not deterred by the traps. Even if they fell in, they could easily crawl out and effortlessly pass through the trap zone. The wooden fences and barricades posed no obstacle to these agile snakes. The 5-colored snakes quickly reached the first line of defense and engaged in fierce combat with the chosen ones. Standing on high ground, Su Zurin sternly commanded, "East line, be careful. Don't let the 5-colored snakes into the camp. Ding Hao, fall back a bit. You're covered in snake bites." "Ma Yong, what's wrong with you? Why are you fighting so sloppily?" Ma Yong replied helplessly, "I'm dizzy. Everything's blurry." Yuran reminded, "The 5-colored snakes are venomous. Be careful not to get bitten." He then waved his wand, casting a wall of fire to block the approaching snakes. Su Zurin added, "Poison teammates, fall back. The snake venom isn't strong. It will wear off in 3 to 5 seconds." The first coordinated battle inevitably had its flaws, but fortunately, the third wave of beast tide wasn't too strong and was quickly eliminated. Su Zurin reminded, "Teammates in poor condition, go back and rest quickly. The fourth wave of beast tide is coming soon." Some of the chosen ones returned to their cabins to rest, while the rest began cleaning up the battlefield. Bao Jian found a gray treasure chest and was thrilled. He was astonished to discover that even small monsters could drop chests. Ma Yong, curious, asked, "Really? I don't believe it unless you show me the chest." Bao Jian bluntly replied, "Get lost." He happily pocketed the chest and continued to clear the battlefield. Half an hour later, the fourth wave of beasts arrived as expected, this time featuring level 3 armored bugs. The traps were almost ineffective against them, and everyone had to prepare for battle. The heavy shells of the bugs brought a sense of oppression as they swarmed in. However, facing the chosen ones with an average level of 6, these armored bugs were not much of a threat. Despite the significant difference in strength, the The sheer number of armored bugs over 10,000 was daunting. Each chosen one had to kill hundreds of these bugs. An hour later, the armored bug army was nearly annihilated, with only a few managing to hide in the camp due to their size. Although their numbers were limited, they posed no real threat. However, a few chosen ones were almost beaten to death by the bugs, saved only by Suzerain, who stood on high ground and directed others to rescue them in time. Suzerain's face was serious. If the level 3 beasts were this troublesome, what would come next? He glanced at the time. 4 a.m. Shift change time. Suzerain told Baojian, "Go wake up Wu Yuanqing's team." Then he said to the others, "Clean up the battlefield and then you can rest." Wu Yuanqing quickly arrived at the front line with 100 chosen ones. Wu Yuanqing asked, "What's the current situation?" Suzerain replied, "We've successfully repelled the first 4 waves. The 4th wave was level 3 armored bugs. The next wave might be a mix of level 3 and level 4 beasts." Wu Yuanqing nodded. "Beasts between level 3 and 4 are not that scary." Suzerain cautioned, "Don't underestimate them. Although their levels aren't high, their numbers are overwhelming. Many ants can bite an elephant to death." Wu Yuanqing agreed, "I'll be careful." Suzerain rubbed his temples and decided to go rest. The earlier waves hadn't been too threatening, so he didn't need to stay. At 6 a.m., Nan Feng opened his eyes. He hadn't slept the previous night, partly because of the noise outside and partly because he was worried others wouldn't hold the line. He frequently got up to check the situation. At this moment, he had no idea which wave they were facing. Nan Feng washed his face and walked out of his cabin to the front line. The last wave had just ended, and everyone was busy cleaning up the battlefield. He approached Wu Yuanqing and asked, "What's the current situation? Any casualties among our brothers?" Wu Yuanqing replied, "Only injuries, no deaths. We're holding on. The beast waves come every half hour, so we have enough time to recover. We should be fine." Nan Feng nodded, looking at the battlefield in surprise. "This wave of beasts is level 4 iron bugs?" Wu Yuanqing confirmed, "Yes, these iron bugs have extremely high defense and come in large numbers. We've been fighting since 4:30 a.m. and only just managed to defeat them." Nan Feng remembered he had an item poor quality disassembler. This remarkable device can break down the tough shells of iron-armored beetles into fine iron sand, which can then be reassembled into sturdy iron blocks. Here, the mountains of beetle carcasses are enough to produce a substantial amount of iron. Nan Feng curiously asked how many comrades still had their primary weapons stuck at Frank. Wu Yuanqing took a deep breath and replied, "It's quite common. Our battle zone discovered iron ore late, leading to a shortage of iron resources. Additionally, everyone has been prioritizing upgrading their cabins, so most comrades' primary weapons are stuck at the peak of Frank." Without saying much, Nan Feng walked straight back to his cabin and retrieved the inferior decomposition machine. "Brothers, please bring the beetle carcasses here and take the iron blocks you need. During the beast tide, everyone is too busy to mine for ore. Nan Feng's decomposition machine can provide a large number of iron blocks, helping some lucky ones upgrade their primary weapons to a rank, significantly boosting their strength." Wu Yuanqing was ecstatic. "With these iron blocks, our defenses will be much stronger. The path from the peak of Frank to a rank is truly remarkable. Besides greatly enhancing basic attributes, it might even allow one to learn new skills. Nan Feng, for instance, learned the skill, Charged Strike, when he upgraded to lower rank." Suddenly, a message came through. Nan Feng opened the communication panel and saw that someone in the Handsome Guys group had tagged him. Xiao Luo had tagged Nan Feng, asking, "Are you awake? I've spotted a level 9 lower-tier beast gathering its minions. Should we take action?" A level 9 lower-tier beast? Gathering minions? Nan Feng immediately understood that this was surely an assault wave of the beast tide, though the exact wave was still unknown. The thought of a camp being attacked by level 9 beasts sent a shiver down his spine. They had to defeat them as soon as possible, at least taking out that level 9 Lord Beast. Determined, Nan Feng quickly replied to Xiao Luo, requesting the exact coordinates. In the early hours of the morning, as the first wave of beasts surged, Xiao Luo resolutely decided to leave the camp and investigate the source of the beast tide. After several long hours, he finally uncovered the truth. The ferocious beast converged from all directions, gathering in one place before launching an attack towards Crow Valley, specifically targeting the chosen ones. Xiao Luo was surrounded by beasts multiple times, but fortunately, he had a stealth cloak that could render him invisible for 15 seconds, allowing him to narrowly escape each time. During this period, Xiao Luo encountered other chosen ones. One of them was trapped in a small wooden hut, besieged by hundreds of iron-clawed rats, with the hut's health points rapidly decreasing. The chosen one's hut had only a level defense, utterly incapable of withstanding such a massive onslaught. Although concerned for the other's safety, Xiao Luo knew he couldn't turn the tide alone. In the upcoming waves of attacks, even he would struggle to survive. Acting rashly would not only be futile, but might also expose his position. With his stealth cloak still on cooldown, being surrounded by beasts would lead to a deadly fight. As more chosen ones gathered, the attacking beasts grew even more formidable. The large population at the Crow Valley camp could backfire. While numbers meant stronger defenses, it also attracted fiercer beast assaults. Xiao Luo relayed the gathered intel to Su Zurin and prepared to return to the camp. However, on his way back, Xiao Luo encountered a level 9 lore-class beast, the Wild Boar King. This was an enormous porcupine, 8 meters long, moving like a walking tank, causing the ground to shake with each step. The Wild Boar King stood in the forest, roaring to summon surrounding enraged porcupines. A level 9 lord summoning a horde of level 8 minions. Xiao Luo gripped his dagger tightly, contemplating whether he could kill the beast to ease the pressure on the Crow Valley camp. However, when he used his inside eye to check the Wild Boar King's attributes, he immediately dismissed the idea. 10,000 health points. Incredibly tough. Not only was this pig king extraordinarily massive, but it was also surrounded by a large number of porcupines. Knowing he was no match, Xiao Luo quickly called for Nan Feng's help. Nan Feng arrived nearly half an hour later. With a piece of roast meat in his mouth, he leisurely restored his health. Along the way, he had been constantly attacked by beasts, which, though not fatal, left him exhausted. Xiao Luo lay prone on a small hill, pointing towards the woods ahead. See that? That's the level 9 lord. Nan Feng nodded. With such a massive body, it's hard to miss. Xiao Luo continued. With its size, our camp's defenses won't stand a chance. It will charge straight through. Nan Feng counted around and noticed about 50 enraged porcupines surrounding the Wild Boar King, with the numbers still increasing, as one was drawn in every 2 minutes on average. Nan Feng and Xiao Luo found themselves facing a massive Wild Boar King in the wilderness. The Boar King was summoning a horde of ferocious beasts to attack the small wooden cabin where they had taken refuge. Nan Feng felt uneasy, wondering how many minions the Boar King would gather before launching an assault. Xiao Luo was more cautious, estimating that at least 500 beasts would be needed to pose a real threat. Nan Feng, however, thought this number was too conservative. He believed that at least 5,000 beasts would be required to pose a genuine threat to the cabin. He explained that the cabin had a defense rating of 1,000 points, enough to withstand the beast attacks. If they chose to hide in the cabin without fighting back, the beast horde would be rendered meaningless. Therefore, the number of beasts would have to be large enough to destroy the cabin, which had a health rating of 100,000 points. After some contemplation, Xiao Luo agreed with Nan Feng's assessment. They decided they couldn't let the Wild Boar King gather more minions. Nan Feng nodded resolutely and decided to take the initiative. They quickly devised a simple strategy and launched an attack on the Wild Boar King. Nan Feng climbed a small hill, gaining a vantage point. He grabbed a grenade and hurled it at the Wild Boar King with all his might. Boosted by his 307 points of strength, the grenade flew over 100 meters and exploded at the Boar King's feet. The Boar King sniffed the grenade before it detonated, causing a deafening roar and leaving half its face bloodied and mangled. The nearly 3,000 points of damage shocked Nan Feng. He had expected the grenade to inflict 5,000 points of damage and was surprised by the lower-than-expected result. Using his Eye of Insight, Nan Feng examined the Wild Boar King's attributes and realized the reason. Besides its high defense, the Boar King had a passive skill called Boar Hide, which reduced damage by 20 as long as the hide was intact. However, the grenade blast had ruptured the boar hide, nullifying its protective effect. Enraged, the Wild Boar King roared and spotted Nan Feng, directing its minions to charge at him. A horde of frenzied porcupines surged forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Xiao Luo, wielding a short blade, prepared to fight. He told Nan Feng, "I can hold them off for 3 minutes, as long as the Boar King doesn't get close." Lying on the hill, Nan Feng set up his 98K sniper rifle, half closing his eyes to aim at the Wild Boar King. Confidently, he replied, "Don't worry, it won't get to me." Nan Feng's first magic bullet hit the Wild Boar King's left eye with pinpoint accuracy, followed by a second bullet that struck its right eye, rendering the Boar King blind. The Wild Boar King thrashed in agony, unable to see its surroundings. Nan Feng felt a surge of pride in his marksmanship. Such precise shooting had been beyond his abilities just a few days ago. The days spent shooting birds by the pond have significantly improved Nan Feng's marksmanship. With the aid of a 2x scope, he now effortlessly hits targets within 100 meters. Right now, Xiao Luo is surrounded by a frenzied boar, struggling and cursing incessantly. Seeing the boar's unusually large eyes, Nan Feng feels a mix of pride and frustration. He rushes to assist Xiao Luo, encouraging himself, "Hold on a bit longer, you have to hit the target." He closes his left eye and reams at the Wild Boar King. The boar lets out a piercing scream, blinded, and crashes wildly through the forest. Nan Feng, hugging a sturdy tree, faces the Wild Boar King with ease, as if playing with a toy. One shot, and the beast falls. The Wild Boar King is massive, seemingly hitting the mark with every strike. Nan Feng fires rapidly, each shot hitting accurately. 638. 699, 682. Each shot deals 600 points of damage, and the Wild Boar King, with its 10,000 health points, stands no chance. In less than 30 seconds, Nan Feng defeats it. System announcement. Chosen 1 Nan Feng has successfully defeated the level 9 Lord Tier Beast, the Wild Boar King. Reward: 1 reputation, 18 agility. Nan Feng frowns. It's agility again. Why can't it be strength? Discontented, he aims his 98k at the frenzied boar below. Brother, I'm here to help. Bang. 2 shots, 1 kill. Xiao Luo is left speechless. Nan Feng effortlessly dispatches the frenzied boar, which has 3,500 health points, leaving everyone in awe of his incredible attack power. Level 10 Xiao Luo may only have 800 attack power, but Nan Feng boasts an impressive 1,500 attack power. With full power allocation, Nan Feng won 3 consecutive matches in the cross-regional challenge, earning generous extra rewards. Combined with the unyielding set, village construction rewards, first skill bonuses of fierce beasts, and various attribute boosts from herbs, he has become incredibly powerful. While Xiao Luo may not compare to Nan Feng, he is still a formidable force. Facing a group of level 8 frenzied boars, he is confident and unfazed. His defense and health are astonishingly high, enough to withstand the attacks of 2 or 3 boars. In contrast, Nan Feng is more fragile and becomes vulnerable if hit. However, once Nan Feng dons the unyielding set and a crystal necklace, he becomes more resilient and harder to take down. The 50-plus frenzied boars were swiftly defeated by the 2 of them. Xiao Luo gazed into the distance, frowning slightly. Although the Boar King had been slain, a continuous stream of boars kept coming, indicating an inevitable beast tide. Nan Feng nodded in agreement, admitting, "Without the Boar King, our defense will be much easier." Xiao Luo retorted, "That's easy for you to say. The Boar King can barely withstand a few shots from you. With you here, the presence of the Boar King doesn't make much of a difference." Nan Feng put away his 98k, switched to a Desert Eagle and suggested, "Let's head back to the camp. There are too many fierce beasts out here, and I'm feeling a bit scared." Xiao Luo scoffed. "Scared of what?" The 2 of them quickly cleaned up the battlefield. The Wild Boar King had dropped a white chest containing a boar hide coat, which Nan Feng immediately gave to Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo joked, "Can a boar hide coat compare to Nan Feng's unyielding armor?" The difference in appearance is already striking. Once Xiao Luo put on the boar hide coat, he instantly looked like a seasoned boar hunter. After clearing the battlefield, the 2 headed towards the camp. About 2 kilometers from the Crow Valley camp, they encountered another wave of beasts. Nan Feng raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Look, our old friend is back." Xiao Luo asked in confusion, "The Cavern Spider King? Is it here with a bunch of little spiders to cause trouble?" Previously, Nan Feng had defeated the Cavern Spider King in the mine. At this moment, the Cavern Spider King spotted Nan Feng, its eyes glinting with hatred, and commanded a swarm of tiny spiders to attack. Xiao Luo exclaimed, "So many little spiders." Nan Feng calmly remarked, "They're all just experience points, though not much." He threw a grenade, and with a deafening explosion, at least 100 little spiders were blown to pieces. Next, Nan Feng raised his 98k, aimed at the Cavern Spider King's abdomen, and fired a devastating shot. A critical hit reduced the Cavern Spider King's health to 0 instantly. Although the Cavern Spider King was only level 6, it was instantly killed by Nan Feng's overwhelming attack power. Unfortunately, this was Nan Feng's second time defeating the Cavern Spider King, so he received no rewards. Nan Feng quipped, "Out-killing 2 Zhu Kings again, truly a heinous crime." The Cavern Spider King, quick-witted, emphasized that it was the Spider King. The Wild Boar King also chimed in, asserting that it was indeed the Boar King. Despite the Cavern Spider King's demise, a large number of little spiders remained and aggressively charged at the 2. Xiao Luo lamented, "There are just too many, probably tens of thousands. If we get bitten, it could be disastrous." Nan Feng calmly retorted, "You're right. So why aren't you running?" Nan Feng still had 1 grenade left, which he needed to keep for self-defense. Using it against this swarm of little spiders would be overkill. Nan Feng felt the power of the swift feather boots, making him incredibly fast, as if he were floating on air. Without hesitation, he took off, leaving behind a quick, "See you." In a flash, he was gone, and the small spiders immediately changed direction, lunging toward Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo smirked and silently activated his invisibility skill, vanishing in an instant. The spiders, dumbfounded by Xiao Luo's sudden disappearance, turned around to chase Nan Feng instead. Excited, Nan Feng shouted, "Wow, invisibility! That's so cool. I want to learn that too." The 2 quickly outpaced the spider swarm and arrived at the camp. Outside the camp, the ground was littered with the corpses of fierce beasts, blood flowing like rivers, attracting swarms of flies and mosquitoes, creating a nauseating scene. Numerous level 5 bloodthirsty wolves were attacking the first line of defense. Inside the camp, The chosen ones fought valiantly, covered in blood. This wave of beasts was already at level 5. Nan Feng frowned and checked the time. It was only 8:30 in the morning. If level 5 beasts appeared this early, what would happen by nightfall? The difficulty seemed overwhelming. Xiao Luo grabbed his short knife and charged into the beast horde. Stop worrying and hold the line. We need to give the others a break. Nan Feng nodded, switched to his Desert Eagle, and began shooting. Although the Desert Eagle's damage wasn't as high as the 98k, its rapid fire rate made it effective against these lower-level beasts. With Nan Feng and Xiao Luo joining the fray, the level 5 bloodthirsty wolves were quickly wiped out. Huang Yuanming shouted, "Everyone, we've held off this wave. Get out there and clear the battlefield. See if you can reset the traps. If not, it's fine. Repair the broken wooden fence on the east side and collect all the wolf meat. Logistics team, get ready to start grilling. We need to restore everyone's strength." Despite the tough defense, the rewards were substantial. The experience points from the level 5 bloodthirsty wolves were significant, and many of the chosen ones leveled up during the battle. Qiu Feihong sighed, "Oh my god, it's only a little past 8, and we have to hold out for another 15 hours. Who can handle this?" Huang Yuanming responded with a bitter smile, "It's tough. I reckon the final wave might be a swarm of level 15 beasts." Lu Daqiang complained, "Ugh, I'm only level 5 and under this much pressure. I just want to chop trees. What did I do wrong?" Nan Feng interjected, "You're not eco-friendly." Lu Daqiang was left speechless. In the camp, everyone attended to their duties clearing the battlefield, reinforcing defenses, and recovering their states. The atmosphere was relatively relaxed, with people joking around as they awaited the next beast wave. So far, no chosen one had died within the camp. However, as the beast waves increased in difficulty, death seemed inevitable. Some might not see each other again after today. The next wave was expected to be cave spiders. Xiao Luo returned after scouting, arriving back at the camp about 20 minutes later. Nan Feng said, "I've already taken out the cave spider king. This wave shouldn't be too hard." Huang Yuanming suggested, "Cave spiders? Let's use fire. Quickly, gather wood and set up 3 lines of defense. When the spiders come, we'll set them ablaze and let them taste the heat." Lu Daqiang volunteered, "I have plenty of wood in my backpack. I'll bring it all out." Taking advantage of the time before the cave spiders arrived, everyone swiftly constructed 3 lines of defense. Nan Feng stood on the rooftop of the wooden cabin, using a magnifying glass to carefully observe the surroundings. To the north of Raven Valley Camp was an almost vertical cliff, and to the west, a steep precipice. As long as the east and south directions were secured, the camp would be safe. He scanned the northern cliff and noticed a group of long-armed monkeys standing there, watching the camp. However, because the cliff was too high, they couldn't jump directly down and would have to take a detour, posing no immediate threat. As for the western precipice, for safety, a wooden fence had been set up there. Nan Feng climbed over the fence and looked down, suddenly startled by what he saw. The cliff was crawling with ants, each the size of a basketball, climbing up the cliff face. Ferocious creatures were also present here. At the same time, a massive army of spiders was advancing towards the camp. Tens of thousands of spiders and ants formed the 7th wave of the beast tide, significantly raising the difficulty level. A surge of excitement welled up in Nan Feng's heart as he prepared to face this more formidable challenge. The 7th wave of the beast tide has arrived, and the Raven Valley camp is facing challenges from the east, south, and west. The east and south are swarming with spider armies, while the west is threatened by an army of ants at the cliff base. Nan Feng stood at the cliff's edge, slowly drawing the string of his Desert Eagle bow, aiming at his target. He called for a squad of chosen ones to assist in the defense, as he couldn't hold off the tide alone. The hill ants ranged between level 4 and 5, and Nan Feng's archery was incredibly precise. However, their sheer numbers were overwhelming, making it impossible for him to fend off the beast tide single-handedly. Fortunately, Wu Li arrived just in time with 100 chosen ones. Wu Li was shocked to discover that there was also a beast tide at the cliff base. The situation seemed complicated, but Nan Feng calmly explained that the cliff had blocked most of the fierce beasts, and only a few special ones could climb up, posing a minimal threat. With the support of 100 chosen ones, the pressure on the western front eased significantly. Wu Li, with his formidable skills, swung a heavy stone greatsword, slicing hill ants in half with a single blow. Wu Li firmly stated, "We can hold this side, Nan Feng. Go support the other 2 fronts." Nan Feng nodded and agreed without hesitation, "Call me if you need help." He put away his Desert Eagle and turned to head towards the east and south. 3 blazing walls of fire separated the spider army from the Raven Valley camp. The spiders charged bravely, but only a few managed to break through the firewalls. Huang Yuanming remarked, "Fire attacks are indeed effective. I had foresight." However, Xiao Luo cautioned, "Don't celebrate too soon. These spiders are using their bodies to extinguish the flames." Countless burrow spiders plunged into the fire, one after another, and the flames seemed to be dying down. Huang Yuanming was unfazed. Once they extinguish the fire, only a few will be left. It's not a big deal. Although this seventh wave of the beast tide was numerous, their levels were relatively low, only ranging from 4 to 5. Without the leadership of the burrow spider king, the spider army couldn't cause much trouble. Xiao Luo, seeing that the western front was secure, sighed in relief and asked Nan Feng with concern, "How's the situation on the west side?" Nan Feng replied, "Everything is under control, just a bunch of hill ants, not very high level." Xiao Luo smiled reassuringly. This wave shouldn't pose much of a problem, and bid farewell to Nan Feng before heading back to his cabin to rest. Huang Yuanming, while commanding the battle, chatted with Nan Feng, saying that this beast tide seemed less fierce than the previous one. Nan Feng curiously asked, "How terrifying was the previous wave?" Huang Yuanming recalled, the bloodthirsty Wolf King led an assault, breaking through the trap zone and almost reaching the camp. A warrior was knocked down by wolf claws, but fortunately, a healer was present to urgently heal everyone. The healing was truly impressive. Nan Feng was surprised. The bloodthirsty Wolf King? There was a lord-level beast in the last wave? Huang Yuanming confirmed, yes, and it was extremely fierce. We took 7 or 8 minutes to defeat it. He paused and then added, this wave also had a lord-level beast, the burrow spider king. Didn't you kill it in an instant? Nan Feng nodded, admitting, yes, I took care of it when I came back. Huang Yuanming marveled. Facing a level 6 lord so easily shows just how vast the gap is between people. Nan Feng frowned, seemingly deep in thought. Nan Feng sensed the ferocity of the bloodthirsty wolf pack. He knew the bloodthirsty Wolf King was leading them. Meanwhile, the spider army was under the command of the abyssal spider queen, which made Nan Feng worry if there was a lord-level beast leading the ant army as well. Huang Yuanming was filled with uncertainty and quickly ran towards the western cliff. However, when he reached the cliff, he found no trace of any lord-level beast. Wu Li, with a hint of confusion in his eyes, said, "A lord-level beast? I didn't see any. There's just a bunch of hill ants over there." Nan Feng scrutinized the area below the cliff and pondered. Perhaps it's hiding down there, yet to reveal itself. If you find anything, please let me know. Wu Li replied calmly, "Don't worry. The lord of the ant army is at most level 6. You can handle it easily, Nan Feng." An hour later, the eastern and southern fronts were easily defended using preset fire lines, and the spider army was swiftly annihilated. However, trouble arose at the western cliff. Countless ants climbed up from below, forming an endless swarm. Wu Li, sweating and gasping for breath, exclaimed, "These ants are endless. The more I kill, the more there are. My blade is almost dull." Ma Yong, equally exhausted, added, "There are just too many. It's like an ant empire." Even their comrades from the east and south rushed over to support the fight on the western front. Huang Yuanming remarked, "How is this possible? In just 1 hour, we've killed tens of thousands of ants, yet there are still so many left." He suggested, "How about we throw some big rocks down or pour water to wash them away?" Willie joked, "Are you trying to flush them down like a giant ant toilet? I think we should use fire. Let's see how they climb up then." Huang Yuanming agreed, "Good point. But where would we get oil? If only there were gas stations in this world." Nan Feng and the other chosen ones continued to battle while discussing strategies. After a moment of contemplation, Nan Feng speculated, "I think there's a queen ant below the cliff, continuously producing soldier ants." Huang Yuanming questioned, "How can it produce so many? There must be thousands or even millions by now." Wu Li decisively stated, "We must go down and defeat the queen ant. Otherwise, she'll keep producing, and we'll be overwhelmed." Ma Yong hesitantly asked, "But how do we get down there? Are we supposed to jump?" A sly look appeared in Nan Feng's eyes as he glanced at the grenades in his backpack. "Does anyone know how deep this cliff is?" Huang Yuanming thought for a moment and replied, "About 200 to 300 meters, I guess." Nan Feng did some quick calculations but had forgotten the freefall formula. He then asked for help. "Can someone calculate how many seconds it would take for a stone to reach the bottom if we throw it from here?" At that moment, Sui Han walked up, flanked by 2 large white rabbits, one moving and one still, attracting everyone's attention. The majestic sight left everyone in awe. Sui Han's cold voice echoed through the valley, H12 GT2. Assuming G9.8 ms2, for a height of 300 meters, it would take about 7 to 8 seconds for the stone to hit the ground. "Why do you ask?" Nan Feng chuckled and replied, "Oh, nothing. I just wanted to test my luck." Nan Feng took a grenade from his backpack, pulled the pin, and tossed it off the cliff, silently speculating, "I think I threw it hard enough for it to hit the ground within 5 seconds. Maybe this cliff isn't actually 300 meters deep?" The surrounding chosen ones were stunned, their eyes wide with shock. Wow, he actually pulled out a grenade. So, what Sakura Sword said was true, he really does carry grenades. Nan Feng's reputation is well-earned. Look at his gear. He's got both a pistol and grenades. We, with our melee weapons, can't compare at all. 5 seconds later, a loud explosion echoed from below the cliff. Nan Feng quickly checked his system panel and found that the grenade had killed many hill ants, but the queen ant had survived. Wooly anxiously asked, "What's the situation? Did the queen ant get killed?" Nan Feng shook his head. "No, the grenade might have exploded midair, or it may have hit the ground without striking the target. It's also possible it hit but wasn't lethal. Given the cliff situation, we can only guess. No one knows for sure what's really happening down there." After a moment of contemplation, Nan Feng said, "I should think of a way to get down there. We can't just wait around. If we don't eliminate the queen ant, the hill ants will keep swarming up. While they aren't a major threat, we still need someone to guard the defenses. Otherwise, our other two flanks will be weakened. The queen ant must be taken out, and it has to be soon." Just as Nan Feng was about to move, a chosen one from the east shouted, "Eighth wave of beasts incoming. Brothers, we need backup now." The eighth wave of the beast horde was approaching. Upon hearing the news, Huang Yuanming immediately led a group of chosen ones to the southeastern defense line to prepare for the attack. Nan Feng followed closely behind, wanting to first assess the strength of this wave. If the situation wasn't too severe, he planned to head to the cliffside to eliminate the flame chicken queen. Huang Yuanming signaled everyone to take a look, but they were shocked by the sight that greeted them: a flock of flame chickens. Ma Yong explained that these were level 6 ferocious beasts, capable of launching fireballs by flapping their wings, making them extremely dangerous. Huang Yuanming asked in surprise, "They can attack from a distance?" As the group arrived at the southeastern defense line, the flame chickens had already begun their first volley attack. Fist-sized fireballs traced beautiful arcs through the sky, crashing down on the Crow Valley camp. Huang Yuanming shouted, "Take cover! Get into the cabins!" Nan Feng believed that the coordinated attack of the flame chickens must be directed by a leader. The group hurriedly took shelter in the small cabins, but a few were too slow and got hit by the fireballs, losing several hundred health points instantly. The attack power of the flame chickens was terrifying. Huang Yuanming quickly hid in a cabin as well, shouting, "Everyone, stay inside. Use the cabins as cover. Those with long-range attacks, fire at will." The first line of defense at Crow Valley wasn't traps or barricades, but rows of grade cabins. Each cabin had 100,000 health points and 1,000 defense points, providing high security. It could be said that beast hordes below level 10 couldn't even destroy these cabins. For now, as long as everyone stayed inside, they were relatively safe. Looking at the neatly arranged flame chickens in the distance, Huang Yuanming appeared worried and said, "What should we do? We don't have many long-range attackers, and with so many flame chickens, it's hard to resolve this quickly." Ma Yong pointed out that these flame chickens were very cunning, staying far away and just launching fireballs. Nan Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said, "We can't afford to waste time. The ant swarm to the west hasn't been dealt with yet, and now the southeastern defense line is being suppressed by the flame chickens. The situation is very dire. If the next wave of beasts arrives, it will be even harder to hold our ground." Huang Yuanming decided, "If things get worse, I'll lead a team to charge out and fight to the death." Nan Feng shook his head, opened the communication panel, and sent a message in the handsome guys group. "Nan Feng, everyone, wake up. A level 15 boss is about to attack." Xiao Luo asked in surprise, "So soon? I just lay down." Xin Pan reported from the front line, "I'm here, but I don't see any boss." Su Zuran quickly assessed the situation, frowning. "The ants are coming continuously, and the flame chickens can attack from a distance. This is indeed a tricky situation." Wu Yuanxing drew his bow and shot 3 arrows, hitting one flame chicken, but he realized that the next wave of the beast horde would arrive in at most 2 hours. Time was too tight to eliminate so many flame chickens. Yuran pointed out, "The main problem is that we have too few long-range attackers, and the flame chickens are immune to fire attacks, greatly reducing our effectiveness." Xiao Luo stared at the battlefield, his heart surging with passion. The flame chickens were arranged in neat rows. Could there really be a chicken king leading them? Nan Feng nodded in agreement with Xiao Luo's observation but was frustrated by his inability to locate the chicken king. Turning to the tank, Su Ming, Nan Feng asked, "Brother, how many of these fireballs can you withstand?" Just then, the flame chickens launched another volley, with countless fireballs raining down like a storm. The group hurriedly took cover in a small wooden hut, leaving only Su Ming standing bravely under the fiery rain with his stone shield, like a reborn war god. However, Su Ming's performance didn't last more than 3 seconds. He quickly realized he couldn't hold out and dashed into the hut, his health bar reduced to half. Fortunately, Sui Han waved her staff, and green light surrounded Su Ming, rapidly restoring most of his health. Su Ming let out a sigh of relief and said, "I can barely take around 50 fireballs. With a healer, maybe 70. Nan Feng was overjoyed and praised, "That's more than enough." You lead the charge, and I'll follow you straight into the flame chicken flock. We just need to find the Chicken King's location. The flame chickens were a level 6 menace, and the Chicken King was at most level 7. Nan Feng was confident he could take it down within 2 shots. Hearing Nan Feng's plan, Xiao Luo hesitated. Why do you have to charge when you're so fragile? I can stay here and snipe. Huang Yuanming also volunteered to join the charge, believing that an extra person would add more strength. Su Ming hesitantly suggested, how about I give you guys the shield, and you two go? However, everyone ignored his suggestion. Sui Han coldly stated, my quick healing spell has a 50-meter range, so I can heal you remotely. I also have a slow heal that restores 60 health points per minute for 10 minutes, as a backup. Wu Yuanqing pointed out, the fireballs travel in a parabolic arc, so the danger is minimal while you charge because the fireballs will fly overhead. Su Zuran suggested trying the charge, believing that staying passive was not an option. Everyone encouraged Su Ming, this time. It's up to you to turn the tide. Despite his worried expression, Su Ming resolutely patted his shield, ready to face the challenge. Sui Han waved her staff again, giving Su Ming a health boost. Nan Feng pulled out a grenade and tossed it into the flame chicken flock. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1, charge. Su Ming gritted his teeth and, bearing his heavy stone shield, charged out of the hut. Xiao Luo and Huang Yuanming followed closely, sprinting with all their might. They were only 50 meters away from the flame chickens and could reach the first line of defense within seconds. 2 seconds into their charge, an explosion echoed from the front, creating a gap in the flame chicken ranks and killing many of them, causing the flock to fall into temporary chaos. Seizing the opportunity, the 3 quickened their pace and boldly plunged into the chicken flock. Xiao Luo swung his short sword, executing a crescent slash that killed several flame chickens. Huang Yuanming wielded his wooden stick, performing the chicken beating technique, and the flame chickens fell one after another. Amid the chaotic battle, Su Ming endured the pain steadfastly. Su Ming hoisted his heavy shield and resolutely advanced forward. In the camp, Nan Feng stood on the rooftop of a small wooden cabin, wielding a 98K sniper rifle to relieve the pressure on Su Ming and his comrades. Swish! A bullet sliced through the air, a miraculous shot hitting 7 or 8 fire chickens in succession. Swish, swish, swish. One bullet after another was fired, each one sealing the fate of another fire chicken. Other long-range shooters were also in tense action, drawing their bows and launching arrows. Suddenly, a cry of pain came from in front of Su Ming. He pulled out a magic arrow lodged in his thigh and shouted, who dares to ambush me? Ding Hao scratched his head awkwardly, a bit embarrassed, and said, that arrow went astray. Fortunately, Ding Hao was only at level 6, and his attack power wasn't high enough to cause serious harm to Su Ming. Cover me, I'm going to heal them. Sui Han emerged from the cabin, flanked by a group of melee soldiers, providing cover for him. Within a 50-meter range, Sui Han cast a quick healing spell on Su Ming and applied a slow healing spell on Xiao Luo and Huang Yuanming. The 3 of them charged forward, advancing over 10 meters, when Huang Yuanming suddenly shouted excitedly, I've found the Chicken King. It's to my right. From the rooftop, Nan Feng immediately swung his rifle to aim at Huang Yuanming's right side. The Chicken King. The Chicken King. The Chicken King. Nan Feng's eyes lit up as he spotted a particularly colorful fire chicken through his 2x scope. Its feathers were so vibrant and beautiful, truly a sight to behold. Nan Feng stood on the rooftop of the camp in Raven Valley, staring down the scope of his 98K at the Flame Chicken King. With confidence, he said, guys, just watch me. One shot and it's done. Sensing the danger, the Flame Chicken King quickly took cover among the flock, surrounded by ordinary flame chickens forming a solid defense. Nan Feng chuckled. Hiding behind others? Does that even matter? Piercing bullet. The gunshot rang out, and the magic bullet pierced through several flame chickens before hitting the king. 2,180. The number floated above the Flame Chicken King's head in a faint red. The more targets the piercing bullet passes through, the weaker it becomes. Nan Feng sighed inwardly. If not for this, he could have taken down the king in one shot. Xiao Luo asked curiously, one shot kill? Nan Feng smiled awkwardly and replied, no worries, one more shot will do. With the protective chickens down, nothing stood between Nan Feng and the king. The second shot would be the end for sure. The Flame Chicken King flapped its wings, forming a shield of fire elements around itself. The second magic bullet shattered the shield and hit the king again. 1855. Nan Feng said with some irritation, stubborn skill. Huh? Do you really want to force me to take a third shot? Without hesitation, Nan Feng pulled the trigger. The third magic bullet hit the king squarely in the forehead, and it fell lifeless to the ground. With the Flame Chicken King defeated, the entire flock fell into disarray. Su Zuran suggested, without their leader, these flame chickens are easy pickings. Wu Yuanqing, as the chosen melee fighter, charged directly. Eager to join the battle, Wu Yuanqing, who had been hiding in a small wooden hut, yelled and rushed onto the battlefield. The rest followed, eagerly anticipating a delicious chicken neck feast tonight. Nan Feng, overlooking the scene from the rooftop, confirmed there were no more immediate threats and gracefully leaped down. He still needed 10,000 experience points to level up, so he decided to leave the remaining chickens to the others. The danger here is temporarily resolved, but we still need to deal with the queen ant below the western cliff, he reminded. Su Zuran asked, "What's your plan?" Nan Feng shrugged. "I'll go down and take care of it." The group exchanged uncertain glances. Wu Yuanxing voiced his concern. "It's too dangerous for you to go alone. If the ant swarm surrounds you, even you won't make it out alive." Yuran suggested, "Why not take Su Ming with you? He's sturdy and can handle the pressure. Plus, he's not very agile. So if things go south, you can push him out of the way." Su Ming, who was just returning with his stone shield to heal, was brought to tears by Yuran's suggestion. He complained, "Why is it always me getting hurt? Choosing this stupid shield was a mistake. Someone switched their main weapon with me. I want to deal damage." However, main weapons cannot be changed or discarded. Su Ming was destined to carry his heavy shield forever. Nan Feng set off alone, confident and unburdened by the challenge of a level 67 ant queen. Agile and equipped with a speed skill for emergency escapes, he was sure the hill ants wouldn't be able to catch him, making the mission relatively safe. Encouraging him, Su Zuran said, "Since you're confident, go ahead. Just make sure you come back soon." Without hesitation, Nan Feng headed straight to the western defense line. The hill ants were constantly climbing, and the chosen ones there were already exhausted. Without enough chosen ones to take turns defending the camp, this line could easily be breached by the hill ants. Gasping for breath, Wu Li stood on a small wooden cabin and said to Nan Feng, "Are you planning to go down the cliff? That's tricky. I don't know where you can get down." Nan Feng nodded and reassured him, "It's okay. I'll walk along the cliff edge and find a gentler slope to descend." With that, he left the camp, heading northwest with his desert eagle in hand. The western side of the cliff was extremely steep, and jumping down would be almost certain death, or at the very least, result in severe injuries. Nan Feng had to find a gentler slope to descend. He thought about the water barrels in his backpack. If he threw them down first and then landed in them, lost in his thoughts, he continued searching for a way down. After over 20 minutes of exploration, he finally found a relatively gentle slope. The cliff face had several protruding trees that could serve as platforms for his descent. Deciding this was the spot, he holstered his desert eagle and began to carefully slide down the cliff face. At the Crow Valley camp, with the Flame Chicken King defeated, the remaining flame chickens stood no chance and were quickly eliminated by over 200 chosen ones. After hours of intense battle, the chosen ones in the camp had developed seamless teamwork, making the fight against the flame chickens as easy as slaughtering regular chickens. They had successfully defended against the 8th wave of beasts. Huang Yuanming excitedly announced, "Good news. Not a single one of our 431 chosen ones in Crow Valley camp has been injured or killed." His expression then turned serious. "Bad news. Outside of Crow Valley camp, all the chosen ones in other battle zones have been wiped out." Su Zuran opened his panel and looked at the chat channel information remaining numbers in the battle zone. 431-1000. He quietly read out, "In just a few hours, over 100 people have died. The fate of Crow Valley camp is the fate of the entire battle zone." Shinpan shrugged, "We're lucky here. I just checked the cross-region channel, and the situation in other battle zones is even worse." Wu Yuanxing chimed in, "I checked too. The beast waves are the same everywhere. The 7th and 8th waves, with spiders, ants, and flame chickens, rely entirely on overwhelming numbers. The situation in other zones is even more dire." Su Ming agreed, "Exactly. The dungeon spider kings and hill ant queens are breeding like crazy, in a fool and swarm mode. The chosen ones can't keep up." When the 8th wave of flame chickens arrived, after just 2 rounds of fireballs, the chosen ones suffered heavy casualties. They could only hide in the wooden cabins and wait for death. Huang Yuanming couldn't help but feel a deep sense of gratitude. Fortunately, in their battle zone, they had the formidable Nan Feng, who quickly defeated both the Cave Spider King and the Flame Chicken King, significantly easing their burden. Compared to other zones, Zone 527 indeed felt much less pressured. Su Zuran also remarked that after today, he anticipated that zones ranked below 700 might be nearly wiped out, possibly even completely annihilated. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden global announcement echoed through the game. Ding! All the chosen ones in Zone 998 of the Primal World have been wiped out, and the resources of all remaining zones have increased by 10. The unexpected news left everyone stunned. Su Zuran immediately realized that the complete annihilation of that zone meant a 10 resource boost for all remaining zones. This would undoubtedly make the competition between zones even fiercer moving forward. Nan Feng stumbled his way to the bottom of the cliff, losing only a bit over 300 health points. He pulled out some grilled meat from his backpack, savoring the taste as he headed towards the camp. Suddenly, a system announcement caught him off guard. The first team to be wiped out wasn't Sakura Kojiro's team from Zone 132. Zone 132 had suffered 13 consecutive losses in the cross-region challenge, leaving the entire area desolate, with not even a single tree in sight. They couldn't upgrade their cabins, enhance their divine weapons, or level up by hunting fierce beasts. So, how were they resisting the beast tide? Nan Feng was puzzled but didn't dwell on it. Perhaps news of Zone 132's defeat would come in a few minutes. His immediate concern was to deal with the Hill Ant Queen, or the Raven Valley camp would be doomed. Nan Feng quickly dispatched the scattered hill ants and pressed forward. The number of hill ants increased as he got closer to the queen's location. 5 minutes later, he found his path blocked by a swarm of hill ants. The cliff in front of him was crawling with countless ants, a sight that would make anyone with a fear of clusters shudder. The Raven Valley camp was just above the cliff. Nan Feng licked his lips and scanned the area for the hill ant queen. Suddenly, the presence of a human near their nest agitated the ants, and some of them charged at Nan Feng. He stepped back and fired his gun, taking down one ant with each shot, sometimes even hitting two with one bullet. These level 45 beasts had only about 500 health points and less than 100 defense, no match for Nan Feng's 1500 attack power. If it weren't for their numbers, these beasts would be easy experience. 3 minutes passed, and Nan Feng still hadn't found the queen. However, a basketball-sized hole on the edge of the cliff caught his attention. He saw a hill ant crawl out of the hole. Could the queen be inside? It seemed likely. Nan Feng moved towards the hole, and the surrounding hill ants went berserk, swarming him to block his path. Glancing around, he fired a piercing shot that obliterated the beasts in front of him. He activated his speed skill and dashed towards the hole, throwing a grenade inside before retreating. 5 seconds later, the grenade exploded, sending rocks flying and causing the ground to tremble. Nan Feng watched in surprise as the cliffside began to collapse. Was it really that unstable? The grenade had triggered a minor landslide, causing many ants to fall. This would at least ease the pressure on the Raven Valley camp above. As the dust gradually settled, Nan Feng finally saw everything clearly and had a sudden realization. It wasn't the power of his grenade that caused the collapse. This land had long been hollowed out by ants, leading to a landslide. The saying, "a 1,000-mile dike collapses from an ant hole," must refer to situations like this. At the same time, Nan Feng discovered the presence of the hill ant queen. It was like a swollen tumor, unusually large, capable of birthing hill ants the size of basketballs. Locking onto his target, Nan Feng used the Eye of Insight and found that the hill ant queen was only level 6, with a health of just 3,000. Piece of cake. Switching to his 98K sniper rifle, Nan Feng, under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands of hill ants, shot the queen in the head with a single bullet. Bang! The queen fell, and the surrounding hill ants seemed to go mad, their bodies glowing a faint red, charging at Nan Feng recklessly. Nan Feng's heart skipped a beat. Was this a rage state? Unexpectedly, the queen's death had given all the hill ants a rage buff. Rage. Defense halved, attack doubled, speed doubled. Seeing this buff and the sharp mandibles of the hill ants, Nan Feng couldn't help but gasp. For him, the doubled attack wasn't the most terrifying part. The doubled speed was. This meant these ants could catch up to him. Time to run. Seeing the ants closing in, Nan Feng hurriedly fled. Bang bang. The hill ants wouldn't let Nan Feng go. Their eyes were blood red as they crazily pursued him. Nan Feng pulled out a grenade and threw it at his feet. 5 seconds later, he had already sprinted dozens of meters away, while the area around the grenade was swarming with hill ants. Boom! A large number of hill ants were blasted away, buying Nan Feng a bit of time. However, more hill ants swarmed in. They no longer attacked the Raven Valley camp, but aimed to kill Nan Feng. What on earth? Did I offend your ancestors? Is it necessary to chase me like this? Nan Feng ran desperately, not daring to stop. When he reached the previous downhill path, he hesitated for a moment but didn't dare to climb up again. The steep slope was difficult for him to climb but a piece of cake for the ants. Going up now would be walking into a trap. He had to find a way to shake off these ants. Even with their doubled speed, they shouldn't be able to catch up to Nan Feng. However, the terrain here was incredibly complex, making it hard for Nan Feng to lose his pursuers. The stalemate continued. After running for over an hour, the hill ants' rage state finally subsided. Phew, almost killed me, Nan Feng panted, leaning against a tree. Although a few hill ants were still behind him, they were no longer a threat and were quickly dispatched by Nan Feng. After a brief rest, Nan Feng found a gentle slope and climbed up the cliff, heading back to the Raven Valley camp. He wondered how things were going over there. It was probably the 10th wave of the beast tide by now. Nan Feng glanced at the chat channel. It was silent, indicating the beast tide's assault was intense. The upper left corner of the channel showed remaining players in the war zone. 425-1000. Nan Feng clearly remembered that the Raven Valley camp was supposed to accommodate 431 chosen warriors. However, 6 brave souls had already fallen in this brutal battle. The harsh reality tore at Nan Feng's heart, but he remained undaunted and quickened his defensive efforts. As time went on, the waves of beasts would undoubtedly grow stronger, and the loss of life would become even more frequent. It was now midday, and they still had to hold out for another 12 long hours. Even these smaller waves of beasts were stretching them to their limits, so one could only imagine the terror of the massive beast wave that would come after the daunting 21 days. Nan Feng felt both worried and resolute. He knew the challenges ahead were immense, but he was determined to stand shoulder to shoulder with his comrades and defend their last hope. At 2:10 p.m., Nan Feng finally returned to the Raven Valley camp. Over the past 2 hours, system announcements have been ringing out frequently, with news of a war zone being wiped out every 3 to 5 minutes. These were all zones ranked below 900. More than 30 zones had been completely annihilated. Nan Feng couldn't help but sigh as he quietly stepped into the camp. The Raven Valley camp was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. The chosen ones were battered and exhausted, sitting on the ground to rest and recuperate. Nan Feng first checked the western cliff and saw that the hill ants were no longer swarming up. He then turned towards the southeastern defense line. Su Zuren approached and said gently, "Nan Feng, it's great to see you back safely." Xiao Luo teased. "It took you 3 to 4 hours to deal with one ant? I thought you met some trouble out there." Nan Feng scoffed. In fact, he had wanted to return right after defeating the hill ants, but was chased by a large group of ants, causing his delay. Eagerly, Nan Feng asked, "Which wave of beasts is it now? What level are they? How are our casualties?" Su Zuren patiently replied, "The 13th wave just ended. A level 9 beast appeared, and we lost 27 comrades." Nan Feng was shocked. "A level 9 beast already? We still have 10 hours to hold out." He muttered to himself as he found a place to sit, wondering if they had to be completely wiped out for this to end. Huang Yuanming interjected, "Maybe not. I heard on the cross-zone channel that the beast tide might only have 15 waves." Su Zuren raised an eyebrow. "Is the source reliable?" Huang Yuanming nodded. "It was disclosed by Edward, a chosen one from Zone 1. He said that after Catherine Vina defeated the boss of the 14th wave, there hasn't been a new beast tide for 2 hours." Nan Feng licked his lips, pondering. Zone 1 is that fast? We've only held off the 13th wave, and they've already finished the 14th 2 hours ago? Is there such a huge gap between us? Xin Pan chimed in. "I heard Catherine Vina has extremely high attack power, charging into beast hordes and causing chaos." Huang Yuanming added, "Her defense is also outstanding, able to single-handedly fight 3 to 5 dozen beasts." Xin Pan continued, "And her agility is top-notch?" Nan Feng smiled faintly. "Other zones even rumor that I have planes and tanks. We aren't the chosen ones of Zone 1, so we can't witness Catherine Vina's true power firsthand. We can only rely on rumors, which are hard to verify." Su Zuren calmly said, "Catherine Vina's performance isn't important. The key is if the beast tide only has 15 waves, victory is within reach." Xiao Luo reminded worriedly, "But the boss of the final wave is level 15. Our attacks might not penetrate its defense, and we'll have to whittle down its health bit by bit." Huang Yuanming lamented, "How many comrades will we lose to do that?" Yuran said quietly, "The final outcome may depend on my performance, Nan Feng." Nan Feng remained silent, waiting for the next challenge. After a brief rest, the 14th wave of the beast tide arrived on Tamiya raging wild boar. Nan Feng and Xiao Luo exchanged a glance and relaxed. The lord-level beast, the wild boar king, had already been slain by Nan Feng earlier that morning. Without the presence of a lord-level beast to lead them, these unintelligent porcupines are hardly a threat. Snorting and grunting, 1,000 frenzied porcupines charged from over 200 meters away. After enduring 13 waves of beast assaults, the trap zone was practically destroyed and couldn't slow down the porcupine's charge at all. The Chevaux behind the trap zone were still intact, but they were like toys in front of the 3-meter-long porcupines, instantly smashed to pieces. Su Zuren felt terrified and realized they had to retreat to the cabin. The porcupine's charge was too ferocious for anyone to withstand, not even Su Ming. Everyone had no choice but to fall back to the cabin for defense. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy sound of impact echoed as the leading porcupines crashed into the first line of defense, the cabin. The first row of cabins began to shake slightly, but with their 1,000 points of defense, they easily withstood the porcupine onslaught. Huang Yuanming's cabin was on the front line, with Nan Feng and the others taking shelter inside. Huang Yuanming was furious and shocked by the sheer ferocity of the porcupine's attack, wondering how they could damage his villa. Nan Feng was puzzled, questioning how these porcupines could possess 1,000 points of attack power. It was unbelievable. Eye of Insight. Nan Feng activated his skill to check the porcupine's attributes. Oh my god, they have a passive skill called Earthquake. which doubles their damage to buildings. Huang Yuanming felt anxious, realizing his villa couldn't withstand the combined assault of so many frenzied porcupines. Xiao Luo acted without hesitation, recognizing this wave of beasts was specifically targeting the cabins. He opened the door and slashed with his short sword. Other chosen ones in the cabins also began to counterattack. With the cabins providing natural cover, they were safe for the moment, but a problem soon became apparent. The porcupine's charge had been so fast that most chosen ones had retreated into the first line of defense, cramming 10 people into each cabin. Now, with porcupines outside, they couldn't get out and were stuck inside. The door was too narrow, only allowing 2 people to stand side by side, leaving the others unable to attack. One person could move to the window, while the ranged attackers stood behind to provide support. Still, many were left standing idly, reducing efficiency. Huang Yuanming's cabin faced the same issue. Xiao Luo and Huang Yuanming stood by the door, Wu Li by the window, while Nan Feng, Yuran, and Wu Yuanqing provided ranged support from the back. But there were still 7 or 8 people inside, unable to do anything. Nan Feng frowned, realizing the urgency of the situation. They needed to free up space for everyone to fight. Xiao Luo was furious, seeing the porcupines packed outside, leaving no gap to escape. Nan Feng decided to carve a path through the chaos. He moved to the window and threw 2 grenades. Boom! Boom! After 2 loud explosions, most of the porcupines outside the cabin were dead or injured. Huang Yuanming lamented, "My villa, you've taken over 3,000 damage." Nan Feng felt a bit embarrassed, explaining, "I meant to throw it further, but it bounced back. My bad, my bad." With that, Nan Feng quickly rushed out of the cabin and climbed onto the roof. In this prime spot for a sniper, Su Zuran and Nan Feng were hiding together in an old, dilapidated wooden hut. Their teamwork in taking down monsters was highly efficient. Su Zuran was pleased with their choice, believing it to be the perfect place for a sniper. Su Zuran signaled to Nan Feng to help clear out other small huts to improve their combat efficiency. Nan Feng shared the same thought, but when he unintentionally glanced up at the sky, his face suddenly changed. He realized something was wrong. This wave of beasts had aerial support. Anxiety gripped Nan Feng's heart as they faced an even more daunting challenge. Now, they needed to cooperate more closely to overcome this unexpected difficulty. Nan Feng took a deep breath, steadied himself, and prepared for the upcoming battle. In this critical moment, they could only rely on each other to face the threat ahead. In the skies above Raven Valley Camp, a massive dark cloud slowly rolled in. However, upon closer inspection, it wasn't a cloud at all, it was a swarm of fearsome flying creatures. Among them were the tricolored bird and the BB bird, old acquaintances of Nan Feng. Just a few days ago, Nan Feng had wiped out thousands of these flying beasts beneath the waterfall, gaining a substantial amount of experience. Little did he know that retribution would come so swiftly. "Yoran, quick, hide in the cabin and stay out of sight," Nan Feng shouted. "Everyone else, find cover." As Nan Feng climbed onto the roof, he immediately realized his mistake and quickly retreated back to his cabin. With airborne enemies, standing on the roof was tantamount to suicide. A dive from these beasts could send him straight to the afterlife. "Watch out, they're starting to dive." The dark flying creatures swooped down toward the cabin, almost guaranteeing their own doom. Thud, thud, thud. The sharp beaks of the beasts pounded against the cabin, emitting dull thuds. One of the chosen ones failed to reach the cabin in time and was torn to pieces by the flying creatures. Another comrade had fallen, leaving everyone in deep sorrow. But then, they realized something even more terrifying. "Bao Jian, oh my god. This attack took over 1,800 health points off my cabin. How do these creatures deal so much damage? Wu Li, there's a woodpecker among them. It can break through our cabin's defenses. My cabin's defense is down to just 800 points." Nan Feng hurriedly inspected his cabin, confirming that its defense was indeed down to 800 points and had been hit with a debuff. The woodpecker's attack reduced the defense of wooden structures for 10 seconds. Just then, the flying beasts ascended again, circling in the sky, preparing for a second wave of attacks. Wu Yuanqing looked up at the sky in despair. "So many beasts, can we even hold them off? Huang Yuanming, what do we do? There are too many of them. The cabin won't hold." Xiao Luo swung his short sword in a circular slash, slicing a raging boar in half. "What else can we do? As long as we can delay them, even taking down one is a victory." Su Zuran encouraged everyone, "Don't give up. As long as the cabin isn't destroyed, we're safe." Nan Feng echoed, "That's right. The cabin has 100,000 health points and regenerates health every minute. It can hold for at least 2 to 3 hours." Standing by the window, Nan Feng raised his 98K rifle and aimed at the sky. "There aren't many woodpeckers. Long-range players, prioritize taking them out." Yunfei muttered, "Isn't this difficulty too high? These birds fly so high. Hitting them accurately is hard enough, let alone targeting the woodpeckers." Nan Feng reassured, "It's okay if you don't hit the woodpeckers. Just hitting any bird will help." Nan Feng locked onto a woodpecker, steadying his aim before pulling the trigger. Whiz! 1870. A magic bullet pierced through the air, hitting a level 9 woodpecker precisely. Its wing was shattered, causing it to lose balance and plummet. Although it wasn't a fatal hit, a subsequent magic stone struck it down for good. Yunfei gripped his slingshot tightly, his eyes filled with determination, and gave a thumbs up, feeling a swell of pride. Nan Feng's marksmanship was truly astonishing. He could accurately shoot down a woodpecker flying 70 to 80 meters in the air. With unwavering eyes, Nan Feng focused through his 2x scope, searching for the next target as if challenging his own limits. Whoosh! The trigger was pulled, and another woodpecker fell from the sky. Huang Yuanming exclaimed excitedly, "Nan Feng, you're amazing." Wu Yuanxing, feeling more confident, said enthusiastically, "If we can take out all the woodpeckers, the defense of our cabin will be greatly strengthened." He drew his longbow, aimed at a menacing bird in the sky, and let an arrow fly, hitting a pidgey. A friend teased, "With that aim, won't your girlfriend be mad at you?" Nan Feng calmly fired a third shot, and a third woodpecker fell. His precise shooting bolstered everyone's confidence, filling the camp with hope. With an expert like Nan Feng, who would fear holding the line? In the sky, the birds and beasts regrouped, preparing for another wave of attack. Su Zuran shouted, "They're diving again! Long-range fighters, get ready to counterattack!" The birds and beasts swooped down rapidly, and the chosen ones in the cabin rose to fight back. Wu Yuanxing boasted, "Who says my aim is off? Watch my triple shot 3 arrows, 3 hits." He released 3 arrows in quick succession, each finding its mark. Yunfei laughed, "Your triple shot is nothing. Watch my scattering shot." Yunfei's enchanted stones flew out, and in the blink of an eye, all the long-range fighters unleashed their skills to fend off the attacking birds and beasts. This wave of counterattack left the creatures in disarray, and hope surged once more. Su Zuran directed everyone to work together. Close combat fighters, handle the wild boars on the ground. Leave the birds to the long-range fighters. Nan Feng, Wu Yuanxing, you two have the longest range, prioritize the woodpeckers. Su Ming led a team, taking advantage of the birds and beasts' dive to liberate the fighters in the other cabins. A large number of chosen ones gathered in the first defensive cabin, urgently needing their combat support. Su Ming raised his arm and shouted, "I'll draw their attention. Follow me, charge." Seizing the moment before the next wave of attacks, Su Ming bravely charged out of the cabin, leading a wild assault. He roared, using his large shield to block the wild boar's fierce attack, while his teammates unleashed their skills, quickly eliminating the surrounding beasts. They swiftly reached the door of a neighboring cabin, rescuing the fighters inside, leaving just a few to guard the area. Under Su Ming's command, a dozen chosen ones spread out to other cabins. The wild boars began to scatter across the defensive lines, easing the pressure on the first line of defense. Nan Feng's cabin, situated at the center of the camp, had yet to be attacked by the wild boars, allowing him to focus on shooting. At that moment, Nan Feng felt as though he was back by the waterfall, focused and serene, firing shot after shot with unwavering concentration. Nan Feng was at the peak of his performance. He leveled up to 11. All his attributes increased by 5 points, and he gained an additional 5 free attribute points. The system notification sound woke Nan Feng from battle. These birds were high-level beasts with rich experience, and defeating them had actually made Nan Feng level up. Without hesitation, he allocated all the free attribute points to strength and continued chasing the birds. Suddenly, Wu Li shouted, "Nan Feng, bad news. There's another swarm of ants attacking from the west." Nan Feng was momentarily stunned but then realized, "Don't worry, I've already defeated the queen ant. These are just the ants that were chasing me before. There aren't many of them, so no need to panic." At the first line of defense, Ma Yong urgently shouted, "Help! My little wooden house has only a bit over 10,000 HP left, and it's about to be destroyed. Bao Jian, there are too many raging porcupines around. Come help." Nan Feng glanced up at the sky and noticed that there weren't many woodpeckers left. He quickly put down his 98K rifle and prepared to head to Ma Yong's location with a grenade in hand. Just as he was about to leave, Wu Yuanxing's voice rang out again, "Nan Feng, a boss has appeared in the sky. Quickly take it down." Nan Feng looked up helplessly and indeed saw a gigantic 3-colored Kuan boss. He muttered to himself, "Today is just too busy." The clouds above Crow Valley Camp slowly parted, revealing a massive tricolored Kuan. This mutated tricolored bird was enormous, capable of floating in the air and traveling thousands of miles, yet it lacked significant offensive abilities. The tricolored Kuan hovered silently, providing a resting place for weary birds. Wooly exclaimed, "Wow, it's like a flying aircraft carrier." Wu Yuanxing nodded, "Indeed. Those fierce beasts are eating the parasites off its body, almost like they're cheering it on." Nan Feng observed through a magnifying glass. Those parasites can actually heal the big bird, like a moving spring. Most long-range attackers lack the firepower to kill enemies in one shot like Nan Feng. Thus, many fierce beasts in the sky were left barely alive. Now, with the tricolored Kuan, it was like a mobile fountain of life, allowing these injured beasts to recover their strength. Yunfei lamented, I just aimed at a BB bird and hit it 3 times. It was almost defeated, but now it's back to full health. Su Zern instructed Nan Feng and Wu Yuanxing, you two, take down the tricolored Kuan. Xiao Luo, take some people to support Ma Yong. Nan Feng calmly responded, they'll support Ma Yong first. Nan Feng had plenty of grenades, and not using them would be a waste. A loud explosion echoed outside Ma Yong's cabin, as the grenades blew up the surrounding raging porcupines, killing them. Ma Yong praised Nan Feng, you're incredible. From now on, you're like a brother to me. Nan Feng joked, why not a father? Ma Yong laughed, being brothers is good enough. Wanting to be a father is too much. Nan Feng didn't want to adopt a son. Seeing that Ma Yong's situation was temporarily stable, he returned to his cabin to deal with the tricolored Kuan. The tricolored Kuan was a level 10 lore-class beast with a staggering 18,000 health points and formidable defense of 1,400 points, making it hard for most to break its defense. Nan Feng shot at the Kun's abdomen, only dealing around 150 points of damage. He smiled wryly, my damage is a bit lacking. However, he noted, it's a huge target, just a matter of time 10 minutes tops, and he'll defeat it. Su Zern asked Wu Yuanxing, can your attacks penetrate its defense? Hurry and help Nan Feng to speed things up. Wu Yuanxing self-deprecatingly said, my arrows only deal about 30 points of damage, but I'll do what I can. Su Zern instructed the other long-range fighters, clear the ground enemies first, then deal with the aerial ones once the tricolored Kuan is down. Xiao Luo led a group of advanced, chosen ones to support various areas, but the number of fierce beasts remained overwhelming. 5 minutes later, Ma Yong called out again, I can't hold on. My cabin is about to collapse. Xiao Luo immediately turned and rushed to help. Stop defending. We'll cover you, evacuate quickly. Ma Yong looked around at his small cabin, tears welling up. I've been a slave on this planet for so many years, and I can't even afford a house. Ma Yong finally had a small wooden cabin of his own, but before he could enjoy it, it was about to be destroyed by a pack of ferocious beasts. Despite this, Ma Yong decided not to go down with his cabin. As Xiao Luo and the others approached, Ma Yong quickly jumped out of the window and joined the others in fleeing the dangerous area. He then asked Bao Jian, can I move in with you? Bao Jian replied, sure, but you'll have to pay rent. Ma Yong chuckled, rent is not a problem, but can I sleep in a bed? Bao Jian jokingly said, get lost. You think you can mooch off me? Find your own place to sleep. Just 30 seconds after Ma Yong left, his cabin collapsed with a crash, scattering wood everywhere. He thought to himself, oh, my mansion, but quickly realized it wasn't the time to dwell on his lost cabin and hurried away. In the sky, fierce flying beasts kept diving down, while on the ground, raging porcupines launched suicidal attacks, and from the western cliffs, hill ants were constantly climbing. The camp was a scene of danger and chaos. Nan Feng had no time to worry about all this. He had to deal with the tricolored Kuan in the sky first. He left the ground beasts to Xiao Luo and the others and focused on the airborne threats. After 8 minutes of intense battle, the tricolored Kuan's abdomen had been hit by the 98K, leaving it with very little life left. Wu Yuanxing warned, brother, that big Kuan looks like it's trying to escape. Nan Feng calmly replied, in its dreams. Let's bring it down. We can have it for dinner tonight. Nan Feng fired a penetrating bullet, hitting the tricolored Kuan's weak spot and dealing 300 damage. The shot seemed to pierce its internal organs, reducing its life to 0. With a sorrowful cry, the tricolored Kuan could no longer stay aloft and plummeted. Nan Feng's face changed, and he cursed, this guy is trying to crash into the camp. Just before its demise, the tricolored Kuan flapped its powerful wings, altering its fall direction towards the Raven Valley camp. Its massive body was enough to cover the entire camp. Nan Feng felt a wave of despair. No, it's too big. We can't change its falling trajectory. Wu Yuanxing took a deep breath. Let's just pray our cabins can withstand it. The sky darkened abruptly as the tricolored Kuan descended, making it feel like the sky was falling for the chosen ones in the camp. Everyone stopped what they were doing and watched the impending disaster. If the cabins couldn't withstand the impact of the tricolored Kuan, everyone would be buried beneath it. Boom, boom. The ground trembled, the cabins shook, and dust filled the air. The impact left all the chosen ones temporarily deafened, but they soon realized that the cabins were still standing. They marveled. My cabin still has over 8,000 health. Incredible. This isn't just a cabin. It's an indestructible air raid shelter. Nan Feng looked at his own cabin, which still had over 60,000 health, and felt reassured. This was because his cabin was located in the center of the camp, untouched by the raging porcupines and hill ants, keeping its health intact. Suzerain, stationed at the first line of defense, brought some uplifting news. The tricolored Kuin had crushed many rampaging boars, significantly relieving the pressure. Although many ants had also perished, the greatest threat now came from the birds in the sky. Nan Feng suggested dealing with the tricolored Kuin on the roof, first to prevent darkness from engulfing everything. The Kuin's corpse lay directly over the camp, blocking all sunlight and plunging the area into darkness. Stepping outside, Nan Feng lightly touched the Kuin's body, which emitted a crisp sound. Ding! Gained 200 pieces of Kuin meat. Despite acquiring 200 pieces, it was far from enough to dispose of the entire corpse. Other chosen ones also came out to collect the Kuin meat. By the time the Kuin's body was completely cleared, Nan Feng had 2,300 pieces of Kuin meat in his backpack. They wouldn't have to worry about food for the next few months, though they might get tired of it. Just as the birds in the sky began to dive again, Nan Feng retreated to his cabin, ready to continue shooting them down. However, he suddenly noticed something unusual in front of the cabin. The corpse of the rampaging boar that had been lying there was gone. This boar had accidentally wandered into the camp and Nan Feng had killed it on the spot, leaving its body lying there. Now it was nowhere to be seen. Could another chosen one have taken it? Nan Feng furrowed his brow, but he hadn't seen anyone else come by. Oh well, it's not a big deal. Better to focus on the birds for now. At 5:50 p.m., the camp at Raven Valley finally cleared out the attacking beasts. After a prolonged battle, over 20 chosen ones perished, most of them having their cabins destroyed by the ruthless tricolored Kuin. The survivors, however, saw their levels rise to 7 or above, with some reaching as high as levels 8 or 9, stepping into the ranks of the elite. They successfully defended their ground against the 14th wave of beasts. Suzerain gathered everyone. Brothers, don't rush to clean up the battlefield yet. Head back to your cabins and recover your strength. The 15th wave of beasts is coming, and it includes a level 15 ultimate boss. Wu Li, worried, said, "This last battle has drained me. Can I withstand the 15th wave?" Xiao Luo encouraged, "Don't hesitate, move forward bravely." Huang Yuanming calmly added, "It's just a level 15 lord. With Nan Feng around, even a level 20 lord wouldn't be a problem." Nan Feng, hearing Huang Yuanming's words, couldn't help but smile wryly. "Brother, don't drag me into this with your words." Nan Feng's mana had been exhausted after several consecutive battles, and he was constantly drinking water, never taking a break. His stomach was bloated, and he urgently needed to relieve himself. So, Nan Feng went to the west side of the cliff, found a secluded spot, and felt a great sense of relief. After taking care of his needs, Nan Feng felt much lighter. Just as he was about to return to his cabin to restore his health and mana, he caught a glimpse of a flash from the carcass of a hill ant in the corner, which then disappeared. Turning to look, he only saw bloodstains and remnants, silently telling of a past scene. He felt a bit puzzled, but deemed it insignificant. Deep down, Nan Feng still saw this world as a game. Killing monsters to level up and getting loot, wasn't this just like playing a game? Therefore, even though the hill ant's body suddenly vanished, Nan Feng wasn't surprised. Bodies refreshing was normal in games. Back in his cabin, Nan Feng lay on his bed and closed his eyes to rest. The day's intense battles had left him utterly exhausted. Physical fatigue wasn't a big deal since Nan Feng didn't have to engage in melee combat with the beasts. What drained him most was the prolonged mental focus, leading to a splitting headache and an urgent need for rest. Suzerain and others also returned to their cabins, discussing the upcoming battle plans in the chat channel. Huang Yuanming sent a message. The 15th wave of beasts in Zone 1 hasn't arrived yet. It's expected to appear at nightfall. Xin Pan reported. Out of the 1,000 war zones in the primitive world, 241 have been completely wiped out. Logically, the resources in our surviving zones should increase by 1.1 to the power of 24, but it doesn't seem to have happened yet. Xiao Luo added. There's no significant change in the other zones either. Sakura Kojiro from Zone 132 keeps asking in the cross-zone channel, but their zone remains desolate. Suzerain speculated, maybe the resources will increase only after we survive today. Nan Feng and Yuran had always wondered how District 132 managed to survive until now. Their resources were scarce, their buildings were of low grade, and they faced constant threats from beast tides. Troubled, Nan Feng asked Yuran, have you ever thought about why the chosen ones in District 132 can't level up? Nan Feng then gave a bitter smile and said, their war zone is poor in resources and lacks fierce beasts. How are they supposed to level up? Yuran nodded bitterly. Yeah, their war zone hardly has any fierce beasts. So where did the beast tides even come from? Suddenly, Nan Feng had an epiphany. Perhaps this was a case of a blessing in disguise. Although the chosen ones in District 132 couldn't level up, at least they didn't have to face the threat of beast tides. That was a kind of luck. After all, as dusk fell, Suzerain suggested that everyone take a break and replenish their energy. Nan Feng sighed. I'm completely exhausted. Wu Li began to snore almost immediately. Soon, the camp was filled with the sound of snoring, but over 100 chosen ones remained vigilant, guarding against potential beast attacks. As the last rays of the setting sun disappeared, the sky grew darker. Nan Feng and his companions reported their status from 3 directions every 30 seconds, but the 15th wave of beasts never came. Huang Yuanming cursed in frustration, eager for the beast tide to arrive and bring an end to the suspense. Xin Pangang reassured him, other war zones haven't spotted any beasts either. Everyone is waiting. Wu Li woke up refreshed, but Nan Feng had been kept awake all night by Wu Li's snoring. Their friendship and unity felt particularly precious in that moment. In the end, they all sat together, grilling meat and chatting, speculating about the nature of the level 15 Lord Beast. Nan Feng ate quietly, feeling an inexplicable sense of unease. In the distance, Yuran walked over to thank a certain hero for clearing the beast corpses, making the camp feel cleaner. Everyone exchanged smiles but denied taking credit. Nan Feng pondered silently, wondering where this sense of unease was coming from. Nan Feng felt a sudden unease, as if someone was secretly moving due to a lack of food. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, finally realizing the problem. The bodies of the fierce beasts had vanished. It wouldn't be surprising if 1 or 2 disappeared, but most of the beast corpses had mysteriously gone missing. What did this mean? Nan Feng understood clearly. A level 15 Lorder boss had already infiltrated the camp. This thought flashed through his mind, and without hesitation, Nan Feng decided to take action. He hurriedly voiced this sudden revelation and then dashed back to his small wooden cabin. The danger outside was imminent. He needed to ensure his own safety before anything else. The level 15 Lord-class beast had arrived. Nan Feng dashed back to his small cabin in a flash. The others were stunned for a couple of seconds, exchanged glances, and then quickly followed suit. The once bustling camp suddenly became deserted. Su Zuran urgently asked, Nan Feng, where's the boss? Nan Feng replied blankly, I don't know, I was just guessing. Su Zuran pressed further, guessing? Based on what? Nan Feng explained, have you noticed that all the beast corpses in the camp are gone? I suspect the boss is stealing them. Wu Yuanqing asked in surprise, stealing corpses? What kind of boss does that? Huang Yuanming angrily said, a dung beetle. Bao Jian sharply pointed out, this is basically a grave robber. Huang Yuanming's cabin was located at the first line of defense. He glanced outside and suddenly exclaimed, oh my god, Nan Feng was right, something is stealing the corpses. Wu Li also saw the beast corpses in the trap area gradually disappearing, and said, I see it too. The beast corpses outside are vanishing bit by bit. Xin Pan hastily added, I just checked the cross-region chat channel, and similar situations are happening in other battle zones, but the boss hasn't appeared yet. Nan Feng's cabin was in the center of the camp, limiting his view of the outside. He asked, besides the disappearing corpses, is there anything else? Huang Yuanming looked outside and shook his head, no, I don't see any beasts. Su Zuran decided, everyone, prepare for battle. The boss could appear at any moment. A few minutes later, all the beast corpses near the Raven Valley camp had disappeared, leaving behind only bloodstains, evidence that they had been there and fought. The unknown weight made everyone anxious. Nan Feng stuck his head out the window, looking around, but saw nothing. After a while, Bao Jian called out in confusion, huh? Looks like someone is coming over there? It's a bit dark, I can't see clearly. Ma Yong smacked Bao Jian on the butt and scolded, are you stupid? How could someone be coming? It must be a humanoid beast. Bao Jian complained, why not just say that? Why slap me? Hearing that a humanoid beast was approaching the camp, everyone was curious to see for themselves. Nan Feng couldn't hold back either and quickly ran to the first line of defense, entering Huang Yuanming's cabin. Huang Yuanming frowned and said, the first line of defense is dangerous. Why is a fragile long-range attacker like you coming up here? Nan Feng gave him a disdainful look and confidently said, I have 1,800 health points and 570 defense. Who's fragile now? Huang Yuanming awkwardly laughed and said, that high? My apologies. Nan Feng impatiently said, stop dawdling, move aside. Nan Feng pushed Huang Yuanming aside, went to the window, and took out a 2x scope to observe the situation outside. In the distant night, a woman was limping towards the Raven Valley camp. Under the moonlight, Nan Feng could barely make out her features. Nan Feng tilted his head and thought for a long time. Suddenly, he was startled. Ling Qi? Could it be this woman is Ling Qi? Huang Yuanming was puzzled. Who's Ling Qi? Do we have someone by that name in our camp? Nan Feng recalled, she's the girl who frequently asked for help in the group chat. Huang Yuanming suddenly understood, oh, the profile picture in the chat channel is the chosen one herself. Ling Qi often sought help in the chat, so Nan Feng remembered her. Nan Feng suddenly realized that Ling Qi had never joined their camp. How had she survived? Moreover, it seemed that the chosen ones in other parts of the war zone had all perished, leaving their camp as the only one with survivors. Nan Feng shook his head, unsure. I'll take another look. Before the beast tide arrived, someone suggested bringing Ling Qi over. But when they learned that Ling Qi was only Frank and her personal level was just 2, they gave up on the idea. In such a crisis, no one wanted to bring along a weakling, even if she was a girl. Now, seeing Ling Qi still alive, everyone was surprised. It was baffling that someone at level 2 had managed to survive. As Ling Qi approached, Nan Feng scrutinized her. Her skin was pale, her clothes disheveled, with exposed areas left uncovered, and covered areas insufficiently so. Nan Feng touched his nose, relieved that he didn't get a nosebleed. Huang Yuanming also wanted to take a closer look but was stopped by Nan Feng, who worried it might have a bad influence on him. Nan Feng took out his 98K rifle, ready to protect them. Huang Yuanming was puzzled. Why take out the gun? Nan Feng explained, Ling Qi's behavior has convinced me she's not alive but a zombie-like entity. Nan Feng aimed at Ling Qi's head and pulled the trigger. A headshot. Ling Qi fell to the ground but quickly got back up and continued walking towards them. Nan Feng was shocked to find that Ling Qi seemed to have no health bar, which puzzled him. Huang Yuanming also didn't understand what was happening. What should they do in this situation? Nan Feng decided to use his inside eye skill and learned that Ling Qi had been revived by an undead sorcerer. As long as the sorcerer lived, she would be immortal. This presented Nan Feng with an unprecedented challenge. Nan Feng knew in his heart that the level 15 lore-class beast before him was likely the final boss. Ling Qi, cursed and transformed into an undead, was no longer who she used to be. She had become immortal. To end her suffering once and for all, the only solution was to eliminate the necromancer controlling her. However, the crucial question remained. Where was the necromancer? Nan Feng pondered deeply. Someone posted Ling Qi's stats in the chat channel, and it immediately sparked a heated discussion. Everyone was talking about Ling Qi. Could this be the same Ling Qi who was always called Gidge? It's unbelievable she's turned into a zombie? Is there a necromancer nearby? Has anyone found him? However, this zombie version of Ling Qi only has an attack power of around 60, which doesn't seem very threatening. Nan Feng stared at the large wound on Ling Qi's forehead, deep in thought, then aimed his gun at her knees. I'll break your legs. Let's see how you get close to us now. He fired 4 shots, hitting both of Ling Qi's knees and causing her to stumble. Despite her shattered knees, Ling Qi continued to drag herself toward the camp. Meanwhile, Wu Yuanqing fired a magical arrow from the neighboring cabin, pinning Ling Qi's foot to the ground. She's not an ordinary human anymore. We can't deal with her using conventional methods. Even without knees, she can still walk, Wu Yuanqing reminded them. We should pin her feet to the ground. He then fired several more arrows, each one curving through the air and hitting Ling Qi's feet from 35 yards away. Ling Qi yanked the arrows out of the ground and continued her difficult advance. Wu Yuanqing shrugged. Pretend I didn't say anything. Nan Feng sneered and kept shooting, reducing Ling Qi's left knee to a mess of flesh and bone, causing her lower leg to fall off. Nan Feng, we should do as I did, shatter her knees so she can't walk at all, Wu Yuanqing suggested. Together, they shattered Ling Qi's right knee. Now, Ling Qi had lost both legs and was left with just her thighs, but she still resolutely moved toward the camp's defenses. Logic is sound, but not always practical, Wu Yuanqing said with a bitter smile. Nan Feng, ignore what I said. The zombified Ling Qi seemed to be a soulless, relentless creature, moving forward without pause. What do we do now? It looks like we'll have to completely destroy her limbs, Nan Feng said, feeling a bit helpless. Killing her and breaking her apart are 2 different things. If Ling Qi still had health points, Nan Feng could finish her off with 1 shot. But to break her body apart would require a lot of bullets. Since the magic bullets didn't explode, they would simply pass through Ling Qi's body. Of course, the strong impact of the magic bullets would leave large holes, but even with those, Ling Qi's movement wouldn't be hindered. Nan Feng would need at least 5 to 8 shots to break one of her legs or arms. You make a good point, but my arrows can only make a hole. They don't have enough penetration. Even if I turn her into a pincushion, it won't stop her from moving. Wu Yuanqing lamented. As they spoke, Ling Qi had already crawled to Huang Yuanming's cabin and reached out with her sharp nails. Screech, a piercing noise echoed, as unpleasant as nails on a chalkboard. Nan Feng shuddered. This is practically a mental attack. But Huang Yuanming smiled. This weakling can't breach our defenses. There's no need to panic. Nan Feng replied, 1 Ling Qi isn't a problem, but what if there were 100? He pointed into the distance, and through his scope, he saw dark figures moving rapidly in the distance. Cave spiders, fire chickens, and berserk porcupines all cursed and transformed into undead monsters. Nan Feng felt a chill run down his spine. He finally uncovered the mystery of the missing corpses. Without hesitation, Nan Feng informed everyone of the situation. Brothers, we're in trouble. The monsters we defeated during the day have come back for revenge. The chat channel fell silent as everyone absorbed the terrifying news. After a moment, Su Zurin tried to calm the atmosphere. Don't panic, everyone. Most of the monster corpses from earlier were collected by us. The number of attacks tonight shouldn't be too high. Qiu Feihong interjected. The key issue is those berserk porcupines and flying monsters we didn't clear out. They're high-level monsters. Bao Jin added. So what if we have to defend one more time? Wu Li expressed his concern. This is no joke. We can't kill those undead monsters. Xiao Luo suggested. Cutting off their limbs should do the trick. Sui Han reminded. Not everyone is as strong as you. Many can't even handle a single berserk porcupine alone. Ma Yong self-deprecatingly said. Are you talking about me? That really stings. Nan Feng interrupted the argument, emphasizing the importance of finding the necromancer to solve the problem once and for all. However, Wu Yuanqing pointed out, the issue is, we can't find the necromancer. Everyone started offering suggestions. Meanwhile, the undead army was already closing in on the camp. These monsters were mostly mutilated, with some even having their internal organs exposed, but that didn't hinder their attack power. Huang Yuanming exclaimed, Oh my god, isn't that Fan Xiaodan? Nan Feng turned and asked, Who is Fan Xiaodan? Huang Yuanming explained. She was an elite in our camp, killed by a berserk porcupine this afternoon. I buried her myself. Nan Feng's heart sank. Could this mean other deceased comrades might also be controlled by the necromancer? Sure enough, they soon recognized several familiar faces among the undead army. These were comrades who had once fought alongside them but were now enemies. Qiu Feihong said helplessly, That's Yu Xing. What should we do? I can't bring myself to fight him. Ma Yong rebuked. Why are you hesitating now? They're no longer human. Qiu Feihong argued. You don't understand. If Yu Xing hadn't pushed me aside, I'd be dead. How can I possibly fight him? Nan Feng quickly mediated, reminding everyone that the beasts were about to attack and they needed to prepare for battle instead of arguing. Just as he finished speaking, the undead monsters reached the front of the cabin. These cursed creatures still had formidable attack and defense capabilities, and they showed no signs of weakening. A group of berserk porcupines surrounded the cabin, relentlessly battering it, causing its structural integrity to rapidly deteriorate. Nan Feng was anxious. This situation couldn't go on. Those terrifying creatures were relentlessly attacking, and our fragile wooden cabin could give way at any moment. They were mercilessly wounding us, and all we could do was desperately try to buy time and fend them off. Has anyone found the wizard yet? Time was slipping away, and the wizard had yet to show up. The cabin's health was rapidly declining, causing much concern. Where could that wizard be hiding? Nan Feng furrowed his brow, his mind racing to think of possible hiding spots for the wizard. As the final boss, he must already be here, silently watching us from the shadows. The east and south were swarming with vicious creatures. He could be hiding behind those that had turned into zombies. However, that wasn't an ideal location because of the limited visibility. The best vantage point had to be the northern mountains. From halfway up the mountain, one could clearly see the entire camp. Nan Feng's eyes widened as he grabbed a grenade and tossed it out the window. Boom! The massive shockwave scattered the surrounding creatures. Nan Feng quickly vaulted out the window and climbed onto the roof. Inside, Huang Yuanming cursed, Damn it! You blew up my house again with that grenade. On the roof, Nan Feng set up his 98K sniper rifle and aimed at the northern mountain. There, halfway up, stood the wizard, cloaked entirely in black robes and holding a skull staff. Finally, he was found. In the southern region near Juanxing, a gentle breeze blew as Nan Feng noticed the necromancer waving a skeletal staff and greeting him. However, the necromancer's face was obscured by a black hood, making it impossible for Nan Feng to discern his expression. Silently, Nan Feng assessed that the necromancer appeared to possess considerable wisdom. He corrected his thoughts, reminding himself that the necromancer was not a savage beast but another kind of being. Nan Feng attempted to pull the trigger, aiming for the necromancer's head, but the target easily evaded. Licking his lips, Nan Feng felt a hint of challenge. The two were separated by 300 meters, a distance at which Nan Feng's accuracy wouldn't exceed 40, especially since the necromancer had cover. Defeating the necromancer from the camp, situated halfway up the mountain, seemed nearly impossible. Nan Feng realized he could not accomplish this task alone. In the afternoon, Nan Feng heard Huang Yuanming shout from the cabin, alerting him to the arrival of ferocious beasts in the sky. Looking up, Nan Feng indeed saw a flock of cursed flying beasts approaching. He decided to eliminate the necromancer and called for others to join him. Agilely leaping across rooftops, Nan Feng quickly returned to his cabin to gather water and supplies. He asked, Where is Xiao Luo? Let's go together. Nan Feng hoped for more powerful allies. Su Ming immediately expressed his support and willingness to join the mission. Wu Li also volunteered, stating his intention to accompany them. Huang Yuanming enthusiastically declared that he couldn't miss out on killing the boss, hoping to claim the first kill. Nan Feng chuckled and retorted, "Is your attack power sufficient? But if we're going for the first kill, it depends on me." Soon, over 20 chosen ones gathered in front of Nan Feng's cabin, all top-tier warriors ranked in the top 30. Nan Feng noticed Sui Han and advised her not to act rashly, warning that the mission was dangerous. Sui Han coldly replied that as long as she guarded from a distance, casualties could be minimized. Yu Ran joined the discussion, showing her determination to participate. Nan Feng teased, "Do I need to worry about you, you meticulous little one?" Yu Ran, slightly irritated, claimed to be Nan Feng's loyal assistant. Others were indifferent to her comment. Annoyed, Yu Ran said, "Are you all underestimating Nan Feng? Don't think you can eat the eggs my pigeons lay in the future." Nan Feng threatened, "Enough talk. If you're ready, let's move out." The group prepared and set off up the mountain, led by Nan Feng. At the camp in Crow Valley, Su Zuran was in charge, giving everyone reassurance. Nan Feng reminded everyone to be cautious, warning of more cursed beasts on the mountain. Xiao Luo and Su Ming led the way, with the ranged fighters in the middle, protecting Nan Feng. He told Yu Ran to cast fireballs to scout ahead. Despite her grumbling, Yu Ran obeyed and sent 3 fireballs forward. In the dim light of the fire, Nan Feng spotted a long-armed monkey and shot it without hesitation. Although the beast was killed, it did not turn into a corpse. Just as Nan Feng finished speaking, the defeated monkey miraculously got back up. Huang Yuanming exclaimed, "Wow, it's turned into an undead now." Nan Feng angrily flipped the bird and cursed, "Damn it! How wide is this necromancer's range? Isn't he supposed to be halfway up the mountain?" Xiao Luo drew his short knife and approached the undead monkey. "You guys keep moving forward. I'll handle its limbs," he said, reminding everyone not to harm other beasts to avoid them being controlled by the necromancer. The group struggled along the rugged mountain path, encountering many fierce beasts. They tried to bypass them, but when unavoidable, they severed the limbs without killing, to prevent the necromancer from taking control. Soon, they reached the halfway point of the mountain. However, the necromancer, dressed in a black robe, hadn't left and was waiting for them. Huang Yuanming was surprised. "He didn't escape? Looks like he doesn't take me seriously." Wooly explained, "He's a level 15 boss. Why would he take you seriously?" Seeing the necromancer still in place, Nan Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He had worried that the necromancer would hide and command the animated beasts to continue attacking, which would render their small cabin indefensible for more than a few hours. So, they decided to strike while they had the chance. Nan Feng didn't hesitate and fired his gun. This time, they were less than 30 meters away, and the necromancer couldn't dodge Nan Feng's attack. The bullet hit, causing 55 points of damage, and Nan Feng's face darkened. The necromancer's defense was indeed formidable. Through the eye of insight, Nan Feng saw that the necromancer's attributes were all marked with question marks, making him uneasy. The group charged at the necromancer, with Xiao Luo leading the charge, followed by the other melee warriors. Su Ming took the front, moving at incredible speed, engaging the necromancer in fierce combat. Su Ming collided with the necromancer, forcing him back several steps, nearly disassembling him. Su Ming turned and shouted to the group, "This guy is just a skeleton. Give him a few cuts first." Xiao Luo swung his short knife, slashing at the necromancer's shoulder, but only dealt 8 points of damage, leaving him disappointed. The level gap severely weakened their attacks, so they had to wear him down patiently. Puyuan drew his bow and loosed 3 arrows, piercing through the necromancer's black robe and revealing the skeletal body within. The necromancer let out an evil laugh and waved his skeletal staff, shooting a row of bone spikes. Su Ming shouted, "Everyone, get behind me." Su Ming let out a furious roar, commanding everyone to stand behind him. He positioned himself at the front, forcefully bracing his stone shield, which instantly expanded several times its original size, successfully blocking all the bone spike attacks. However, Su Ming's stone shield, though it mitigated the damage, couldn't completely block it. He was left with only a little over 3,000 health points, nearly getting killed in an instant. Thankfully, the healer provided timely treatment. Su Ming's health quickly recovered, but he still felt uneasy. The enemy's attack power was overwhelming. Even the toughest Su Ming was nearly taken down in one hit, and the other teammates dared not put up a fight. They had no choice but to retreat and regroup to devise a new strategy. The melee fighters hurriedly pulled back, maintaining their distance from the necromancer. Among everyone present, no one but Su Ming could withstand the necromancer's attacks. No wonder he didn't run. With high attack power, strong defense, and ample health, facing such an enemy, even I wouldn't choose to run. This feels like an insurmountable challenge, and I can't think of a way to win. After just one round of combat, everyone was filled with despair. Even Nan Feng felt puzzled, unable to find a way to victory. Just then, a system announcement echoed across the battlefield. Ding! Zone 1 of the Primal World successfully defended. As the first zone to successfully defend, all chosen ones in Zone 1 receive a 20-point increase in all attributes. Ding. Chosen 1 Catherine Vina of Zone 1 successfully defeated the Necromancer, earning a 10-point increase in all attributes and a 10-point increase in reputation. Everyone was stunned by the two announcements. Catherine Vina defeated the Necromancer? That's unbelievable. A level 15 boss defeated so quickly? How is there such a huge gap between us and Zone 1? How did she manage to defeat the Necromancer so quickly? Nan Feng furrowed his brows. Catherine Vina's strength has reached such a level? No. If the Necromancer were truly that powerful, Nan Feng believed that no more than 5 zones could defeat him. Nan Feng didn't know why they were transported to this world, but he understood that the mastermind wouldn't let them fail easily. This was just a small-scale beast tide. In 21 days, a larger-scale beast tide would come. That would be the real challenge. This small beast tide was merely an appetizer. Nan Feng took a deep breath, vaguely guessing some hints. The Necromancer must have a weakness. Otherwise, Catherine couldn't have defeated him so quickly. Yuran, burn his robe. Let's find his weakness first. Yuran nodded solemnly, indicating understanding. 3 fireballs flew towards the Necromancer, who nimbly leaped to the left, dodging the fireballs. However, his robe was grazed by the fireballs and started to burn slowly. Swoosh. The black robe was quickly consumed by flames, revealing a thin skeleton to everyone. In his hollow eye sockets burned dark green flames. That was the Necromancer's soul fire. This is his weakness. Everyone, aim for his eyes. Nan Feng excitedly licked his lips and pulled the trigger. Whoosh. The magic bullet accurately hit the soul fire. Weak spot hit. 800. With a single hit, Nan Feng smiled. Indeed, this was the Necromancer's weakness. Hehehe. Despite his weakness being discovered, the Necromancer remained unfazed, continuing to emit a sinister laugh. He gently waved his skeletal wand, and skeletons began to crawl out of the earth. He was summoning his minions. Indeed, every lord had the ability to summon their minions. Everyone gathered together, united to protect their ranged allies. The melee warriors formed a defensive line, shielding Nan Feng and the other ranged teammates in the center. Xiao Luo shouted, "Let us handle these little skeletons. You focus on attacking the Necromancer." Nan Feng looked at them with deep affection and said, "Please, do your best." Nan Feng, Wu Yuanxing, Yunfei, Yuran, and the other ranged fighters launched their full-scale attack, striving to quickly defeat the Necromancer. Magic bullets, arrows, and stones flew towards the target as if they were free. The Necromancer tried to dodge, but was still hit. Nan Feng was surprised to find that Wu Yuanxing's archery was incredibly precise, igniting the enemy's soul with almost every third arrow. Nan Feng gave him a thumbs up and praised, "Your archery is impeccable." Wu Yuanxing smiled smugly and said, "This is nothing. My girlfriend used to always praise my accuracy." Nan Feng frowned in confusion, not understanding his comment. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo and the others were engaged in fierce combat with the small skeletons. These summoned skeletons were only level 10 and didn't pose much of a threat. Furthermore, Sui Han was constantly healing them, so Xiao Luo's group was in no real danger. The situation began to improve. Huang Yuanming, wielding his dog-beating staff, repelled the skeletons and remarked, "Today has been tough, but when this is over, I definitely want to." Su Ming quickly interrupted him, "Brother, don't say things like that." Huang Yuanming immediately shut his mouth. The brawny Wu Li nonchalantly said, "After we defeat this boss, I'm going to have a big meal to commemorate the fat I've lost today." His flab jiggled as he spoke, leaving everyone speechless. No wonder he was so overweight if he planned to eat more. Nan Feng warned, "Be careful, the boss is about to use a skill." The Necromancer waved his skeletal wand and released 5 bone spikes towards the group. Su Ming stepped forward, planting a stone shield into the ground and shouted, "Stand behind me." The stone shield instantly expanded several times, blocking all the bone spikes. Huang Yuanming exclaimed, "Dude, what's the name of that skill?" "It's awesome." Su Ming replied helplessly, "It's called Stand Behind Me. I shouted it so loudly, how could you not hear?" Huang Yuanming muttered, "Well, that's a terrible name." Under the continuous assault from Nan Feng and the others, the Necromancer's soul fire began to dim. His health was nearly depleted. Sensing the approach of death, he let out 3 loud laughs, raising his skeletal wand high. The surrounding skeletons stopped attacking and turned towards the Necromancer. Nan Feng urgently said, "He's casting a spell, quickly finish him off." The Necromancer stood motionless, becoming an easy target. This was the best opportunity to defeat him. Piercing shot. Full power strike. Nan Feng unleashed his skills without reservation. 1,380. The other team members also unleashed their magical abilities, but their damage didn't seem sufficient. The first skeleton reached the Necromancer and instantly disintegrated into bones. These bones floated up and adhered tightly to the Necromancer. More skeletons arrived, and more bones gathered on the Necromancer. Nan Feng stood before the monstrous fusion of skeleton and armor, his heart filled with unease and inner turmoil. He gazed at the creature's bone-covered face, feeling the futility as the soul fire was blocked by the skeletal structure. Yet, he didn't give up. Calmly, he pulled out a grenade, aimed at the undead sorcerer's mouth, and threw it with precision. The grenade hit its mark, exploding inside the sorcerer with a deafening roar. Despite causing over 200 points of damage, the soul fire remained unaffected, leaving Nan Feng deeply disappointed. What frustrated him even more was that the skeleton armor on the undead sorcerer was still intact. The sorcerer laughed mockingly, completing his final transformation. His entire body became encased in the skeletal armor, now bristling with sharp bone spikes, looking even more terrifying. At this moment, the soul fire was securely hidden beneath the skull helmet. Nan Feng quickly turned his head and saw the skeletal staff in the sorcerer's hand changing form. Sure enough, the staff transformed into a sharp bone sword. The undead sorcerer had shifted from a ranged to a melee fighter. No, he was no longer just an undead sorcerer. Nan Feng immediately used the Eye of Insight to gather information about the creature before him. Undead general, health unknown, mana unknown. A sense of foreboding washed over everyone. Then, the undead general made a massive leap, covering over 30 meters, and brought his sword down in a devastating strike. One of the chosen ones was instantly cleaved in two. Everyone felt thunderstruck and paralyzed with fear. The undead general waved his hand, instantly cutting off the life of a brave warrior. Tang gasped in shock, and Huang Yuaming rushed to help, but Nan Feng held him back firmly. He's beyond saving. Going there will only get you killed. Nan Feng glared at the fallen chosen one, who had been cleaved in two. Though his face was contorted beyond recognition, Nan Feng could still feel his fear and unwillingness in his final moments. Tang, usually quiet and introverted, had left a slight impression on Nan Feng. Fall back. Keep your distance from the boss. Xiao Luo shouted, brandishing his short sword as he charged forward. Nan Feng shielded him, raising his spear and watching their surroundings warily. Watch his eyes. Xiao Luo leaped into the air, his stone-bladed short sword slashing at the face of the undead general, creating a crack in the skull helmet. Nan Feng caught a glimpse of the flickering soul fire within the crack. He pulled the trigger, and the magic bullets sped toward the target, hitting the crack directly. However, the crack was too narrow, and the magic bullets got stuck, unable to reach the soul fire in the eye sockets. 41. The skull armor makes the boss's defense tougher. Nan Feng frowned. It's not big enough, can't hit it. Xiao Luo took a deep breath, ready to strike again, but saw the undead general's withered sword thrusting towards him. He quickly rolled to dodge and then activated his stealth skill, gradually fading from sight until he vanished completely. Heh. Without Xiao Luo as a target, the undead general turned towards Nan Feng and the others. Scatter and flee. The ranged chosen ones unleashed their attacks, trying to distract the boss. The undead general moved with astonishing speed, closing the distance in mere steps. Nan Feng quickly activated his swift featherboot skill, gaining some distance, and switched to his Desert Eagle, firing rapidly. At such close range, the Desert Eagle was more effective than the 98K. Heh. The undead general laughed coldly, focusing on Nan Feng. He knew Nan Feng posed the greatest threat. Once he was defeated, the others would be easy prey. However, he couldn't keep up with Nan Feng's speed and was continually drawn away. Suddenly, the undead general crouched, preparing to leap. This was the same deadly move that had instantly killed Tang, and Nan Feng's heart raced as the aura of death closed in. At that moment, Xiao Luo emerged from stealth, slashing the back of the undead general's knee, causing him to lose balance and kneel. The undead general's skill was interrupted. Good job, brother. Amazing. Nan Feng exhaled in relief and seized the opportunity to unleash his magic, pulling the trigger repeatedly. Each shot hit the undead general's helmet, widening the cracks, making the soul fire in the eye sockets increasingly visible. Arg! The undead general roared in fury, the crack in his helmet growing larger, and the soul fire blazing intensely. Nan Feng stood up, gripping the skeletal sword tightly in both hands, ready to deliver a fatal blow. The sword's light flashed, and the blade danced in the air. His sword energy raged like a storm, felling trees and cutting down a few unfortunate souls at the waist. Nan Feng agilely dodged the attacks, but the undead general seized the opportunity to close in on him. The distance shrank to less than 2 meters. Nan Feng, watch out. The group tried to help, but they were too far away to intervene in time. The undead general sneered, thrusting his sword at Nan Feng. Luckily, Nan Feng activated the shield skill of his crystal necklace just in time. However, the shield was instantly shattered, and Nan Feng's left leg was severed. 1386. Nan Feng groaned in agony, nearly passing out, but fortunately, The crystal shield had saved his life. From a distance, Sui Han chanted a spell to restore Nan Feng's health. Xiao Luo bravely charged forward, grabbing the undead general's arm. Xiao Luo fought desperately, asking if Nan Feng was safe. Nan Feng weakly nodded, struggling to crawl away with his remaining leg. Other chosen ones arrived. Su Ming brandished his stone shield, charging fiercely, causing the undead general to become disoriented. Xiao Luo anxiously tried to open the undead general's helmet to defeat him. Suddenly, a 200-pound strongman rushed in like a human tank, pouncing on the undead general, attempting to twist his neck. Crack! The helmet was forcibly broken. The undead general's soul flame was exposed once again. The strongman's smile froze on his face as the undead general's bone spike pierced through him, instantly draining his life to zero, leaving Sui Han no time to cast a spell. Enraged, the group launched a furious attack on the undead general. Meanwhile, Nan Feng sat on the ground, switching to his 98K rifle. The strongman's sacrifice made Nan Feng's eyes gleam with a hint of red. He calmly took aim and pulled the trigger. A charged shot, 200 damage bonus. This shot would end the undead general's life. Gunfire rang out. A single magic bullet pierced through the eye socket of the undead general, striking directly at the soul fire within. This lethal blow inflicted a devastating 3,180 points of damage. The general's entire body trembled, and the soul fire in his eyes gradually dimmed. A system notification chimed, announcing the successful defense of Zone 527 in the primal world. As the second zone to succeed, all chosen ones in Zone 527 received a 10-point boost to all attributes. Nan Feng, having defeated the undead general, earned an extra 10-point boost to all attributes and gained 10 points of reputation. The back-to-back system messages marked the end of this intense battle. Victory was theirs, but it had come at a great cost. As the battle concluded, there was no celebration among the survivors. Originally, 28 people had ascended the mountain, but now only 19 remained. The other 9 would rest forever on this mountain. Nan Feng lay on the ground, panting heavily. Sui Han quickly approached and knelt to check his injuries. Nan Feng gave a bitter smile and said, "My left leg is completely gone." Sui Han reassured him, "Don't worry, it will grow back slowly. This world is very realistic, but not entirely real." She comforted him softly while continuously casting healing spells to restore his health. Nan Feng was still bleeding, losing a bit of health every second. Yuran hurried over, holding Nan Feng's severed lower leg, and urgently said, "Quick, reattach it. There might still be a chance to save it." Yuran carefully positioned Nan Feng's lower leg, and then removed her coat to bandage his wound meticulously. "I once had my pinky bitten off by a reed rabbit, and this is how we handled it. Once your health fully recovers, it will heal on its own." Nan Feng was astonished. Could a severed leg really grow back? It seemed almost magical. "So, I'll be able to run freely under the sunset again," Nan Feng joked. Yuran laughed. "Run? You should start with a wheelchair first." After removing her coat, Yuran was left in a black camisole, her curves faintly visible. In the dim light, under the moon's glow, Nan Feng felt as if he was back in the days of grinding monsters for experience. Yuran playfully warned, "Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out." Nan Feng quickly averted his gaze. His health was gradually recovering, and the bleeding was slowing down, losing only a small amount of blood each second. The situation wasn't too dire. All he needed was a good night's rest in the cabin, and by the next day, Nan Feng would be back to his robust self. Xiao Luo walked over, holding some loot from the battle. "These are the spoils from the undead general. They're all yours." Nan Feng shook his head. "Why should I take everything? Everyone contributed." He suggested, "I'll pick 2 items, and the rest you can distribute among yourselves." Xiao Luo hesitated. The undead general only dropped 2 items. Nan Feng awkwardly scratched his nose. "Then I'll take one, and you can deal with the other. For those who didn't get any loot, I'll find some materials from the village warehouse to compensate." Everyone agreed with this plan. After all, they had all worked together, even risking their lives. It wouldn't be right for Nan Feng to take all the benefits alone. Such behavior would only earn disdain. Xiao Luo placed a green treasure chest and 5 pitch-black stones in front of Nan Feng. Nan Feng's heart raced with excitement. The 5 pieces of obsidian before him could upgrade his primary weapon from mid-era level to high-era level. This was far more valuable than an ordinary green chest. Without hesitation, Nan Feng made his decision. "I choose the obsidian. You guys can have the green chest." Although the green chest might contain level equipment, like the crystal necklace Nan Feng had previously obtained, upgrading his primary weapon was more urgent. Once the arsenal was upgraded, he could unlock more equipment, and Nan Feng was eager to find out what the next piece would be. He already had a pistol and a sniper rifle. Would the next be an automatic rifle? Or maybe a submachine gun? Perhaps even an anti-tank cannon? The thought made Nan Feng's heart race. Meanwhile, Xiao Luo secured the green chest, as he also needed materials to share with the other team members. With the loot divided, they prepared to leave the cave. On the other side, Huang Yuanming had already dug graves for their 9 fallen comrades. Su Ming, holding a wooden stick, carved the words Wu Li into a marker. He sighed deeply. If only you hadn't boasted, things might have been different. Well, rest in peace. I've brought you some fine pork. Su Ming took 2 pieces of pork from his backpack and placed them in front of Wu Li's grave. The other team members gathered around the 9 graves and stood in silent tribute for a few minutes. The dead were gone, but the living had to move on. After composing themselves, they prepared to descend the mountain. Xiao Luo and Su Ming led the way, while Huang Yuanming carried Nan Feng on his back. Huang Yuanming, you're a true brother, carrying me even though I'm so heavy, Nan Feng joked. Don't tease me. I'm already sweating, Huang Yuanming replied. Haha, are you just out of shape? Nan Feng teased, but Huang Yuanming didn't respond. Feeling a bit bored, Nan Feng opened the game panel and checked the chat channel. With the defeat of the general, the beasts besieging the Crow Valley camp had been cleared, and the camp was now safe. Everyone was cleaning up the battlefield, preparing to celebrate their victory. Nan Feng switched to the cross-regional chat channel and noticed other players asking how to defeat the undead sorcerer. Yi Piaoling, the undead sorcerer's health is too high. We can't kill him, a voice from Zone 113 exclaimed. Martin, same here. We're at a loss, a player from Zone 162 sighed. Lin Tianqi, are there any players from Zone 527? How did you defeat the undead sorcerer? Any tips? A player from Zone 381 asked for help. After a moment of contemplation, Nan Feng decided to reveal the undead sorcerer's weakness, the 2 soul flames in his eyes, which could trigger 10 times critical damage when hit. He hoped this information would reduce other players' sacrifices. Nan Feng from Zone 527 said, the undead sorcerer's weakness is in his eyes. There are 2 soul flames inside. Hitting them can cause 10 times critical damage. Nan Feng was in Zone 527, keeping a close eye on every move of the necromancer. Suddenly, he realized that the necromancer was about to transform into the undead general. Panic set in, as Nan Feng knew that once the transformation was complete, the consequences would be dire. He urgently needed to defeat the necromancer before this happened, or they would face grave danger and potential casualties. Nan Feng quickly absorbed these 2 crucial pieces of information and then closed the panel, leaning against Huang Yuanming's back. Exhaustion washed over him, and he felt utterly drained, longing to close his eyes and rest. The day's battle had taken a severe toll on him, but he knew that rest would be brief, as tomorrow would bring new challenges. In this state of fatigue, Nan Feng slowly drifted into a deep sleep. At 9 p.m., in the Raven Valley camp, Nan Feng returned to his small cabin, utterly exhausted after descending the mountain. He quickly fell into a deep sleep. The others understood his fatigue. Some rested while others began tidying up the camp. Around 11 p.m., Nan Feng suddenly awoke from his sleep, feeling a sharp itch. He realized his left leg was undergoing a transformation. Hastily, he got up to check and found his left leg wrapped in a mysterious black covering. Unwrapping it, he was astonished to see his previously broken calf had reconnected with his thigh, with muscles and tendons miraculously healed. He sighed deeply, thinking if only Blue Star had such technology, who would ever engage in meaningless conflicts? Outside the cabin, the campfire flickered as people gathered to celebrate their victory. Nan Feng stood up and hopped out of the cabin on one leg. In the distance, Huang Yuanming waved to him. Nan Feng gracefully hopped over to the fire, silently wondering why no one was offering him a hand. Xiao Luo teased, come on, you're not disabled. What help do you need? Lumberjack Lu Daqiang laughed. I used to be a carpenter. I'll make you a wheelchair tonight. Nan Feng quickly declined, but Lu Daqiang insisted. I'll make a wheelchair that can fly, giving you a taste of speed and excitement. Wu Yuanxing chimed in. Speed? Add 2 canisters of nitrous oxide, and then you'll have a thrill. Huang Yuanming mentioned that there were 2 engineers in the camp working on a power generation device, sparking everyone's interest in technology. Su Zuran eagerly asked, wind power? Hydropower? Nan Feng raised an eyebrow. There's a waterfall here. Maybe we can harness it. Wu Yuanxing suggested solar power, and the group excitedly discussed the prospect of returning to a technologically advanced era. However, in another corner of the camp, 2 disheveled engineers were in trouble. Xin Yongchang lamented, why can't we find any magnets here? Lu Wenhua responded helplessly, maybe they exist, but we just haven't discovered them yet. Xin Yongchang angrily retorted, how are we supposed to generate power without magnets? Do you even understand? Lu Wenhua snapped back, what use are you then? With frequent server announcements, the outcomes of the war zones became clearer. The 1,000 original war zones had been halved, with tens of thousands of lives lost. Some zones managed to hold out until the next day by leveraging their terrain and the defensive capabilities of their cabins. At midnight, everything fell silent. In Zone 527, everyone was engrossed in conversation and preparing to retire for the night when an unexpected change left them stunned. The ground trembled, plants grew rapidly, fierce beasts roared, and strange phenomena appeared in the sky. Could it be another beast tide attack? People hurriedly took refuge in a small wooden cabin. Standing by the window, Nan Feng witnessed the bizarre transformations outside. Weeds at the door grew wildly. Roadside wildflowers bloomed rapidly, absorbing the moonlight. In the distant forest, towering trees shot up 7 to 8 meters, reaching the sky. Even tiny insects like flies and mosquitoes mutated, becoming enormous. Someone in the chat channel realized the unexpected benefits. The destruction of other war zones had brought us resource boosts. This time, over 500 zones were annihilated, and the zones that successfully defended would receive substantial resource rewards. Everyone excitedly discussed this sudden opportunity. 5 minutes later, the anomalies subsided, and Nan Feng looked outside to see that the Raven Valley camp had been completely transformed. The system announcement echoed. Resource rewards have been distributed. Please check your war zone's allocations. Congratulations on successfully defending against the minor beast tide. Top-performing zones will receive additional rewards. Nan Feng raised an eyebrow, surprised by the extra rewards. After defeating the undead general, he had already gained a 20-point increase in all attributes, and now there was another surprise. The system continued to announce the achievements of the chosen ones in each zone. Nan Feng earned 2 titles, Firepower Coverage and Precision Strike. These titles shone like badges, commemorating his heroic performance during the beast tide. Nan Feng gazed at the 2 titles in his hand, Firepower Coverage and Precision Strike. The former increased AoE skill damage, while the latter boosted single-target skill damage. Though the enhancements were not staggering, both titles provided a 20-point increase to all attributes, which was undoubtedly a nice gain. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Nan Feng, and he decided to equip both titles simultaneously. A 40-point all-attribute boost. This meant the attributes from these 2 titles could stack. Overjoyed, Nan Feng patted his belly in excitement. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. The current beast tide has ended. There are still 337 survivors in the original world region 527, and they will receive a white treasure chest as a reward. Nan Feng frowned slightly. The rewards from a white treasure chest seemed rather lackluster. These chests only produced a great equipment, which was practically useless to Nan Feng at his current level. Without hesitation, he opened the chest, revealing a low-grade A-level piece of clothing. Compared to his indestructible battle armor, it was vastly inferior. Nan Feng tossed the gear into his storage, intending to save it for someone who might need it. With the rewards distributed, Nan Feng adjusted his mindset and prepared to rest. Tomorrow, he needed to continue working hard to level up and enhance his strength, leaving no room for complacency. After all, in 20 days, an even more dangerous beast tide awaited him, and he had no intention of meeting an untimely end. Keep going, Nan Feng, he encouraged himself. Today will be another day full of hope. With that, he quickly drifted off to sleep. At 6 a.m. the next morning, Nan Feng woke up promptly, stretching out of habit. His leg felt much better, with only a slight pain remaining, a significant improvement from the previous night. After getting up, he opened the door and was stunned by what he saw. The grass had grown to 2 meters high, and the entire camp was covered in lush vegetation simply unbelievable. Nan Feng grabbed his dagger and began clearing the weeds, making a path for everyone. Under his leadership, the group worked together to clear an open space. Xiao Luo, wielding a short knife, was enthusiastically chopping through the grass, thoroughly enjoying the task. Watching Xiao Luo, Nan Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "The grass grows way too fast." Xiao Luo laughed and replied, "No worries, I can cut faster than it grows." Huang Yuanming suddenly warned, "Everyone, be careful. I found a carnivorous plant in the camp. It's a level 2 beast." Nan Feng shrugged indifferently, not concerned about a level 2 carnivorous plant. Suddenly, Su Zurin's voice rang out, "Everyone, head back to the cabins. Let Yu Ran handle the camp." The group nodded and retreated to their cabins. Soon, a raging fire was lit in the center of the camp, making it much easier to clear the weeds. In just a few minutes, the entire camp was transformed. The group emerged from their cabins again to start clearing the weeds around the camp. Suddenly, someone spotted several small wild rabbits, sparking a flurry of discussion. Feeling sympathetic, Nan Feng thought that these adorable little rabbits shouldn't end up as breakfast. Thus, the chosen ones spontaneously formed small teams and went out to level up. Nan Feng, without hesitation, decided to hunt beasts nearby to increase his level. Despite his injured left leg slowing him down, he moved forward with determination, overtaking a 5-person team. Bao Jian remarked, "Nan Feng is truly exceptional. Even injured, he's faster than us." Everyone praised Nan Feng's agility and formidable damage. As the group watched, Nan Feng's figure gradually disappeared into the forest. Suddenly, Nan Feng's eyes lit up, and he swatted down a palm-sized fly with a single strike. Such a small beast had the strength of a level 5. Nan Feng continued on, swatting flies and mosquitoes along the way, contemplating the resource richness of this battlefield. The increase in beasts posed a threat to the chosen ones, but also promised more opportunities. Nan Feng estimated that for chosen ones below level 10, gaining 2 levels in a day was entirely feasible. With a bit more effort, they could even gain 3 levels. The south wind murmured softly, pondering where those beasts above level 10 might be hiding. Currently at level 11, Nan Feng found that dealing with level 3 to 5 beasts only yielded negligible experience points, making his progress painfully slow. To rapidly enhance his strength, he needed to hunt down beasts above level 10. After walking for a while, Nan Feng discovered a crystal-clear river. The river was about 10 meters wide and 2 to 3 meters deep, with water arrow fish swimming within. Yesterday's battle had depleted much of his blue potion, so this was a perfect opportunity to collect some water. Suddenly, a water arrow fish shot a stream of water straight at his face. With an agility score of 218, Nan Feng easily dodged the water jet and swiftly drew his desert eagle, killing the fish instantly. Satisfied with his fluid movements, he nodded to himself and continued collecting water. As he worked, he remembered something and took out a black coat from his backpack. It was the coat that Yuran had lent him last night to bandage his wounds, now stained with his blood. Nan Feng carefully washed the coat and then put it back into his backpack. Despite her somewhat bossy nature, Yuran was incredibly thoughtful, almost like his guardian angel. He couldn't help but recall the classic saying, "This isn't just a green tea girl, she's a truly understanding sister." After washing the coat, Nan Feng scouted around but found no beasts above level 10. Reluctantly, he decided to wait until his left leg healed before venturing further for the hunt. The Raven Valley camp was rather quiet that morning, with most people out leveling up. Nan Feng returned to his cabin, poured the river water into a purifier, and then sat at the door to bask in the sun. He thought his left leg should be fully healed by the afternoon. Wait, Xiao Luo had also reached level 11? Nan Feng decided to ask him where he had been leveling up and planned to join him later in the afternoon. By the way, his primary weapon could be upgraded too. Had almost forgotten. He suddenly remembered the 5 obsidian stones he had obtained last night and quickly checked his primary weapon's upgrade requirements. The materials needed included 300 units of wood, 500 stones, 300 iron blocks, 50 copper blocks, and 5 obsidian stones. With ample wood and stones, and iron and copper blocks available for exchange at the village warehouse, he had all the necessary materials. Nan Feng successfully upgraded his primary weapon, and the equipment in his arsenal also received enhancements. The optical scope improved from 2x to 4x magnification, the grenade storage limit increased from 3 to 5, and the mana consumption for charged attacks was reduced, changing from 5 mana points per 1 damage boost to 4 mana points per 1 damage boost. Additionally, Nan Feng learned 2 new skills: Eagle Eye Beginner, a passive skill that slightly enhances vision. Nan Feng stared at the explosive fireball in his hand, filled with excitement and anticipation. This magical bullet was packed with unstable gases, and when it hit an enemy, it would cause a fierce explosion, dealing tremendous damage to anyone within a 2-meter radius. Each use of this skill consumed 50 mana points and required a 60-second cooldown period. Oh yeah, having these 2 skills is like having wings to soar, he thought. Both skills were extremely practical. The Eagle Eye skill broadened Nan Feng's field of vision, and when combined with a 4x scope, it greatly enhanced his attack range. The explosive fireball was even more impressive. Whether clearing small monsters or dealing with bosses, it was incredibly effective. It could also be combined with the charged strike skill, making it an unbeatable combination. Nan Feng examined his 98K sniper rifle and other equipment, noticing that while there weren't many changes, the basic attributes had improved. The current 98K sniper rifle now added 100 strength points and 30 stamina points. Nan Feng's strength had reached 417 points. His attack power had jumped past the 2000 mark, reaching 2085 points. With such power, who could he possibly fear? Feeling invincible, Nan Feng stared at the sun for 2 seconds before having to look away. Sigh, the sun was still too strong to challenge lightly. Suddenly, a system announcement rang out, declaring that the chosen one, Xiao Luo, had defeated the level 11 Lord Galebull and was rewarded with 22 stamina points. Nan Feng was taken aback. Xiao Luo had silently taken down a level 11 Lord early in the morning? Quite impressive. His phone dinged, revealing a message from the Handsome Guys group chat where someone had Nan Feng. It turned out to be Xiao Luo, who had just defeated the boss. Xiao Luo excitedly messaged Nan Feng, "Bro, I found a treasure." Nan Feng couldn't help but feel curious. Why was he so excited? Did the boss drop an epic item? Xiao Luo laughed and replied, "It's not an epic, but it's something very interesting." Nan Feng couldn't resist asking, "So, what is this treasure?" Nan Feng defeated a lord and obtained a magical item, which excited everyone. Xiao Luo took out the item, revealing it to be a cross-region pass. This pass allows the holder to travel to a designated battle zone but requires them to return after 8 hours, with a 24-hour cooldown period. The group was eager and thrilled upon hearing this. Su Ming asked, "What special abilities does this cross-region pass have?" Su Zuran chimed in, "It seems this item isn't single-use since it has a cooldown." Huang Yuanming remarked, "It feels a bit underwhelming. I'm not sure what practical use it has." Nan Feng wondered, "Can only one person use this pass, or can it take a group?" Xiao Luo shook his head, saying, "I'm not sure either, as I haven't tried it yet." He added, "But once used, you must stay in the other battle zone for 8 hours. Without a cabin for supplies, it could be quite dangerous." Wu Yuanqing suggested, "Why not see if we can move the cabin there?" Huang Yuanming reminded, "The cabin skill has a 48-hour cooldown. What if we need to come back at night?" Wu Yuanqing laughed, "Then I'll stay at Su Ming's place." "Su Ming, you don't mind, right?" Su Ming cheekily replied, "My cabin only hosts heartbroken girls." After some discussion, the group felt the cross-region pass seemed somewhat impractical, almost like a white elephant. However, Nan Feng suddenly had an idea. "We can use this pass to sneak into other battle zones and ambush their bosses." Everyone immediately understood and agreed. Huang Yuanming remarked, "That's a cunning plan." Su Zuran, however, worried, "But the person who goes has to stay in the other zone for 8 hours without any supplies, relying only on food to restore health. It's very risky." Nan Feng nodded, "Yeah, it would be better if we could bring others, at least a healer." Sui Han joked, "Little me? Big you." After some more discussion, they decided not to use the pass for now and keep it as a backup. By midday, Nan Feng had lunch and rested briefly before setting out. His left leg was injured, reducing his movement speed by 5, but it wasn't a major issue. He decided to go to Xiao Luo's place, which was surrounded by many high-level beasts, making it a great spot for leveling up. Despite the distance, with his agility of 218 points, it still took him a considerable amount of time to reach the destination. Fortunately, his passive skill, Eagle Eye, allowed him to spot Xiao Luo from afar, being surrounded by 5 breeze-wind oxen. Nan Feng was about to assist when he saw Xiao Luo effortlessly slay 2 oxen with a crescent slash, quickly finishing off the remaining 3. As the second-ranked expert on the leaderboard, Nan Feng felt a surge of confidence and decided to stop competing for experience points. Instead, he sought out new hunting grounds. Scanning the surroundings, he spotted a small hill and climbed it without hesitation. Setting up his 98K rifle equipped with a 4x scope, Nan Feng began searching for beasts. At a distance of 230 meters, he spotted a multi-horned antelope. Despite the considerable distance, Nan Feng decided to take the shot. In the past, Nan Feng was accustomed to targeting within 100 meters. Beyond that range, his accuracy would suffer. Various factors contributed to this, such as the slower speed of magic bullets, gravitational effects, the high alertness of the beasts, or difficulties in aiming clearly from afar. Consequently, Nan Feng rarely challenged targets beyond 100 meters. However, today, with the aid of his eagle eye and 4x scope, he resolved to take on a beast 200 meters away. Aiming carefully, he fired. The magic bullet whizzed through the air towards the distant antelope. This shot felt different. The speed of the bullet seemed faster. It even produced a sonic boom. Such a scenario was unprecedented. Could it have broken the sound barrier? Although it couldn't compare to sniper rifles on Blue Star, Nan Feng felt satisfied. As his divine weapon upgraded, his armament would grow even more powerful. Perhaps one day, the bullet speed could reach 10 or even 100 times the speed of sound, a possibility not far-fetched. Immersed in his daydream, Nan Feng refocused on the distant antelope. The previous shot had only grazed its leg, causing no serious injury. Terrified, the antelope quickly fled, vanishing from sight. Though the shot missed its mark, Nan Feng wasn't discouraged. He resolved to improve his marksmanship through practice, aiming to shoot effortlessly within 200 meters in the future. A minor setback didn't shake his determination. He continued to search for beasts within the 100 to 200 meter range, not for experience points, but to hone his skills. The afternoon passed quickly. During this time, Xiao Luo joined him for some practice. Nan Feng's accuracy improved significantly, achieving a 70 hit rate within 200 meters and over 98 within 100 meters. The results were impressive. With increased accuracy, his hunting speed also rose, earning him over 5,000 experience points that afternoon. His level reached 683525000. Though Xiao Luo had surpassed him, Nan Feng remained undeterred, confident that he would reclaim the top spot tomorrow. Packing away his 98K, Nan Feng leaped down the hill and walked toward Xiao Luo, shouting, "Brother, let's head home." Xiao Luo responded without hesitation, "Let me kill 3 more to make it a round number." Nan Feng chuckled helplessly. He thought, this guy must be a leveling maniac, too driven. Nan Feng found a flat rock and sat down, opening his panel to access the chat channel. In the channel, a group of chosen ones were discussing. Browsing through their conversation, Nan Feng's face showed a look of confusion. They had discovered that a small team of 3 had been completely defeated. Bao Jian, What happened? They weren't weak. They had just gone through a fierce battle yesterday. Why did they suddenly perish? Ma Yong. Does anyone know where they were leveling up? Ning Wu. I think it was in the forest to the east, but I'm not too sure. The situation in the war zone has changed a lot today. There are thick bushes and towering trees everywhere. Who knows where they actually went? Yun Fei. Everyone, be careful. There might be a very powerful beast near our camp, possibly even a Lord level one. Bao Jian. Should we call Lord Nan Feng back? I'm feeling really unsafe right now. Nan Feng lowered his head, deep in thought. Just then, Xiao Luo finished his battle and walked over slowly, smiling as he said, "What are you thinking about? I've taken care of the issue. Let's head back to camp." Nan Feng frowned and looked up. Xiao Luo, do you think there might be cross-region passes in other war zones? Xiao Luo thought for a moment, then nodded. It's entirely possible. After all, it's just an 11th level lord. The difficulty isn't that high. Nan Feng asked again, what would they use these passes for? Xiao Luo shrugged. I'm not sure. Why are you asking? Nan Feng continued, just now, 3 of our brothers died mysteriously in our war zone. I suspect that strong players from other war zones might have come to attack. Upon hearing the news, Nan Feng felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He began to suspect that powerful individuals from other battle zones might have arrived unnoticed. Xiao Luo also felt uneasy after hearing this. Could it be that someone had indeed been killed by a lord-level monster? Nan Feng shook his head in doubt, believing that even if they encountered a lord-level monster, they should have had a chance to escape or at least call for help in the chat channel. However, they died instantly without leaving any clues, which was highly unusual. Xiao Luo stroked his chin, deep in thought about what their next steps should be. Nan Feng suggested that they first locate the bodies of the 3 brothers to confirm the cause of death before making further judgments. He quickly edited a message and sent it to the chat channel, calling on everyone to form teams to search the area and locate the bodies of the 3 brothers. Their comrades responded promptly, forming multiple 10-person teams to begin the search. Nan Feng and Xiao Luo also quickened their pace and headed towards the camp. Finally, around 5 p.m., they discovered the bodies of the 3 chosen ones. Nan Feng rushed over immediately. The 3 had been brutally murdered. One was beheaded, another was cut in half, and the last had a sword through his heart. They had all been killed instantly, and judging by their expressions, they didn't even have time to react before they died. It was clear to everyone that this was not the work of monsters, but of a human assailant. Someone had committed murder here. Su Zuran carefully examined the 3 bodies and found that the weapon used was a sword. The attacker had at least a level 10 strength, acted decisively and ruthlessly, and was by no means an ordinary person. After a moment of contemplation, Nan Feng preliminarily identified a suspect Sakura Ejian. Sakura Ejian had an unresolved grudge with Nan Feng and had a motive for the killings. However, it was not yet certain. Xiao Luo stated solemnly that if the murderer had come from another battle zone, they likely hadn't returned yet. Nan Feng checked the time. It was now 5:30 p.m. Counting back 8 hours, it was 9:30 a.m. He agreed with Xiao Luo's assessment that the murderer wouldn't have exposed themselves at 9:30 a.m. and immediately used a pass. Therefore, the murderer was likely still within the battle zone. Xiao Luo had killed an 11th level lord around 11 a.m. and used a pass. Even if other battle zones were faster, they wouldn't be much faster. Moreover, using a pass carried risks, an irrational person wouldn't use it immediately. Nan Feng immediately called on everyone to continue the search and find the murderer. He warned everyone not to stray too far to avoid being ambushed. Filled with anger and determination, everyone began their search for the murderer, unwilling to be bullied in their own territory. Nan Feng climbed a tall tree, set up his 98K sniper rifle, and scanned the area through the gaps between the trees, looking for the culprit. An hour passed and night fell, yet the group still had nothing to show for their efforts. Time was slipping away, and the enemy had likely returned to their own stronghold by now. Nan Feng sighed inwardly, sensing that tonight would be fruitless. Su Zuran sent a message over the communication channel, everyone, it's late. Let's head back to camp and discuss our next move. Qiu Feihong cursed, that guy got away scot-free, it's infuriating. Bao Jian sighed, who could just stand by and watch? Sigh. Ma Yong asked in confusion, why were people from other war zones able to break into ours? Yu Ran pondered, the competition between zones is only going to get fiercer. She reminded everyone to level up to 10 quickly, or they would struggle to defend themselves. Nan Feng kept watch from the tree for a while longer, only descending after all the other chosen ones had returned. Below, Xiao Luo had been standing guard, protecting Nan Feng from any danger. Xiao Luo remarked, looks like they've already left, what a pity. Nan Feng gave a wry smile, the main issue is that we couldn't confirm their identity. Otherwise, I'd storm their war zone tomorrow and make them pay. Xiao Luo hesitantly asked, could it be Sakura Blade? Nan Feng shook his head, just a guess, nothing certain yet. The two walked back to camp side by side. Nan Feng continued, in this situation, I can't recklessly provoke people from other war zones. With cross-zone passes becoming widespread, we have many enemies, and it would be disastrous for our camp brothers. Not everyone is as strong as we are. Currently, the average level in Zone 527 is 8, with 36 chosen ones above level 10. Our overall strength is decent, but if we encounter high-level experts from other zones, there will still be casualties. So, until we confirm the culprit's identity, I don't plan to stir up more trouble. What if today's incident wasn't caused by Sakura Blade? Xiao Luo agreed with Nan Feng's decision. However, just as they stepped into camp, a system announcement came through. Ding! Chosen one from Zone 25, Alex, successfully killed the level 12 Lord Beast, Prairie Tiger King, and received 24 stamina as a reward. A chosen one from Zone 25 defeated a Lord Beast. Yet the announcement came through in Zone 527. Nan Feng and Xiao Luo exchanged glances, immediately understanding their leader in Zone 527 had been ambushed. Xiao Luo's face darkened. That guy dared to trespass into our zone and ambush our leader? He's courting death. Nan Feng sneered. Good. Looks like we've found the culprit. Zone 25. Huh. Just wait and see. Yet, Nan Feng still had doubts. They had no interactions with Zone 25 and had never communicated in the cross-zone channel. Why would this chosen one named Alex provoke Zone 527? Did he think Nan Feng was easy to bully? In the center of the Raven Valley camp, everyone sat around, arguing heatedly. Qiu Feihong lashed out. Who the hell is this Alex? Is he looking for death? Bao Jian wondered. When did we ever provoke him? Stealing the boss is one thing, but killing people? Ningwu asked Nan Feng, Boss, can you tolerate this insult? If it were me, I'd have retaliated already. If I had a cross-zone pass, I'd head to Zone 25 right now to teach them a lesson. Xiao Luo handed a pass to Ningwu. Here, take it, you go. Ningwu was silent for a moment, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. Finally, he turned his head away, a bitter smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Sigh, I'm such a failure. Nan Feng clapped his hands lightly, drawing everyone's attention. We cannot rest until our vengeance is fulfilled. Don't worry, tomorrow morning I will head to District 25 to seek answers. Before the beast tide arrived, they only had to deal with attacks from wild animals. But now, they also face threats from chosen ones of other battle zones. During this time, everyone must be extremely cautious, avoid acting alone to prevent getting trapped, and never easily trust chosen ones from other areas. Humans are 1,000 times more terrifying than beasts. As night fell, the residents of Zone 527 flooded into the cross-region chat channel, ready to engage in a war of words. Representing Zone 527, Nan Feng taunted, Alex, why are you hiding in Zone 25? Come out and face your punishment. Alex retorted mockingly, Nan Feng, you worthless fool. How dare you call yourself my father? Today, I'll show you what real discipline is. Huang Yuanming jumped into the fray. Alex, you slaughtered a boss in our Zone 527 today and cruelly killed 3 players. Do you have no shame? Alex was defended by Benoit from Zone 25. Are you people from Longhua now resorting to baseless accusations? Do you have any proof? Wu Yuanxing pointed out. Proof? The system clearly reported that he defeated the Prairie Tiger King in our zone. Isn't that enough evidence? Benoit dismissed it. I've never heard of your zone's reports. Do you think you can just accuse him without proof? Nan Feng sneered. Keep saving face all you want. Tomorrow, I'll come to Zone 25 myself to settle this. Better start writing your will. Mike interjected. Has everyone got their cross-region travel permits? I haven't used mine yet. Why are you all fighting already? Xiao Wangren asked suspiciously. Alex, why did you go to Zone 527? Does Fakwo look down on us in Longhua? Sakura Ichikan sarcastically remarked. People from Longhua are all despicable. Alex, well done. You have the support of us warriors from Sakuragwo. Lin Tianchi laughed and scolded. What makes you think Sakuragwo can talk down to us in Longhua? What a joke. Martin chimed in. That's right. While some people in Longhua can be disgraceful, Sakuragwo is no better. It's us from Megua who are truly the best. Andre shouted angrily. People from Megua, shut up. If you keep talking, I'll show you some real action tomorrow. What was supposed to be a peaceful cross-region chat quickly turned chaotic as elite players from various countries began to accuse and belittle each other. Alex, the catalyst of the conflict, also stepped forward. Alex replied to Nan Feng, You? A nobody from Zone 527? If you dare to come tomorrow, I'll make sure you never return. Nan Feng fired back, Haha, I'll be there to give you a taste of your own medicine. Let's see how arrogant you can be then. Su Zurin asked pointedly, Alex, did you kill 3 players from our zone? He hoped Alex would admit it to clear their name. Alex, however, remained indifferent, right or wrong. What does it matter? I, Alex, always act alone and answer to no one. Su Ming was stunned. Wow, he's pretending to be innocent. Wu Yuanxing echoed. This translation system is ridiculous. Why is it so exaggerated? Nan Feng threatened. Alex, you killed 3 of our brothers today. Tomorrow, I'll make sure your zone is in tears. Anyone who offends Longhua will be severely punished. He decided to launch a powerful counterattack to teach Zone 25 a lesson, ensuring they would never again underestimate Zone 527. This way, other zones would also learn to fear Longhua and not covet their resources lightly. Alex from District 25 sneered, filled with anticipation. He hoped his opponent wouldn't surrender easily tomorrow, giving him a chance to strike back. Meanwhile, Emilia from District 288 expressed her excitement, expecting a thrilling battle the next day. As the disputes among the districts gradually subsided, the group's atmosphere also quieted down, awaiting the next day's fight. Originally composed of 19 members, the group had decreased to 18 after one member heroically fell in battle, dimming their avatar. Nan Feng asked Xiaoluo who would go tomorrow, offering himself as he had a long range and could kill enemies from afar. Xiaoluo scoffed, joking that Nan Feng's range was at most 300 meters, far from capable of striking from 1,000 miles away. Sui Zurin reminded everyone that District 25 would be well prepared, urging caution regardless of who went, as long as they returned safely. Yunfei suggested departing the day after tomorrow, or even later, to catch District 25 off guard. Nan Feng shook his head, disagreeing, fearing it would make them seem weak and invite other districts' covetous glances. Wu Yuanxing agreed with Nan Feng, recognizing his formidable strength. This was a perfect opportunity to demonstrate their power and show other districts that District 527 was not to be trifled with. After the beast tide ended, District 527 still had 337 survivors, the most among all districts. Other districts would certainly seize any chance to weaken District 527, and every kill would be a victory. If they didn't show their strength now, their brothers would be in danger. Yurin raised his arm and shouted that they would not tolerate bullying from other districts and must stand up for each other. Nan Feng felt deeply moved by Yurin's support. Yurin suggested singing a song to express support for Nan Feng, but Nan Feng remained silent as the night grew late. As night fell, the wild no longer echoed with the roars of fierce beasts, making Nan Feng feel uneasy. Xiaoluo, a leveling maniac, noticed the safety of the night and immediately left the camp to level up. Night Owl Shinpan followed Xiaoluo, while Nan Feng stayed in the camp to rest, preparing for the imminent battle. Staying in another district for 8 hours without the protection of a log cabin was a huge challenge for Nan Feng. His backpack was filled with delicious roasted meat and clear fresh water, just in case. However, their restorative effects were minimal, barely sustaining him. Nan Feng gazed at the bright moon outside the window, his expression calm, but his heart turbulent. He had killed before when he first crossed over, the victim being a criminal. Nan Feng felt no remorse. But tomorrow, he would face more bloodshed, with victims who might be innocent or not. To deter other districts and prevent any audacious thoughts against District 527, Nan Feng had to unleash his fury. He stared at the neatly arranged log cabins in the camp and took a deep breath. If sacrificing others' lives could ensure the prolonged survival of his brothers in District 527, he was willing to be the executioner. As gunshots rang out, Nan Feng knew that tomorrow, he would have to face the killing. Yuran walked briskly to Nan Feng's window. Nan Feng, when are you going to return my clothes? I'm running out of things to wear, she said. At that moment, Yuran was dressed in a long black robe, just as she had been the first time Nan Feng saw her. Nan Feng took the clean clothes out of his backpack and handed them to her with both hands. Thank you so much. Otherwise, who knows how long it would have taken for my legs to heal. You're welcome, Yuran replied with a smile. Good luck tomorrow. Make sure you come back. I'll be waiting for you. Nan Feng, I definitely will. With your encouragement, I'll crawl back if I have to. At 6 a.m., Nan Feng woke up from a sleepless night. The massive beast tide was approaching, with only 19 days left on the countdown. After having breakfast, he sat on the ground to calm his mind and prepare for the challenge ahead. Suddenly, at exactly 7 a.m., Xiaoluo appeared beside him, holding a chicken leg and looking relaxed. He handed Nan Feng a cross-region pass and said, Nan Feng, you look a bit fragile. Want me to take over for you? Nan Feng looked deeply at Xiaoluo and asked, Are you confident you can take down 30 of them? Xiaoluo shook his head. No, but I'm sure I can come back alive. Nan Feng pondered for a moment and then resolutely said, No way. I bragged last night, and if I don't take down 30 today, I'll be a laughing stock. With that, he took the pass and prepared to set off. Just then, Xiaoluo threw his cloak through the window. It was a stealth cloak that could make the wearer invisible for 15 seconds, but it had a 10-minute cooldown. This will keep you safe, Xiaoluo said with a determined look. Nan Feng put on the cloak silently. Next time you have something this good, give it to me sooner. Don't make me beg for it, Nan Feng joked. Xiaoluo laughed and replied, This cloak is important to me. I don't want it wasted outside. Nan Feng teased, Are you planning to use it to peek at girls bathing? Xiaoluo immediately denied it. Nonsense. I need it to ambush the boss. Nan Feng laughed heartily, used the pass, and chose Zone 25 as his destination. 3 seconds later, a silver teleportation array lit up beneath his feet, transporting him to Zone 25 of the primal world. Nan Feng looked around and saw a level 3 reeded rabbit about 10 meters away, posing no threat. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking how fortunate he was not to be teleported to a high-level lord or a chosen one's gathering place, which would have been disastrous. He opened his panel and found that the chat channel for Zone 527 was unavailable. Only the cross-region channel was accessible. After a moment's thought, he sent a message in the cross-region channel. Nan Feng from Zone 527 here. Alex, how about a duel at 10 a.m.? Do you dare? Alex from Zone 25 instantly replied, of course, name the place. Don't be scared. Nan Feng firmly said, all right, it's a deal. Send me the coordinates. After Alex shared the coordinates, other players from Zone 527 chimed in, making the atmosphere lively. Nan Feng and Xiao Luo's seamless cooperation successfully misled the players in Zone 25, boosting their confidence for the challenges ahead. Nan Feng saw the results and closed the panel, heading towards the coordinates sent by Alex. However, he wasn't foolish enough to go straight to the coordinates. He decided to find a vantage point first and ambush the chosen ones in Area 25. On his way, Nan Feng avoided engaging with any beasts to prevent being detected. After upgrading yesterday, the bullet speed of his Desert Eagle and 98K had significantly increased, even surpassing the speed of sound. This brought an awkward problem. Previously, when he fired, there was only a slight sound, but now, it was a loud bang. The gunshot could be heard hundreds of meters away, easily revealing Nan Feng's position. To stay hidden, Nan Feng switched to a stone dagger to quietly take out any beasts he encountered. Fortunately, these beasts were of low level, and even though Nan Feng rarely used a dagger, he could easily handle them. Half an hour later, Nan Feng arrived near coordinates 338,588. It was a small valley surrounded by mountains, a terrain that was highly advantageous for him. Alex, you've chosen a prime spot to meet your end, Nan Feng thought as he scouted the area and found several sniper points with excellent visibility. He picked one, camouflaged himself with vines and foliage, and blended in perfectly. It was hard to spot him without a careful look. Nan Feng lay there quietly, waiting for Alex's arrival. However, he didn't have to wait long. A little after 8 in the morning, Alex arrived with over 50 chosen ones. He looked around the valley and sneered, setting up traps 2 hours in advance. I don't believe he can escape this. Benoit asked cautiously, boss, what if he changes his mind and decides to fight somewhere else? Alex coldly replied, then we'll insult him in the chat channel and use public opinion to pressure him. Benoit continued, boss, isn't preparing 2 hours early a bit too soon? Alex, growing impatient, snapped, what do you know? He said he'd be here at 10. So he'll be here at 10. He might have already teleported to our war zone and is getting ready to counterattack. Benoit, still worried, said, boss, we have the numbers, but ambushing him like this won't the other zones criticize you? Alex angrily slapped Benoit on the head and said with a hateful expression, you idiot. If we take Nan Feng down directly, who will know how he died? I'll just say I took him out by myself. Got any objections? Benoit, feeling wronged, nodded and praised, boss, you're wise. But this? Before he could finish, Alex kicked him away and shouted angrily, you ask too many questions? Go find a place to hide. That Dragon Country guy could be here any moment. From his position on the hill, Nan Feng used his 4x scope to clearly observe the entire valley. He couldn't understand their argument or their conversation, only seeing one chosen one hitting another. The rest of the chosen ones had found their own hiding spots. The valley entrance was filled with various trap snares, tripwires, falling rocks, and even 2 bear traps. Seems like they're well prepared, Nan Feng thought to himself. As he stepped into the valley, the south wind had grown unusually fierce, almost as if it were urging him to stay. However, regrettably, he arrived earlier than the others. He looked at the mantises clad in the uniforms of District 25 and couldn't help but feel a sense of mockery, finding their actions utterly ridiculous. These mantises believed they could catch the cicada, completely unaware that the cicada they sought had already transformed into an oriole, watching over them. Their ignorance and arrogance stirred a pang of sorrow in him, as if witnessing the onset of a tragedy. This pure act of foolishness evoked his pity, while also filling him with deep concern over human ignorance and folly. In the depths of the valley, the chosen ones of District 25 were hidden perfectly. Even when Nan Feng stood on the hill overlooking the entire valley, he could only spot 7 or 8 of them, while the rest had completely vanished. However, Nan Feng was in no rush. He didn't plan to attack immediately. He intended to stay in District 25 for a full 8 hours today, knowing that the earlier he struck, the longer the battle would last. For Nan Feng, the ideal situation was to launch an attack just before returning to his own district, kill the enemies, and then retreat immediately. This was the safest approach. He decided to wait a bit longer, to exhaust their patience first. Nan Feng lay quietly on the ground as time slowly passed by. The chosen ones of District 25 began to grow restless. Why hasn't that guy from Longwa shown up yet? My legs are going numb from squatting. What's he waiting for? It's only a little after 9 o'clock. Don't rush. As time went on, their impatience grew. Damn it. Why is there still no sign of him? It's already past 10. Maybe he doesn't have the guts to come. Some began to doubt the courage of the man from Longwa. Don't worry, he might show up any moment now. Another hour passed, and at 11:20 a.m., the chosen ones of District 25 had already been ambushed in the valley for over 3 hours. One of them, dissatisfied, stepped out and raised his middle finger to the sky. This is ridiculous, such a waste of time. Others also emerged from their hiding spots. I could have leveled up halfway by now. We're being overly cautious. What's there to fear from a chosen one from District 527? We don't need this kind of ambush at all. Amid the chatter, Alex, the strongest of District 25 and the village builder, finally spoke up. Everyone, quiet down. After a moment of contemplation, Alex said, maybe we really don't need so many people on this ambush. Leave 10 people here on standby, the rest go level up. Quickly, 10 volunteers stayed behind while the rest headed out of the valley to hunt beasts. Alex looked at the 10 who stayed, nodding and memorizing their names. These people would become his trusted aides in the future. Nan Feng observed everything happening in the valley. The opportunity had finally come. He took a deep breath and aimed at the chosen ones preparing to leave. The distance was about 270 meters. Although he was shooting from above, he wouldn't miss the target. Explosive flame bullet. Charged shot. Magic power surged continuously from within Nan Feng, concentrating on his 98K rifle. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the magic bullet became more solid. Its power multiplied. The valley entrance was narrow, and the people of District 25 were shoulder to shoulder, squeezed together. Just as they were about to leave the valley, Nan Feng calmly pulled the trigger. A single bullet tore through the sky, hitting one of the chosen ones in the back of the head with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. The explosive round triggered instantly, causing a violent explosion within a 2-meter radius around the chosen one. Boom. Only then did the chosen ones in Zone 25 hear the deafening roar of the gunshot. 3,150, 2,524, 2,871. Nan Feng's shot triggered an explosive AoE, instantly knocking down 4 chosen ones and severely injuring 7 or 8 more. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Damn it. That guy from Dragon Country is here. Everyone, be careful. Oh my god. I just lost over 1,300 health points. What was that? Rumor has it that people from Dragon Country are skilled with firearms. This firepower is comparable to cannons. In the valley, the chosen ones from Zone 25 scrambled to find cover in a panic. 2 of them, in their haste, tried to flee the valley but triggered traps set by their teammates and ended up hanging in the air. Nan Feng's face remained calm as he aimed through his 4x scope. This shot did not cause much psychological disturbance for him. He had thought that killing would bring fear, disgust, and psychological burden. But in reality, he felt none of that. Killing an enemy seemed no different from killing a beast. With an expressionless face, Nan Feng adjusted his aim and pulled the trigger on the chosen one hanging in midair. 1,281. Without the explosive round or a charged shot, Nan Feng's bullet didn't kill the target instantly. But that was no problem. He calmly fired another shot, aiming for the head. He's on the mountain. I see him. The slope here is gentle enough to climb straight up. Damn those Dragon Country people, setting up an ambush on the mountain. Unbelievable. The chosen ones in Zone 25 quickly regrouped to counterattack the mountain. Nan Feng remained unfazed, lying in his spot and shooting one bullet after another. Boom, boom. Gunshots echoed through the valley. For chosen ones around level 10, the 200-meter slope should have taken less than a minute to climb. Yet, under Nan Feng's terrifying firepower, it took them a full 5 minutes. Not only that, but they also left 11 bodies behind. The chosen ones from Zone 25 were enraged. They hadn't even seen Nan Feng's face, and already 16 of their comrades had fallen. If this news spread, their entire region's reputation would be tarnished. Kill him. We must take him down. Don't let him get away alive. Damn, he's not even trying to escape? Once I get close, he's dead for sure. Fueled by rage, the chosen ones from Zone 25 charged out of their cover and launched a ferocious attack on Nan Feng. Keep your distance. He has area damage skills. Charge. Charge. I don't believe he can take us all down. Damn it, when I catch him, he'll regret it. As they closed in, Nan Feng put away his 98K and took out 2 grenades. Pulling the pins, he counted to 3 in his head and then threw them. What's happening? Oh no. Grenades. Get down. Get down. The chosen ones from Zone 25 were terrified, scattering in all directions. Some even jumped off the slope to escape. 2 grenades exploded simultaneously, sending everyone sprawling to the ground with the terrifying force. The chosen ones closest to the blast were left in a gruesome state, their fate uncertain. As the smoke cleared, the crowd from District 25 launched another attack, but Nan Feng had already vanished without a trace. How could he have slipped away so quickly? It had only been a short while. He must still be nearby. Chase him. We must bring him to justice, they shouted. However, despite their words, the chosen ones were paralyzed with fear, their legs trembling and hearts pounding, lacking the courage to pursue Nan Feng. They wielded various weapons, but Nan Feng was a master sniper and expert with grenades, making it an unfair fight. In the valley, Alex stood frozen, cold sweat dripping down his face. He had chosen to remain behind rather than follow the others up the mountain. The relentless sniper fire filled him with dread, preventing him from moving forward. Alex had heard plenty of rumors about Nan Feng in the cross-region chat channels, but most turned out to be false. The stories claimed Nan Feng had guns, planes, tanks, and even a Hulkbuster suit, which sounded unbelievable. However, Alex wasn't easily swayed by these tales. He thought they were pure nonsense. After receiving his cross-region pass yesterday, Alex hesitated among the various war zones before deciding to head to Zone 527 to uncover the mysteries surrounding Nan Feng. Little did he know, this decision would bring unexpected trouble to Zone 25. Nan Feng, a Chinese combatant, indeed wielded real firearms, including a sniper rifle. From over 200 meters away, his accuracy was nearly perfect. His firepower was astonishing, capable of taking down at least 3, sometimes even 4, people with a single shot. Such prowess was truly terrifying. After all, they all had been transported to this world under the same circumstances. How was he so powerful? Did he have some kind of cheat? A chill ran down Alex's spine, and he began to worry even more. What if the rumors about planes and artillery were true? The thought of Nan Feng summoning a Hulkbuster suit was simply unimaginable. On the other side, after throwing 2 grenades, Nan Feng activated his stealth cloak and quickly left the battlefield. His biggest weakness was his fragility. Once surrounded, he would be a goner, at best taking a few enemies down with him. Therefore, maintaining distance was his best strategy. They probably won't dare to chase me, he thought as he maneuvered through the woods, soon circling around to a hillside on the other side of the valley. Using his 4x scope to survey the valley, he noticed that the chosen ones from Zone 25 had vanished. So they ran off? Smart, at least they're not fools, he mused. Nan Feng stayed in the valley, biding his time. Observing the ground for tracks, he quickly pinpointed the movements of the Zone 25 group. His primary target today was Alex. The others were just collateral. Alex was somewhat timid, and in the valley, Nan Feng hadn't found a suitable position to take a shot at him yet. Otherwise, he would have been hit already. But it was still before noon. Nan Feng had time. The chosen ones from Zone 25 soon returned to their camp, each hiding in wooden huts, too scared to come out. Nan Feng found a vantage point and waited for over half an hour, but no one showed themselves. These guys are too cautious, he thought, somewhat frustrated. He decided to taunt them in the cross-region chat channel. Meanwhile, a crowd of spectators in the chat eagerly awaited the outcome of this battle. Amelia from District 288 watched the conversations in the cross-district chat channel with curiosity and anticipation. After midnight, she was disappointed that no one from District 25 showed up. She was eager to know what had happened. Meanwhile, Xiaoangran from District 17 calmly stated that the people from District 25 probably hadn't captured Nan Feng yet. Otherwise, they would have boasted about it by now. Sakura Ichikan from District 39 firmly added that no matter how powerful Nan Feng was, he couldn't surpass the combined strength of an entire war zone. If Nan Feng dared to show up, he would surely be captured. Suddenly, Nan Feng from District 527 chimed in, surprising and disappointing Sakura Ichikan. Not only did he appear, but he also knocked out 18 people with a single punch, leaving them defenseless. Sakura Ichikan couldn't help but wonder about the mysterious nature of Nan Feng. As soon as Nan Feng appeared, the cross-district chat channel buzzed with activity. Huang Yuanming from District 527 excitedly called out Nan Feng's name, admitting that he once doubted if Nan Feng had disappeared. Amelia, astonished, asked if Nan Feng was the legendary One-Punch Man. Mike from District 8 mocked District 25 strength, finding it laughable that they were defeated by a district with only 3-digit combat power. Alex silently observed, and upon seeing Mike's comments, he was furious. He expressed extreme dissatisfaction with District 25 strength. Unable to hold back, Alex finally spoke up, pointing out that Nan Feng had a sniper rifle, capable of hitting targets within 200 meters with perfect accuracy, making it difficult for them to get close. Martin from District 162, upon hearing this, laughed smugly, feeling validated in his earlier suspicions. The chosen ones from other districts shuddered upon hearing that Nan Feng had a sniper rifle. Most of them specialized in close combat, with limited attack range, while Nan Feng's sniper rifle could achieve perfect accuracy from 200 meters away. This absolute range advantage was simply unmatched. Although Mike respected Nan Feng's strength, he still claimed to have an 80 chance of defeating him. This left Nan Feng surprised, unsure if Mike was truly a master or just an arrogant fool. Alex, unable to tolerate Mike's remarks, firmly retorted that a 200-meter range was terrifying. To maintain his dignity, Alex continued, pointing out that Nan Feng also had grenades, which could kill enemies instantly. Mike nonchalantly responded that all one had to do was dodge before the grenade exploded, showing little concern. In Sector 25, Alex faced an apparently insurmountable obstacle. Grenades, 2 drones, and 360 surveillance left the enemy with no chance. Upon hearing this, Nan Feng couldn't help but feel puzzled. In Sector 8, Mike scoffed, "Shouldn't you destroy those drones first?" Alex confidently replied, "I easily took down the drones and rushed to his face, but he put on a Mark 50 nano suit. Do you know what that means?" Mike taunted. "Had too much to drink at lunch? Talking so big?" Nan Feng couldn't help but chuckle, thinking how Alex was boasting to save face. But Nan Feng didn't say much. He knew the more Alex bragged, the better it was for him. Regardless of whether people believed it or not, anyone encountering Nan Feng in the future would be cautious, lest he turned into Iron Man. Just then, Alex sent another message. "Nan Feng, I know you're waiting outside our camp. Let's settle this between us. Kill me, but don't involve anyone else." Nan Feng was surprised by Alex's courage. Without hesitation, Nan Feng from Sector 527 replied, "All right, come out." Soon, through his binoculars, Nan Feng saw someone emerging from a cabin. Comparing the figure to the profile picture, Nan Feng confirmed it was indeed Alex. Was he really going to come out willingly? Nan Feng hesitated. Since crossing into this world, he had begun to doubt if anyone would sacrifice themselves for the greater good. But suddenly, he felt something was off. Alex walked to an open space, raising his weapon to draw Nan Feng's attention. Nan Feng's heart skipped a beat as he aimed at Alex's forehead. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, he saw Alex's weapon clearly. Nan Feng's heart jolted. It was a spear. Alex's weapon was a spear. Recalling the brutal deaths of his 3 brothers in Sector 527, Nan Feng began to question everything. How could a spear cause such gruesome wounds? Could it be that Alex wasn't the killer after all? Alex's weapon of choice is a spear, not a sword. Nan Feng was deeply absorbed in the events of last night, feeling heavy-hearted. Alex had never directly admitted to the crime of killing the 3 chosen ones from Zone 527. Could it be that he merely stole a boss? Is the real culprit still lurking in the shadows? Nan Feng stood frozen, only realizing after a long time that he needed to take action. He sent a message in the cross-zone chat channel. Nan Feng from Zone 527 asked, "Alex, is your weapon of choice a spear?" Alex from Zone 25 replied, "That's right. If you want to make a move, don't hesitate. What's the point of asking such a question?" Nan Feng pressed on, "Yesterday, 3 people in our war zone were brutally murdered. Does it really have nothing to do with you?" Alex retorted, "You're throwing mud at me. If I say I'm innocent, will you believe me?" Nan Feng rubbed his temples, furrowing his brows. For now, it seemed that Alex wasn't the culprit. The truth might be hidden elsewhere. Nan Feng muttered under his breath, "Those innocent lives lost." In the cross-zone chat channel, others gradually started to speculate about the conflict between Nan Feng and Alex. Huang Yuanming from Zone 527 said, "Could it be that Alex isn't the killer? Maybe Nan Feng has been misled?" Amelia from Zone 288 chimed in, "Things seem to be getting more and more complicated." Martin from Zone 162 sneered, "You Dragon Nation people are so naive, being played and still clueless. The real culprit must be laughing in the shadows." Edward from Zone 1 warned, "Without knowing the truth, you dare to invade our fat country war zone? Do you think Zone 1 doesn't exist?" Abraham from Zone 1 joined the fray. "Lady Catherine has issued an order. Nan Feng, you'd better commit suicide to atone, or Zone 527 will pay a heavy price because of you." You Ran from Zone 527 retorted, "Alex came to ambush us. Why shouldn't we fight back? Why should Nan Feng commit suicide to atone?" Zones 1 and 25 are both part of Fat Country's war zones. At this moment, Catherine Wiener from Zone 1 emerged to support Zone 25, casting an ominous shadow over the war zones of Dragon Nation. Although Catherine Wiener didn't say much in the cross-zone chat, her formidable reputation was well known. As the first level 10 chosen one in the primal world, the king of slaughter during the Beast Tide, the first female war goddess to defeat the necromancer, no one outside of Zone 1 knew Catherine Wiener's true power. Her presence alone commanded respect. To oppose Catherine Wiener was to court death. The people of Zone 527 wore grave expressions, realizing this matter had escalated into a major crisis. Abraham from Zone 1 warned Nan Feng, "You'd better commit suicide to atone, or Lady Catherine will lead troops to massacre Zone 527." Edward added, before you commit suicide, you'd better kneel and apologize to the chosen ones in Zone 25. That might quell Lady Catherine's fury. Xiao Luo from Zone 527 mocked, you fools, it's laughable. Kneel and apologize? Let Catherine come, and we'll see if I take action. In District 527, Su Zurin displayed a fearless attitude, showing no hesitation in confronting anyone, almost as if challenging them. If anyone wanted to make them pay, they could try. Huang Yuanming from District 527 showed deep brotherly concern, reminding Nan Feng not to pay attention to trivial people and to take care of his own safety. Meanwhile, Yuan from District 527 expressed longing and anticipation for Nan Feng, urging him not to give up on life, as they were all waiting for his return. In the primordial world of District 25, when Nan Feng saw these messages, a slight smile appeared on his face. As Nan Feng contemplated these messages, he began to reflect on his situation. People from District 1 threatened them, saying that as long as Nan Feng lived, they would die, and then asked if Nan Feng would choose to commit suicide to save them. This question puzzled Nan Feng, as it seemed like a test, forcing him to choose between life and responsibility. However, Nan Feng did not give up easily. He decided to find a refuge, wait until he grew stronger, and then seek revenge for them. Despite having an answer in his heart, Nan Feng didn't speak it out loud. Instead, he chose to leave and seek opportunities to improve himself. He realized that Alex was not the killer, and there was no need to kill him. Perhaps in the future, Alex would come for revenge, and Nan Feng might pay the price for his hesitation today. But that was a matter for another time. At this moment, Nan Feng was still unable to be ruthless, as his years of education had taught him to be kind. Having just crossed into this primordial world, he still needed time to adapt to its rules and environment. As Nan Feng was about to leave, he noticed Alex in the distance, still aiming a long spear at him. Nan Feng frowned, sensing something was wrong. He began to wonder how Alex had discovered him, as he was well hidden in the grass. Nan Feng questioned whether he could spot someone like Alex if he didn't have the aid of an eagle eye or a 4x scope. Someone lying in the grass 200 meters away would be very hard to detect. However, Alex was able to directly face Nan Feng, which seemed quite baffling. As Nan Feng observed Alex, he suddenly noticed a significant issue. The long spear in Alex's hand was wooden, even the tip. This didn't comply with the rules. According to the regulations, an F-grade life weapon should be wooden, while an A-grade life weapon should be made of stone. Nan Feng began to suspect that Alex might be deceiving him, and wondered what his true intentions were. Before he could think further, he heard dense footsteps around him and realized he had fallen into Alex's trap. Alex deliberately exposed himself to attract Nan Feng's attention, allowing others to execute a flanking maneuver. Without hesitation, he raised his long spear high, hoping to catch Nan Feng's eye. Just as Alex anticipated, Nan Feng hesitated, suspicious of the spear, and did not immediately open fire. This hesitation granted the chosen ones of District 25 ample time to circle around. As for Nan Feng's hiding spot, it wasn't hard to guess. By searching the high points around the camp one by one, they could find his trail. The sound of footsteps grew closer and closer. Nan Feng estimated that at least 50 people were searching for his position, but they hadn't pinpointed his exact location yet. Is this all part of your plan? Nan Feng took a deep breath, forcing himself to stay calm, and began preparing to counterattack. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, a chosen one from District 25 spotted Nan Feng's hiding place. There, in the bushes. Move in. Take him out. Watch me root him out. Nan Feng remained unfazed, calmly watching Alex. Ready to counterattack, he drew his strength fully.
Bang!
A gunshot rang out. You've made yourself the bait. Now don't be afraid if this big fish takes the hook. The thunderous gunfire echoed through the skies. Explosive flames burst in the air. Alex gripped his weapon tightly, channeling his strength for a lethal strike. The magic bullet shot out like lightning, instantly covering a distance of 200 meters, mercilessly heading towards the target. In the camp of Zone 25, Alex roared, swiftly drawing his stone sword to block in front of him. He fixed his gaze on Nan Feng's direction. The moment Nan Feng pulled the trigger, Alex sensed the life or death moment, and without hesitation, activated his survival skill block and counter. This skill gave him the confidence to face Nan Feng's gun heat. The bullet struck the stone sword and quickly ricocheted back. However, Nan Feng had already leapt away, skillfully evading the deadly strike. The bullet hit the rubble, causing an explosion. Ambush! Alex shouted warily, alerting everyone to watch their steps. The people in Zone 25 mistook the ricocheted bullet for a landmine, plunging into a dilemma, fearing to trigger more dangers. But Nan Feng, undeterred, swiftly broke out of the encirclement, dodging their attacks with agility. In an instant, Nan Feng's figure vanished was now invisible. Watch the falling leaves, he's headed east, a distant archer shouted, sending a rain of arrows towards Nan Feng. Realizing his mistake, Nan Feng acknowledged that he should have broken the line of sight before turning invisible. For the first time being hunted by the crowd, Nan Feng felt nervous, but he vowed not to repeat the same mistake. As arrows whizzed by, Nan Feng rolled to evade, blocking a slash with his left arm at a critical moment, his protective gear saving his life. The chosen one triumphantly shouted, "I hit him," and prepared for another strike. However, Nan Feng seized the opportunity, thrusting his weapon straight at the opponent's throat. A single shot to the head, the enemy fell with a scream, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere. The scene shocked everyone, causing them to retreat a few steps, widening the distance from Nan Feng. The encirclement was still tight, and Nan Feng had to engage in close combat to break free. Wiping the blood off his face, Nan Feng knew these traces could reveal his position, but he was determined to win, unafraid of exposing himself. With his invisibility about to wear off, Nan Feng was ready to face the challenge head-on. Nan Feng glanced around, took a deep breath, and felt the tense atmosphere surrounding him. He had initially planned to break through silently within 15 seconds, but reality made him realize it was hopeless. Faced with this situation, Nan Feng didn't hesitate and decided to act decisively. With only 2 seconds left on the countdown, he held 2 grenades, pulling the pins simultaneously. He threw one grenade behind him while keeping the other firmly in his hand, charging directly at the enemy without hesitation. As his stealth mode ended, Nan Feng, clad in black armor, reappeared on the battlefield of Zone 25. He was visible again. Attack. He had just been hit, his arm was bleeding, and his health must be critically low. All units, attack. One stab, and this fight is over. The chosen one in front of Nan Feng roared, brandishing his weapon as he charged towards Nan Feng. Arrows whistled through the air, and Nan Feng couldn't dodge them all. He gritted his teeth and sprinted forward. 124. 211. 98. A series of light red numbers floated up, and Nan Feng's health rapidly declined. The pain was intense. How could he be so resilient? How could he withstand so many arrows and still not fall? Just how high were his attribute points? Ignoring the astonishment of others, Nan Feng lunged forward, diving into the crowd. He threw a grenade.
Explosion.
2 mushroom clouds rose, dust filled the air, and leaves fluttered down. The chosen ones of Zone 25 were left dazed and disoriented by the blast. However, the grenades did not harm Nan Feng. Amid the chaos, Nan Feng calmly dropped the last grenade and, using the smoke as cover, dashed towards the depths of the forest. He skillfully used the grenades to create a smokescreen effect. Boom! 5 seconds later, the final grenade exploded right on time. As the people of Zone 25 were just regaining their senses, they were once again disturbed by the smoke and explosions. When the smoke cleared, Nan Feng had already vanished without a trace. Damn it! He got away. Chase him. We must catch him. He's on the brink of death. That's right, with an opponent like him on the loose, no one could sleep soundly at night. The people of Zone 25 followed the tracks on the ground, relentlessly pursuing him. Moreover, the chosen ones who had been hiding in the camp joined the chase under Alex's lead. Everyone knew that if they couldn't defeat Nan Feng, his return would spell the end for Zone 25. In this massive 50-man siege, Nan Feng managed to escape successfully, killing 1 person and blowing up 4 others. Despite his impressive performance, there was still room for improvement. After breaking out of the encirclement, Nan Feng dared not stop for a moment, sprinting forward with all his might. The surrounding beasts grew increasingly fierce as well. Level 8, Level 9, Level 10 beasts. Nan Feng charged all the way into the territory of Level 12 beasts before stopping to catch his breath. His health was down to just over 800 points. Going any further might get him taken down by Level 13 beasts. Level 12 beasts posed a threat to Nan Feng, except when encountering a Lord-level beast. Nan Feng pulled out a piece of mouth-watering roasted meat from his backpack, paired it with clear spring water, and began to eat heartily. Even though it restored only 5 health points per minute, this modest recovery was still precious to him. During the initial days after being transported to this unfamiliar world, this piece of roasted meat had been his lifeline, though now it seemed somewhat insignificant. Yet Nan Feng had no other choice. Stranded in a foreign land with no cottages to provide sustenance, he could only rely on the roasted meat to fill his stomach. While savoring his meal, Nan Feng remained vigilant, constantly scanning his surroundings. He was ready to flee at the first sign of danger. Alex's weapon is clearly a sword, making him an assassin. Our earlier suspicion was spot on. This guy is really something, adept at reading others' minds. He almost fooled me, Nan Feng thought as he checked the time, letting out a disdainful chuckle. I've got over 3 hours before I return to the battlefield. Alex, you'd better find a place to hide. After finishing the roasted meat, Nan Feng planned to take a wide detour before heading back. However, as he looked up, he spotted a fierce lion about 100 meters away, mounted on a lioness, in the midst of mating. Nan Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, thinking to himself, this is the Lion King, a lord-level beast. Nan Feng often lamented his unpredictable luck. Usually, he struggled to find a high-level beast, but today, while being chased, he unexpectedly encountered a Lion King. Faced with this situation, Nan Feng was in a dilemma. Firing a shot would create a lot of noise, potentially attracting people from District 25. Moreover, his health was not sufficient. If he failed to defeat the Lion King, it would be quite embarrassing. The terrain was flat with no cover to hide behind. If the Lion King charged, it would be difficult for Nan Feng to evade. However, he was reluctant to let go of the opportunity to gain attribute points. After all, who would easily give up such a chance? Nan Feng decided to crouch and observe if his pursuers were closing in. While fleeing, he carefully erased his tracks, hoping that his pursuers had lost his trail. Thus, he decided to wait patiently for the right moment. As time passed, his health slowly recovered, and after half an hour, it had reached 970 points, albeit at a slow rate. Nan Feng began to suspect that the people from District 25 might have lost track of him. He took a turn, and then returned to his original spot, but still couldn't find his pursuers. They had indeed lost him. Nan Feng was surprised. How could they have lost him? This meant the boss was all his. Without further hesitation, Nan Feng hurried back to where he had spotted the Lion King. Half an hour later, the Lion King was comfortably basking in the sun, surrounded by 6 lionesses. This was a perfect opportunity. Nan Feng steadied his gun, ready to deliver a fatal blow. He raised his 98K and silently infused it with magic. The more magic he consumed, the more powerful the shot would be. Explosive bullet. With 2 skills combined, the damage reached its peak. The magic bullet shot out swiftly, hitting the Lion King accurately in the abdomen.
Bang!
Weak point attack, damage 4,396. A faint red number floated above the Lion King's head. The Lion King roared in fury, flipping over instantly. Its abdomen was severely damaged, with its intestines spilling out from Nan Feng's shot. Continuous bleeding, damage 328, 294, 261. Nan Feng decided to fire a second shot, aiming to end the Lion King's life quickly. Earth Shield. The Lion King's body glowed with a yellow-brown light, covered in earth. 663. With the Earth Shield protecting it, the damage from Nan Feng's second shot was drastically reduced. The Lion King roared again, and the surrounding Earth Lions bared their fangs, charging at Nan Feng. These Earth Lions were extremely fast, closing in on Nan Feng in an instant. Feeling a bit daunted, Nan Feng switched to his Desert Eagle, targeting and shooting at the approaching Earth Lions. His firing rate was incredibly fast, 2 to 3 shots per second, making it impossible for the Earth Lions to get close under his powerful firepower. In the distance, the Lion King roared again, casting a swamp spell. Nan Feng felt the ground beneath him soften, his ankles sinking into the swamp. Sensing danger, he quickly retreated, lying flat on the swamp to increase his support area. Before the swamp could fully form, Nan Feng rolled on the ground twice, successfully escaping the peril. Under the threat of fire, the Earth Lions launched a ferocious counterattack, surrounding Nan Feng with menacing expressions. They bared their teeth and claws, emitting deafening roars and a nauseating stench. Nan Feng smiled, holding a brand new grenade that had just been made. At the moment when he was bound by the swamp spell, he had already pulled the pin on the grenade. Boom! The powerful shockwave scattered the Earth Lions in all directions, with those closest to Nan Feng being blown to pieces. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Nan Feng stood up, brandishing his Desert Eagle, and took down the remaining Earth Lions one by one. Not a single one of the 20-plus Earth Lions even touched the hem of his clothes before becoming sources of experience. In the distance, the low roar of the Earth Lion King could be heard as it slowly retreated. Despite its low intelligence, it realized it could not defeat the two-legged creature before it. Nan Feng pulled out his 98K rifle and aimed at the Earth Lion King.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
The gunshots were steady, and each magic bullet hit the Earth Lion King accurately. 10 seconds later, the system announcement rang in Nan Feng's ears. Ding! The chosen one of Primitive World Zone 527, Nan Feng, successfully defeated the level 12 Lord Beast, the Earth Lion King, and received a reward of 24 stamina points. The 24 points of stamina were not to be underestimated. Nan Feng nodded in satisfaction and walked towards the Earth Lion King's corpse. He noticed that the Lion King had dropped a treasure chest, and it was a green one. There was at least one piece of level equipment inside. Excited, Nan Feng opened the chest, only to find a blueprint instead of equipment. It was an excellent water purification device blueprint, capable of producing high-quality water purifiers. The required materials included 1 superior water purifier, 1 obsidian, 50 stones, and 50 pieces of wood. Nan Feng thought of the magical effects of the water purifier, believing that the water purified by it could restore a large amount of mana. This was undoubtedly a valuable item, and Nan Feng happily stored it in his backpack. After clearing the battlefield, Nan Feng looked around but didn't see the chosen ones of Zone 25. The fierce battle, with gunshots, explosions, and the roars of the Lion King, was relentless. If they were nearby, they would have come to support him by now. Could they have retreated to their camp already? That would be too cowardly. Nan Feng checked the time. There were still more than 2 hours left until his return. Regardless, Nan Feng decided he had to defeat Alex today. Since the other side didn't dare to pursue, Nan Feng would take the initiative to strike. Time rewinds to half an hour earlier. Alex, leading over 100 people, was in relentless pursuit of Nan Feng. However, as they drew closer, Alex noticed that the people who were originally ahead had quietly moved behind him. The front was empty, with no cover, which made Alex feel a bit scared. If Nan Feng suddenly turned around and fired, who could withstand it? Looking around at the chosen ones, Alex's face showed anger as he questioned, "What do you mean by this?" Benoit explained, "Boss, they say Nan Feng's target is you, so they don't dare stand in front of you, fearing they might block your bullets." Alex's face turned ashen with rage, his anger and disappointment towards this group of incompetents boiling over. He shouted, "Benoit, get over here right now." Benoit, pale and trembling, took a few steps back and stammered, "Boss Toom, really scared too." Alex's eyes widened in fury as he roared, "Scared of what? Do you think he can take you down with a single shot?" Benoit nodded shakily. He seems to really have that ability. Seeing that no one was brave enough to stand in front of him, Alex felt utterly exasperated. He sneered, "Fine. If none of you are willing to stand up for me, then get out of here. Go hide in the cabin. I refuse to believe he can destroy my cabin too." At the camp in Zone 25 of the primitive world, Nan Feng stood on a small hill, gripping a 4x scope, intently observing the small wooden huts within the camp. He noticed that 80 of the huts were occupied, which surprised him. Feeling somewhat helpless and alone, he couldn't help but think, "Can't you guys be a bit braver?" Deep down, Nan Feng also felt a bit vulnerable, having exhausted all his grenades, with the next one not regenerating for another 18 minutes. If he were surrounded by the people of Zone 25 now, he would be in extreme danger. Fortunately, the others were even more cowardly than Nan Feng, all hiding indoors. Through the 4x scope, Nan Feng spotted Alex. Alex stood at the window with his arms crossed, calmly gazing outside. Protected by the wooden hut, bullets couldn't penetrate the window, which is why Alex dared to stand there so boldly. Nan Feng opened the communication panel and entered the cross-region chat channel. Several chosen ones were conversing, mainly discussing Nan Feng and Alex. They were eager to know how the situation was developing. Nan Feng from Zone 527 spoke up, "Hey, why are you guys in Zone 25 so cowardly? Over 100 people and not a single real warrior, all hiding in wooden huts." Emilia from Zone 288 immediately asked, "Oh, any new developments?" Nan Feng, "Tell us what just happened." Suzerain from Zone 527 asked with concern, "Nan Feng, are you hurt?"
Nan Feng replied, "Infine."
"Alex is the culprit. We were almost deceived by him." He briefly described the events. Nan Feng from Zone 527 continued, "Everyone heard it. Zone 25 made the first move. We from Zone 527 were just defending ourselves. If anyone wants to challenge our territory, don't blame me for being ruthless." This was directed at Zone 1. Edward from Zone 1 scoffed, "Humph. Even if Zone 25 was at fault, there's no need to be so ruthless. You've already killed so many people. What more do you want?" Nan Feng responded, "It's simple. A life for a life. Alex killed 3 of our brothers. I must avenge them." Alex retorted, "Didn't your zone also kill over 10 of our people? Shouldn't you be held accountable too?" Nan Feng replied, "If you have the strength to kill me, then I'll accept my fate. But if you want a life for a life, it must be based on strength. Only with great power can one make others pay for their actions." Alex paused for a moment and then said, "At this point, words are useless. I'll stay in the wooden hut. If you have the skill, come and kill me." Nan Feng sneered, "Do you think the wooden hut is a safe haven? It only has 1,000 defense points. Do you think it can withstand me?" Nan Feng coldly closed the communication panel. Through the 4x scope, Alex's face turned serious, clearly shaken by Nan Feng's words. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. 1085. One shot caused over 1,000 damage to the wooden hut. Even a hut with 100,000 health points couldn't withstand such a fierce attack. Inside the hut, Alex's face turned pale. He realized Nan Feng's attack could break through the defense, but he never imagined it would be so terrifying, dealing 1,000 points of damage in one shot. He couldn't help but wonder, what kind of person is this? Alex felt an overwhelming sense of fear. Nan Feng tightly gripped his 98K rifle, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. He stared intently at the small wooden cabin. Bullet penetration, 1,536. Explosive round, 1884. Each of Nan Feng's shots was fired with passion and determination, striking the cabin fiercely and causing Alex great distress. As the bullets continued to fly, the cabin's health rapidly declined. Nan Feng silently calculated his mana consumption. He took a deep breath, feeling a slight coolness as the clean water slid down his throat. Realizing his mana was running low, he resolved not to give up. Each gunshot was a declaration he wouldn't stop until the cabin was reduced to ashes. Alex anxiously opened the cross-region chat channel, repeatedly pleading for Nan Feng to cease fire. He offered compensation, but Nan Feng ignored him, resolutely pulling the trigger. Each attack was a provocation, making Alex feel the grim presence of death. Alex's cries for help spread through the cross-region channel as he called out to his compatriots for assistance. However, Nan Feng's determination was unwavering. Each shot was a warning to his enemies, leaving no room for mercy. Edward also joined in, attempting to persuade Nan Feng to stop. He applied pressure, hoping to make him relent, but Nan Feng paid no heed to Edward's pleas. His eyes were focused solely on his enemy, unwavering and unyielding. Nan Feng's comrades voiced their support and determination. They wouldn't allow anyone to hinder Nan Feng's actions and were willing to stand by his side in battle. Faced with the enemy's pleas and persuasion, they chose to firmly support Nan Feng, showcasing their ironclad unity and strength. Despite the pressure and pleas from all sides, Nan Feng remained steadfast. His gaze was filled with determination and courage, unafraid of any challenge. Nan Feng was not someone easily swayed. He would continue forward until the moment of victory. Catherine is always engrossed in the world of gaming, so focused on leveling up that she pays no attention to anything outside of the game. Once, Edward took advantage of Catherine's reputation to act arrogantly in Zone 25 of the Primal World. When Nan Feng's final shot rang out, Alex's small cabin collapsed with a thunderous crash. Alex immediately dashed out, aiming to take refuge in a nearby small cabin. As long as he could make it there, he would be temporarily safe. He concentrated fully, his gaze fixed on Nan Feng's direction. A magical bullet came hurtling towards him, his muscles tensed, and he swiftly raised his stone sword to block and counterattack with all his might. This move again. If he could just fend off this strike, he would have enough time to reach a safe place. 200 meters away, Nan Feng smiled slightly, already anticipating this move. I've been waiting for this. Alex wasn't surprised when Nan Feng raised his stone sword. Previously, he had used the same move to successfully deflect one of Nan Feng's bullets, sending it back at him. How could Nan Feng not be prepared this time? This time, his gun wasn't loaded with explosive rounds but penetrating bullets.
Bang!
Alex quickly lifted his stone sword and precisely blocked the magic-infused bullet. However, the bullet didn't bounce back. It pierced through the stone sword and struck Alex's forehead. A critical hit, 3050. Instant kill. A critical hit was triggered? This must be fate. Nan Feng glanced at his remaining 3 magic points. Damn, this was bad. He no longer had the energy to fire another shot. That penetrating bullet was his final strike. If Alex could withstand this shot, he would survive. Unfortunately, the bullet pierced through Alex's brain, triggering a critical hit and killing him instantly.
Bang!
You have defeated the village chief of Tila's village, Alex, and your Nan village has leveled up to level 2. Huh, the village leveled up? Nan Feng momentarily dismissed the notification, quickly packed up his 98k, and left the area. With his magic depleted, staying there was too risky. It's not wise to be too reckless. Retreating was the smart move. After Nan Feng had been gone for a while, the chosen ones of District 25 emerged, looking at Alex's lifeless body. He was dead, completely devoid of life. This person from the Dragon Kingdom was incredibly powerful, destroying a small wooden house in just 2 minutes. The wooden house was no longer safe. Why did we provoke such an opponent? As they talked, they suddenly lunged at Alex's body, scrambling to loot his equipment.
Mine.
The ring is mine. The clothes are mine. The rest you can divide among yourselves. Get lost. Why should I let you have it? With his magic points exhausted, Nan Feng hid in a secluded cave, waiting to return to his territory. During this time, he glanced at his village. Village name, Nan Village Level 2, Villagers, 50100, Village Warehouse. New items such as experience orbs can be exchanged with contribution points. Contribution points. For every 100 contribution points a villager has, they receive a 1-point increase in all attributes, up to a maximum of 20 points. After defeating Alex, Nan Village leveled up from level 1 to level 2. The number of villagers that could be recruited increased from 50 to 100, which was a significant improvement. Once chosen ones became villagers, they could earn contribution points by donating supplies, which could then be exchanged for other resources in the warehouse or used to enhance personal attributes. Having more recruitable villagers would greatly strengthen District 527. After all, gaining an effortless 20-point attribute boost over others. Who wouldn't want that? What is this experience orb? Nan Feng found the experience orb in the village warehouse and exchanged 10 contribution points for one. Experience orb increases experience points by 1 when used. This price is a bit steep, Nan Feng thought, shaking his head, feeling it was somewhat not worth it. But for those who aren't good at fighting, experience orbs would be very important. For instance, Lu Daqiang, who could level a small forest in half a day by chopping trees. However, when Lu Daqiang went hunting fierce beasts, he couldn't even kill 2, which left him feeling a bit frustrated. But ever since he obtained the experience orb, he could focus on gathering wood without worrying about falling behind in levels. The wood he collected could be donated to the warehouse for other chosen ones to use. Currently, wood and stone are in high demand, essential for upgrading primal weapons and small huts, and there's already a shortage. The experience orb perfectly solved this problem by allowing some people to focus on resource gathering while others went hunting to improve their strength, resulting in a clear division of labor. As a result, the development speed of Area 527 would greatly increase. Alex's sacrifice was not in vain. Thinking of Alex, Nan Feng furrowed his brows slightly. If killing the chiefs of other villages could elevate his own village's level, once this news spreads, every war zone will undoubtedly plunge into chaos. Each village chief would become a prime target. It turns out that being a village chief is a high-risk job. Wait, Catherine Vina might come after me. Do I have the strength to defeat her now? Feeling a bit anxious, he knew he had to quickly improve his strength before the news spread to avoid being ambushed. The following period passed uneventfully. Soon, a silver-white teleportation array appeared beneath Nan Feng's feet. 3 seconds later, he was transported back to his small hut. Home at last. He opened the door, only to find no one there to greet him, leaving him a bit disappointed. He walked out of the camp and found it deserted. Could everyone have been wiped out? Feeling puzzled, he checked the panel and saw that the number of people in the war zone hadn't decreased, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. In the Handsome Guys group chat, Nan Feng said, "Brothers, your emperor is back. Why is no one here to welcome me?" Huang Yuanming quickly replied, "Come to coordinates 1366, 523. Why? Did you find a boss?" Nan Feng asked. "We found a kind of fierce beast that drops obsidian when killed. Wait for me. I'll be right there." Nan Feng rested in his small hut for 20 minutes to recover and then headed towards the coordinates. As he passed through the forest, the ground became increasingly muddy. This was the swamp area. The fierce beasts they discovered were the black-eyed crocodiles in this swamp. Nan Feng soon reached the destination, where nearly all the chosen ones from Area 527 had gathered to hunt the black-eyed crocodiles. The eyes of these crocodiles were made of obsidian. The 18 members of the Handsome Guys group formed a team, efficiently hunting the black-eyed crocodiles under the leadership of Xiao Luo and Wu Yuansheng. Each person already had 5 pieces of obsidian, upgrading their primal weapons to a grade superior, matching Nan Feng's strength. Nan Feng rolled his eyes and said regretfully, "If I had known obsidian was this easy to obtain, I would have chosen that treasure chest." Xiao Luo shrugged, "Too late to regret now. I'm not trading treasure chest with you." Huang Yuanming shouted, "Bro, stop nagging," while urgently reminding everyone that time waits for no one as dusk approached. He urged them to take down more monsters quickly to elevate his beloved weapon to the peak of a level. He glanced at Nan Feng with a wistful smile, his heart filled with trust and anticipation for his brother. When Nan Feng returned, Huang greeted him warmly, asking if he was hurt. This concern nearly brought tears to Nan Feng's eyes. Meanwhile, Su Yihan cast a cold, mocking glance at Yuran. But Yuran was no pushover. She was Nan Feng's closest companion. Nan Feng waved at Yuran, advising her not to follow others blindly, promising to lead her in battle himself. Playfully, Yuran agreed, "Sure. I'll lure the monsters, and you take them down." She stuck out her tongue and made a cheeky face at Su Yihan. With his 98K rifle slung over his shoulder, Nan Feng headed deeper into the swamp with Yuran. Although the black-eyed crocodiles were only at level 11, they were confident they could defeat them with ease. "Watch closely, Yuran. I'll take down each monster with a single bullet," Nan Feng declared confidently. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.